Chapter 61. In the hotel. 2. No 3 guests. The dwarf girl held the tea tray in her arms, looked at the 2 people, and the horse sitting in front of the low table, and said awkwardly, "If you need anything, just call me." After that, she left, looking back every few steps, until she closed the door reluctantly. She was very curious about humans and horses with splayed feet, but because her father left home and went to Parad's city and never came back, she had to be careful enough to run the hotel, and could not make any mistakes. Shimu withdrew his sight, and looked at the blindfolded nun, who put down the teacup opposite, waiting for her to start the plot. The little mare next to her didn't seem to care about the serious atmosphere, but fell into thinking about how to drink the tea on the table. It was not elegant to hold it up with her hoof. As for becoming a human, it might lead to a very strange story. Not only might she face the theory of lifespan, but even her belly might be enlarged by humans. It was a bit embarrassing. "Lord Ashes, what is your most original impression of Ragnarok?" The blindfolded nun spoke slowly. "Is it an endlessly distant end that may never come, or an end that corresponds to the beginning? For any ordinary citizen, the prophecy of Ragnarok is just a story without any sense of reality. They just know that there is such a concept. In the endlessly distant future, there is the end of everything. The gods in the sky, the omniscient God, all the gods in this world, including this world itself, will face this inevitable end. All the changes that have happened now are the driving force for the arrival of Ragnarok. That kind of thing doesn't matter, right?" Shimu looked down at the teacup on the low table and answered in a nonchalant tone, "Even if Ragnarok really exists, it is the end of everything and the end of all fate, but what does it have to do with me, a human being?" He said what most people think. That kind of problem is something that only gods need to worry about. But what if Ragnarok doesn't exist? The blindfolded nun suddenly asked back, which made Shimu, who had been indifferent, look surprised. The mare who was thinking about drinking tea beside him also looked at him. Just as apples fall down and rivers flow to lower places, Ragnarok also exists as a matter of course. No one would think that Ragnarok was born unnaturally. However, this blindfolded nun said that Ragnarok didn't exist. At the moment when the omniscient God was born, the fate of this world was already determined, including the ending of Ragnarok. The blindfolded nun raised her hand and gently stroked her eyes. Her voice was as gentle as ever, but the atmosphere had obviously changed. "Lord Ashes, it is not Ragnarok that leads to the end of this world, but the God of omniscience. You are the one who corrects all mistakes, and is the savior of this world. The savior who destroys the world, is this also considered a savior?" Shimu smiled disdainfully, but he knew that the blindfolded nun was not lying. The setting of this game is indeed that after the birth of the God of omniscience, the arrival of Ragnarok is destined. No matter how hard you try, you can't stop this inevitable ending. "Yes." The blindfolded nun gave an affirmative answer. From her point of view, Lord Ashes is the savior, not the unforgivable existence in people's eyes. But she also knew that Lord Huijin would not accept her statement unless Lord Huijin could witness the world in her eyes. Otherwise, he would only regard her as a lunatic. "Boring," Shimu said, then turned his head and looked out the window, witnessed something too grand and regarded it as the truth. He said uninterested, "You have been bewitched by Ragnarok." "Maybe so?" The blind nun nodded slightly, unexpectedly not denying that she had witnessed Ragnarok and learned secrets that others could not know, which led to a way of looking at the world that was out of the perspective of normal life. So it was right to say that she was bewitched by Ragnarok. "In that case, there is no room for us to communicate." Shimu picked up the teacup on the table and toasted the blind nun. "Let's say goodbye." Blind nun, He had been laying the groundwork for so long just to drive her away. As expected of Lord Huijin, he was not even a little shaken by everything she said. "Lord Ashes, you will understand your fate sooner or later." She stood up, stroking her skirt, and bowed respectfully to Shimu. "And I will always serve you." After saying that, she turned and walked out of the room, and then she suddenly heard Lord Ashes ask a question. "If I become the Lord of Ashes, I will kill you too, right?" "Lord Ashes, I won't make things difficult for you." The blindfolded nun said softly, and then left the room. "Strange woman," Shimu commented, then turned his head to look at the mare next to him, who was thinking about how to drink tea, picked up the teacup, and handed it to the mare's mouth to feed her. Then he made a silent finger and pointed out the window. The little mare understood immediately that the knight was going to let her take him away quietly while the woman was resting. She nodded. Then Shimu casually chatted with him about some irrelevant topics, and also studied the ring of the blind nun with him. Unexpectedly high-end stuff, like tearing off a corner of the world to form a beautiful oil painting, and then curling the oil painting into a ring. This is the true form of the ring. You can throw the necessary weapons, sundries, and pets into it to carry. Nightfall. But it is not completely nightfall. For the dwarves living underground, there is almost no concept of night. The flowing magma river will glow, and the dwarves' unique technology of using magma makes the dwarf world have a light source that will never run out. Therefore, the dwarves judge time based on the time set by God. When is night, when is day, and when is winter, all are determined by the laws issued by God. Although the seasons and time sequences issued by God are not very meaningful to the dwarves, the environment they live in is too different from the world on Earth. Open the door. Go down the stairs. Shimu looked back at the blindfolded nun's room, as if to confirm that she was not moving, and then walked downstairs lightly. At the counter. Guest, are you going to check out? The dwarf girl came over, her face revealing frustration. If you want to go to the city of Parad, it's better for you to wait a few more days. Shimu frowned and asked, why? The river has been a little unstable recently. The dwarf girl explained, and then added, and I heard that Parad City is a little dangerous recently, and there seem to be traces of activities of Twilight believers. It's okay. Shimu waved his hand, and he was surprisingly patient to talk to the little girl. Under normal circumstances, he should leave without looking back. And the reason for doing so is also very simple. If the guest really wants to go to Parad City, I can help. The dwarf girl hesitated, looked at Shimu hopefully and said, Guest, I can recommend you to go to my aunt's hotel. You just need to help me urge my father to come back quickly. She slightly raised her chest. With the help of my aunt, I can definitely help you spend a happy holiday in Parad City. Okay. Shimu nodded, and saw the dwarf girl handed over a letter. After he took it, the dwarf girl bowed. You just need to give the letter to the owner of the Lily Hotel. After seeing it, my aunt and father will definitely understand everything. If I were you, I would temporarily go to Keyhole Town. Shimu left the hotel with the letter, and said to the dwarf girl with his back to her. He knew that the dwarf girl's father had died in Parad City a long time ago, and the owner of this letter would never receive it. However, this letter can give players a reason to enter the plot, so he will accept it for the time being. When he kills the mayor of Parad City, it can be regarded as revenge for the little girl's father. Although it will not be long before this dwarf girl will also die, she will soon go to hell and reunite with her father. In the previous rounds, he also took the letter from the dwarf girl. When he killed the mayor of Parad City and returned to the town again, he found that the restless lava river had swallowed up the town, and the dwarf girl naturally died in the lava with her longing for her father. Sorry, guest, I'm still waiting for my father to come back. The dwarf girl smiled shyly, watching the guest disappear. She would never give up her home, and she would wait for her father to bring her candy from Parad City. Outside the hotel, Shimu rode on the mare that had been waiting for her, and disappeared in a flash. In Parad City, there are Jiajiao and Jiaba meteorites. As long as he kills the mayor of Parad City, he can directly use them to forge the Great Sword of Death. At that time, he was a man with a sword of light in one hand, and a great sword of death in the other. As for the upgrade of armor, it can be postponed. First, increase the damage. In the early stage, you won't encounter too many mechanical monsters. When the map is updated in the later stage, the mechanical monsters will run around, and you need to upgrade the defense to increase fault tolerance. On the wide lava river, the steel cruise ship slowly moved, separating the hot magma. There were a large number of dwarves on the ship, and occasionally you could see a few humans and elves. This is a unique landscape in the underground world. Relying on the lava river that extends in all directions, a large number of steel cruise ships pass through, and an extremely complex business network is established. And at this moment, Mom, there is a horse running on the river. A dwarf child suddenly shouted loudly, pointing to the 8-legged horse not far away. The dwarves on the boat heard the words, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. They saw an 8-legged horse carrying a silver-clad knight walking on the lava river. They regarded the 8-legged horse and the knight as scenery. The 8-legged horse and the knight also regarded them as scenery. After observing each other for a while, both sides seemed to be surprised by each other's existence. There was actually a horse running on the magma. There are actually ships sailing on the magma. This world is really interesting. Shimu chuckled. I heard that there are still creatures living in the magma, and it seems that they are species created by the monster which... The little mare nodded gently, and then accelerated, as if she was an arrow shot out, and left the steel cruise ship behind in an instant. There are indeed many forms of life in the magma, including species distorted by the monster which, and new life pinched by the creation which. And because the living environment in the magma is too terrible, The species that survive in the magma are generally very strong. In the past, the monster which seemed to have created a terrifying human-faced snake that lived in the magma. Now I don't know if it is still alive. Along the way, I met many merchant ships and saw many special species that only exist in the underground world, such as snakes swimming in the magma, firebirds hanging upside down above the cave, and groups of fire butterflies. If it is the first time for a player to enter the underground world, everything will be very fresh, and every little monster will want to be hacked to see what reaction it will have. However, for Shimu, it is not strange. The game officials have really put a lot of effort into creating the scenery of the underground world, with many kinds of monsters, as well as a strange social operation model and civilization. However, that can only provide players with a sense of freshness. The subsequent player's attention will still be on how to kill the boss and the plot. And now, he just wants to kill the boss to get experience points. Pallet City. This is a transit city on the side of the lava river. It is not large in scale, but it is also prosperous. Many passing ships will stop here for a short time to replenish supplies, or relax temporarily. This also led to the prosperity of the sex industry in Parade City. Lily Hotel. So you are Ayer's friends. Front desk. The proprietress put down the letter in her hand, looked at the man and horse in front of her, and sighed. Sorry, Ayer's father is temporarily missing. She called a dwarf girl over, and then smiled at Shimu. You must be tired on the way, let her relieve your pressure. No need. Shimu answered immediately. He had no interest in most dwarves. This is not to say that the dwarf model is ugly, but most of the dwarf NPCs are average looking. Dwarves, who can be considered beautiful, will not be in this small hotel. He changed the subject. Where did Ayer's father go? He went to the city lord's mansion. The proprietress seemed a little surprised, but still patiently explained, after entering, he has never come out. She showed a trace of worry. I heard that the city lord contacted. No, nothing. Waving her hand, she smiled at Shimu. Guest, I wish you a good time in Parade City. Before she finished her words, she saw Shimu turn around and left the hotel. After chasing him out, she saw a man and a horse heading towards the city lord's mansion. Wait, this guest. The proprietress chased him out and grabbed Shimu's wrist. Her expression was no longer calm and composed, and she explained anxiously. Please don't go directly to the city lord to ask. It's very dangerous. Shimu asked in confusion. How do you know if you don't ask? Chapter 62. If I can ask directly, why don't I ask myself? The proprietress covered her face and shook her head helplessly. She looked at the handsome knight, who was somewhat unconvinced, and patiently explained, the city lord holder is a very dangerous dwarf, and he will want to get all the beauties he likes. I'm a man, I'm not afraid. Shimu waved his hand, and the proprietress showed a subtle look when she heard it. It seems that this knight really doesn't understand. She tiptoed, put her palm on Shimu's shoulder, and whispered, I'm talking about beauties, there is no limitation of gender. Shimu blinked his eyes, and after seeing the proprietress nod affirmatively, he seemed to finally realize it, showing a surprised and disgusted expression. And the proprietress still disliked it for not being exciting enough, looking down at the painted red nails, and continued to talk about Holder's perversion. Not limited by gender, not limited by race, not limited by age, as long as Lord Holder thinks it is beautiful, he will not refuse it. The atmosphere fell silent. Shimu seemed to be in hesitation, and the mare next to him looked even more disgusted. Not limited by gender is understandable. Not limited by age is also understandable. Why is there no limit on race? It's okay, I am still a little confident in my strength. Shaking his head, Shimu didn't seem to give up. The proprietress showed a speechless expression. Didn't this human understand the seriousness? With his handsomeness, if he was caught by Lord Holder, it would not be a matter of being killed. If he didn't die, the endless torture would not end. And at this moment, there is no need to question Lord Huajian's strength. A gentle female voice suddenly came, and everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a blindfolded nun standing behind them, with her hands folded in front of her lower abdomen, showing them a gentle smile. Akhtar, this is Lord Ash's name. Shimu was silent for a moment, and said, You caught up really fast. The blindfolded nun lowered her head, seeming a little guilty. She knew that she would be disliked for pestering Lord Ash so much. Akhtar. This name sounds familiar. The proprietress suddenly spoke, revealing a subtle look. She felt that this name sounded familiar. Then she remembered the origin of this name. It was a bard who had a long talk with a dwarf lady all night. Afterwards, he had no money to pay the dwarf sister, so he had to tell a heroic story as compensation. The protagonist of that story was wearing silver armor, holding 2 handsome swords, and carrying a large bow. And he was extremely handsome. You are the Silver Knight, who helped the down-and-out princess regain her country. She clapped her hands, showing a surprised expression. Shimu was silent for a moment, then said, maybe it's me. If it's you, maybe it's possible. The proprietress struggled, then made a decision. You can't see the city lord by normal means, but you can bypass the guards and see the city lord directly by using some special means. She lowered her voice. But I have to inconvenience you. Shimu cast a puzzled look. If you are willing to take off your armor and not carry any weapons, the female proprietress said, I can take you into the city lord's mansion. She turned her head slightly and whispered, I can help you sneak in weapons. No need. Shimu took the proprietress's wrist, returned to the Lily Hotel, and came to a room. Then he began to take off his armor in front of the proprietress. Guest? What are you doing? The proprietress seemed a little shy, but her eyes never left Shimu's body. As expected of a hero's body, it makes people feel a little excited. For the dwarves, strong and tall human men have a special temptation. When making love, most dwarf girls can't even touch the ground with their toes. However, I don't know if it was intentional, but the blindfolded nun stood in front of the dwarf proprietress, just blocking the scene of Shimu changing clothes. The proprietress, This nun is not authentic. She just took a look and didn't get started. Is it necessary to stop her? After a while, Shimu changed into a suit, and his armor and weapons disappeared inexplicably, and his mare also disappeared in the room. He adjusted his collar and asked, Can we go in now? Yes. The lady boss nodded with satisfaction, then pointed outside the door, and took them to the city lord's mansion. If ordinary people want to see the city lord Holder, they can only rely on their appearance. Otherwise, it is impossible to get past the heavy guards. Even if you can knock down all the guards, Holder has already fled after hearing the news, and you still can't see him. So you can only rely on your appearance to attract Holder out. On the road, pedestrians cast their eyes on Shimu and the blindfolded nun. The presence of these 2 humans is too strong to be ignored. This is the benefit of 3 hours of face pinching. Players can make a living by their faces. Of course, if you can pinch out the appearance of an ancient god, it is not without benefits. Before the battle begins, you can cause mental deterrence to the enemy. When the player is promoted to a demon, there will be a large number of cultists who believe in him. After a while, after confirming Shimu's appearance, he actually successfully entered the city lord's mansion and came to a hall. Then, under the watchful eyes of the guards on both sides of the hall, he came to the front of the dwarf city lord Holder. She is indeed a beauty. The dwarf Holder walked down the stone steps, but he was cautious to keep a distance, at least more than 10 meters away. He looked at Shimu with satisfaction. Until Shimu took out a big sword out of thin air, stroked the sword with his palm, and burned the black flame symbolizing death. Hey! Human! Holder was shocked and angry, but Shimu didn't say much, and chopped directly with a knife without even a trace of hesitation. There was no intention to kill beforehand, and there was no sign. The assassination process was done in one go, more professional than the killer. Bang 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 bang. After several consecutive sounds, like the sound of a string breaking, the hunting king's big sword under his command stopped in front of the dwarf Holder's face. Almost split him in half. The atmosphere froze. Hee hee. Human, you don't think you can kill me just by getting close, do you? Holder sneered, his hand trembling slightly. A cold light flashed in the air, and the invisible slash passed by Shimu, and a scar was left on the ground in an instant. Shimu glanced coldly at the unfolded ground, and then cast his eyes on Holder. The ability of this boss is an imperceptible silk thread attack. The reason for the previous assassination failure was that Holder had silk threads all over his body. Of course, with his ability, it was not very difficult to avoid the silk threads and launch a fatal attack. However, the Holder in front of him was not his real body, but a puppet indirectly controlled by silk threads. To be more precise, except for the boss lady, the blindfolded nun, and himself, everyone present was a puppet. Where is Ayr's father? He asked casually, observing the fully armed guards on both sides, whose faces could not be seen. One of them was Holder's real body. This boss's hiding place was randomly selected every time, and it was impossible to rely on experience to find the real body, and this boss also mastered the second stage transformation commonly used in the later period. Ayr, isn't that my new daughter? Holder smiled, then snapped his fingers, and saw a married woman dwarf in a white dress came out. He stepped back a few steps, and pinched the married woman dwarf's chin in the white dress. "Dear, your daughter seems to be looking for your ex-husband." The married woman dwarf in the white dress had a blank look in her eyes, and shed 2 lines of tears, but she didn't say anything. Well, she was played badly. Shimu didn't care about the crying married woman dwarf, but was just looking for Holder's true identity among the guards on both sides. However, the boss lady couldn't help but stand up. "Musa is my brother's wife." "No. Musa is my wife." Holder shook his head, pinched the married woman's chin, looked at the married woman's pretty face, and said, as a matter of course, "She is so beautiful, of course she is my wife." "Your brother dared to steal my wife, he deserves death." He looked at the angry eyes of the boss lady, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Since you are siblings, let's execute them together." "Asshole." The boss lady cursed angrily, but Holder didn't care. After all, she was a pariah. What could he do if he robbed her? At most, he could only curse a few words in anger. And at this moment, protect a country, resist thousands of troops, and not break through for 10 days. The heroes who stopped the corona, with my blood, with my magic. Appear. The spell echoed, and the shadow behind Shimu squirmed, and soldiers holding large shields emerged one by one. They were naked from the waist up, holding spears and large shields. The 4th of the 10 kinds of shadow magic came from the 300 heroes, who blocked the attack of the Empire in the past. They supported for 10 days, and even blocked the king known as the Son of the Sun. Defense can be left to them with confidence. "Ha! Summoner?" Holder narrowed his eyes, and looked at the shield soldiers, who crawled out from the human male shadows one after another, and moved his fingers. An indistinguishable thin line flashed past, and crossed the neck of the human male, but was stopped by the shield soldier guarding. Although scars were left on the shield, the defense was not broken. "Found you." Shimu suddenly turned his head, his eyes locked on a guard with cold eyes, and threw the hunting king's sword in his hand. "How did this guy find me?" Holder's real body jumped back, his fingers moved subconsciously, and blocked the attacking sword with imperceptible thin lines. Then he saw the human male took out a big bow, and shot a purple arrow at him. "Wait!" Holder shouted, subconsciously protecting his head, but the arrow would not stop for this, and hit the armor he spent a huge amount of money to build head on. It was like being kicked by a horse's hoof, and the whole person flew out backwards. Whoosh! 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 3 meteorite arrows followed closely, hitting Holder, who was flying backwards in succession, causing him to smash the wall of the hall and fly to the outside world. "Wait for me here," Shimu said casually, then picked up the hunting king's sword and ran out of the gap in the hall. After he left, the guards in the hall fell to the ground one after another. "What is this?" The proprietress was stunned. She had no idea why the situation had turned out like this. Lord Huijin just made the right choice. The blindfolded nun explained, and then said to the proprietress's questioning eyes, "Please take your family away." After that, she disappeared from the spot, and no one knew where she was going. At the same time, outside the hall, Holder covered his bleeding eyes with one hand, looking at the silver-clad knight walking not far away, his body trembling with anger. "I know who you are." He stood up with a painful look, took off the helmet that protected him, and looked at the knight walking with only one eye. "You are the hero that the bards have been talking about recently, right?" "You are." "So annoying," Shimu said coldly. "It would be a waste of time to kill you like this. The annoying thing about this boss is, he is a coward, using all kinds of methods to protect his safety, hiding himself among the guards, wearing specially made armor. And once he falls into a disadvantage, he will run away without hesitation." "Ha ha ha ha. Human, do you think you can kill me?" Holder was so angry that he laughed. The calmness in the human's words, that he was sure of killing him, made him feel despised. He was just a knight with a little reputation. "You are just lucky, and have a little fame," he shouted, and his fingers moved, and the invisible silk thread cut toward Shimu. However, he was stopped by the shield soldiers who came. "Wait, we can talk." Holder's tone softened immediately, and he didn't want to continue fighting. "What do you want?" Shimu didn't answer, and chased after him with a sword, and Holder turned around and ran without hesitation. But after running a few steps, he saw Shimu riding an 8-legged horse, blocking his escape. He couldn't run away. "Why do you force me? Why do you force me?" Holder took a step back in fear, and his expression became ferocious. "Can I show up?" He chanted a spell, and the armor on his body automatically fell off, and arms came out from behind. If his ability is that each finger can control a silk thread, then his 8 hands now have 40 silk threads. Compared with the previous 10 silk threads, It can be said to have a qualitative leap. Go to hell. The 5 fingers of the 8 hands moved, and the imperceptible silk threads flashed in all directions. Walls, houses, and passers-by were shattered in this instant, but this was not the end. The 5 fingers of Holder's 8 hands moved frantically, as if playing the piano, and the irregular silk threads cut wildly with him as the center. Anyone and anything that approached him would be cut into pieces by his silk threads. This not only ensured his safety, but also ensured his offensiveness. It was perfect. If you wanted to hurt him, you had to ensure that you could get close to him, but the irregular silk threads could cut into pieces any enemy who dared to get close. Next, he just had to keep attacking at this frequency, then find the damn knight and quickly approach him. You are really stupid. A cold voice suddenly floated, and Shimu appeared on a distant house on horseback. Ha ha ha, do you dare to come closer? Holder laughed. If you don't come to stop me, I will rush into the city and kill people. His smile was evil. Hero, you don't want to implicate innocent people, do you? Shimu had a blank expression on his face, felt the direction of the wind, then took out the sleeping pot, and threw it hard in the direction of Holder. It's useless. Holder sneered disdainfully, cut the sleeping pot into pieces with a thin wire, and then felt sleepiness. Snap, Holder fell unconscious. That's why I said you are stupid, Shimu said indifferently, took out the meteorite bow, and took Holder's life with one arrow. For a boss character like Holder who releases skills without thinking and lacks the ability to move quickly, you can kill him as long as you find a trick. When ordinary mercenaries see him throwing a sleeping pot, their first reaction is definitely not to break it, but to choose to keep their distance. But Holder's first reaction is to cut it into pieces, and he stood there stupidly, just like a person who has little combat experience and can only rely on his ability to save his life. If Holder's mechanism is replaced with a senior mercenary, it can become an extremely difficult boss. But Holder is too timid and his combat experience is really not good. For sufficiently experienced players, the trouble with Holder is just how to approach him and make sure that Holder can't escape. Chapter 63. Shimu came to Holder's body, raised the Hunting King sword in his hand, and stabbed Holder's wrist. The sword pierced the ground and Holder's wrist was broken. If you want to get the meteorites of Jiaba and Jiajio, you must open Holder's treasure house. And if you want to open Holder's treasure house, you must have Holder's palm fingerprint. Of course, you can also choose brute force cracking, but this will be a waste of time. It is better to kill Holder, the boss character, directly. And killing Holder can improve his popularity among the dwarfs. For the promise with the child, he will challenge the notorious city lord without hesitation. This is undoubtedly a heroic act. With this popularity, you can receive some heroic tasks in the dwarf map. For example, to defeat the human-faced snake. Shimu picked up Holder's palm, and then looked at the curious little mare beside him. She poked Holder's body with her forelimbs like a curious baby, as if studying this dwarf, why so many arms suddenly appeared. Under normal circumstances, dwarves will not change their body shape unless they are affected by external forces. I can show myself, Shimu explained to the little mare. This is the magic left by the creation witch in Doma City. It is a magic that changes its own physical state according to the nature of its own abilities. He looked down at Holder's body. Maybe he once secretly went to Doma City and learned the magic left by the creation witch in the church. After opening the copy of Doma City, the magic recorded by the creation witch will spread quickly. This will lead to most characters with abilities being able to learn the magic of I Can Manifest, thus having the ability to transform into a second stage, greatly improving their own strength. Correspondingly, more experience points can also be exploded. Of course, the skill of I Can Manifest has not yet been popularized in this world, and most boss characters do not have the so-called second stage transformation ability. It will take some time to update the version. The little mare showed a look of disgust. If she was allowed to use this ability to transform herself into a strange shape, she would probably have a few more legs. That would be too ugly. Different people use I Can Manifest, and the effect is different. Shimu seemed to see the little mare's disgust, and explained with a smile, maybe it can become more beautiful. If Holder used the ability to manifest, a bunch of disgusting arms would appear behind his back, then others might use a bunch of fiery red wings, and each attack would be accompanied by unimaginable poison. While being beautiful to the point of being unbelievable, it was also extremely dangerous. The mare also restrained her disgusted expression after hearing this, and then followed Shimu to collect the armor that Holder took off. After all, the armor on Holder is really valuable. If it is not for the human physique, it is an equipment that can be used in the middle and late stages. There is no doubt about its defense. Arrived at the treasure house. Shimu put Holder's broken palm on the crystal ball at the door, and the heavy metal door slowly opened with the ground shaking slightly. Walking in addition to the dazzling array of treasures, there are glass cabinets on the walls on both sides, which contain various corpses, including men, women, and animals. The unified nature is beauty. These are all Holder's collections. After he got tired of playing with them, but couldn't bear to let them go, he killed them all and kept them in a glass cabinet. When Holder was bored, he would come to the treasury to admire his collection. That's enough, let's go! Shimu didn't take all the treasures, but only put the meteorites of Jiajio and Jaba into the ring, and took some potions to enhance strength, and didn't touch anything else. After all, it takes time to deal with these treasures, and if the level is raised in the later stage, anyone will be a mobile source of wealth. It just takes some time to get them. After a while, leave the city lord's mansion. Cheers! The dwarves on the street were jubilant, clinking glasses, singing and dancing, celebrating the death of the city lord Holder. No one was sad for Holder's death. Even the city guards under Holder were happy about Holder's death. Shimu raised his hand and pulled down his cloak, walking through the streets and alleys, trying not to attract anyone's attention, otherwise it would trigger unnecessary cutscenes. For Holder's death, he would not be hunted down by the city guards, nor would he arouse the hostility of the dwarves, but would be regarded as a hero. Accept praise, welcome flowers and wine. However, this is meaningless to him, so hiding his figure and quietly leaving the city is the best choice. Outside the Lily Hotel, Shimu stood outside the door, looking at the proprietress in the hall, hugging his sister-in-law and crying, while telling the people around him about his experience in the city lord's mansion. Until the proprietress accidentally looked at him, she subconsciously wanted to greet him. Hush. Shimu made a gesture to keep quiet, then lowered his hood, and turned to blend into the crowd. The proprietress was stunned for a moment, then pretended not to see Shimu's figure. She bowed her head to comfort her sister-in-law. He was able to refuse flowers and praises, and he was really as noble as the troubadours praised, a real flawless knight. Ordinary people would probably find it difficult to refuse this support and prominent reputation. But the Silver Knight chose to leave quietly, only coming back to confirm whether they were safe. At night, in a secluded forest, Shimu leaned on a stone on the river bank. A bonfire was burning in front of him, roasting a few freshly caught live fish, giving off an alluring aroma. The little mare stared at the fish that was about to be roasted. She usually ate fresh grass, but she would not refuse roasted fish. It's better to say that she was looking forward to it. It smells so good, can you give me some? A lively and unresonant voice came. Shimu and the mare looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a young man dressed as a bard, who came over with a smile and sat next to Shimu without waiting for a refusal. He crossed his legs and smiled at Shimu. As a hero, you don't enjoy the flowers and applause, but run to this deserted place alone. Isn't it a bit too unromantic? Do you know me? Shimu looked surprised, and the boy smiled, took out a pot of wine and handed it to Shimu, and then began to introduce himself. I was the one who spread your deeds in Parade City. A bard? Shimu nodded, then opened the boy's wine flask and looked at the golden liquid in it. He knew the boy's identity. It would be better to say that he grilled fish here just to wait for the boy to come, in order to facilitate the subsequent plot. Otherwise, before leaving Parade City, he would not have gone to the Lily Hotel specifically, mainly to let the boy discover his existence and follow him all the way. Aren't you surprised at all? The boy looked at Shimu's cold expression, and seemed a little disappointed. He chose a rare opportunity to appear, and directly pointed out Shimu's identity. As a result, the reaction was completely indifferent. My teacher Hecate. Shimu responded lightly, which made the boy silent directly, with a sense of complaint that could not be refuted. Powerful bards usually have a certain degree of astrological ability, and the strongest astrologer in the world is Hecate, Shimu's teacher. So it seems that it is not worth making a fuss about his mysterious appearance and revealing his identity. Ha, that's right. Scratching his head, the boy sighed, then took out a pot of wine, clinked it with Shimu's, and said, if I were you, I would stay with Hecate and enjoy life. He put down the wine pot and pinched his chin with one hand. If I had a beautiful and powerful teacher who doted on me, I would feel reluctant to leave, and wish I could stay with her every day. Shimu suddenly asked, you have a crush on my teacher? Ahem. What are you talking about? The boy's face suddenly flushed, and his voice began to become unnatural. He did have a different feeling for Hecate. But it was not a crush, it could only be said that he was more yearning. I am your teacher senior, my grades are only slightly worse than your teacher's, and I was once a big shot in the Magic Kingdom. He changed the subject calmly. Do you know Anphis? I don't know. Shimu answered expressionlessly. Of course he knew the name Anphis. The famous astrologer set in this game is Hecate's senior. He once compared astrology with his teacher. And then, he was crushed by Hecate in all aspects. The boy sighed and scratched his cheek. It turns out that the second is not easy to remember. He pointed at himself. I am Anphis, your teacher's senior. Really? Shimu nodded gently, and then asked, if you are such a powerful person, why did you come to me? He showed a vigilant look. You want to beat me because you can't beat the teacher? How is that possible? Anphis rolled his eyes and sighed. The bracelet your teacher gave you can provide you with invisible protection. If someone destroys the invisible protection, your teacher will notice it immediately. He scratched his head. I don't want to be hunted by your teacher. Aren't you the second best astrologer in the world? Shimu showed a curious look. Are you afraid of being hunted by the teacher? Of course I'm not afraid. Anphis smiled confidently, and then whispered, but offending that kind of dangerous woman will make you uneasy for the rest of your life. If he dared to kill Shimu, he would be hunted to the ends of the earth by Hecate, a woman who controls the trajectory of his destiny. I guess he won't dare to sleep well in his life. And he doesn't want to be hated by Hecate. The teacher is very good, not dangerous at all. Shimu smiled, and defended Hecate from the perspective of a student. In response, Anphis just rolled his eyes and said, forget it, anyway, whatever that woman does in your eyes is good. Shimu didn't refute. Ah, the fish is grilled. Anphis took a grilled fish from the campfire, and handed it to Shimu, and then took another one for himself. He took a bite. You came to the underground world to make suitable weapons, and then go to the Sky City to slay the dragon, right? Yes. Shimu nodded, and saw Anphis handed over a map and explained after he took it. The map has marked the person who can help you make weapons. Anphis ate the grilled fish and said to Shimu with a smile, as an elder, you are qualified, right? Thank you. Shimu nodded, without exposing Anphis's little thoughts. This guy, rather than giving him the map, wanted to please Hecate and gain her favor. However, teacher Hecate probably will never be interested in Anphis in her life. This is not to say that Anphis is not capable, but mainly because this guy is not taboo about any race, and plays very colorfully. I remember that in the previous rounds, teacher Hecate commented on Anphis like this, a very philandering but timid guy. This can also be regarded as a reward for your heroic deeds. Waving his hand, Anphis returned to his lively and casual appearance. He took a bite of the grilled fish and said with a smile, are you interested in doing another heroic act, killing a rebellious evil snake, and bringing peace to the underground world? Evil snake? Shimu showed a trace of curiosity, and saw Anphis move his body, approaching him, and said with a smile, yes, an evil snake with a human face. He occupied a prosperous city, and asked people to sacrifice living people every once in a while. Shimu pondered, and did not answer immediately. However, the little mare next to him had a subtle expression. She knew who the evil snake Anphis was talking about. It was one of the top monsters created by the monster witch, and it controlled the power of lava and immortality. It seems to be doing well now. But such an arrogant and blatant request for sacrifice of life, aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the church and the gods? The more powerful the monster, the more low-key it should be. Forget it, I can't beat that kind of monster. Shaking his head, Shimu rejected Anphis' invitation. What if there are targeted weapons? Anphis smiled mysteriously, and pointed at the map in Shimu's hand. The dwarf master has a spear that is specially used to kill hunting snakes. If you can borrow it, and use it, you may be able to succeed. Is this the story you arranged? Shimu opened the map in his hand, and looked at the two special marks on it, which were the location of the dwarf master, and the location of the human-faced snake. Since life is so short, try to show your unforgettable brilliance. Anphis stood up, and walked into the forest, while eating grilled fish. If you can become a hero in people's memory, your life will be extended. Shimu looked at Anphis's disappearing back, then calmly withdrew his sight, and looked at the blindfolded nun, who appeared on the side. He took a fish from the campfire, and handed it to the blindfolded nun. Eat it. Chapter 64. The blindfolded nun looked down at the string of grilled fish in her hand, then looked at Shimu, who was cold beside her, and happened to meet his eyes. Don't get me wrong, it's just grilled fish. Shimu withdrew his gaze coldly, picked up another string of grilled fish, handed it to the little mare's mouth, and patiently fed it. The little mare ate the grilled fish silently, looking at the blindfolded nun, who was very moved beside her, and felt that she was being self-indulgent. But this strange nun, it seems that there is really no danger, otherwise with her strength, she would have killed Akhtar long ago, instead of being so moved by a string of grilled fish that Shimu casually sent. A human woman who is unexpectedly easy to understand and easy to be deceived. Thinking of this, the little mare withdrew her attention and began to enjoy Akhtar's feeding at ease. She originally planned to leave after confirming that Akhtar was safe. But considering that this human would take the initiative to feed her, it would be okay to stay for a while. Anyway, human life is very short. After this human dies, he can still wander alone. Thank you, Master Ashes. The blindfolded nun spoke softly, with a hint of imperceptible joy. This is the first time I have received a gift. Shimu was silent after hearing this, as if he was surprised. He turned his gaze back to the blindfolded nun and said, "A beauty like you must have many people pursuing you. Are you still short of gifts?" The blindfolded nun beside him was undoubtedly a beauty. Even though she was blindfolded, her charm was not affected. Instead, she brought a unique sense of mystery. Without doing too much, the blindfolded nun could attract people's attention and admiration as long as she sat quietly, and thus received gifts from her admirers. The blindfolded nun was silent for a moment, looking at the cracked wood in the bonfire, and whispered, "Lord Ashes, do you know the Twilight Cult?" Shimu nodded slightly. There are several fixed villains in the early stage of this game, and the Twilight Cult is formed by the followers of the fire giant Surtur. As a well-known villain force in the game, except for the inability to unlock the fire giant Surtur, it seems that all bad things can be related to them. In order to understand the outline of Ragnarok and confirm the inevitable end, the blindfolded nun raised her hand and touched her eyes. The Twilight Cult will look for talented children from all over the world and train them to become nuns serving fire. She put down her hand and spoke softly. To come into contact with Ragnarok and thus gain the revelation of fate is a very sacred thing for the Twilight Cult. Any nun who serves fire must undergo rigorous training. Children who are not talented enough will die in the process. Only a very small number of children survive and successfully obtain the guidance of the fate of Ragnarok. At this point, she smiled at Shimu. "Lord Akhtar, you are the destined Lord of Ashes, the master I am destined to serve." Boring. Shimu leaned against the stone and made a cold comment. The blindfolded nun beside him smiled and did not refute anything. In the eyes of ordinary people, this matter, maybe it is incomprehensible. "So the Twilight Cult also knows that you are close to me?" Shimu suddenly asked, and his voice seemed a little alert. In response, the blindfolded nun shook her head. "Lord Ashes, after receiving the revelation of fate, I have already left the Twilight Cult. I came to you out of my own will." "Really?" Shimu nodded, not knowing whether he believed it or not. He just fed the 2 grilled fish to the mare and fell asleep against the stone on the river bank. Although everything the blindfolded nun said seemed easy, the actual process was quite tortuous and not as simple as it seemed. For example, the blindfolded nun did not say why she blindfolded her eyes, nor did she say whether she had been hunted down after betraying the Twilight Cult, let alone how she was caught by the Twilight Cult when she was a child, and how cruel her training was. If you are imprisoned in a dark dungeon and cannot sense the outline of the Ragnarok, you will suffer from hunger and loneliness in the endless darkness and slowly step into the abyss of death. Even if you can sense the outline of the Ragnarok, the nun serving fire will die in a few years because she is infected with the fire of Surtur. The blindfolded nun beside him is already dying. In a sense, the first normal person in kindness that the blindfolded nun really came into contact with was himself. The night was as cold as water. Except for the gurgling river, the whole world was quiet. The blindfolded nun looked at the bonfire that was about to go out and seemed to feel a little cold. She would catch a cold if she slept like this. She took out her cloak and covered Lord Ashes with it gently. After confirming that Lord Ashes was not awake, she breathed a sigh of relief. Well, this way she won't catch a cold. The little mare next to her witnessed the whole scene and confirmed that the blindfolded nun had no intention of attacking and was really just covering Akhtar with a cloak. She also closed her eyes and fell asleep. This human woman seemed quite gentle, but why did she want to serve the fire and pursue the fate of the Ragnarok? It was a waste of her beauty and strength. The bonfire went out. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the sky. Well, it was still dark. In the underground world, there is no concept of sunrise and sunset, unless the magma flows here, or artificial light sources are created. Otherwise, it will always be dark. However, after a night's rest, his condition was completely restored. Shimu stretched his waist, and all the negative conditions on his body disappeared, and he was completely restored to his peak condition. "Partner, let's go!" He turned over and rode on the mare, then glanced at the blindfolded nun, only to see that she kept a peaceful smile, standing quietly aside, smiling at him. There was a silence. "Thank you for your cloak last night." Shimu thanked him, and left with the mare, while the blindfolded nun stood there, watching their disappearing figures. She raised her hand and gently stroked her chest, as if she felt joy, as if Lord Ashes did not resist her presence very much. He even thanked her. Leaving the jungle. Keep running towards the deeper underground world. Because the fire giant Surtur was sealed in the deepest part of the underground, the overflowing power dissolved the earth and turned into magma. This led to the deeper underground world, the more powerful the power contained in the magma, and naturally it was more suitable for making powerful weapons. Therefore, powerful dwarf forgers usually like to live deep underground and use the power of magma to make weapons. Of course, the closer you get to the deep underground world, the more dangers you will encounter. The monsters are getting stronger and stronger, and there are also crazy dust believers. Anyway, ordinary people will definitely not want to go to the deep underground world. Ha, you can find this place. You are here to forge weapons, right? At this time. In front of the forging house, a white-bearded dwarf, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the silver-armored knight riding an 8-legged horse in front of him, and said casually, "It seems that you are not an ordinary guy. Tell me your forging needs." The silver-armored knight in front of him can ride a powerful monster, which means that his identity and ability are not simple. The things he wants to forge should attract his interest. After all, a forger at his level has felt that wealth is indifferent. Money is too vulgar. Interesting inspiration is more attractive to him. Unfortunately, no one has been able to come up with a design that makes him feel interesting for a long time, so naturally he is too lazy to forge it. I want to make a great sword. Shimu dismounted and handed over the design of the great sword of death. The white-bearded dwarf took the design and looked at it for a while. He put down the design with a serious look. "Where did you find this design?" Others may not be able to see the value of this design, but he is the top dwarf forger and immediately saw that something is wrong with this design. This is clearly the legendary Great Sword of Death, a weapon given by the Witch of Death to the Familiar of Death. In the distant past, only one Familiar of Death had held the Great Sword of Death. And now he actually holds the design of the Great Sword of Death in his hand. "I figured it out myself." Shimu lied without changing his expression, and the white-bearded dwarf smiled disdainfully. It was impossible to lie to him. "Well, a beautiful lady gave it to me." Shimu changed his tone and asked with a puzzled look, "Is there anything wrong with this weapon design?" "The problem is serious." The white-bearded dwarf twitched his mouth. He thought about many things at this moment, from the identity of the silver armor knight, to the recent assassination of the plague goddess, and whether the Witch of Death was out of trouble. Then he sorted out a line of logic. "I can't make this weapon." He returned the design to Shimu, and planned to move now, and find a place to live in seclusion. Now he dared to help the silver armor knight forge the Great Sword of Death, which would be a betrayal of God, but if he didn't forge the Great Sword of Death, it would be an offense to the witch. No matter which choice, it would be very bad. To be honest, there is a big problem with my hand. The white-bearded dwarf raised his palm and kept shaking. "Even if I use the highest level of healing prayer, it's useless." He sighed, his beard trembled slightly, and choked up. "I can't make weapons of this level anymore." This is a lie. In fact, he is very healthy. Not only can he smoke and drink, but he also goes out to relax with beautiful dwarf ladies every once in a while. But he can only pretend to be sick, otherwise he will offend the Witch of Death, and I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to go to hell. After all, the Witch of Death likes to collect souls to play with. Really? Shimu sighed in disappointment, looked at the shaking hands of the white-bearded dwarf, and handed over a dagger. "Can you still hold the hammer?" Testing me, the white-bearded dwarf looked at the dagger handed over, and held it with a slightly trembling hand, with a melancholy look. "It's okay to just hold it, but it can't be refined." "If that's the case, there's nothing we can do." Shimu held the white-bearded dwarf's hand, looking melancholy and helpless. Then he suddenly thrust the dagger into his palm. What happened? The white-bearded dwarf was stunned for a moment. He didn't want to attack the knight. It was the silver-armored knight who used his palm to hit the dagger. Blood flowed. Dripping. Shimu looked at the confused expression of the white-bearded dwarf, showing a painful look, but did not let go of the white-bearded dwarf's hand. Despicable, and even poisoned. White-bearded dwarf, What did this human want to do? He wanted to frame himself, but there was no one else here. And at this moment, click. The bracelet broke and fell to the ground along Shimu's wrist, while the dwarf master looked down at the bracelet on the ground. He felt a strong omen of death. Dare to hurt my beloved disciple of the Witch of Destiny. Listen carefully, don't think that death will end it. The pleasant female voice revealed a terrifying murderous intent. The air seemed to solidify at this moment. The white-bearded dwarf opened his mouth and felt as if he couldn't breathe. He wanted to shake off Shimu's hand, but found that his body could not move. No. It was an inexplicable force that forced everything nearby, ordering everything not to move, but to stay fixed. The wind stopped. The fire condensed. The smoke in the air stopped moving. Until behind the silver-armored knight, a mature and elegant beautiful woman appeared. She looked at the white-bearded dwarf with cold eyes, and then set her sights on the palm of the silver-armored knight. I didn't hurt your apprentice. The white-bearded dwarf wanted to explain, but he did hold the dagger and pierce the palm of the silver-armored knight. This explanation is probably not believed by anyone. Teacher, you are here. Shimu turned his head and looked at the witch Hecate, who appeared beside him, and quickly took a step back. He covered his bleeding palm and frowned slightly. Sorry, let the teacher see my embarrassed side. Apprentice, you don't need to be strong in front of the master. Hecate shook her head gently and held Shimu's bleeding palm. Then Shimu's pierced palm began to heal, and it was restored to its original state in an instant. Is this the power of fate? Shimu moved his palm, then cast his eyes on the white-bearded dwarf and asked, Master, are you so reluctant to help me make weapons? Without waiting for an answer, he added another sentence. Is it because the weapon is the Great Sword of Death? It's the Great Sword of Death. Isn't that a legendary weapon? The white-bearded dwarf was silent for a moment, then showed a surprised expression. Then I want to forge it no matter what. This is the honor of a blacksmith. He stretched out his hand that was no longer shaking. Ah, I'm so excited that I'm no longer shaking. So the master is willing to help forge the Great Sword of Death? Shimu seemed a little surprised, and the white-bearded dwarf looked at the witch standing next to the silver-armored knight. He smiled kindly. Of course I am willing. Apprentice, are you going to let him go like this? Hecate seemed a little dissatisfied, staring at the white-bearded dwarf with cold eyes, and said, I think it's not bad to extract his soul, put it into the wick and light it forever, and listen to his wailing. White-bearded dwarf, Chapter 65. Shimu looked at the white-bearded dwarf and said with a smile, Such a cruel thing still needs to be considered. This is definitely a threat to me. The white-bearded dwarf twitched his mouth. If he dared not to forge the Great Sword of Death with all his heart, he would extract his soul and put it into the wick to burn forever. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to forge the Great Sword of Death. Please believe in my professional ability. Then I trouble you, master. Shimu smiled and nodded. His attitude towards the white-bearded dwarf is that he usually won't kill him directly. After all, he is a rare talent in the game. It would be a bit of a waste to kill him directly. And killing the white-bearded dwarf won't drop any rare equipment. It's not that troublesome. Whitebeard glanced at the Witch of Fate next to him, and gave up the idea of running away. He adjusted his mentality, and entered the working state. If you want to forge the Great Sword of Death, you need to prepare extremely rare meteorites, which may not be available even if you have money. Master, are these enough? Shimu took out the meteorites that he had prepared long ago, which made the white-bearded dwarf look subtle. As expected of a witch's disciple, he can easily take out rare meteorites. Enough. The white-bearded dwarf tugged at his beard, took the meteorites from Shimu, thought for a while, and said, It will take about 3 months to forge the Great Sword of Death. 3 months is too long, 7 days. Shimu shook his head, looked at the white-bearded dwarf's face that was twisted with anger, and smiled. Master, do you have any questions? Perhaps you have some misunderstandings about forging. The white-bearded dwarf patiently explained to the silver-armored knight, who knew nothing about forging. Being able to forge the Great Sword of Death in 3 months is the limit of human power. 7 days is absolutely impossible. So you can do it as long as you exceed the limit of human power, right? Shimu asked back. As long as you can stay energetic and forge the Great Sword of Death without sleep, you can shorten the forging time. No. It is impossible to forge for 7 consecutive days with high intensity. The dwarf master waved his hand, trying to explain to the silver-armored knight, who didn't understand at all how much magic power would be wasted to maintain a high-intensity state of concentration, and how serious the burden on the body would be. It's not impossible. Hecate kept smiling. I can give you a destiny without fatigue for 7 days. After 7 days, I won't die, right? The white-bearded dwarf shook his beard, feeling a little panicked, but compared to having his soul taken away by the witch, death is a good choice. Going to hell is just a restart of his life for him. But having his soul taken away by the witch means the complete end of his existence, which is more terrible than death. Destiny is not a curse, Hecate explained casually. She only gave the white-bearded dwarf a destiny that he would not be tired for 7 days, instead of using a curse to overdraw his future energy until now. The white-bearded dwarf did not ask any more questions, but walked into the forging house with the design drawings of the meteorite and the great sword of death. He had already felt the destiny that the witch had spoken of, and now it had been blessed on him. The unprecedented vitality that emerged made him feel restored to his most youthful state. And at this moment, "Master, can you lend me the immortal spear you made?" Shimu suddenly asked, looking at the back of the white-bearded dwarf. In response, Whitebeard waved his hand and said helplessly, "Whatever." Originally, the immortal spear he forged was a special weapon prepared to defeat the human-faced snake, but facing this second-generation demon, he had no room to refuse. A moment later, knocking sounds came from the forging room. It is not an easy task to forge the great sword of death in a short period of time. Even if there is unlimited energy to squander within 7 days, it is still a very difficult task. But it is not impossible. After all, the most difficult thing about the great sword of death is not to forge it, but to let the witch of death enchant it personally. Otherwise, the great sword of death is just a big sword. "Apprentice, why are you so obsessed with the power of death?" Hecate bent down, picked up the bracelet that fell on the ground, and put it on her apprentice again. "Chasing death will eventually lead you to death one day. Maybe it's because death is fascinating," Shimu said with a smile, and Hecate looked at her apprentice deeply and asked, "Is the witch of death fascinating, or is death fascinating?" "Of course it's the witch of death." Shimu thought so, but didn't say it out loud. Instead, he changed the subject abruptly and said, "Teacher, I have some questions about magic that I want to ask you." Learning is not a means to perfunctory your teacher. Hecate saw what Shimu was thinking at a glance, but her expression became serious. "Apprentice, what questions do you want to ask?" "About the speed of magic flow." Shimu grabbed Hecate's wrist and took her to a bench to sit down. In fact, Hecate is easy to perfunctory. As long as you face Hecate with an attitude of wanting to learn, Hecate will temporarily put aside irrelevant things and focus on teaching. This is a reflection of Hecate's sense of responsibility. And even if he didn't ask, Teacher Hecate would ask about his progress later, so he might as well start the topic himself. One question. One answer. Very harmonious teacher-student relationship. The communication between the two sides seemed very pleasant. However, the little mare looked at this scene, but was shocked and silent. She actually saw a living witch sitting next to Akhtar to teach. This feeling was many times more shocking than when she saw how Akhtar skillfully tricked the dwarf master to help forge weapons. Others may not understand the influence of the witch, but as a creation of the witch, she knows very well that it is a nearly divine existence. No, it is stronger than the gods, who are in charge of narrow concepts, such as the goddess, who is in charge of desserts, and the male god, who is in charge of rain. It is usually not as powerful as the witch. Is that your mount? Suddenly, Hecate glanced at the little mare, and seemed to notice the specialness of the little mare. Shimu shook his head and smiled at the mare. It's a partner, not a mount. Really? Hecate nodded slightly, looking at the touched mare. She couldn't help but chuckled. It was really a cute pony. She withdrew her attention and said to Shimu, "Apprentice, maybe after a while, your teacher can teach you the magic of fate." Now there is not much difference between teachers and gods. Shimu smiled. They can give others their own power. In terms of results, gods can give believers the power of the corresponding path, just like he uses healing prayers to restore himself. And witches can also give followers corresponding prayers. If there are no gods in the world, then there is no difference between us and gods. Hecate explained with a smile, but the two cannot be confused. God represents the side of the world, and witches represent the manifestation of self. She thought for a moment. The life prayer you are using now is essentially to communicate with the world through the goddess of life as a transit station, thus affecting the world. And the power of death you are using comes from the power of the witch of death itself. Shimu nodded as if he understood. According to the official setting of the game, the gods come from the side of the world, and believers obtain the right to interfere with the world through the existence of gods. So after the death of the gods, this transit station will disappear, and believers cannot obtain the right to interfere with the world through gods. However, the existence that transcends the human realm, that is, the so-called demons and witches, is somewhat different. The believers directly communicate with the witches and demons themselves. Although in his opinion, there is no difference. It's nothing more than a high-sounding explanation, and more experience points can be exploded when it is killed later. It sounds really interesting. He sighed. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to become a demon in the future. The teacher is not sure for the time being. Hecate can't give Shimu a clear answer now, although she has become a witch and has corresponding experience. However, he could not be sure that his apprentice would be able to leave the human realm, which seemed to be related to the human soul qualification. Before Shimu tried to leave the human realm, he could not confirm it. After all, so many geniuses in the past were stuck in the human realm, even if they used special methods to transform into vampires and undead, and continued to study for thousands of years. They could not leave the human realm after all. This is a hurdle, which invisibly locks the space for progress, and can only make people stay in the human realm for a lifetime. If you can't become a demon, then you can never graduate. Shimu smiled, and Hecate smiled lightly when she heard it, stroking her skirt and standing up. Wait until you awaken your ability, then consider graduating. Her apprentice has reached the level of awakening ability. There are many powerful magics in this world, such as the 10 kinds of shadow magic used by the apprentice, which are stronger than most abilities. However, everyone's awakened ability can ignore spells, and get better results with less magic power. The premise is that the awakened ability is strong enough. If the awakened ability is to increase grip strength, or to roll your eyes to see inside, etc., then it is basically useless. Of course, she believes that Shimu will not awaken 2 useless abilities. After all, the better the talent, the stronger the awakened ability. If you want to give an example to illustrate, it's like a person who firmly believes that he can fly, and this persistence is engraved deep in his heart. Then the awakened ability may be related to flying, and those with poor talent may awaken to extremely strong jumping ability. For people with good talents, the awakening may be to control the wind. In terms of results, they are all close to their obsession of flying, but the ability they show is somewhat different from flying. This seems to be related to the qualifications of the soul, to a certain extent. I hope my ability is not too bad. Shimu smiled, and did not seem to care much about his ability. After all, the strength of the ability is not controllable to him, and it will not hinder his speed running through the game. My apprentice of Hecate will definitely not be bad. Shaking his head, Hecate raised his hand, and gently rubbed Shimu's head. It doesn't matter even if it doesn't meet your wishes. I can lend you my power. Her figure gradually blurred. Remember to go to the Magic King City after awakening your ability. Your master has prepared a gift for you. Shimu touched his forehead, then stood up and walked into the forging room, taking out an exaggerated spear. Mission prop. The spear that penetrates the undead. This is a weapon made to kill the human-faced snake. It has an additional special attack against the human-faced snake, and is a weapon that can be used in the later stages. Partner, this spear is pretty cool. He rotated the spear, and smiled at the mare not far away. I can already imagine the scene of defeating the undead snake. The mare looked at the handsome knight's smile, and remembered the scene of Shimu pitting the dwarf master not long ago, and sitting intimately with the witch. She had a wrong perception of Shimu before, that is, Shimu's life was miserable, he was infected with Surtur's fire, and he would die soon. But now seeing Shimu leaning against a mysterious witch, it has nothing to do with misery anyway. Given the witch's love for Shimu, she will definitely find a way to solve the problem of Shimu being infected with Surtur's fire. Now Shimu probably wants to die. What's wrong, partner? Shimu looked puzzled, looking at the mare's emotionally deceived look. He thought for a while and explained, It's really hard to tell outsiders that my master is a witch. If it is accidentally leaked, the teacher will be in danger. Hearing this, the mare glanced at the forge, as if to say that the white-bearded dwarf also knew that your teacher is a witch. Seeing this, Shimu explained, the teacher has planned his fate. As long as the master has the idea of leaking the secret, he will die immediately due to an accident. The knocking sound in the forging room stopped, and it seemed that Shimu's words were heard by the white-bearded dwarf. After a while, the knocking sound was heard more vigorously. Little mare, What a pitiful dwarf, but there is no way to deal with a second-generation demon like Shimu, and he can't even resist. Otherwise, death is considered a relief, and it is more likely that he can't even reincarnate. Let's go, to defeat the undead evil snake. Shimu rode skillfully, and set off towards the city where the undead snake was. And not long after they left, the blindfolded nun folded her hands in front of her belly, walked out slowly with an elegant posture, and she came to the bench where Shimu sat not long ago. First meeting, Master Hecate, she said softly, and the figure of Hecate appeared beside her. Why do you want to approach my apprentice, a nun serving fire? Hecate's voice was cold, without the warmth in front of Shimu. In pursuit of the ultimate in magic, she would do anything and have no mercy. This is what people see as Hecate, rather than a so-called gentle teacher. Because Lord Ashes is the one I serve. The blindfolded nun said softly, and then she felt. Her heart was clenched. Death is so close. Nun serving fire, remember what you say now. Hecate's figure disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a cold word. The blindfolded nun sighed helplessly, and seemed to feel a little surprised that she could survive, because the witch loved her apprentice so much. There was no reason for her to continue living. Chapter 66. Hey, are you here to defeat the immortal snake as well? A familiar voice came from behind, and Shimu turned to look. The visitor was a one-armed swordsman, wearing a tattered cloak, holding a sword with one hand, and wearing a bamboo hat. He raised his head slightly, revealing his scarred face under the bamboo hat. Would you like to go with us? We are all human beings. You don't know the way, so you want to find someone to take you with you? Shimu seemed to see through the one-armed swordsman's true intention at a glance. Ha ha ha. Is it that obvious? The one-armed swordsman laughed embarrassedly, and then admitted it frankly. I am indeed not very familiar with the rules of the underground world. He pointed to the train station not far away, and the train running on the magma river. It feels strange to think about vehicles running on the river of fire. Once you are familiar with it, you won't find it strange. Shimu turned around and continued to walk towards the train station. He knew the one-armed swordsman who greeted him. He was also an adventurer who came to defeat the undead snake in order to become a hero and carve out a niche for himself. The one-armed swordsman looked at the cold attitude of the silver armor knight and approached him more enthusiastically, not caring about the perfunctory attitude of the silver armor knight. After all, he was really unfamiliar with the rules of the underground world, and most of the people he met were dwarves, so there was some racial barrier in communication. Entering the train station, the one-armed swordsman followed Shimu's footsteps and learned from him how to buy tickets, how to go to the waiting station, and how to board the train. Finally, he successfully boarded the train to the city to defeat the undead snake. Brother, the underground world is really interesting. The one-armed swordsman looked at the scenery outside the window and felt the hot wind coming towards him. What technology supports the train running on the river of fire? Shimu did not explain. He supported his elbow on the handrail and held his cheek with one hand. He seemed to be in a trance. This was just the game official's brain hole. They wanted to have a train running on magma, and then deduce the so-called technology. The official explanation is that the train borrows the natural heat energy of magma to directly burn water into steam, which drives the train on the rails. As for the more specific explanation, he did not study it in detail. Anyway, he just needed to know that the underground world has developed technology for the use of steam engines. The train was running, the whistle was blowing, and as the train continued to accelerate forward, layers of lava waves spread. The scenery outside the window quickly retreated. After a while, the train passed through a long tunnel, and the scenery suddenly became clear. I saw a tall city wall in front of me, and a slogan with eye-catching big words on the city wall. The City of Gears welcomes all visitors with good intentions. The City of Gears. This is a city famous for its technology, selling many novel props, which has led to the development of tourism in the Gear City. Finally here. The one-armed swordsman looked at the prosperous city, his eyes narrowed subconsciously, and his hand was placed on the sword. He looked at Shimu and asked, Brother, do you want to sign up together? I just want to kill the immortal snake. Signing up is meaningless to me. Shimu shook his head, and then said meaningfully, If I were you, I wouldn't sign up. The mission plot of defeating the immortal snake is not completed by the player alone, but by the strong people from all over the world. Those who successfully defeat the undead snake will receive the generous rewards promised by the Gear City, and can also become heroes praised by the wandering poets. Wealth and reputation will reach the pinnacle of life the moment the undead snake is successfully defeated. This temptation is hard to refuse. Choose to live a life of mediocrity, or risk your life to become a hero. If you don't sign up, you won't get the promised bonus. The one-armed swordsman leaned back in his chair and sighed distressfully. My brother and I are different. Heroes. Do you know me? Shimu seemed a little surprised, and the one-armed swordsman smiled awkwardly, and then his expression became serious. Akhtar, your name is very famous now. He explained to Shimu, you are the most popular name among the wandering poets during this period, and you can't help but know it. It's really unexpected. Shimu smiled, but he was actually not surprised at all that he became famous so quickly. After all, his teacher is Hecate, the strongest astrologer in the world, and has a very special status in the group of astrologers. In addition, Amphis, a real troubadour, is a licker of his teacher, so it is not difficult to understand why he became famous so quickly. Fortunately, the troubadour did not hold his photo and tell his story to the audience, otherwise he would probably be surrounded by people wherever he went. Now people know his existence, but they don't recognize him in front of them. You may not care about the so-called fame and wealth, but just act out of kindness. The one-armed swordsman scratched his head, but for people like us, wealth and fame are the reasons why we are willing to fight against the immortal snake. He was very calm. I came to the underground world to gamble my life for wealth and fame, to be the center of attention, to be respected in any country, and to have in-death exchanges with noble ladies. Don't be ashamed, this is human nature. Shimu smiled, and did not respond with contempt to what the one-armed swordsman said. After all, with an NPC to help assist, the success rate of defeating the immortal snake is a little higher, although most of them will die in the process of defeating. I am also relieved to be recognized by the noble knight. The one-armed swordsman smiled, and seemed to be relieved. He admired Akhtar's existence and was also jealous. He was also a person who climbed up from the bottom, but Akhtar had everything that people dreamed of. Not only did he get the love of the princess, but he was also the apprentice of Queen Hecate, which could be said to be at the peak of his life. If he were the protagonist in the story, it would undoubtedly be very cool, but he was just a listener, and an adventurer with ambitions to stand out. Then, it was inevitable to feel a little jealous. Noble knight. Well, you have misunderstood me. Shimu smiled, and when he felt the train slow down, he stood up. I hope to meet you when I defeat the immortal snake. He walked towards the train exit. If you want to enter the Gear City, you must take the train. This is the rule set by the Gear City. This is to prevent dwarves from entering the Gear City to live, and to provide an additional source of income. In short, if you want to live in the Gear City, you must go through registration, take a special train to enter the Gear City, and get a permit from the official. Only with this license can you freely consume and stay in Gear City, otherwise all consumption behaviors will be restricted, and you will be caught by the city guards and ruthlessly expelled. This is why he didn't just ride a mare into Gear City. The train door opened. Shimu followed the crowd and walked out. Before he took a few steps, he was stopped by several dwarves in armor. Sir Akhtar, welcome to Gear City. A dwarf girl with short golden hair and fair skin came over. She raised her fair little face and smiled. Next, I will treat you to food, clothing, housing and transportation in Gear City. If you have any needs, you can tell me, and I will try my best to meet you. How did you know I came to Gear City? Shimu seemed a little surprised, and the girl with short golden hair smiled when she heard it. She bowed and explained, at the train station, you wrote your name on the registration form. I see. Shimu nodded, then said, don't worry about me, I just came to Gear City for a visit. This is the etiquette of Gear City. The dwarf girl smiled, lifted the white skirt with both hands, and spoke softly. Please allow me, Neris, the 5th princess of Gear City, to entertain you. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The people passing by seemed to be surprised by the dwarf girl's self-exposure. No one expected that the princess of Gear City would appear here in person. Heroes are different. The princess came to the door directly. The one-armed swordsman not far away twitched his mouth, feeling envious and jealous. Who doesn't want to come to a new city and be entertained by a princess of noble status in person? He dared not even think about this treatment. After all, he was just an unknown adventurer. He could not be said to be on the same level as a famous hero like Akhtar, but he was completely different from the same level. It's really enviable. He glanced at the delicate face of the dwarf princess, which was rough compared to the ordinary dwarf women. This dwarf girl was as delicate as a doll, and even from his human perspective, she was an absolute beauty. Shaking his head, the one-armed swordsman turned and left. Now he was more determined to defeat the immortal snake. As long as he succeeded, he could get the name of a hero, and wealth would come rolling in. Maybe he could even marry a beautiful princess. Then I trouble Princess Neris to lead the way. Shimu glanced at the one-armed swordsman who left, and then smiled at the dwarf princess. After the player gains a certain reputation, it is easier to contact the plot characters, such as letting a princess come to the door directly. Instead of having to crawl in a new map and gradually pass a bunch of side quests to get the attention of big people. After all, even if the player's strength is improved, they still have to work hard to do side quests to improve their favorability and slowly enter the mission plot. Isn't it a waste to improve strength and reputation? No trouble, I am also curious about Mr. Akhtar. Neris waved her hand, seeming a little embarrassed. She coughed lightly. Please follow me, I have arranged a residence for you. Shimu nodded and followed Neris' footsteps. This character is quite popular among players. He has a lively personality and is a bit innocent. He really admires players who have the name of heroes. However, if this is not enough to be loved by players, she has a certain tragic color, which makes players remember her. Neres, who admires heroes and desires to become a hero, has always wanted to defeat the undead snake that threatens the Gear City. However, Neres herself is the daughter of the undead snake, a hybrid of a dwarf and a monster, and the monster she wants to defeat is her father. This fact makes Neres collapse. She has been trying to help players defeat the undead snake, but in the end, she found that she was killing her father. And she herself is a monster she once wanted to defeat. Akhtar, is there any place you want to go? Neres put her hands behind her back and tilted her head to look at the handsome knight beside her. Now I have a lot of free time. I can take you to the clock tower, or buy a steam car for you. I want to take a break. Shimu shook his head. He was not interested in wandering around the Gear City, which would trigger unnecessary side quests. Now he just wanted to wait for the cave to open to defeat the undead snake, and kill the undead snake together with the gathered adventurers. No other side plots were done. Then I take Lord Akhtar to rest. Neres seemed a little disappointed, but she still agreed with a smile. She took Shimu to the outside of the station, and got on a steam-powered car. With the roar of the engine, the vehicle moved towards the Gear City. The scenery outside the car window was backwards, many steam cars passed by, and the shops on the roadside sold many exquisite props. Occasionally, you can see the sightseeing train passing by around the city. The style of the Gear City is very punk, and you can see many applications of machinery. However, due to the approval of the church and the state, many technologies can only exist in the Gear City. Once taken out of the outside world, it is illegal. Moreover, there is no environment of the Gear City in the outside world. The energy of magma is inexhaustible for the Gear City, plus a bunch of dwarf forgings used to make mechanical parts, which supports the culture of the Gear City. In the outside world, many technologies will cause serious acclimatization. Gear City Palace. Well, Neres took him directly into the palace, and did not arrange him in a hotel in the city. It seems that she planned to talk with him all night. Of course, this is really a long talk all night in the literal sense. There is no negative in-depth communication. Sir Akhtar, you can rest here. Neres pushed open the door, and then her body trembled in fear. She subconsciously took a step back, and bumped into Shimu behind her. Her expression changed from bright to guilty. Mother, why are you here? Come to see my good daughter. What kind of man did you bring home? A cold voice floated out of the room, with a hint of severity. Come in, I am also an open-minded parent. Neres pursed her lips, looked at Akhtar for help, looked inside the house, then grabbed Akhtar's wrist and walked into the room. Then a cold blonde woman came into view. She looked cold and arrogant. She sat elegantly on a chair, holding a fan to cover the lower half of her face. Shimu met her gaze, and then set his eyes on the woman's belly. The bulging belly was obviously pregnant, and the child in her belly was the immortal snake. Chapter 67. Akhtar, the hero in the mouths of the wandering poets recently. The blonde woman directly pointed out Shimu's identity. She looked at Shimu and nodded. You are qualified in reputation, status, and ability. I have no objection to you being together. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Neres's cheeks flushed, and she waved her hands quickly. She felt strongly ashamed of her mother's outspokenness. Mother, please don't say such things in front of outsiders. The blonde woman glanced at her daughter coldly, and replied in a matter-of-fact tone, Daughter, there is no need to be ashamed of this. She picked up the wine glass on the table. Being attracted to a strong male is not something to be ashamed of. You are willing to take the initiative to contact Akhtar. Isn't it because he fits your view of choosing a spouse? Neres was about to cry. She covered her flushed cheeks with her hands, and made meaningless wails. She was indeed interested in Akhtar, but she had never thought of marrying him. After all, the races are not quite the same. And according to the normal process, she should get to know Akhtar for a while, and confirm each other's feelings. Daughter, you are not mature enough. The blonde woman shook her head, and did not continue to speak, otherwise her daughter would faint from shame. From her point of view, Akhtar is indeed a very good opposite sex, with the backing of the magic kingdom and talents that are not inferior to anyone. So she has no objection to her daughter's union with Akhtar. I don't want such a strange maturity. Neres retorted in a low voice. She felt ashamed of her mother's strange views, especially in front of Akhtar, and was almost ashamed to commit suicide. Her mother, Sora, is an extremely strong woman who believes that the strong can dominate the weak, and that marrying a strong male can give birth to offspring with excellent bloodlines. In fact, She doesn't know who her biological father is, and perhaps even her mother Sora doesn't know. After all, there are many strong male lives in this world. Only a strong bloodline can guarantee the inheritance of the family, Sora explained to her daughter calmly. However, Neris covered her blushing face with her hands, turned a deaf ear to her mother's remarks, and was very resistant to the distorted three views passed on. What she wanted was a normal marriage, a love affair witnessed by God, monogamy, and eternal love until death, and both parties would never betray each other. Instead of thinking that the other party has good bloodlines, and can give birth to excellent offspring, and messing around without getting married. This is unacceptable to her. Sit down, the wine and food are ready. Sora didn't force it. She also knew that her daughter was a little too naive. She actually thought that there would be eternal love in this world, and yearned for so-called heroes. The so-called heroes are just strong men who pursue fame and fortune. Neris breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down with Shimu around the table. She lowered her head, and didn't speak, only occasionally picking up a dish for Shimu. As for the polite conversation between Shimu and his mother, she pretended not to hear it. Until, if you are not interested in Neris, my unborn daughter can also be engaged to you. Sora said something that shocked everyone. You can train her to be the one you like. The sound of a knife and fork falling. Neris was silent for a moment, opened her mouth, then stood up silently and said, "Sorry, I have something urgent to do." She apologized to Shimu. "I come to see Mr. Akhtar after my mother leaves." After saying that, she hurriedly left the room. Now she didn't dare to look Akhtar in the eye, fearing that the hero would look at her with strange eyes. "Miss Sora, you can be a little more tactful." Shimu sighed, as if he felt a little helpless about Sora's words. In the official setting of the game, Sora is a female dwarf, who extremely agrees with the concept of the survival of the fittest. She doesn't mind being conquered by a strong male, and she is willing to give birth to offspring for a strong male, believing that the children of a strong male will be more talented and make her family stronger. In theory, if the player successfully hunts down the undead snake, Sora can turn to the player's arms, and willingly give birth to offspring for him. However, when the player hunts down the undead snake, Sora will find that his feelings for the undead snake are not just about facing a powerful male, but he already has feelings for it, and thus falls into despair. If the player does not choose to kill Sora at that time, Sora will go crazy and eat the remains of the undead snake, trying to use his own ability to breed the undead snake again. This is not something to be ashamed of. Waving his hand, Sora took a sip of the strong wine on the table and looked at Shimu's handsome face. The strong have everything. Since my own ability is not enough, clinging to the strong is also a manifestation of wisdom. She put down the wine glass. As long as the undead snake can never be conquered by the strong, we are willing to offer sacrifices to it. This is the privilege of the strong. If the conquest is successful, you don't mind changing the object of worship. Shimu nodded as if he understood. To this, Sora smiled and responded. Yes, if someone can successfully conquer the undead snake, it means that his bloodline is more excellent. I will marry my most proud daughter to him, and let him enjoy the treatment of the strong. No wonder so many people come to Gear City to conquer the undead snake. Shimu nodded as if he understood. There is no shortage of people chasing fame and fortune in this world. Sora smiled, raised his glass, and clinked it with Shimu, and then jokingly said, "With the talent you have shown, even if you don't conquer the undead snake, I am still willing to marry my daughter to you. Forget it, we are of different races." Waving his hand, Shimu seemed to mind race. However, this was just a lie, because he had no interest in Sora's daughters. If it was the white-haired lowly from the Dragon Empire, he wouldn't mind the racial issue. Sora didn't force it, but changed the subject. "I heard you have an 8-legged horse. Why isn't she by your side?" "Miss Sora, do you know my partner?" Shimu seemed a little surprised, as if he didn't know anything about the little mare's past. "The 8-legged horse is called Sleipnir, created by the monster which..." Sora smiled and explained to Shimu, "It's a very dangerous monster. No one has ever come into contact with Sleipnir. You are the first human to ride her." She lowered her head and played with the wine glass. "How does it feel to ride her?" "Very quickly." Shimu said his thoughts, and Sora smiled meaningfully. She was touched by the knight's sincere answer. This knight would not think that Sleipnir could only be ridden as a horse. It was a top-level monster with the ability to transform into a human form. But it seemed that the knight did not know this information. The more powerful the monster, the higher the level of wisdom it possessed, and naturally it also had the ability to love. Since she could conceive the offspring of monsters, the same monsters could also conceive the offspring of humans. "Can I meet Sleipnir?" Sora asked. She was not very interested in Akhtar. Although Akhtar was destined to be a strong man in the future, he was not a strong man after all, and it was not worth her paying too much attention. But Sleipnir was different. It was the same kind that the undead serpent was interested in. It was theoretically on the same level as the undead serpent. Yes. Shimu naturally would not refuse, and summoned the mare, whose tall body stood behind Shimu. She glanced at Sora's belly, and took a step back as if she was disgusted. Is this dwarf woman mentally ill? She was actually pregnant with the child of the immortal snake. Miss Sleipnir, can we talk alone? Sora stood up and smiled at the mare. The mare did not agree immediately, but rubbed her hoof on the ground, and looked at Akhtar again. After getting the other party's permission, she walked out of the house. The day to defeat the immortal snake is 3 days later. Sora calmly passed by Shimu, and told him some basic information. There are no restrictions on means. You can try every possible means to win. As long as you can successfully hunt down the immortal snake, you will be the hero of Gear City. After saying that, Sora, who was pregnant, left the room. There are many people in this world who want to stand out. The strong men who gathered in Gear City are all waiting for the day of the crusade. Of course, you can also go to the crusade in advance. Gear City has no restrictions on this, as long as you are confident that you can succeed alone. After a while, the mare returned to the room and looked at Akhtar, who was eating at the table. She knocked the ground with her hoof, as if she wanted to put herself back into the ring. However, Sleipnir, is this really your name? Shimu pretended to be curious and asked the mare, I heard that powerful monsters can all turn into human forms. He raised his glass. Partner, do you want to sit down and have a drink together? The mare didn't say anything, just tilted her head, and then knocked the ground with her hoof. She can't turn into a human form. That's too dangerous. What's wrong, partner? Shimu seemed a little puzzled, and asked the little mare, sit down and have a drink. Can't we chat together? Of course not. The little mare thought so, and she could keep a distance from Akhtar while keeping her horse body, but it would be difficult to keep a distance if she turned into a human form. If the theory of longevity appears in the future, it would be too sad to raise a child alone. In order not to become a single mother, she can't turn into a human form. Since you don't want to, I won't force you to be my partner. Shimu smiled, and handed a plate of fruit salad to the little mare. At this moment, Neris also came back. She first observed cautiously outside the door, and found that her mother was not there. Then she patted her chest and walked into the room. 2 days later, adventurers from all over the world gathered, waiting to defeat the undead snake, intending to become heroes in people's mouths. Reputation, power, wealth, all reside in the head of the undead snake. Whoever cuts it down is a hero. In the tavern, Amphis played the harp and sang the epic of heroes. He was telling the story of the first encounter between the knight in silver armor and the beautiful princess, and finally they had to separate. After a long time, the playing stopped. The tavern was quiet for a while, and then it became noisy. A crying dwarf girl wiped her tears with a handkerchief. She sobbed to Amphis, Sir Akhtar, did you really get infected by Surtur's fire? In order to not to make Princess Letitia sad, did you not stay in the Iris Kingdom, but wandered alone? Too cruel, they are obviously two people in love. A noble lady covered her mouth, feeling sad about the ending of the story. This is a version she has never heard of. She knew about Akhtar's existence before, but her evaluation of Akhtar was that he was a genius, but just a genius. There are many such geniuses in history, and they have been able to guess the ending, which is nothing more than the genius becoming a great hero through hard work, and then marrying a beautiful princess, and living happily ever after. But Akhtar is a little different. He is about to die, and in order not to make the princess he loves sad, he chooses to stay away from her. If Princess Letitia knew the truth, how sad she would be. A young noble shook his head with pity. The bad news that her loved one was about to die was probably enough to make Princess Letitia completely collapse. I don't know if Princess Letitia knows the truth now. Hee hee. How can the story of a hero end so easily? Amphis chuckled and played the harp again. The hero of justice, now he picked up the spear that penetrates immortality, and came to the city threatened by the immortal snake. He is not for wealth, not for fame, not for power, but only to save the people who were sacrificed. The tavern was quiet for a moment. Then it became even more noisy, and someone couldn't wait to ask, has Akhtar come to the Gear City? Is Lord Akhtar also going to fight the immortal snake? A noble girl exclaimed, covering her mouth with both hands. Now she wanted to see Akhtar very much, to hold the knight, who was away from his beloved in her arms, to comfort him, so that Akhtar would no longer be so sad. Want to know Anthus smiled mysteriously, looked at the curious eyes of the people in the tavern, and gently plucked the strings. This story will have to wait until the defeat of the immortal snake, so let's leave a little suspense. After he finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of wind and disappeared on the spot, and the story he told also drifted away with the wind. People also knew that Akhtar would not live long. At this time, Gear City Palace. Woo, Mr. Akhtar, I didn't expect you to be infected with Surtur's fire. Neris looked at Akhtar, who was eating across the table, and wiped her tears sadly with a handkerchief. This is really too cruel. Shimu, eh? Chapter 68. The person who spread this story is Anthus, right? Shimu seemed to have expected it. He looked at the surprised Neris and said that man only likes a happy ending. Even if the ending of the whole story is tragic, he will only tell a beautiful story. He smiled and analyzed. Since that man said that I was infected with Surtur's fire, then it can only mean that he predicted my future turn. Otherwise, this is not in line with his storytelling habits. Neris thought about it and nodded. It seems to make sense. There are many powerful bards in this world. They look at the world from different angles and tell the world in different ways. And Anthus, the famous bard, all the stories he tells, no matter how tortuous the process is, must have a happy ending. It can make people face the world more optimistically. Suffering will eventually pass. This is the characteristic of Anthus, the famous bard, telling stories, and Anthus has been trying to make the world a better place. It's strange to discuss when I might die. Shimu took the initiative to change the subject, and asked Nerisi with a gentle smile. Among the adventurers who are going to defeat the undead snake this time, are there any people worth noting? The NPCs who go to defeat the undead snake in this game are not fixed. Except for a few who can be predicted, the refresh of other NPCs is a bit irregular. So it is necessary to confirm the information of the NPCs participating in the battle in advance. And Nerisi happens to be... No, to be more precise, she is in charge of this aspect, and she will pay attention to every NPC worth noting. That's why Neris was the first to notice his existence. By the way, this is why I came to see Mr. Akhtar this time. Neris quickly took out an atlas, and moved a chair to sit next to Shimu. She opened the atlas, and pointed to the cold woman, with long black hair on the first page. She had a nearly 2-meter-long sword on her waist, wearing hot shorts, and her upper body was wrapped in bandages. Her temperament was dignified and revealed danger. Culiter, she is good at using a long sword, and her ability seems to be malicious perception. She is very good at predicting and resisting sneak attacks, and with her good swordsmanship, she has become a well-known figure in the mercenary world. Shimu nodded without commenting. He knew this female swordsman from Culiter, and her strength was indeed good, but her ability was not malicious perception, but enhanced intuition. A very difficult woman to kill. Then, there is the one-armed swordsman Prose, who seems to be a wanderer. Neris turned another page, and said to Shimu. He is the man who came to Gear City with you. He had a conflict with someone in Gear City recently, and showed his impressive strength, so he is also listed as a target of attention. She thought for a while. This man's ability seems to be related to cutting. He can cut through reinforced armor with a low-quality sword. Shimu laughed. It's really unexpected. The one-armed swordsman Prose who entered Gear City with him is an out-and-out idealist. Although he said that he wanted to make a name for himself, his deepest thoughts are to make the world a better place, so that there will be no more abandoned children in the slums where he was born. However, the more noble a person's ideal is, the easier it is to be tainted by reality. This man will despair at the end of his ideal, and then become a believer of the fire giant Surtur. An idealist who once wanted to make the world a better place. He dramatically became a madman who wanted to burn the world. Then there is this nun. Neris turned another page and pointed to the beautiful blindfolded nun in the album. She is a stowaway, but she showed great strength, so we issued a temporary residence permit. She introduced it like this. Some drunken mercenaries went to tease this nun, but they all died inexplicably, and the attack method was very strange. It's better not to provoke her. Shimu kindly reminded, and Neris nodded seriously, agreeing with Shimu's reminder. As soon as she saw the dress and temperament of the blindfolded nun, she felt that this blindfolded nun was not a normal person, and must be a very difficult guy. Except for those who are dominated by their lower body, who dare to flirt with the blindfolded nun, I am afraid that normal people would not dare to provoke the hostility of the blindfolded nun. Then, there is the last person worth paying attention to. Neris turned another page, and pointed at the priest on the page. Miley, he is a fanatical believer of the god of war. His ability is skin toughening, which can greatly improve the skin's ability to withstand blows. she sighed. As long as there is a war, this group of believers of the god of war will appear, just like the herald birds. But we have to admit that they assist the army, don't we? Shimu said with a smile. In this game setting, the god of war is a more difficult boss character, and his ability is to strengthen the enemy and ourselves. The so-called enemy and friend strengthening is to replicate the power of all the friendly objects of our side to ourselves one-to-one. The same is true for the enemy. Anyone who is hostile to the god of war will also be replicated one-to-one. Of course, this will only replicate the power, not the ability. But even so, it is very terrifying. This ability of enemy and friend strengthening is not limited to a specific number. As long as it is within the observation range of the god of war, this ability of enemy and friend strengthening can be successfully activated. And this ability mechanism can also be weakened to the believers of the god of war, which becomes the so-called military strengthening prayer, which can greatly enhance the strength of our personnel. If it is to defeat the immortal snake, the believers of the god of war, maybe they are really indispensable. Neris sighed and acknowledged the value of the believers of the god of war. However, I still don't like the believers of the god of war. After all, they are suspected of deliberately provoking war. They shout that war is the final solution to all contradictions. But in fact, they are constantly provoking contradictions, and the contradictions have never been resolved. They are clearly a group of perverts, who want to satisfy their desire for war. Are there any other people worth noting? Shimu asked again, and Neris restrained her dissatisfied expression after hearing the voice, and began to patiently tell Shimu about the adventures worth noting. There were not many guys worth noting later. Most of them did not even have their abilities awakened, and even if they had abilities, they were basically useless. The situation has been confirmed. The next day, the crusade against the immortal snake officially began. Shimu rode the mare out of the dark cave and looked at the rock cave in front of him. The white fog filled every space, making it difficult to identify the direction. He did not follow the large army in. After all, the large army would first attract the immortal snake, which would cause him to miss an opportunity to assassinate. The immortal snake is not really immortal, but it has 5 hearts. As long as all the hearts are not destroyed at once, the immortal snake can quickly repair the damaged hearts, giving people a false impression of immortality. After all, the size of the immortal snake is too exaggerated, and it is difficult for ordinary people to attack the 5 hearts of the immortal snake at the same time. And at this moment, ah! The scream suddenly broke the silence, and lightning suddenly broke out in the distance, and then, the rock cave began to tremble. A vague and huge snake shadow began to move in the fog, and the fog was blown away with the movement of the snake shadow. So Shimu saw it. A giant snake that seemed to move mountains, along with its moving body, crushed a large number of corpses that had no time to escape. The ground was stained red with blood. The adventurers who reacted did not cause any effective damage to the undead snake. Even if they could break the scales of the undead snake, they would heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn! Why is it this kind of monster? A fully armed adventurer threw away the weapon in his hand, and fled in the direction he came from. The moment he saw the undead snake, he lost his proud courage. He tried his best to split the scales, and the undead snake healed in an instant. How to fight this kind of monster? There is no way to win. He subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw a red snake mouth with 2 sharp fangs rushing towards him. Ah! Don't come over! The man staggered, his eyes widened in horror, watching himself being swallowed by the snake. His consciousness also stopped at this moment. Partner, let's go! Shimu looked at this scene, touched the little mare's neck, and then took out the spear that pierced the undead. He stepped on the ground with 8 feet, and rushed out like lightning. During the time when the undead snake was eating, Shimu held the spear that pierced the undead tightly, aiming at the position of the undead snake's heart. Stab down. Before getting close, the tip of the spear condensed by the wind penetrated out, as if it was a spiral turn, directly piercing the scales and flesh of the undead snake. Piercing from front to back. Roar, roar, roar! The roar that resounded through the world echoed, and the undead snake twisted its body wildly, as if it was a whip, whipping everything around it irregularly. Hot blood gushed out of the wound, and the ground was burned into boiling magma the moment it landed. Occasionally, the unlucky ones were splashed with the blood of the undead snake, and were directly burned into ashes, and died on the spot. Shimu rode a small mare, and took shelter at the edge of the cave. Now the mad undead snake was not easy to attack. When the undead snake regained its sanity, it could master the attack pattern. Of course, this was based on his understanding of the attack rhythm of the boss, the undead snake. Otherwise, it would be the best choice to take the risk and rush up to finish off the enemy. After a while, the undead snake seemed to recover, and his pierced snake body also healed, but the pierced heart in his body did not recover. 5 hearts, one was permanently missing. The effect of piercing the undead spear was to pierce the heart. Even if it was protected by a hard shell, as long as the spear pointed to the heart, it would have a strong penetrating power. And the pierced heart cannot be healed. Theoretically, as long as the spear that pierces the immortal can be used well enough, most lives can be killed. After all, normal life has only one heart. As long as the right time is found to use the spear that pierces the immortal, the victory or defeat can be decided with one blow. Ah, it's a familiar smell. The immortal snake actually spoke, and the snake eyes full of violence looked at Shimu. You are the human chosen by Sleipnir. Right? Partner, is he your friend? Shimu seemed a little surprised, and the tip of the spear aimed at the immortal snake was slightly lowered. In response, the little mare shook her head vigorously. She and the immortal snake were not so-called friends. On the contrary, both sides had the desire to devour each other. Before the death of the monster which all the monsters created, had the possibility of becoming the strongest monster Typhon. But the prerequisite is to eat enough monsters. Then I won't have to feel guilty if I kill him. Shimu's smile turned evil, and the undead snake roared angrily when he saw this scene. Roar! The sound waves that resounded through the world swept across, and the strong shock waves that were stirred up swept in all directions like a hurricane. A snake tail followed closely, and the air became translucent under the whipping of the tail. Boom! The earth was overturned, and smoke and dust flooded the cave. Anyone who faced this tail head-on would only end up turning into meat paste. There was no possibility of any possibility. It should have been like this. Tick! The hot snake blood dripped onto the ground, dissolving it into hot magma. The undead snake looked at its tail, and saw a striking big hole running through it. Another of his hearts was pierced. Why did the human seem to be able to predict his actions, and the moment he pulled out his tail, he was ready to lock onto his heart and pierce it with a spear? Was it an astrologer, or was it just a coincidence? In any case, he needed to be careful, otherwise he would really die after being pierced through 5 hearts. The snake body, like a mountain range, began to coil up, protecting the heart in the innermost layer. As long as the human dared to get close, he would be crushed into meat paste by his snake body. Then, the undead snake opened its mouth and bit in the direction of Shimu, falling rapidly like a tall building. The earth shook violently as if there was an earthquake, leaving a crater-like pit on the ground. Shimu rode on a small mare to avoid it, and circled around the undead snake to find an opportunity to pierce the heart. With his current magic power, he could only use the undead spear 9 times. If he did not pierce the heart of the undead snake completely within 9 times, then this expedition could be declared a failure. A dodge. A bite. Boom, boom, boom. The snake mouth followed closely, and kept biting at Shimu, causing the ground to deform. Then there was a big collapse. The entire cave collapsed at this moment, falling deeper into the ground. A huge amount of rocks, along with the body of the snake, fell into a lava lake. Shimu rode on a mare in the air, looking at the lava lake below, observing the possible location of the undead snake. Then he saw an extremely huge bloody sword drilled out of the lava, and then a closed face drilled out of the lava lake. It was a man's face. He slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Shimu's direction. Chapter 69. Magma surges. The upper body of the undead snake emerged from the magma, and 2 human hands appeared on both sides of his body, with the right hand holding a bloody sword with moving flesh buds. And on the head of the snake, a human face appeared, looking at Shimu and the little mare coldly, and slowly said, Sleipnir, this era has changed. At this time, he had to admit a fact, that is, he really could be killed, so he had to eliminate unfavorable factors. This group of dwarves and humans who were besieging were not taken seriously by him. As long as Sleipnir did not join the battle, the knight holding the lance would lose the ability to move at high speed and let him slaughter them. In response to this, the little mare was completely unmoved. She did not care about the words of the undead snake. Monsters were not harmonious with each other, and there was a natural contradiction. In order to become the king of monsters, Typhon, it was natural for them to devour each other. The immortal snake didn't seem to care about the little mare's indifference, and continued, The omniscient god has disappeared, the gods are dead. Can you understand what this means? It has nothing to do with me. The little mare looked disdainful. She didn't care about the survival of the gods at all. After all, she was just a lonely horse, and the changes in this world had nothing to do with her. Even if all the gods died in the next moment, it had nothing to do with her. However, she soon abandoned this idea. The immortal snake showed a fanatical and expectant look, and said with a smile, "The dead monster witch lady can come back. Little mare, eh? A guy like you who has no ambitions will certainly not understand." The immortal snake's smile seemed a little sarcastic, and continued in the unhappy expression of the little mare. "Any monster who becomes Typhon can be regarded as the resurrected monster witch lady, because the monster who becomes Typhon can have almost the same power as the monster witch lady, and will also inherit all the memories of the monster witch lady." He smiled maliciously. "Everything I do now is to make the monster witch lady reborn into this world. That's just another person with the monster witch's memory." Someone refuted. It was a woman with long black hair and a 2-meter-long sword. She seemed to have no fear of the undead snake. "You eat people just for this?" The undead snake glanced at the woman, and then continued to persuade the little mare, "Leave that man, don't stop the return of the monster witch lady." The little mare fell silent. Of course, she couldn't give up Akhtar, but she could take Akhtar away from the battlefield. After all, she also wanted to see the return of the monster witch lady. Now that the god of omniscience has disappeared, the witches in the dark are also active. If the monster witch returns at this time, it is indeed the best time. Everything will start again, and everyone is competing for the dominance of this world. The undead snake continued to bewitch. "Sleipnir, even if you have no ambition, don't hinder the return of the monster witch. Maybe it's the end of everything." Shimu laughed, and stroked the spear that pierced the immortal. The little mare shook her head, and turned slightly, as if she was going to leave. She kicked the ground with all her 8 legs, and flew into the sky under the gaze of the immortal snake. "Left?" The immortal snake showed a vicious smile. He didn't want to revive the monster witch, but simply wanted to become a monster among monsters. When he had the chance in the future, he would eat Sleipnir, and turn it into nutrients to become a monster among monsters. Bang! Black flames mixed with strong winds penetrated the body of the undead snake, and blood and flesh splashed along the spiral black wind. Then the 8-legged horse hoof kicked the undead snake hard, and with the explosion of the air, the undead snake, like a mountain range, flew into the air. What happened? The undead snake seemed to have not reacted yet, but its body did. The snake body twisted rapidly in the air, making it impossible to accurately lock the position of the heart. Now he only has 2 hearts left. The little mare snorted disdainfully, and rushed towards the falling undead snake with 8 feet in the air. For the undead snake's bewitching remarks, her idea was not to retreat, but to be more hostile. "You are worthy of being the carrier of the monster witch's resurrection. There are still 2 hearts." Shimu clenched the undead spear in his hand, and stabbed it hard again. The wind was roaring, mixed with the flame of death, and hit the undead snake's chin heavily, causing the undead snake to temporarily lose balance. If he stabbed it again at this time, he could pierce another heart. However, roar! Before the spear pierced through, the bloody sword held tightly by the undead snake had already chopped down in the direction of Shimu. The sword split the lava lake. At the moment when Shimu rode the mare to avoid it, the undead snake opened its mouth and spit out hot magma. In the hot magma, there were also a lot of adventurous souls. They were wearing armor and weapons in their lifetime, rushing in all directions like a crowd, slashing and killing all the lives they saw. The souls of the lives eaten by the undead snake in the past were imprisoned in the body, and driven when needed. Bang! The undead snake took this opportunity to drill into the magma, revealing only the upper body without a heart, waving the bloody sword in his hand, and slashing at Shimu, who was riding a horse. The blade tore the atmosphere, and the wronged souls were scattered everywhere. Shimu rode on the mare, moving like a flash of lightning, so fast that it could only pull a residual image on the retina. If the undead snake relied on its unparalleled recovery ability to give people the illusion that it could not be killed, the mare was immortal because of its unparalleled movement speed. The monsters created by the monster which in the past all had their own unique features, which is why monsters are feared by people. Being ignored, is this a good thing or a bad thing? The one-armed swordsman Prose complained while slashing with the sword in his hand to resist the attacking ghosts. "We need to seize the opportunity." A priest approached, wearing metal gloves on both hands, leaning against Prose and said, "That knight has a way to kill the undead snake." "I know this even if you don't tell me." Prose twitched his mouth and looked at the wronged souls everywhere in his field of vision. "We can't protect ourselves now. How can we help?" "I don't know." The priest was very honest. He saw the key to the problem, but he couldn't help. There was no way to help because his strength didn't allow it. "I do it." A cold female voice came out, and a woman with long black hair, as if she had foreseen it, walked through the battlefield full of wronged souls, and quickly approached the direction of the undead snake, while the undead snake's attention was on Shimu. A knife slashed out. Blood splashed out of the belly of the undead snake, but it healed in an instant. This knife, which was made with all its strength, did not even attract the attention of the undead snake. It just let the tail hidden under the magma swing casually as driving away a mosquito. And the black-haired woman was as difficult to deal with as a mosquito. She dodged before the tail swung over. She jumped back several steps in succession, splashing a few waves on the magma lake. No effect. She said to herself in confusion. Obviously, it was also a fatal injury, but why did the knife she slashed fail to attract the attention of the undead snake? What key did I miss? She dodged the attacking souls, while thinking about why she could not effectively attack the undead snake. Perhaps it is because Lord Huijin holds the favor of the goddess of death. A gentle female voice came, explaining why Shimu could cause an effective attack. The black-haired woman turned her head, and saw a blindfolded nun walking over with a smile. She folded her hands in front of her belly. The wrong souls around her were ignited by the inexplicable flames the moment they approached, and turned into ashes. This nun is not right. A follower of the fire giant Surtur? She turned the blade and pointed at the smiling blindfolded nun. Compared with the undead snake, the followers of the fire giant Surtur are more dangerous. No, I am a follower of Lord Ashes. The blindfolded nun shook her head and looked at Shimu, who was riding an 8-legged horse to fight, with a gentle smile. If you want to help Lord Ash win, you must get the undead snake out of the lava. The black-haired woman narrowed her eyes slightly, and the blindfolded nun squatted down, stroking the lava with her palm, and whispered, "But I do have some power related to Surtur." The blindfolded nun whispered, "The lava is the blood of the fire giant Surtur. For the believers of the fire giant Surtur, it is the easiest power to manipulate." As soon as the words fell, inexplicable fluctuations spread, and the surging magma seemed to be drained of heat at this moment, and quickly condensed. The undead snake that had dived into the magma also slowed down for a moment at this moment, and it was at this moment. The strong wind mixed with the flame of death pierced into the condensed magma like a drill, and pierced the heart of the undead snake again. Roar! The undead snake screamed in pain, and its body twitched violently, and then began to escape. Never felt death personally, nor had I really experienced despair. At the moment of death, it is natural to want to escape. It is better to say. It is the most normal thing for monsters to escape. Dignity. Honor. Demeanor, for monsters, it doesn't matter at all. When encountering danger, they will immediately escape and try every means to survive. This is the normal thinking of monsters. Shimu looked down at the blindfolded nun, who nodded and smiled at him. The two exchanged glances, and then rode the mare to chase the undead snake. Next, he could not rely on the power of the blindfolded nun, but had to kill the undead snake himself. After all, the experience points of the undead snake were quite tempting. "Aren't you going to help him?" the woman with long black hair asked, looking at the blindfolded nun standing still, with doubts in her eyes. This nun was obviously very respectful to the knight, and with the extraordinary strength she had shown before, she cooperated with the knight to fight together. Presumably, it was possible to hunt the undead snake. Lord Huijin did not order me. The blindfolded nun shook her head gently, explaining in a gentle voice, "I can't disturb Lord Huijin's hunting pleasure." From her point of view, there was no need to worry about Lord Ash's safety, so if she intervened rashly, she might disturb Lord Ash's hunting pleasure. This would make Lord Ash unhappy. And she didn't want Lord Ash to be unhappy and hate her, so she didn't dare to intervene. Otherwise, she could hunt down the immortal snake by herself. "I don't understand what you are thinking," the black woman complained, and then she planned to chase the immortal snake. But she heard the voice of the blindfolded nun behind her. "Please wait a moment, okay?" The black-haired woman immediately stopped and turned to look at the blindfolded nun with a gentle smile. She exhaled and said, "You forget it. It's too late to catch up anyway." She snorted and gave up the pursuit. This weird nun didn't allow her to chase. If she had to chase by force, she would definitely be greeted by the hostility of this nun. And her ability, the enhanced intuition, told herself, "Do not reject the nun's request." Meanwhile, on the other side, one chase, one escape. The undead snake kept escaping, and the tunnel was crushed by his huge body, turning into a flat road. No, he had a clear escape route, heading to the widest lava river, as long as he escaped into the widest lava river. Then he could rely on his fire resistance to find a chance to escape. However, this would lead to a problem. Compared with escaping in a panic, he could predict his movements with a clear escape route. If someone knew his escape route well, and suddenly attacked him at a critical moment, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Now he only has one heart. Light appeared in his eyes, and the undead snake could already see the lava river in the distance. It only needed a little bit to escape successfully. The snake leaped and got out of the tunnel, like a train escaping from a dark tunnel. The darkness faded, and everything in front of him suddenly became clear. Then the black wind pierced his heart. Below, Shimu put down the spear that pierced the undead, and seemed to be waiting for the undead snake at the exit, and attacked the moment the undead snake appeared. Shimu rode the mare to the undead snake, stared into the huge snake pupils like lanterns, and watched the undead snake slowly lose its breath of life. "Partner, are you going to eat him?" The mare hesitated, then shook her head. She didn't want to be a monster among monsters. It's not that she didn't desire power, but she just didn't want to become a substitute for the monster witch. If she could really revive the monster witch, she might consider it, but the resurrected monster witch was just a being with the same personality and power close to that of the monster witch. From the perspective of others, it was like the resurrection of the monster witch. But it only looked like the resurrection of the monster witch, but it was actually a collection of thousands of monsters. Shimu got off the horse and patted the mare's neck. "Partner, you can think carefully about whether to eat his body." He didn't mind whether the mare ate the corpse of the immortal snake. Even if she ate it, it didn't make much sense. After all, the mare's main function was a means of transportation. Although the player was willing to cultivate it, the mare could indeed become a monster among monsters, and become a monster witch in people's eyes. However, the moment the mare turned into a monster witch, her personality would be completely covered. In a sense, the mare could be said to be dead. Although the monster witch was pretty, she could not be ridden, and she was not as easy to deceive as the mare. The mare hesitated after hearing this, as if she was deciding whether to eat the immortal snake. She looked at Shimu, but found that Shimu had already sat down. It seemed that she was waiting for someone. "Partner, you need to make your own choice." Shimu smiled and said, then looked into the distance. He was waiting for an experience pack that was delivered to his door. The mare was entangled after hearing this, whether to give up such a powerful power, but the power gained by sacrificing her personality. Is this worth it for her? After a while, the mare fell into deeper entanglement, and walked back and forth in front of Shimu. Shimu did not urge her, and watched the mare entangled with interest until footsteps were heard in the distance, and the female dwarf Sora came out. She was pregnant, and a maid was supporting her. "Ah. As expected, you killed the immortal snake." Sora came to Shimu, and her voice seemed very complicated. "It is reasonable for the weak to be killed by the strong." She came to the eyeball of the immortal snake with her pregnant belly, and reached out to touch the eyes of the immortal snake. Akhtar. Before she finished speaking, the spear pierced her lower abdomen, and pierced the eyes of the immortal snake. Shimu pulled out the spear expressionlessly. Blood splattered. Sora's knees softened, and she knelt on the ground, while the maid next to her was kicked to death by the mare. "Ah. Did you find out?" Sora didn't seem surprised. She raised her hand, and touched her abdomen, then turned to look at the silver-armored knight, with a cold look. "I did do something unforgivable." She leaned her head against the undead snake, as if she was confessing. "I gave birth to offspring mixed with monsters, deceived adventurers to become food for the undead snake, and planned to." The voice gradually became smaller. Sora leaned against the undead snake, closed her eyes, and finally said to Shimu as if begging, "My children are innocent, please spare their lives." After the words fell, she completely lost her breath. Shimu looked cold and did not give an answer. If he told others that Sora's children were mixed with the undead snake, he would not need to do anything himself, and the dwarf tribe would start hunting until all the mixed bloods were killed. There was no mercy. According to doctrine, hybrid offspring cannot go to hell, as it is a stain on the bloodline of their own race. God does not recognize hybrids with monster bloodline. Dwarves, humans, elves, dragons, and other creatures created by God can enjoy God's grace. And the integration of monster bloodline is undoubtedly a stain on grace. "Let's go, partner." Shimu jumped on the horse and rushed to the next location, without any intention of returning to Gear City. His level at this time. Race, human. Level, 60. Skills, 10 shadow magics, healing prayer, death protection, life nest, ash fire. Talent, player. Achievements, impossible miracle, princess's lover, 1,000 killers, money rolling, touching the hero's blade, giant hunter, dragon slayer, dwarf slayer, ungrown enemy of God, witch's disciple, penetrating the undead, famous hero. Eliminate unimportant information. Shimu looked at the talent column, and found a talent entry that he had never seen before. The talent entries refreshed by the official of this game are random. Except for the key boss character entries, other people's existing entries can be refreshed. From allowing hair to change color freely to allowing players to reproduce all weapons they have seen. And the player's talent entry is to make the player like a player. However, from the final result, it seems to be able to provide additional experience value blessing effect, which can allow players to upgrade faster. Why does it feel that this ability is no different from experience bonus? Chapter 70. Gear City. Tavern. Akhtar is really a true hero. A dwarf with a thick beard put the wine glass on the table. He left Gear City without any wealth. Perhaps wealth has no meaning to him. An elf at a wine table not far away spoke, shaking his wine glass. After all, he doesn't have much time to enjoy wealth. The atmosphere fell silent. They were all very clear about Akhtar's imminent death, and they felt deeply sorry for the hero's impending death. If Akhtar is not interested in wealth. The dwarf with a thick beard sighed, then Queen Sora is. She has wealth but no chance to enjoy it. He took a sip of wine. Who would have thought that Queen Sora would die in the crusade? Maybe it's fate. The dwarf at another table shook his head, feeling a little sorry for the death of Queen Sora of Gear City. Along with the news that the undead serpent was successfully conquered yesterday, there was also the death of Queen Sora of Gear City. Rumor has it that Queen Sora approached the dying undead serpent and was accidentally counterattacked by the undead serpent before dying, resulting in the undead serpent's fangs biting through her abdomen and dying. Even if it's a dying beast, you shouldn't approach it casually. A muscular dwarf woman spoke up and drank a large glass of wine. Then she said, "But it's a pity for Mr. Akhtar. Such an excellent man is dying soon. I really want to have a child with him. I have my own princess." A dwarf laughed. "With your conditions, I guess I don't like you either." Humph. The female dwarf snorted coldly, but did not refute. After all, she was quite self-aware, and had a very clear understanding of how good her looks were. In an environment full of male dwarves, no male dwarf attacked her. She went in, and came out clean. Other female dwarves might be harassed. And she could sleep peacefully. "Hey, don't talk about these irrelevant things." A lively laugh suddenly came out, as if a breeze blew, blowing away the impetuousness and alcohol in the tavern. Everyone in the tavern looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that Anfis appeared at some point, and he gently played the violin. Let's talk about a heroic story today, about how Akhtar defeated the immortal snake. Ha, that must be heard. The female dwarf smiled generously, drinking and listening to Anfis's story. The originally empty tavern became lively, and everyone surrounded Anfis, listening to the story about the hero. In this world, bards have a special status. Although there are already cheap books to buy, newspapers can be seen in prosperous cities. However, it still cannot shake the status of bards. People still have an almost religious obsession with bards. After all, those who can become bards usually have good astrology, often know information that ordinary people cannot know, and can also give people revelations about fate, so that people will not deviate from the right path. For example, when the cultists are bewitched and the nobles start to behave like humans, the bards at this time are often able to stand up and use their wisdom and mysterious astrological abilities to help ordinary people who are powerless. Therefore, the bard has a different social status in people's minds. As long as the bard starts to tell a story, many people will run to listen. As a well-known bard, Amphis can attract people to listen. For a long time, the playing stopped, and Amphis stopped singing. Then he saw a dwarf girl who brought him a glass of wine in time. "Lord Amphis, you don't seem to have told me how Queen Sora died in detail." A dwarf spoke. Everyone present also cast a curious look, as if Amphis did not mention how Queen Sora died. Did she really die to defeat the immortal snake? About this? Amphis took a sip of wine, glanced at the hooded dwarf girl at the door, and smiled. The protagonist of this story is Akhtar. Let's talk about Queen Sora's story later when we have time. After that, he put the wine glass on the table, turned into a breeze, and disappeared on the spot, as if he didn't want to talk about Queen Sora. At the door, the dwarf girl in a cloak turned around and left silently. She got into a car outside the tavern and took off her hood. Didn't you find it, or don't want to say it? Looking at the face reflected in the car window, Neres looked sad. When the body of the undead snake was found, the guards of the Gear City had already discovered that Queen Sora had the offspring of a monster in her abdomen. However, this news did not spread out, and it was blocked at the fastest speed, and Queen Sora's body was immediately burned to ashes. "Sir Akhtar, how can I face you in the future?" Nerys leaned tiredly on the chair, and didn't know what to do for a while. She had figured out everything that had happened. It was probably because Akhtar had discovered that her mother was colluding with the undead snake, so he killed her. If Akhtar had made the news public at this time, she might not have a place to stay now. And her brothers and sisters seemed to be worried about this, and they wanted to kill Shimu, and completely strangle the truth in the cradle. Blood splattered and stained the walls of the alley. A dwarf's body fell to the ground. Shimu shook off the blood on the hunting king's sword, then squatted down and touched the body of the dwarf assassin, burning it into ashes with the flame of death. There are so many dwarves who want to kill you. A charming female voice came, and Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a mature woman with short golden hair, wearing an elegant purple dress, slowly approaching him. After approaching a certain distance, she stopped. The woman was forcing herself to remain calm, but it was hard to hide fear, and she didn't dare to get too close. It's normal for the Twilight cult to want to kill me, Shimu said casually. He knew this woman. She was the eldest princess of Gear City, and had the blood of the undead serpent. Her level was close to 80, which was a good experience package. After all, you ruined the plan of the Twilight cult. The mature woman nodded, carefully looked at Shimu's expression, and confirmed that this man didn't seem to intend to kill himself with a knife. She moved lightly and approached Shimu. Sir Akhtar, I want to cooperate with you. She was concise and got straight to the point. You helped me kill the contender for the throne, and I will share power with you. Including Nerys? Shimu asked, stroking the hunting king's sword with his palm, and a black flame ignited. He looked at the woman opposite. Compared with the height of ordinary dwarves, this woman's height was close to 1.8 meters, which was considered a giant in the dwarf tribe. Among dwarves, she was considered an outlier among outliers. However, as long as you think of this woman, she has the blood of the undead snake, and is a mixed-blood dwarf, it is not worth being surprised. The woman showed a relieved expression when she saw this. This man really had a good impression of Nerys, so he did not reveal that Nerys had the blood of the undead snake. This also meant that she would not be known as a mixed-blood dwarf. Akhtar seems to know me. The mature woman smiled charmingly and raised her hand to her plump breasts, but I think it is still necessary to introduce myself. Her expression became serious. Nashatani is Sora's eldest daughter. Shimu nodded coldly. He naturally knew Nashatani. If he had played the Gear City dungeon normally, he would have come into contact with this woman, and then gradually noticed the weirdness of the Gear City. After raising Nashatani's favorability to a certain level, you can choose to enter the rebel branch and kill all of Nashatani's blood relatives. After Nashatani becomes the queen of Gear City, she will immediately turn the conflict against the player and try to kill the player as well. However, as long as the player is prepared in advance, or meets certain conditions, such as having a reliable background, Nashatani will pretend to be gentle and virtuous, and obey the player in everything. If the game officials were not too virgin, he could experience the feeling of being fully covered by the snake girl. I am not interested in cooperating with a half-blood. Shaking his head, Shimu seemed to be about to turn around and leave, but this was just a show. After all, the descendants of the immortal snake all start at level 60, which is a good experience package and worth his time to kill. And he needs to use Nashatani to help him block the branch of the Dusk Cult. If the fight for the throne cannot be ended in the shortest time, Nashatani said calmly, someone will definitely expose the fact that Nerys is a half-blood later. Shimu frowned and pretended to think. Seeing this, Nashatani thought Shimu began to hesitate, and hurriedly continued to persuade. As long as the power struggle is settled in the shortest time, Nerys can be safe. You make sense. Shimu's tone became wrong, and his eyes narrowed as he looked at Nashatani, looking up and down, as if he was considering where to start. Nashatani subconsciously took a step back and said calmly, with Nerys' simple mind, she is not capable of managing the Gear City. She persuaded. Only I can guarantee that Nerys will have a worry-free life. Okay. Shimu nodded, you tricked them here tonight, and I will get rid of them myself. Then we will have a happy cooperation. Nashatani smiled charmingly, and her heart was finally at ease. Then she heard Shimu ask another question. After the matter is done, you won't want to get rid of both me and Nerys, right? Shimu suddenly asked. In response, Nashatani showed a helpless expression. Your teacher is Hecate. If one day you suddenly die in an accident, do you think Hecate will investigate? If there is a chance to kill Akhtar without exposing her mixed-blood identity, then of course there is no need to hesitate. But Akhtar has Hecate on his back. If she dares to kill Shimu, she will face Hecate's revenge. Obviously she doesn't dare to do that. The identity of a teacher is really useful. Shimu laughed, and then left under the gaze of Nashitani. According to the official setting of the game, the level of the Peak of Man is level 99, and the level after that exceeds the realm of man. However, this does not mean that the strong people who are also at the Peak of Man have the same strength, and it also depends on the difference in the mechanism of the ability. And this so-called difference in mechanism often comes from the ability of awakening, such as the ability to master the trajectory of all destiny, compared with the ability to roll your eyes and look at your brain. It is obviously not at the same level. This also leads to an extremely obvious difference in the specific strength level. Therefore, the reputation of Teacher Hecate is so intimidating. When ordinary strong men mention Teacher Hecate, their first reaction is definitely not that their strength is equal, but that their ability to control the trajectory of all fate is very tricky. It is better not to make enemies with her easily. I absolutely do not want to be your enemy. Nashitani smiled at Akhtar's back. After all, Akhtar will not live for too long. When Akhtar's vitality is exhausted, she can easily control Neris' life and death. It is better to obey Akhtar now. Leave the alley. Shimu walked alone on the street. The city where he is now is not far from the Gear City, and can undertake many products of the Gear City. Moreover, the housing prices are much cheaper than those in Gear City, which leads to many dwarves who cannot afford to buy houses in Gear City choosing to settle down in this small town. Of course, he is not here to enjoy the scenery of the small town. He is here to find a being whose strength exceeds the human realm, but has not reached the witch realm. At this moment, in a small shop, Shimu looked at the expressionless and cold-faced white-haired girl in front of him and said, "I want to buy bomb no. K546. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. The white-haired girl said, "Human, why do you know this? This type of bomb only exists in her mind and has never been actually made. Theoretically, it is impossible for anyone to know about it." Mind reading. No, she is just an alchemical doll, and even her soul does not exist. The composition of her memory is also different from that of normal humans. As for astrology, it is even more impossible. After all, she does not have her own corresponding star, but is just an alchemical doll with self-awareness. It's too troublesome to explain now. Shimu shook his head. "I catch a few people tonight to sacrifice, and let the people behind me tell you." White-haired girl, Is this person not right? Why can he chat with her so naturally, without seeing that I am very cold? And why do you think I will sell him a bomb? Swipe the card. Shimu handed over the bank card, smiling, as if he was sure that the white-haired girl would take it. Silence. The white-haired girl took the bank card, then chose to swipe the card, and then walked to the back of the store without saying a word. Seeing this, Shimu did not follow, but just found a chair and sat down, waiting for the white-haired girl to finish making the bomb. This girl's real name is number 001. She is a replica of the past alchemy witch. Except for the lack of soul, she has all the memories of the alchemy witch and part of her legacy. It is the proof of existence left by the alchemy, which after she knew that she would die. After all, facing the threat of the gods, basically no witches and demons can survive safely, which leads to the witches and demons trying their best to prolong their lives in disguise. If the monster wishes to distribute her memories and power equally among all monsters, looking forward to the birth of an existence that is infinitely close to herself in the future, then the choice of the alchemy which is to pass on all her knowledge and create an alchemy doll with a similar appearance to herself. As long as one day her original body dies, the relevant memories and personality will be immediately copied to the alchemy doll. From the memory experience, it is as if she has not died. Except for the loss of the corresponding power, there seems to be not much change. Different witches and demons use different means to continue their proof of existence. After a period of time, the white-haired girl walked out expressionlessly and handed over the bomb number K546. After seeing Shimu put the bomb away, she asked, "According to the conclusion of the analysis, you know me? It's a good thing to be curious." Shimu nodded. The state of getting along with him now is that the white-haired girl will analyze a bunch of possibilities by herself and start to test him until she is sure that he is not threatening. Only then will she forcibly pry into his memory. However, with the patience of the white-haired girl, she would not act easily without spending 7 or 8 days to test. At that time, he had already summoned the Witch of Death and stood behind her. "I am asking you, do you know me?" The white-haired girl frowned in dissatisfaction, feeling that this human was perfunctory. She did not want her identity to be exposed, she just wanted to live on as a replica of the alchemy witch. After all, this was the meaning of her existence. However, the existence of this human showed that her identity had been exposed, even though she had always concealed it very well. Why did this human know me so well? Of course I know you. Shimu nodded. You and I have met many times. In this small shop, you have said the same thing many times. The white-haired girl analyzed. Are you back from the future? You will know tonight. Shaking his head, Shimu did not intend to explain in depth, and the white-haired girl also quieted down after hearing this. According to her analysis, this human was not lying. He had indeed seen her many times, and this human did not show any hostility. It was worth her time to wait. At night, in a noble mansion. Boom! Flames shot up to the sky, thick smoke rose, and many people fled the mansion with screams. Nashitani, who was outside the mansion, looked up at this scene and suddenly understood why the church was so strict about alchemical tools. This, killing people is too convenient. At this time, in the mansion, Shimu stood in front of a dead prince, grabbed his ankle, dragged him to the center of the living room, and placed the bodies of several princes and princesses of Gear City together. The spell to summon the Witch of Death was recited. Chapter 71. The fire flickered. The Witch of Death stretched out her slender white hand, and several souls circled between her fingers. She observed it, then gently clenched her palm, and sent the soul into the kingdom of death. Then she turned her eyes to the silver-armored knight in front of her. What is the reason for summoning me this time? She crossed her fingers, and her voice was as cold as ever, making people feel unapproachable. Shimu looked at the white-haired girl beside him, and smiled. Are you interested in her? The Witch of Death looked at the white-haired girl, and recognized the true identity of this girl. She was an alchemical doll, and her strength exceeded the limit of the human realm. However, she did not reach the realm of the witch. The white-haired girl, who was looked at, pursed her lips lightly, and then turned her head away with an unnatural look. She thought she would not be afraid of the witch. Even if her strength was different from that of the real witch, she would not be completely defenseless. This is why she dared to watch the silver-armored knight summon the witch. However, after actually facing the existence of the witch, she immediately realized that there was a huge gap in strength between witches. There is no soul, but there is life. The Witch of Death withdrew her gaze, and seemed not very interested in the white-haired girl. She asked Shimu, Human, do you know what this means? Shimu thought about it, and gave an answer after a moment. Does it mean that the soul is not necessary for life? Yes, the soul does not have to exist. The Witch of Death nodded and glanced at the white-haired girl again. She has a certain degree of research value. Wait, am I being sold? The white-haired girl suddenly reacted and turned to look at Shimu. This man had bad intentions from the beginning. He just wanted to sell her to the Witch of Death for research. Shimu looked at the angry gaze of the white-haired girl and smiled gently, and then met with an even more angry gaze. Then, he heard a cold curse. Liar! Bad guy, I don't want to see you again. The white-haired girl, who was not good at cursing, tried to say two vicious words. However, Shimu did not get angry when he heard it, and still greeted the white-haired girl's curse with a gentle smile, as if he regarded this vicious curse as a breeze. This man is so hateful. Biting her lower lip, the white-haired girl was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. She was thinking about whether to take action and beat up this hateful man directly. However, with the Witch of Death watching next to her, she did not dare to act easily, fearing that she would bring shame upon herself and make the situation even more irreversible. It seems that we have some misunderstanding? Shimu shook his head helplessly, looking at the white-haired girl, who was ready to hit someone, and decisively dodged and hid behind the Witch of Death. He said nonsense seriously. I just want to invite you to cooperate with the Witch of Death to overthrow the rule of the gods and create a new world. The white-haired girl remained silent. Why did she feel that this man was still deceiving herself? But she seemed to have no choice now, whether to be captured by the Witch of Death for research, or to choose a safer cooperation. The answer was so obvious. Then, I will not participate in the next communication. Shimu smiled, then turned and left the hall. The main goal of summoning the Witch of Death this time was to make the white-haired girl change from a neutral camp to a friendly camp, so that it would be convenient for him to buy important alchemical props from the white-haired girl in the future, so that he could become a terrorist in the future. After all, sometimes alchemical tools are really useful. After a while, the white-haired girl left the hall expressionlessly. She glanced at the silver-armored knight waiting outside the door, and snorted in dissatisfaction. Liar! After saying that, she left angrily, completely without the indifference and inhumanity she saw at first. On the contrary, her emotions were very active. Shimu smiled at this, then turned and walked into the hall. The fire reflected on his armor, as if it had set him on fire. Normal people would not dare to run to a burning house, but this is a game, and there are often scenes of transitioning plots in a fire. And the transition of plots in the flames is more atmospheric. Now you are no longer suitable to bear a deeper death. The Death Witch's voice was calm, narrating the facts to Shimu. If you desire a deeper death, I will refuse. She doesn't mind giving Akhtar a deeper death now. However, the fire of Surtur already existed in Akhtar's body, and his vitality had been burning. Now Akhtar was given a deeper power of death. This was tantamount to asking Akhtar to commit suicide. Can't I just want to help you? Shimu sighed and explained to the surprised Witch of Death, You seem to have forgotten that I am your believer? Really? The Witch of Death was silent for a moment, and no one knew what she was thinking. Her sapphire-like eyes reflected the figure of the silver armor knight. Then she changed the subject. I have a task for you to do, to get close to the omniscient saint, gain her trust, and learn from her the true power of the omniscient God. Isn't the true nature of the power of the omniscient God omniscience? Shimu asked in a puzzled manner, which was very consistent with the reaction of a normal person. The true nature of the power of the goddess of life is the name of the goddess of life, just like the power of the goddess of death is death. And by analogy, the power possessed by the omniscient God is omniscience, which is as natural as 1 + 1 = 2. However, the power displayed seems to be omniscient. The Witch of Death shook her head, but this does not mean that he really knows everything. She looked at Shimu and explained. If he really knows everything, then Ragnarok should not exist, and you would not be infected with Surtur's fire because of it. Shimu nodded, as if he was convinced. I learned the true nature of the power of the omniscient God from the omniscient saint. The Witch of Death said the quest branch, and also attached a reward. After you solve the vitality problem, I will give you a deeper power of death. After she finished speaking, her figure began to fade. Before disappearing, he left a joke. Akhtar, you seem to be very good at gaining favor from women. I am also very good at gaining favor from men. Shimu thought silently that the objects of favor in this game are not only women, but also men. In the last round, he had maxed out the favor of Michael, who had the ability to seduce, and also maxed out the favor of Michael's sister. It is worth mentioning that Michael cannot be described as handsome. Instead, he should be described as beautiful. Although the official setting is that he is a man, it is difficult to distinguish the specific gender from his appearance. It can only be felt from his straightforward and sincere words that he may really be a man. Unfortunately, the more beautiful a person is, the easier it is to attract covetousness. If no player intervenes, Michael will be captured by the gods, locked in a small dark room and drunk into puffs. Leave the burning mansion. Shimu returned to the shop and saw the white-haired girl staring at him expressionlessly, as if she wanted to condemn him to death with her eyes. He didn't care, just stated his needs. I want to buy an extreme freezing bomb. No. Without thinking, the white-haired girl immediately refused. She didn't want to help Akhtar make bombs at all. Now we are partners. Shimu kept smiling, not angry at all because of the refusal, and persuaded the white-haired girl in a good voice. If you really don't want to help, then I can only find the Witch of Death to negotiate with you. The white-haired girl became even more angry, staring at the bad man in front of her, gritting her teeth, and said, Don't try to threaten me. It's just a negotiation, not a threat. Shimu smiled and shook his head, looking at the angry look of the white-haired girl, and felt pleasure. Humph. Turning her head away, the white-haired girl turned and walked into the shop, and began to prepare to make bombs. She was still a little concerned about the existence of the Witch of Death. And now she is indeed an ally of Akhtar. After a while. Thank you. Shimu took the bomb handed over by the white-haired girl, and then turned around and left the shop without hesitation. Just left like this. The white-haired girl blinked, seeming to feel a little surprised. She originally thought that this bad man would use various means to coerce her, and make various alchemical props. At the same time, on the street, according to your request, I have arranged for mercenaries to block all exits. Nashatani said in a soft voice, smiling at Akhtar, who was walking beside her. Now I'm waiting for you to seek revenge on the Twilight Cult. Really efficient action. Shimu sighed. Although Nashatani is a deadly venomous snake that may bite people at any time, as long as you master the method of use, it will be very useful. Before Nashatani finds an opportunity to bite back, she will continue to cooperate with the player. If there is no hope of resisting the oppression of the player in the later stage, Nashatani will undergo a more interesting transformation. Just like her mother fell in love with the undead snake, Nashatani will also be crazy about the player, and start to help do bad things wholeheartedly. This psychological change is quite interesting. Since it is the first cooperation, it is naturally necessary to show my own value. Nashatani kept smiling, and her expression seemed very sincere. Since you have taken the initiative to show your own value, I will also show my own value. Shimu summoned a mare, and then sat on it. I hope to get rid of those Twilight believers as soon as possible. After saying that, he rode the mare and disappeared on the street under the gaze of Nashitani. At the same time, in the gathering place of the Twilight cult. This was originally an abandoned mine tunnel. Now there are few outsiders coming. After all, the environment here is quite bad, and it takes a long way to collect groundwater. So this place is already abandoned by default. However, how long will you stay here? Aishilia, the former second princess of Iris, held her cheek with one hand, looking at the dilapidated streets outside the window, revealing a melancholy look. Her status in the Twilight cult is not bad. It seems that she is favored by the fire giant Surtur. However, due to her not being very strong, she does not have much authority in the Twilight cult, and her status is similar to that of a mascot. The only thing that can be done is to keep arranging assassins to try to take the Sword of Light back from Akhtar. Chapter 72. There is good news and bad news. A hoarse male voice suddenly sounded. Ashilia subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a dwarf, with the vicissitudes of life walking in. He put his hands in his pockets, and smiled casually. Akhtar appeared near the mine tunnel. The vicissitudes of life male dwarf scratched his head and sighed. Now we can concentrate all the forces of the branch to try to snatch the Sword of Light back, which is more reliable than hiring assassins again and again. Ashilia's eyes lit up slightly, and then frowned again. What is the bad news? The bad news is that we are surrounded. The vicissitudes of life male dwarf shrugged. All exits are blocked by the army of Gear City. With the strength of our branch, it is not enough to break through. Now we are trapped. Ashilia, It is clear that they were surrounded by Akhtar, who found an opportunity. There is no good news at all. The weathered male dwarf seemed to sense Ashley's thoughts and explained, as long as we delay for a while, the big shots from the upper echelons will come to support us. He thought for a moment. About 3 hours. Ashley breathed a sigh of relief. She still wanted to survive, and was full of fear of death. After all, she was not a true believer of the Twilight, and had no fear of death. However, but with the strength of our branch, it would be difficult to hold on for an hour. Spreading his hands, the weathered male dwarf added. The atmosphere fell silent. Ashley looked expressionless at the weathered male dwarf, with a gnashing expression. Spike, are you kidding me? It's just a joke, don't be nervous. Spike waved his hand, and his expression became serious. There is a rock well at the bottom of the mine, which is directly connected to the underground magma river. As long as you dive into the rock well, you can escape safely. Jumping into the magma, this is the same as committing suicide. Before she finished speaking, Ashley fell silent. She held the blessing of the fire giant Surtur, and it seemed that she could move freely in the magma. After all, magma is equal to the blood of the fire giant Surtur. The little princess seems to understand the way to escape. Spike smiled. We will delay the army of Gear City, and the little princess should seize the time to escape. Ashley opened her mouth, and then closed it again. This group of dust believers are not afraid of death. They just want to burn the world into ashes. So their logic at this moment is not to escape, but to delay Akhtar here, and wait for the big figures of the dust cult to take back the Sword of Light. In this way, there is hope to unseal the fire giant Surtur. Don't worry, we're not that easy to kill. Spike smiled heartily, and his body turned metal. He stretched out his hand that looked like black gold. With my defense, I won't be killed that easily. Maybe I can even take back the Sword of Light. Ashia nodded, and then left the hut. She still had some faith in Spike's strength. He had the ability to change his own composition. As long as he touched the corresponding substance, he could turn his body into the corresponding state of matter. At this moment, Spike's body was made of black gold, a metal that was deposited deep underground and had extremely high toughness. Spike once relied on his transformation into black gold to resist the dragon's breath from the front, and he was still unscathed. His defense was unprecedentedly strong. After a while, deep in the mine, cold, extremely cold, as if in winter. This is wrong. Ashia began to slow down her pace, observing her surroundings with vigilance. She was clearly underground, and close to the river channel of underground magma. Why was it so cold? This was obviously not in line with common sense. Until she saw a familiar figure. It was a handsome knight in silver armor. He stood by the lava well, stroking the neck of the 8-legged horse, and looked at her calmly. Why are you here, Akhtar? Ashia subconsciously took a step back, revealing a panicked look. In response, Shimu smiled. Is this worth being surprised? He raised his hand and stroked the hunting king great sword, and the black flame of death ignited. You should be stronger now, right? Aishilia, During the time she was in the Twilight Order branch, she had a deep understanding of the grace of the fire giant Surtur. Now she can use the grace of the fire giant Surtur, so her strength is naturally stronger than before. But facing Akhtar, who has become a hero, she still has no confidence. During this period, the number of assassins you sent to hunt me down is a little small? Shimu approached Aishilia step by step, and asked with some disappointment, have you given up hunting me down? Because you have no money. Aishilia stepped back step by step, biting her lower lip and said, you are waiting for me here. Just to block your retreat. Shimu explained with a smile. He did not come here specifically to block the little boss character of Aishilia, but just to prevent the Twilight cult from escaping through the wellhead. He ran over to throw an extreme freezing bomb into the well to temporarily seal the flowing magma, so that he could hunt the experienced packs of the Twilight cult. Wait, I am my sister's only relative. Aishilia reacted and tried to persuade her with words. If you kill me, my sister will have no relatives anymore. You will meet in hell in the future. Shimu's voice was cold and creepy. Aishilia was stunned. Before she understood what Akhtar said, she felt a pain in her chest. Akhtar took advantage of her moment of daze, and stabbed her chest with a big sword burning black flames. She hadn't cried out in pain yet. Shimu raised his hand to press her mouth, pressed her body against the wall, and whispered to her ear with cold eyes without emotion. You are no longer useful. After saying this, he tightly grasped the hunting king great sword, letting the more intense flame of death wear away Aishilia's immortality. With the grace of the fire giant Surtur, Aishilia's strength is at least level 70 or above. With the powerful immortality and destructive power brought by the grace, she can even exert strength beyond level 70. However, Aishilia is too weak and can't exert her due strength at all. It's like a new player who got a full level account of a big boss, but has no way to exert the level of the big boss's full level account. The dungeon that was originally easy to pass will be played by the new player to the difficulty of hell level. Woo woo woo. Aishilia tried to pry open her hand that was covering her mouth, and even forgot to use the power of grace. Her eyes widened with fear and tears flowed. She wanted to beg for mercy, and wanted Akhtar to spare her life for her sister's sake, but she couldn't speak because of the hand covering her mouth. See you after I go to hell. Shimu said goodbye, and then drew the hunting king's sword. He walked out of the mine. If Aishilia could always arrange for assassins of corresponding quality to come to the door, he would not kill Aishilia, the experience package. Unfortunately, Aishilia seemed to have too little money to hire high-quality assassins, so she could only harvest Aishilia, the experience package. Aishilia's body fell to the ground. The passing mare glanced at the dead human, and saw that the delicate-looking girl had a flame of death spreading from her chest, burning the body into ashes. The power of the Witch of Death is really useful. No matter how strong immortality is, it is treated equally in front of the power of death. You can't survive just because you have immortality. The branch of the Twilight cult. Shimu looked at the Twilight believers rushing out of the town, and chanted a spell. The noble 12 knights, to practice justice, to eliminate evil, and to spread the glory of the king again. As the 5th of the 10 shadow magics echoed, the shadow behind him began to wriggle, and the 12 knights from the past Knight dynasty emerged. Partner, I can do it myself this time. Shimu turned his head, and said to the mare, and then launched a charge with the 12 knights. He held the hunting king's sword in one hand, and the spear that penetrated the immortal in the other, and ran into the Twilight believers head-on. The spear penetrated. Shimu laughed wildly, like a string of candied haws, piercing through several dwarves in front of him, and the hunting king great sword in his right hand chopped off the head of the dwarf attacking from the side. Ha ha! The wild laughter echoed, and Shimu walked through the battlefield. Before the dwarf corpses hanging on the spears were completely turned into ashes, fresh dwarf corpses were pierced and hung, as if the corpses hanging on the spears were used as fuel. As he swung the spear, the black flame spread like splashed ink, and some unlucky dwarves were ignited by the burning black flames before they got close. Even if they could get close, they would be chopped off their heads by the hunting king great sword. Why do I feel that this man is crazier than us? Spike, who was at the edge of the battlefield, had a subtle expression. He witnessed the silver armor knight, who was killing the Twilight followers, and he had the illusion that the other party was the Twilight follower. That sure like madness, the joy shown in killing, seemed to be something that even the Twilight followers did not have. He gritted his teeth. Spike, holding the sledgehammer tightly in his hand, also rushed into the battlefield. As he kicked the ground with his feet, his body turned into black gold. Big flame hammer. His body turned in the air, and the sledgehammer burning with red flame swung down at the madly killing silver-armored knight. Bang! The red flames and black flames collided, and the spreading flames blew away the dust believers around. The battlefield was suddenly vacant. Shimu swung the Hunting King greatsword, locked his eyes on the dark dwarf opposite, and then rushed over. The collision of the hammer and the greatsword, the entanglement of the two-color flames, made the surrounding dwarves dare not approach at will, and tacitly dealt with the 12 summoned knights, and the little mare watching at the edge of the battlefield. Ah! With a kick of the horse's hoof, the dwarf's shattered body flew out like a cannonball, and hit heavily in an abandoned house. The mare snorted. These dwarves are a bit ungrateful. She didn't join the battlefield purely because Akhtar didn't want her to, but it didn't mean that she was weak. Otherwise she alone. No, a horse could kill all the dwarves in this town. It wouldn't take long. A few minutes later, the fire engulfed the entire town. The number of dust believers was reduced by half, from more than 200 dwarves to more than 20 dwarves. The reduction in number means that Shimu can concentrate his attention and focus on the most difficult dwarves. You can't beat me without using the Sword of Light. Spike smiled maliciously, and was extremely confident, swinging the sledgehammer in his hand wildly. He didn't care about defense. His body transformed into black gold was not afraid of any slash. He just needed to keep attacking. The great sword and the hammer collided violently, and the spreading two-color flames dissolved the land into magma, and then were blown away by the impact. Whether Akhtar could be defeated or not, the matter had a conclusion from the beginning. Akhtar, holding the artifact, could easily kill him with one knife. However, after using the Sword of Light, Akhtar would fall into a weak period. When the high-level members of the Twilight cult arrived, they would not have to face the sharpness of the Sword of Light, and could easily seize the Sword of Light. So now he is seeking death. He is forcing Akhtar to use the Sword of Light, thus creating an opportunity for the big men behind to snatch the Sword of Light. Come on, let me see the glory of God. Spike laughed, and with his full strength, he forced Shimu, who was originally evenly matched, to retreat. He did not pursue, but raised his hand and patted his chest, making a metallic collision sound, and then showed a proud smile. Your sword can't break my defense. Shimu looked down at the damaged Hunting King greatsword, and the service life of this weapon was approaching the limit. It was good to use before level 60, but as the strength increased, it was difficult to support high-intensity combat. But this does not mean that the Hunting King greatsword cannot support combat. Hold the greatsword tightly. Shimu rushed out like lightning, and the excessive death power was poured into the Hunting King greatsword. He swung a sword in Spike's confident smile. The two sides passed by. Bang! The hammer fell to the ground. Spike turned his head to look at the position of the hammer, and saw that his broken hand was holding the hammer tightly, and gradually began to fade to black and gold color. The arm was chopped off. I should have chopped off your head. Shimu looked at the surprised Spike, and threw out a scroll of pages. I can manifest myself. This is a way to greatly enhance your strength. His smile was cold, and he stuck the Hunting King greatsword into the ground. I give you 3 minutes to learn it. Don't let me down. Spike was stunned, his eyes revealed confusion, and he didn't quite understand what this man wanted to do. But he still picked up the page on the ground. And Shimu didn't continue to do it. He actually watched Spike learn magic. The so-called I can manifest myself is a kind of magic that can greatly enhance strength, and it also means that more experience points can be exploded. And with Spike's talent, it is enough to learn it within 3 minutes. 3 minutes later. I can manifest myself. Under the pressure of life and death, Spike successfully learned it within 3 minutes. The black gold on the surface of his body became more and more dazzling, and the hardness began to soar. Then, unfortunately, 3 minutes are up. A cold voice came out, and Shimu swung the Hunting King greatsword tightly in his hand. He cut off Spike's head before he could fully transform. The body fell to the ground. Spike's body faded from black and gold, and blood flowed from the broken neck, soaking the hot ground. Chapter 73. Shimu lowered his head and looked at Spike's body. It is true that Spike's body defense is very strong, and theoretically he cannot break Spike's defense. In the first round, he also used a relatively despicable method to kill Spike. However, after he used the power of death to enchant his weapon, the situation changed dramatically. The power of death can add a certain percentage of defense reduction effect to the weapon. Originally, Spike's indestructible defense, under the defense reduction effect of the power of death, is not much different from that of ordinary people, and he can chop off his head with a casual knife. And this is why he likes to enchant the power of death on his weapon before the battle. After all, The effect of the power of death is too good. Not only can it forcibly suppress the enemy's blue bar and health bar limit, but it can also add a certain percentage of defense reduction. The deeper the power of death, the better the defense reduction effect. Tap tap tap. The mare came over and stopped beside Shimu, curiously poking Spike's body with her hoof. Then she looked at Shimu with concern. Don't worry, my mental state is stable now. Shimu seemed to understand the look in the mare's eyes, and explained with a smile. Surtur's fire didn't affect me that quickly. Here, he said jokingly. Before my mental transformation, I guess my vitality was exhausted. The mare, This man seemed to have accepted the fate of death, but based on her understanding of the witch, Akhtar would definitely be solved by the witch to solve the problem of burning vitality. So in the future, Akhtar should not worry about the problem of burning vitality, but the spirit affected by Surtur's fire. As time goes by, it is unknown whether Akhtar will go crazy. If Akhtar really goes crazy in the future, he will probably become an extremely terrifying existence, and slaughtering a kingdom will be considered light. Thinking of this, the little mare rubbed Akhtar's cheek with her cheek, as if to comfort him, and as if to lament the future that had been expected long ago. Really sentimental. Shimu touched the little mare's neck, and when he was about to speak to comfort her, he suddenly frowned slightly, then turned and looked behind him, only to see a dwarf with strange spells on his face and arms as long as his knees, slowly walking out of the burning house. The two people's sight overlapped into a line. Really keen perception. The dwarf with spells on his face smiled, as if to admire, you are worthy of being a hero praised by people. He looked at the sword of light that Akhtar took out. Let's make a deal. Hand over the sword of light, and I can allow you to leave alive. No words. Shimu directly released the sword of light, and the light pillar that was unfolded penetrated and instantly submerged the dwarf, and the remaining force penetrated the mine. The mare next to him also had a tacit understanding, and directly grabbed Shimu's neck, threw it on his back, and retreated with Shimu at lightning speed. She didn't care whether the dwarf with spells on his face could survive. After all, she only cared about whether Shimu was safe. Shimu was now in a weak period, which meant that he temporarily lost the ability to deal with danger, so retreating with Shimu was the most correct choice. After a while, the light converged. The dwarf with strange spells on his face appeared. He didn't seem to have any injuries, but after taking a step forward, his body suddenly exploded, and then healed as if time had gone back. This was repeated 50 or 60 times before it stopped. 56 lives were consumed at once. The dwarf with spells on his face frowned, his face pale. Before rushing to snatch the sword of light, he already knew that Akhtar had the ability to unlock the sword of light, enough to use an extremely deadly attack. But since he dared to snatch the sword of light, it meant that he had the confidence to survive. The Undead Haldi, this is their title in the Twilight cult. Relying on his unique ability to save life, he gave people the illusion that he could not be killed. Every other day, he could take a person's life, until after 100 days, he could accumulate 100 lives. Before the 100 lives were consumed, no matter if the heart was pierced or the body was burned to ashes, he could not be killed. And this was also the confidence that he dared to capture Akhtar. However, the situation was somewhat different from what he expected. The sword of light consumed more than 50 of his lives at once. It was not just consuming one of his lives. The reason is unknown. It seems that the sword of light contains more targeted damage to the essence, so it can consume more than 50 of his lives at one time. Now, he should not be able to unlock the sword of light a second time. Haldi analyzed so and chased in the direction where the mare left. Now Akhtar is the weakest, and it is also the best time to seize the sword of light. Silence. 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 The white-haired girl stood by the bed, looking at Akhtar leaning weakly on the bedside, and handed over a cup of prepared potion. This is a specially prepared potion that can speed up your recovery. She deliberately raised the volume of the word specially prepared. Shimu didn't seem to hear the hidden meaning. He took the cup with great trust and drank it all. Then he praised, "It's so sweet. I'm sorry for your trouble." He handed the cup back to the white-haired girl and smiled gently. "You are really a gentle person. The potion should be bitter." The white-haired girl looked down at the cup, and then looked at Akhtar's gentle smile. Could it be that Akhtar had a problem with his taste? "I will leave when I recover tomorrow." Shimu interrupted the white-haired girl's thoughts, and the white-haired girl glanced at Akhtar when she heard the words. There was a little dissatisfaction in her cold eyes, as if she was saying, "You also know that you will cause trouble for me." After encountering danger, he rode a horse to her house as soon as possible, which would obviously cause trouble for her, but considering that she and Akhtar were already allies. So she acquiesced to Akhtar staying. It's better to use the Sword of Light less. She glanced at the Sword of Light placed at the head of Shimu's bed, and reminded him coldly, the more you use the Sword of Light, the easier it is to attract the attention of the fire giant Surtur, and the easier it is for you to fall into madness. After that, she turned and left the bedroom. Outside the door, the white-haired girl looked down at the cup in her hand. She didn't know whether it was out of curiosity, or for some other reason. She gently wiped the inside of the cup with her finger. Then she licked her finger with her little tongue. Bitterness surged up. The delicate face wrinkled at this moment, and she quickly stuck out her tongue. It was indeed very bitter, and the man said it was sweet. Liar! The next day, Shimu spent the night safely. Except for a few violent explosions outside the city that disturbed his sleep, there were no twists and turns worth mentioning. Drink the medicine. The white-haired girl stood by the bed and handed Shimu a cup of specially prepared magic potion. This time she deliberately increased the bitterness a little. In response, Shimu took the cup calmly, and then put it to his lips under the gaze of the white-haired girl, and was about to drink it. He put down the cup and asked, "Did anything happen last night?" "No." The white-haired girl lied expressionlessly. She met the assassin who came to assassinate Akhtar last night, and sent him away. As for why she didn't kill him, it was because the assassin's immortality was relatively strong, and he couldn't be killed even if he was crushed into meat paste. "Didn't you chase him?" Shimu nodded, and then drank the magic potion in the cup in the expectant eyes of the white-haired girl. There was no reaction, and no frown. The white-haired girl showed a disappointed expression, and then asked, "Is there something wrong with your taste system?" Shimu smiled. "Do you want to check it? You used the taste-blocking potion in advance, right?" The white-haired girl seemed to have sensed the truth, but Shimu just kept smiling and didn't tell her the answer. In fact, he did drink the taste-blocking potion. After all, the little thoughts of this white-haired girl are easy to guess. In order to avenge his deception, he made the potion bitter as a prank. "Next time I will make a spicy potion." The white-haired girl turned around and left expressionlessly, seemingly without a trace of emotional fluctuations. But the footsteps of leaving were louder than usual. "Joy!" Shimu smiled, and felt no guilt for bullying the white-haired girl. On the contrary, he felt joy. After all, the white-haired girl would not show her emotions under normal circumstances, and she would only have obvious emotional fluctuations when she was bullied a little. Who can bear not to bully her? 2 hours later, the white-haired girl pushed the door open, holding a cup of prepared spicy potion, ready for Akhtar to drink. But she found that Akhtar had already expected it, and left in advance. "You run so fast." With a light snort, the white-haired girl turned and left the bedroom. Her steps were a little lighter. This time it was her victory. Outside the city, by the dark stream, Shimu rode on a mare, looked at the blindfolded nun who walked out of the woods, and asked, "Can you find the dwarf from yesterday? Master Huijin knows he is still alive?" The blindfolded nun seemed a little surprised, but when she thought that Shimu's teacher was the Witch of Fate, she felt normal again. She spoke softly. "Lord Ashes, please let me deal with Haldi. You need enough rest now." "No, take me to him." Shimu stretched out his hand to the blindfolded nun. The blindfolded nun hesitated for a moment, but still chose to hold his hand. With a strong pull, the blindfolded nun was pulled onto the horse's back. "Point the way." "Ah. Yes. Please go this way." The blindfolded nun pursed her lips. She felt a little uncomfortable with being held in the arms of Lord Ashes. This was not disgust. It was simply because she had never experienced it before. It was the first time that she was held so intimately in the arms of the opposite sex, even though Lord Ashes did this for her to point the way. But does this mean that Lord Ashes is not so resistant to her existence? More than 10 minutes later, on a hillside, Lord Ashes, Haldi is hiding in that stone house. The blindfolded nun raised her hand and pointed at the stone house beside the lava river in the distance. Shimu looked in the direction she pointed, and saw that the doors and windows of the old stone house were closed, making it impossible to determine whether there was anyone in the house. But he believed in the judgment of the blindfolded nun. After all, the blindfolded nun was a woman who could communicate with Ragnarok. Apart from the initiator of Ragnarok, the blindfolded nun was the one who was most favored by Ragnarok. So she could follow the guidance of Ragnarok and reversely locate the believers of Ragnarok. In other things, the blindfolded nun may not be professional, but in matters related to Ragnarok, there is no need to question her professionalism. Taking out the Sword of Light, Shimu aimed at the stone house on the opposite river and released it without hesitation. The pillar of light pierced through the air, flew over the lava river, and hit the stone house head-on. This scene was like someone holding chopsticks and stabbing hard at the cake, and everything along the way was pierced. And after this blow, Shimu's magic power was completely exhausted, and he couldn't even hold the sword of light in his hand tightly, and it fell from his hand. The sword of light pierced the ground. The mare's hoof rubbed the ground, and was very alert to the blindfolded nun. Shimu was very weak now, and the sword of light fell to the ground again. If the blindfolded nun wanted to snatch the sword of light, there was a great chance of success. The blindfolded nun seemed to have noticed the different atmosphere. She looked at Shimu, and subconsciously stroked the bracelet given by the Witch of Fate Hecate. This is Lord Huijin testing my loyalty. This is not a bad thing, but it means that Lord Ashes has begun to try to trust himself, otherwise he would not take such a huge risk to test. Lord Ashes, I am your nun. She bent down, pulled out the sword of light, and handed it to Shimu. Please believe that I will never betray you. What if I ask you to give up guiding me to become the destiny of the Ragnarok? Shimu asked, and changed the subject before the blindfolded nun was embarrassed. No need to answer now, after all, we don't know each other well enough. Lord Ashes is really gentle. The blindfolded nun smiled softly. If Lord Ashes forced her to make a choice at this time, she might not be able to give a satisfactory answer. She lowered her head gently. I will think about this question carefully. I look forward to your answer. Shimu chuckled. He didn't really care about what the blindfolded nun was thinking at the moment. As long as the blindfolded nun was in a dilemma and began to think about whether it was more important to follow the guidance of the fate of Ragnarok or to remain loyal to him, that was enough for him. Later, he only needed to slowly guide the blindfolded nun and increase his weight in the blindfolded nun's heart. When he fought with the fire giant Surtur and began to decide who would be the initiator of Ragnarok, the blindfolded nun's eyes chosen by Ragnarok could play an important role and guide Ragnarok to pay more attention to himself. Of course, the premise is that he has to help the blindfolded nun get his eyes back. If he can't help the blindfolded nun get her eyes back, then the blindfolded nun is just a guide. It didn't help much in his battle with the fire giant Surtur. Chapter 74. Bedroom. Shimu lay on the bed with a tired face, as if his body was hollowed out, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes, while the white-haired girl sitting on the side of the bed stared at Shimu with an unhappy look, as if his body was hollowed out. There was a moment of silence. Drink it. The white-haired girl handed over a cup of magic potion, but saw Shimu silently turn around, and then a tired voice came. No, I just need to rest. It's a waste if you don't drink it. The white-haired girl did not withdraw the hand that handed over the cup, and was very persistent in letting Shimu drink the magic potion. And this cup of magic potion was originally prepared for Shimu in the morning. I want to drink dessert magic potion. Shimu made a request, but the white-haired girl was unmoved. She was able to prepare a magic potion to restore Shimu's body, which was already a great kindness, and it was impossible to be too accommodating. And the magic potion she prepared was not very spicy. After all, Shimu's physical condition was not very good, and the spiciness could not be too strong, otherwise it would not be a treatment, but would aggravate Shimu's negative condition. Can I not drink it? Shimu asked, only to see the white-haired girl shook her head firmly, with a kind of persistence that she must pour the spicy potion into his mouth. He seemed to accept the reality, and took the cup. Then he drank it all. So sweet. Shimu laughed, and in the distrustful expression of the white-haired girl, he explained proudly, before you came back, I secretly put sugar in the cup. He returned the cup to the white-haired girl, and turned around to sleep. Your mind is too easy to guess. Humph. The white-haired girl snorted unhappily, and left with the cup, closing the door with a little more force. Outside the door, the white-haired girl looked at the cup, gently wiped the inside of the cup with her fingers, and then licked it gently. Spicy. Liar. She had successfully made Akhtar drink the spicy potion, but why didn't she feel happy at all, but instead had a strong sense of frustration? Could it be that the human really knew her very well? Thinking so, the white-haired girl took the cup and left, heading to her private alchemy workshop. Although she had nothing to do every day, she actually never stopped researching alchemy, from how to refine the legendary philosopher's stone to the ritual of resurrecting the dead. All kinds of taboo research were involved. But unfortunately, her research could only entertain herself. If it was spread out, she would be held accountable by the church. After all, any alchemical creation that was not approved by the church and the state was not allowed to circulate on the market. Otherwise, it would be a violation of doctrine and a crime. The next day, the door opened. The white-haired girl entered the bedroom with a cup of magic potion, but found that Shimu had disappeared and didn't know where he was now. She didn't prepare spicy magic potion this time. But the man still ran away secretly, and no one knew where he ran to cause trouble. I hope he won't come to her for treatment again today. After all, she still has very important research. Resurrection of the dead, through the traces left by the witch after death, so as to revive the dead, which is a miracle close to reversing time. At the same time, on the streets of the city, Shimu did not leave, but just wandered around the city like a tourist. He did not wear the iconic silver armor, but changed into casual clothes, holding a notebook and wearing a suit. From the way he was dressed, he looked like a gentleman, and he was accompanied by a mysterious blindfolded nun, which attracted the attention of passers-by. Do you have anything you like? Shimu turned to the blindfolded nun and asked with a smile, but the blindfolded nun looked confused. He gave a hint. For example, a beautiful flower. Lord Huijin, I can't see the flower. The blindfolded nun explained softly, and touched the silk ribbon of her blindfold. As a nun serving fire, you can't have two eyes. Can it be cured? Shimu stopped, raised his hand, and touched the cheek of the blindfolded nun, and used a healing prayer. With the degree of grace he has received from the goddess of life, it is enough to regenerate people's broken limbs, and theoretically it is possible to restore the eyes of the blindfolded nun. Lord Huijin, this is blindness at the level of destiny. The blindfolded nun folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen, and let Shimu treat her. Her voice contained a hint of melancholy. This is the price of witnessing Ragnarok. From now on, you will never be able to witness anything in this world. The only thing you can witness is the guidance of Ragnarok's fate. Is there a way to let you see this world again? Shimu went straight to the point. He wanted to complete the ritual of regaining the eyes, so that the blindfolded nun could see this world again on the premise of obtaining the guidance of Ragnarok's fate. If the blindfolded nun could only see the guidance of Ragnarok's fate in one direction before, but could not see this world. After completing the ritual of regaining the eyes, the blindfolded nun is the eyes of Ragnarok looking at this world. Lord Ashes, this is irreversible. The blindfolded nun shook her head gently. She was lying. In fact, she knew how to see the world again. But it was unnecessary for her. Yesterday you said you would never betray me. Shimu's voice suddenly turned cold. Today you lied to me. Ah. I'm sorry, Lord Ashes. The blindfolded nun lowered her head in shame, and then explained the reason. In order to ensure that there are no distractions in the mind, after becoming a nun serving fire, you must go through the ceremony of removing the eyes to ensure that the nun serving fire can only accept the guidance of the Ragnarok. She touched the silk covering her eyes. The removed eyes will be kept by the top leaders of the Twilight Church. I don't know where my eyes are kept. Shimu smiled and said, just ask Teacher Hecate and you will know. The eyes of the Twilight nuns are not kept in the underground world, but in the above-ground world. When he returns to the above-ground world to ask Teacher Hecate, he can directly take the blindfolded nun to take back the eyeballs. And he also needs to return to the Magic King City again to advance the branch of killing Siegfried. Lord Huijin, please don't worry about me like this. The blindfolded nun shook her head, wanting Lord Huijin to give up helping her regain her eyesight. After all, she only has a few years to live now. If she regains her eyesight and sees the world again, she may have the idea of not wanting to die. That will increase her pain before death. Therefore, it is better for her to remain blind from the beginning, so that she can die without any expectations. Shimu did not answer, and continued to stroll with the blindfolded nun until they came to a wide square, which was crowded with people. From the people passing by, it seemed that a well-known wandering poet was telling the story of a hero. However, the protagonist of the story this time was not him, but a handsome man named Michael. It is rumored that wherever this handsome man Michael goes, racial conflicts are eliminated, evil people sincerely repent, and greedy kings become generous. All people can find happiness with Michael. How do you feel about this story? Shimu turned his head and asked the blindfolded nun beside him. Such a perfect person can definitely bring happiness to the world, right? If this world allows such a person to appear. The blindfolded nun said softly. She did not question Michael's character, but Michael's way of doing things was too idealistic. Human nature is not that simple. It is impossible to change people's minds because of verbal persuasion. After all, humans often discuss issues from their own standpoints, and all subsequent debates are to prove the correctness of their own standpoints. So from her perspective, all the actions of Michael are somewhat contrary to human nature and too idealistic. It sounds like a fairy tale. Anthus is a well-known bard after all. Shimu smiled gently. He shouldn't make up stories. In the first round, he suspected that Michael was a cliché villain, who seemed to be morally noble, but was actually an ambitious person. However, when he actually came into contact with Michael, he found that Michael was really a good person in the true sense, just as Anfis said. While maintaining his noble character, he is also trying to make the world a better place, wandering around to mediate people's conflicts and create better living conditions for ordinary people. Even if he killed Michael in the early stage, when he went to hell later and met Michael's soul, he was not greeted with hostility, but a kind of frank understanding. Is Lord Ashes interested in Michael? The blindfolded nun asked curiously, and then heard an unexpected answer. Maybe he is more interested in his sister. Shimu said as if joking, if there is a chance, I want to fight her. Then do you want me to introduce you to her? A lively voice came, and Anfis squeezed out of the crowd. He lowered his hat. I am quite familiar with Michael. Shimu did not answer, and glanced at the center of the square, and found that people's attention had not been diverted. It seemed that Anfis used some magic to make people mistakenly think that they were still staying in the same place. What story do you want to make up this time? He asked, looking at the smiling Anfis, waiting for Anfis to tell him the side quest. In response, Anfis gently plucked the organ. Do you know the followers of death? Shimu nodded, yes. They are planning a sacrifice in the Black Rose country. Anfis gently played the organ and said to Shimu, if the sacrifice is carried out smoothly, perhaps everyone in the Black Rose country will die instantly. Shimu thought for a while and asked, the Black Rose country is a country that believes in the goddess of death. Do those followers of death really have the ability to do it? Even if they don't have the ability to do it, it's very dangerous, isn't it? Anfis said with a smile, and the main purpose of those followers of death is not necessarily to hold a large-scale sacrifice. There may be deeper reasons. So you want me to stop the plan of the followers of death? Shimu nodded as if he understood, but Anfis gave a negative answer. You are going to stop the plan of the followers of death together. Not just you alone, Michael is also your companion on this trip. Shimu asked, when? I don't know. Anfis answered confidently, he is not an omniscient god, it is impossible for him to arrange everything. He shook his head. When you are ready, you can set off to the kingdom of Black Roses. Understood. Shimu nodded in response, and then found a random reason to leave, without intending to talk to Anfis. If it is a novice player, the character of Anfis will probably be very interested, but from the perspective of old players, Anfis is an official NPC character who reasonably intervenes in the plot in order to guide players. After all, the map of the mysterious gate is too large, and it is easy to miss various side quests if you run around everywhere, so let Anfis, a well-known bard, reasonably stand up to issue tasks, and let players intervene in various side quests. The official game setting of the bard is to create heroic epics, and is willing to push heroes to create legends. So it is very reasonable for Anfis to come to the player to complete various side quests. Who makes the player have the potential to become a hero? Anfis looked at Shimu's back and gently played the phoenix harp. He hoped that Shimu could calm down his heart by contacting Michael, otherwise Shimu, who was constantly affected by Surtur's fire, would sooner or later become Shura. Michael, I trouble you next, he said softly, and then Huafeng disappeared on the spot. No matter what, Shimu is also Hecate's apprentice. If Shimu turns into Shura one day, Hecate, as a teacher, will be very sad. And he doesn't want Hecate to feel sad. A few days later. In front of the forge. Woo woo woo. A dwarf who was tied up struggled hard on the ground and cursed unwillingly. He watched a knight in silver armor draw a magic circle for sacrifice on the ground with a big sword. Help, I'm going to be sacrificed by the cultists. The tied dwarf burst into tears and wanted to beg for mercy from the silver-armored knight, but he couldn't say anything with his blocked mouth. Why did he, an ordinary robber, meet the cultists? Well, that's it. Shimu raised his big sword, looked at the magic circle on the ground with satisfaction, and then looked at the robber struggling on the ground. You got the money too. He walked over calmly, looked at the struggling bandit on the ground, and gently raised the hunting king's sword. Then I take your life. The sword pierced through the bandit's chest. The bandit stared with horror, his body twitching constantly, and warm liquid flowed from his crotch, soaking his pants. After a moment, he lost his voice. At the same time, the sound of iron forging in the forging house also stopped, which should be the completion of the forging of the great sword of death. With a strong push of the Shimu great sword, the body of the bandit was thrown to the center of the magic circle of sacrifice, and then he skillfully recited the spell. On the way to the forging house, he attacked a bandit den, and this dwarf was caught by him, and used as a sacrifice to the Witch of Death. Chapter 75. The white-bearded dwarf knelt on the ground, holding the great sword of death in his hands, his head bowed respectfully, not daring to look at the witch's face in front of him, and could only see a pair of suspended jade feet in front of him. The atmosphere seemed to stagnate. The cold sweat slid down his forehead to the tip of his nose, and then dripped on the dry ground. He had never thought that he could meet two witches before. And there was also a witch of death that frightened countless people. Has the great sword of death been made in advance? The cold and pleasant female voice came out slowly. Then the white-bearded dwarf felt that the great sword of death he had offered with both hands was taken away. It's all the result of the master's hard work. As the footsteps came, the white-bearded dwarf subconsciously looked up, looked at the silver-armored knight, who appeared beside him, and squeezed out a rather difficult smile on his face. Of course, he had to work hard, otherwise he would lose his life. Originally, he was a tough dwarf. Even if a knife was placed on his neck, he would not be afraid. He thought it was just reincarnation after death. And according to the description of the followers of the goddess of death, the scenery of hell is better than the present world. But being killed by a witch is different. The soul will be taken away by the witch, and there will be no way to go to hell, and no way to get the afterlife. So he is very afraid of the existence of witches. Lady Witch of Death, please grant the great sword of death. Shimu retracted his sight, and smiled at the Witch of Death sitting in the air. In response, the Witch of Death did not answer immediately. Her slender fingers slid along the blade of the great sword, and then asked a question. Akhtar, do you want to add restrictions to the great sword of death? She has the ability to set conditions for the use of the great sword of death, such as only people with Akhtar's bloodline can use the great sword of death, or only people with corresponding moral standards can use it. In short, as long as Akhtar needs it, the corresponding limited use conditions can be added, as long as Akhtar has this demand. Shimu thought for a while, and said, only those who have been blessed by the Witch of Death can use it. He added another sentence. It must be used by those who have been blessed by the Witch of Death personally. In this game, there are many people who have been blessed by the Witch of Death, but except for Granny Seth, the rest of the people who have been blessed have died. So it is a disguised limitation that only you can use it. Are you sure? The Witch of Death lowered her eyes, and her slender fingers gently stroked the sword. In the past, there was also a person who asked for the same limited use conditions, and had a fanatical belief in her, but unfortunately he died in front of her later. And she was also sealed between life and death by the gods. Is there anything strange about this condition? Shimu seemed to ask with some doubts, and the Witch of Death shook her head when she heard it. She began to write spells on the great sword of death, adding the conditions for use. The whole process was smooth, and she seemed to have not thought about it. After all, she had written the same spell before. The fingers that were writing the spell stopped, and the two sides of the great sword of death were full of spells of unknown meaning. The Witch of Death handed the great sword of death to Shimu and said, from now on, anyone who has not received my favor will be cursed by the great sword of death as long as he holds the great sword of death. Shimu took the sword and stroked the great sword of death with his palm, and the black flames then wrapped the sword of the sword. Even if there is no deeper power of death, with the blessing of the great sword of death, it can also use a deeper death. He lowered his head and looked at the white-bearded dwarf. The two looked at each other. You will need me to make weapons for you in the future, right? The white-bearded dwarf twitched his lips, feeling that the silver-armored knight wanted to test his sword on him. But he was not panicked. After all, he was a rare technical talent, and there were few people in the world who had better forging skills than him. As expected, Shimu withdrew his gaze, then looked at the Witch of Death, and asked, Lady Witch of Death, how do we find the all-knowing saint? The last time he summoned the Witch of Death, he was given a task by the Witch of Death to learn the true power of the all-knowing God from the all-knowing saint. The Witch of Death crossed her hands and said in front of her chest, the Witch of Fate will tell you where she is. After she finished speaking, she turned into a dark blue flame and disappeared on the spot. Shimu turned around and rode away on his mare. He did not look back at the white-bearded dwarf and headed straight for the Magic King city. In fact, the condition for using the great sword of death could be to limit the use to himself. However, this is not convenient for brushing the favorability of the Witch of Death. A long time ago, the Witch of Death also gave the great sword of death to her believers. That believer was a beautiful girl, the sharp blade of the Witch of Death, holding the great sword of death to defeat all beings who were enemies of the Witch of Death. This believer of the Witch of Death was called Black Knife by people at the time. The limit of the great sword of death was that only those who had received the favor of the Witch of Death could use it. Moreover, the 8th of the 10 Shadows spells was to summon the Black Knife Miss in the past. When he summons Miss Black Knife, he can directly give Miss Black Knife the great sword of death. Given the degree of grace of death that Miss Black Knife has received, she can use the great sword of death more cruelly than him, and in theory, she can grant death to the gods. Survived. The white-bearded dwarf stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then ran into the forging house quickly, packed up and started to run away. There is no place to stay here. Magic King City. The Great Library. Putting down the steaming teacup, Hecate put the book in her hand on the table, looking at the apprentice who was coming, and a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. She waved. Apprentice, sit down. Teacher, did you expect me to come? Shimu pulled out a chair and sat down next to Hecate. On the table, there were 2 cups of warm black tea and snacks. It was obvious that he had expected it long ago, otherwise he would not have prepared only 2 cups of hot tea. Want to learn? Hecate chuckled. The teacher has already written the prayer of fate. Shimu answered, of course I want to learn. Hecate nodded with satisfaction. Her apprentice used the prayer of the Witch of Death every day, which was of no use to the content of her teaching. Doesn't this mean that she is an unqualified teacher? Let's talk about something you care about. She took out a map out of thin air and handed it to Shimu. The map marks the location of the All-Knowing Saint and the 100 Eyes Tower. Shimu opened the map and found that there was a punctuation mark on the map moving on the map. That was the activity track of the All-Knowing Saint. Now, he was not holding an ordinary map. It was a destiny scroll specially made by teacher Hecate, so the movement track of the All-Knowing Saint could be marked so clearly. The All-Knowing Saint is not a human, nor a god, and even less a witch. Hecate took a sip of tea and began to tell the information about the All-Knowing Saint. She is a puppet created by the All-Knowing God. She observes the world from a human perspective and conveys her views of the world to the All-Knowing God from a human perspective. Since the All-Knowing God is omniscient, does he need a puppet to see the world on his behalf? Shimu asked. In response, Hecate explained, the Twilight Sister who serves you will also assume the same responsibilities as the All-Knowing Saint after regaining her eyes, and see the world on behalf of the Twilight of the Gods. She explained. The Twilight of the Gods represents the end of everything, which means that the Twilight of the Gods is the final answer to all answers. In theory, it is also omniscient, and there is no need to see the world through the Twilight Sister. Shimu seemed to be lost in thought. Apprentice, there are answers and endings for everything. Hecate gave the answer, just like people know that they will eventually die, and they also know that their lives are boring and boring. She smiled gently. But people will give themselves meaning, and this self-given meaning belongs purely to themselves. Whether it is Ragnarok or the omniscient God, what they want to understand is the meaning that people give themselves. And if they want to understand this meaning, they need to narrow their vision to the scale of humans and look at the world from a human perspective, so that they can understand these given meanings. At this point, she gave another example. Just like a priceless painting, for most people, it just looks good, but they can't understand why a painting is so valuable. But if someone explains the historical significance behind the famous painting to you, will the value be different? This given meaning comes from the free soul of human beings, unconstrained thinking. What they want to understand is the meaning that humans have given to the world. Shimu asked back, if human souls are free, why can you accurately predict fate, teacher? Because free souls can be constrained. Hecate calmly told the answer, any free soul will no longer be free when facing the cold reality, so fate can also be predicted. Shimu nodded, without saying anything. In the game Mysterious Gate, there is indeed a setting of everyone's soul is free, but in fact every NPC must succumb to the underlying logic of the game design, and every NPC will make similar actions because of their own position. It's like going to work every day for 3 meals a day, and as long as you do boring work, whether you like it or not, at least your behavior can be predicted. What time will you go out in the morning? What time will you eat at noon? What time will you work overtime at night? Any free soul will succumb to the cold reality, thus having a predictable fate. Apprentice, if you can make fate free one day, Hecate said, I will be very happy. After she became the Witch of Fate, she did not get the joy of mastering everything but boredom. This world is so boring that it makes people want to fall asleep. However, her character is not that of a person who succumbs to reality. Since this world has become boring, she will find a way to make it interesting. To achieve this difficult goal, the omniscient God must be killed. I try my best. Shimu twitched his lips. He could burn the world to ashes with a fire. Does this count as letting everyone not be bound by fate? Hecate nodded when she heard this, and she didn't seem to want to talk about this topic in depth, but started to confirm the apprentice's learning progress in the past few days. After confirming that Shimu was not perfunctory, she taught her apprentice the prayer for fate she had researched. Reflecting the stars. This is the prayer researched by the Witch of Fate. In essence, it is to borrow the power of the Witch of Fate to see through the trajectory of fate. It is very high-end and very powerful, but it is basically useless for multi-round players. After all, multi-round players have a deep understanding of everything in the game, and their instinctive reactions are faster than using their brains. When the divination results came out, the boss had been killed by the player alone. You have learned so well, and I should give you some rewards as a teacher. Hecate was very satisfied with her apprentice's talent and learning progress. Then she took out 2 scrolls. Disciple, choose one as a reward. The scroll on your right hand contains the correct interpretation of Dragonborn magic, which can help you solve the problem of burning life. And the scroll on your left hand contains the magic of moving with the stars. Shimu chose the scroll on his left hand without hesitation. For him, a kind of instant teleportation magic can greatly improve the response in battle. He doesn't care about his lifespan. Disciple, don't you want Dragonborn magic? Hecate seemed a little surprised, looking at Shimu in a reprimanding manner, as if blaming Shimu for not cherishing his life. In response, Shimu replied confidently, even if I don't choose, will you not give it to me, teacher? He asserted. Teacher, you must be reluctant to let me die. Haha, your fate has been predicted by you, my disciple. Hecate laughed happily, and her full chest trembled with her laughter. Take it, these are all gifts prepared by the teacher for you. She happily handed both scrolls to Shimu. Originally, these 2 magic scrolls were prepared for Shimu, but she wanted her little disciple to make a difficult choice between the 2, and then give the other scroll to her little disciple, giving her little disciple a little surprise. However, the situation was a little different from what she expected. Instead, her little disciple gave her a surprise. Since the teacher correctly interpreted the Dragonborn, Siegfried should not have to transform into an evil dragon, right? Shimu opened the Dragonborn's magic scroll to look at it, and asked Teacher Hecate beside him. In response, Hecate shook her head and explained. Even if the Dragonborn interprets it correctly, he will not be able to save his fate of becoming an evil dragon. He will become the Dragon King in the collapsed Sky City. Shimu asked, is this the fate that the teacher foresaw? This is the fate he chose himself. Hecate replied calmly, Siegfried is waiting for you to become a strong enough person to protect his daughter. Chapter 76. Early morning. The sunlight passed through the gaps between the leaves, falling on a girl with long milky white hair. She held the map in both hands to cover her face, making it impossible to see her face clearly. However, judging from her tall figure, she is probably a rare beauty, especially her straight and slender legs, which make people unable to look away. This is it. As if confirming the destination, the girl with long milky white hair stepped forward and walked through the dense bushes. As the branches swayed, a tall 8-legged horse emerged from the bushes, and she walked towards the village with smoke in the distance. After a while, the laughter of children was heard, and several thin children were seen turning over the weeds on the ground, as if they were looking for herbs. However, when the children saw the 8-legged horse coming, they were immediately scared and began to flee, running towards the village. There's a monster! Help! Run, run! Several children ran away in panic, and the tall 8-legged horse snorted in disdain. The fear of monsters in this world seems to be deep in the bones, and they will run away as soon as they see her. There are very few people like Akhtar who did not run away when he saw her, but played songs for her, and were willing to chat with her. It's an abnormal phenomenon. The little mare kept a steady pace and approached the village. After the fleeing children noticed her approaching, they ran faster and made ghost-like howling sounds. It was a bit noisy, to be honest. But the situation changed soon. After seeing a girl wearing a gray cloak and shoulder-length golden curly hair, several children rushed over as if they saw the most trusted person. Sister Eden, there is a monster. Several children hid behind the girl and looked at the 8-legged horse. The panic in their eyes completely disappeared, as if they were completely sure that Sister Eden could protect their safety. Don't worry, she is not hostile. Eden squatted down, touched the children's heads one by one, and then cast her eyes on the tall 8-legged horse. She spoke gently. Excuse me, Miss Sleipner? The gentle female voice directly pointed out the identity of the 8-legged horse. The little mare seemed a little surprised, and maintained a proud attitude. She came to the girl and looked at her as if looking down. Then she sniffed the girl's breath, and felt a very gentle feeling. No mistake, this is the person Akhtar is looking for, the legendary omniscient saint, the most devout believer of the omniscient God. There is no doubt that it would be very dangerous to approach such a being. But she believes in Akhtar's judgment. About a few hours ago, Shimu looked at the tower among the mountains. That was the 100 Eyes Tower that sealed the eyes of the Twilight Sister. The eyes of the blindfolded nun were stored in the tower. The Twilight believers believed that the eyes of the Twilight Sister had special power because they had seen the twilight of the gods, so they had always stored the eyes of the Twilight Sister as treasures. In the shady black market, a pair of Twilight Sister's eyes could be sold at a high price that ordinary people could not imagine. This indirectly led to the tradition that as long as you become a Twilight Sister, you must dig out your eyes. This is to ensure the purity of the Twilight Sister, and also because the eyes of the Twilight Sister are very precious. In the first round, in order to use the power of Surtur's fire, he transplanted an eye of the Twilight Sister. He did successfully use the power of Surtur's fire, without the side effect of burning vitality. But the price was that his blue bar was forcibly cut in half to supply the transplanted eye, and his physical bar was also weakened. And the most intolerable thing is that it will accumulate madness. The enemy may not be killed yet, but he has already accumulated madness and lost blood continuously. So except in the first round, he never transplanted the eyes of the Twilight Sister again, even though the eyes were very cool with lasers. But the side effects of this thing are too high, it's not worth it. Partner, I have something to ask of you. Shimu pulled his eyes back and looked at the mayor beside him. He took out the fate scroll given by his teacher and pointed to an unknown valley on the scroll. I want you to approach the all-knowing saint and bring her to this place. Mayor, if she dared to approach the all-knowing saint, she would probably die without a doubt in the next second. She was a puppet created by the all-knowing God. And she was just one of the monsters created by the monster which, no matter how she thought about it, she didn't have the ability to bring the all-knowing saint to the designated valley. It wasn't a question of whether she was willing or not. It was that she didn't have the ability. The all-knowing saint is a very kind person. As long as you approach the all-knowing saint without hostility, she won't hurt you even if you are a monster. Shimu explained with a smile. Approach her, and then bring her to the valley to save me. That's what you need to do. The little mare's eyes showed confusion. She looked at Shimu for a while, and then looked at the blindfolded nun next to her. It was obvious that the blindfolded nun didn't know the truth either. Wait until I get rid of the Tower Master of the 100 Eyes Tower, then I will rush to the canyon and jump down in an injured posture. Shimu explained calmly, only in this way can I successfully approach the all-knowing saint and remove her defenses. He touched the little mare's neck. Partner, this plan is very critical. It determines the future of this world, and is related to whether I can learn the power of the all-knowing God from the all-knowing saint. Only by knowing the true power of the all-knowing God, the Witch of Death, can the teachers have a chance to defeat the all-knowing God. Partner, you also want to help the monster which take revenge. One sentence after another calmly explained the pros and cons, as well as the huge impact on this world. The little mare felt nervous when she heard it. She was actually involved in such a critical plan. Whether she could bring the all-knowing saint to the canyon was related to the future of this world. Does that mean that if she fails, the future direction of the world may be greatly shifted? It sounds very heavy. She subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, the mare looked at Shimu's trusting eyes and hesitated again. She rubbed her hoof against the ground. Then she picked up Shimu's map. She turned and walked towards the omniscient saint. After walking a few steps, she looked back at Shimu and found that Shimu gave her a trusting smile. After a moment of silence, the mare turned and ran away, disappearing from the sight of Shimu and the blindfolded nun like a lightning bolt. Let's solve it as soon as possible. Shimu retracted his gaze, took out a black cloak and put it on, then put on a mask to cover his face. Then he took the blindfolded nun to the 100 Eyes Tower. Outside the tower, a dwarf wearing an eye mask seemed to have expected it, and was waiting outside the door. He held a great sword with 9 eyeballs inlaid in one hand. The eyeballs on the sword blinked, which made people feel creepy. Are you trying to take back the eyes of the Twilight Sister again? The dwarf wearing an eye mask raised the sword with a disdainful smile. You all? No, we are here to trade. Waving his hand, Shimu did not show any hostility, and took out the great sword of death and inserted it into the ground. Use this sword to exchange for the eyes of my nun. The dwarf wearing an eye mask glanced at the great sword of death. Although he did not know the true identity of the sword, he could feel the extremely abundant breath of death. You don't need to try it, you know it's a good weapon. I only accept money transactions. He answered calmly. If someone who trades weapons turns against you, and wants to take them back, he may lose both his money and his money. And if you trade through bank cards, you can't get the money back even if you kill him. So no matter what priceless treasures the other party takes out, the principle of money transactions will not be broken. Okay. Shimu agreed unexpectedly, and took out a bank card with a special pattern, showing his due financial resources. The dwarf with the eye mask nodded and said to the blindfolded nun, "You have a good man." He pointed to the open door behind him. "Go in and get your eyes back. Don't think about denying it after getting the eyes. The bottle that seals the eyes is set with magic. It will explode as long as it is violently cracked. Only I can unlock the magic." The blindfolded nun subconsciously turned to Shimu, and after getting Shimu's permission, she stepped into the 100 Eyes Tower. "Is it worth it for her?" The blindfolded dwarf asked Shimu. "Even if she looks good, she won't live for many years." He carried the great sword with eyes on his shoulder. "If you just want a beautiful woman, the money you paid for the eyes is enough for you to find a better replacement." Shimu answered casually, "She is unique." If it weren't for the need for the blindfolded dwarf to unlock the seal, he would have killed the blindfolded dwarf directly. And now he can only wait patiently. After all, according to the normal plot of the Ashes route, he doesn't even need to spend money to buy the eyes of the blindfolded nun. The Twilight cult will offer the eyes of the blindfolded nun themselves. However, he has not joined the Twilight cult, nor has he followed the guidance of the blindfolded nun to take the normal Ashes route. So things that could have been easily obtained now require effort to get. But it won't take too long. No one in this world is unique. The dwarf with the eye mask laughed maliciously. "The Twilight Sisters are not special, they are just a group of people who were captured to sense the Ragnarok. Not only do they have a short lifespan, but their strength is also average. The most important responsibility of the Twilight Sisters trained in the Twilight cult is to communicate with the Ragnarok. There will not be much training in other aspects. They will only teach some auxiliary prayers. Of course, this does not mean that the Twilight Sisters are necessarily weak. If they can get the special favor of the Ragnarok, they may also have extremely strong strength. However, this kind of Twilight nun who is particularly favored has long been worshipped as a saint by the Twilight cult, instead of being exiled. She still needs to seduce a man to help buy back her eyes. She is unique." Shimu repeated again, then looked at the blindfolded nun who walked out of the tower and asked, "Are you sure it's your eyes?" "Yes. Gray. That's right, my eyes." The blindfolded nun subconsciously wanted to address her respectfully, but she swallowed her words when she thought that it was not convenient for Lord Ash to reveal his identity for the time being, even though this group of Twilight believers could not understand the importance of the word ashes at all. "Here's the money, unlock the magic seal of the bottle." Shimu handed over the bank card and completed the transaction, and the dwarf with the eye mask was also straightforward and very professional to unlock the seal of the glass jar, allowing the blindfolded nun to get her eyes back. And also reminded Shimu, any Twilight sister who gets her eyes back will gradually go crazy and fall into a state crazier than the Twilight believers. He seemed to have good intentions, but it could also be malicious. "If I were you, I would kill her before she goes crazy, otherwise when you are in love, she might suddenly bite you to death. I don't want you to worry about that." Shimu grabbed the blindfolded sister's wrist and led her down the mountain. Under the gaze of the blindfolded dwarf, they walked away and disappeared into the lush forest. "Humph, it's time to move." The blindfolded dwarf snorted coldly. He was actually found by someone, which meant that more people would know where he was. So he should move to another place with the 100 Eyes Tower. However, a light suddenly shot from a distance, and before the blindfolded dwarf could react, it pierced him and the 100 Eyes Tower. The tall 100 Eyes Tower collapsed. Shimu stood on the hillside and watched the scene coldly, and then said to the blindfolded nun beside him, "Take me to the canyon, quickly." "Yes." The blindfolded nun did not dare to neglect it, and picked up Shimu by the waist, and then turned into a flame and disappeared on the spot. Not long after, Shimu came to the edge of the canyon and calmly ordered the blindfolded nun, "Go back to find the teacher, and let the teacher help you install the eyes." After that, he jumped down the canyon without hesitation, and took out a dagger in the air and stabbed it into his stomach, and then fell into the river in the canyon. Water splashed, blood dyed the clear river red, and Shimu floated downstream along the river, without a trace of hesitation during the whole process. The blindfolded nun was holding the glass jar with his eyes, and seemed a little at a loss, but after seeing Shimu in the river, she turned around and left obediently. In order to get close to the all-knowing saint, Lord Huijin was really cruel, well, cruel to himself. In order to make the state look like a serious injury, he deliberately used the Sword of Light to drain all the magic power, and he could jump off the cliff without hesitation and cut himself. Lord Huijin is now really weak and seriously injured. The river flows. Shimu's body drifted to the shore, and he crawled hard for a while, letting half of his body crawl out of the river bank. This look is like a person who has experienced a war. then experienced a chase, had to jump off the cliff to escape, and was finally washed to the shore by the river. Weakness is real. Injury is real. Coma is fake. Chapter 77. The night was as cool as water. The moonlight passed through the gaps in the dark clouds, sprinkled on the gurgling river surface, and was then stirred into fragments by the waves. Shimu frowned, and slowly opened his eyes. He leaned against a boulder, and opposite him was a girl wearing a cloak and shoulder-length curly hair. There was a fire blocking the two of them. The cloaked girl knelt on the ground, and the firelight was reflected on her delicate face. They looked at each other in silence. Shimu subconsciously touched his side, as if he wanted to find his weapon, which was a manifestation of insecurity. Please don't move, otherwise it will aggravate your injuries. The cloaked girl lowered her eyes, and threw the wood around her into the fire. She could see that the knight was very nervous, probably because of the previous battle, which made him wary of anyone. Shimu was silent after hearing this, staring at the girl's delicate face. Although she was dressed simply, it also brought out her outstanding appearance. He lowered his head to look at his lower abdomen, and found that it was already wrapped with a gray bandage. It should be the strip of cloth torn off the girl's cloak. He touched it, and found a trace of blood on his fingertips. Thank you. Shimu seemed to realize that the cloaked girl opposite him had no ill intentions, and said thank you softly. The cloaked girl shook her head after hearing this and said, Your abdomen was pierced by a dagger, your magic power was overconsumed, and you were infected with Surtur's fire. She looked at Shimu. You are in a very bad condition now. Shimu did not answer immediately. He looked at the burning fire and frowned. Are you also a believer of the dusk? The cloaked girl shook her head, her pleasant voice unusually calm. When you were unconscious, your body temperature was abnormally high. She explained. Your body instinctively saves itself, burning life through the fire of Surtur, thereby ensuring your physical vitality. Is that so? Shimu was slightly stunned, and seemed a little unconvinced, but he knew that what the girl said was true. Although the fire of Surtur would burn the vitality of the host, before burning out the vitality, it could add a bunch of enhanced states to the player, not only improving the strength, but also enhancing the player's recovery ability. Of course, this is not a good thing for ordinary people. After all, this is completely an enhancement in exchange for overdrawing life. Just like injecting a strong adrenaline into a person, then naturally the body feels extremely good, but when the effect of the drug is over, there will be side effects. Once the effect of the fire of Surtur is over, it means that the host's life is burned out, and from life to inevitable death. The more the body is hurt, the more intense the fire of Surtur will burn. This is common sense that every dusk believer knows. The cloaked girl sighed, as if she didn't want to explain too much in this regard, and calmly changed the subject. I will temporarily seal the fire of Surtur in your body. If you don't use magic power for the rest of your life, the fire of Surtur will not burn your vitality. Who are you? Shimu showed a more vigilant expression. In this world, there are not many people who can easily say that they can seal the fire of Surtur. Even witches may not be able to do it. After all, the fire of Surtur is already a part of the human body, just like blood is part of the human body. To seal the fire of Surtur is basically equivalent to draining the blood from the human body. At that time, people could not survive. She is just a nun who lost the favor of the omniscient god. The girl in the cloak explained calmly, and then said what the other party was most concerned about. The way to seal the fire of Surtur is only because of my special ability, so I can seal the fire of Surtur. Lie. Shimu thought so in his heart, but did not point it out, just remained silent, and the girl opposite did not take the initiative to bring up the topic, just kneeling in front of the fire with her legs wrapped in black silk, occasionally adding a piece of wood to ensure that the flame would not go out. For a long time, the sound of horse hooves came, and the mare came back with herbs in her mouth. She looked at Akhtar, who woke up, and showed a little relaxation. Although she did not think that Akhtar, a man, would die here, she still felt uneasy. Now that she saw Akhtar wake up, she was completely relieved. Ah, partner, it's really great to see you. Shimu looked at the mare and smiled happily. In response, the mare just nodded, then came to sit beside the girl and put the herbs in front of the girl. The girl checked and confirmed that the herbs were fine, then got up and went to the river to fill half a pot of water in the iron pot, then returned to the fire and set up the iron pot to start boiling the potion. The very simple method almost made people think that she was just an ordinary nun. Otherwise, why didn't she use prayers, but instead used the most basic herbs? By the way, I don't think I have introduced myself yet. Shimu looked at the girl, who lowered her head and boiled the medicine seriously. He smiled and said, Akhtar, I am considered a knight, Well, maybe also a magician. After all, my teacher is Hecate. Eden is a nun who believes in the omniscient God. The girl also introduced herself and said her current identity. She has many identities and many names. As time goes by and history falls into a cycle, she has been constantly changing her name and identity. And now her identity is a nun who believes in the omniscient God. She is a child adopted by the omniscient church from a remote countryside. Because of her outstanding talent, she became the contemporary omniscient saint. Can believers also be counted? Shimu seemed to be unable to help but complain, and Eden did not refute, just stirring the potion in the iron pot with a spoon. After a while, she put the cooked potion in a bowl and handed it to the injured Shimu, saying calmly, "It tastes a bit bitter, but it can help you recover as soon as possible." "Thank you." Shimu took the potion and drank it all up. After putting down the bowl, he showed a frown on his face. "It's really bitter. This is your only treatment at the moment," Eden explained calmly in Shimu's puzzled eyes. "The price of sealing the certifier in your body is that you can't use magic power for the rest of your life, and you can't accept any treatment containing magic power. Otherwise, the certifier in your body will reignite. In fact, the method of sealing the certifier is very simple, that is, to make the human body not contain magic power. In the absence of magic power to help burn, even the certifier can hardly burn the host's vitality quickly. However, as long as it is slightly exposed to magic power, it will immediately reignite and continue to burn the host's vitality. I'm sorry, I still have something I have to do." Shimu raised his hand and touched his injured abdomen. His palm emitted a fluorescent green light. He used the remaining magic power to heal his body and smiled bitterly at Eden. "I'm sorry, I failed your kindness." Eden shook his head gently, not caring about Shimu's choice. Wanting a person to be unable to use magic power is like a person who can never have money and can only work with his own hands and feet to survive on his own. This is really unacceptable for people who used to be rich. By the way, what reward do you want? Shimu suddenly asked, only to see Eden shook her head, not interested in the so-called reward. She was not interested in wealth. As long as she had a bite to eat, she could live steadily. So she didn't care about the reward proposed by Shimu. "How can I repay you in this way?" Shimu leaned against the rock behind him, and the firelight shone on his distressed face. In response, Eden took the initiative to change the subject. "Sir Akhtar, why did you get so badly injured?" "To buy back my friend's eyes." Shimu lied without changing his expression, "But the guy who sold me the eyes took the money and didn't do anything, and he even stabbed me. You can probably guess what happened next. In order to survive, I fled all the way to the nearby area, and then fell into the canyon." He looked at the mare and smiled. "If it wasn't for my partner to find you, I would have died." Mare, If she hadn't heard Akhtar say how to plot against Miss Eden, she might have really thought that what Shimu said was true. Thinking of this, the mare lowered her head and hid her expression. After all, this was a bit shameful, especially under the premise that Eden treated her well. Shimu didn't seem to notice the mare's embarrassment, and continued to explain to Eden the reason for his injury, from how he met the blindfolded nun, and then learned the location of the 100 Eyes Tower, and how he was attacked and seriously injured by the Tower Master of the 100 Eyes Tower. In his tone, he went to the 100 Eyes Tower alone to buy the eyes of the blindfolded nun in order to help the blindfolded nun find her eyes. But after paying the money, the despicable Tower Master of the 100 Eyes Tower attacked and seriously injured him. In order to fight back, he released the artifact Sword of Light and killed the Tower Master, but was chased by the only remaining Dust Believers until he was forced to jump off the cliff by the Dust Believers. Eden nodded gently and understood the whole story. She did find that a high tower collapsed nearby, and combined with the information that Akhtar was holding the artifact, it was indeed somewhat credible. The mare next to her rubbed her hooves against the ground as she listened to the description of the incident, then turned and walked into the forest. Now she began to suspect that her encounter with Akhtar was also carefully planned by Akhtar just to ride on her. "By the way, Miss Eden, can I ask you for something?" Shimu seemed to remember something. "When I come back from the Black Rose country, can you please seal the certifier in my body again?" Eden nodded gently. It was not difficult for her to seal the certifier. Seeing this, Shimu breathed a sigh of relief, and then revealed the reason why he went to the Black Rose country. It is said that the cult of death is preparing to hold a sacrifice in the kingdom of Black Roses. Shimu leaned against the stone, and said the information that really attracted Eden. "But I suspect that the cult of death's action this time was planned by the Witch of Death behind the scenes, in order to provoke the Goddess of Death. Isn't the Witch of Death sealed?" Eden frowned slightly, and seemed to know the Witch of Death very well. 10,000 years ago, the Witch of Death was united by the gods and sealed in the gap between life and death. In that gap where time began to blur, the Witch of Death could not come out unless someone broke the seal from the outside. And the gods had long confirmed that the seal of the Witch of Death was very stable. The only existence in this world that can kill gods is the Witch of Death, right? Shimu smiled. And as long as we go to the Black Rose country and contact the followers of death, we can confirm whether my guess is correct. Eden thought for a moment, and felt that what Shimu said made a lot of sense. This time, the collective action of the death cult was probably directed by someone behind the scenes. And the only person who could make the death cult so obedient was probably the object of the death cult's faith, the legendary Witch of Death. The existence that can give gods the concept of death. Sir Akhtar, can I go with you? She asked, but Akhtar did not agree immediately, but showed a reluctant look. She added, Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself. Well, after all, I owe Miss Eden a favor. Shimu sighed helplessly, but Miss Eden, please don't stay too far away from me. Eden nodded gently, and did not refuse. Since Akhtar could make a guess and insisted on going to the Black Rose country, he would not be alone, and there might be a team behind him. Then she followed Shimu. Maybe she could get important information. Then we will set off tomorrow morning? Shimu asked tentatively. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it will be for the Black Rose country. Eden nodded gently and said yes. Then please let me rest for a while. Shimu smiled and rested against the stone. According to the normal side story of the All-Knowing Saint, he traveled around with the All-Knowing Saint, accompanied the All-Knowing Saint to witness this world, listened to the All-Knowing Saint's ideas, and helped the suffering people with the All-Knowing Saint. However, if he took this normal side story, there was no way to take into account the plot of the Black Rose country, so he had to find a way to make the All-Knowing Saint interested in the Black Rose country. And the Witch of Death might appear, which was a bait. Of course, after he tricked the All-Knowing Saint into the Black Rose city, a very subtle problem would arise. That is, the Witch of Death was really in the Black Rose city, and was really preparing a big plan. If his micromanipulation was not perfect, the Witch of Death's plan would fail. That would cause the plot to progress slowly. The next day. Early morning. Let's go, Miss Eden. Shimu rode on the mare and stretched out his hand to Eden, who was wearing a cloak beside him, with a smile that seemed very proud. My partner is the fastest horse in the world. The mare seemed to raise her chin proudly when she heard this, and was obviously very confident in her speed. There is no horse faster than her in this world. Eden smiled at this scene, then held Shimu's hand, and with Shimu's strength, he directly pulled her onto the horse's back. The horse's hooves stepped over, and the mare ran towards the rising sun in the distance. The golden light fell from the end of the canyon, just reflecting on the two people on the horse. Chapter 78. Death. 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 On the way to the kingdom of Black Roses, corpses impaled by spears stood on both sides of the road, and the blazing flames burned the corpses, illuminating the road like street lamps. Occasionally, the corpses could be seen moving suddenly. Is the cult of death cooperating with the cult of dusk? Shimu looked at the mare, and observed the corpses impaled by spears on both sides. The one who has the habit of piercing corpses should be the piercing Grand Duke of the cult of death, and the one burning the corpses is the fire asserter. He shook his head helplessly. The two most troublesome cults appeared here at the same time, and the situation is worse than expected at the beginning. The worse the situation is, the easier it is to attract attention. Eden, sitting sideways on the horse, raised his hand, and gently gathered the golden hair by his ear. Then he turned around and explained to Akhtar sitting on the horse. If the cultists' movements are too obvious, the church and the state will intervene, which may make the situation easier to handle. This is not a lie. If the cultists just sneak into the city, kill someone randomly, and then start to flee, there is no need to worry too much about the official pursuit. After all, it is not worth it for the official level to go to great lengths for a mere murder case, and waste a lot of resources and manpower, unless the identity of the person killed is very important. However, if the cultists gather on a large scale, and start to openly make a big event, the situation will change dramatically. The forces from the church and the state will immediately mobilize efficiently to deal with the cultists as quickly as possible. I hope so. Shimu laughed, and seemed to be comforted by Eden's words, and his tone was much more relaxed. He rode the mare all the way, and entered the Black Rose country. Compared with the weird atmosphere outside, the Black Rose country seemed very peaceful. People maintained a normal pace of life, and seemed to know nothing about the corpses being inserted in the outside world. This group of humans is not right. The mare looked around at the humans around her. Since she came to the Black Rose country, she felt that everything was very weird. The mainstream belief of the Black Rose country is the goddess of death. They believe that the human world is the real hell, and hell is the real human world. Eden seemed to see the little mare's doubts, and patiently explained. The followers of the goddess of death firmly believe that all the sufferings they experience in life are because they committed sins in the real human world, so they were sent to the real hell to suffer. After they die naturally, their souls can return to the real human world and regain the qualifications to become humans. So the followers of the goddess of death are not afraid of death. For the followers of the goddess of death, this world is a real hell. Everyone is struggling and suffering in hell. Only when life ends can the suffering end. Little Mare, She did hear people talk about this concept orally, but after actually coming to the Black Rose country, she still felt awkward, as if everyone here was a group of people with abnormal thinking. Why would someone regard the human world as hell? Sir Akhtar, aren't you a follower of the goddess of death? Eden kept smiling, turned to look at Akhtar and said, you should have a very deep understanding of the followers of the goddess of death, right? But I also believe in the goddess of life. Shimu explained casually, death is to give value to life, and life is to give value to death. He smiled. So I don't quite agree with the ideas of ordinary believers of the goddess of death. The mare, If she didn't know the truth of the matter, she might really think that Akhtar's power of death came from the goddess of death. However, in fact, the source of Akhtar's power of death is the Witch of Death, and he is a being that is particularly favored by the Witch of Death. He is also a high-level figure in the cult of death. When Akhtar's strength is improved in the future, he may become the leader of the cult of death. Akhtar at that time is probably the most dangerous man in the world. It's a good thing that Mr. Akhtar can have his own thoughts. Eden nodded. He was not surprised that Shimu was different from normal believers. After all, every believer can have his own interpretation of the path of God. Having corresponding beliefs, and then interpreting them according to the corresponding beliefs, so as to understand the truth of the gods he believes in, this is what a normal believer should do, rather than believing in, to enjoy the bliss in hell after death. In a sense, the faith of the Black Rose country has gone astray, but it is precisely this kind of deviant faith that is most accepted by the public. And at this moment, everyone has their own perspective on the goddess of death. A lazy male voice came, and a man with a big back-combed hair, 5 fingers of both hands full of rings inlaid with gems, and a plush coat was seen. Behind him followed dozens of guards, all wearing extremely sophisticated armor, and equipped with high-quality knight swords. 8-legged horse, silver armor, handsome face. Well, welcome to the kingdom of Black Rose, Lord Akhtar. The man pointed to the cathedral of the goddess of death, in the distance in Shimu's surprised eyes. Ha ha ha. Lord Akhtar, you are a famous hero. It's hard for us not to notice your arrival. He introduced himself, and led the way. Dollins, you can call me that. You seem to have been waiting for me here for a long time? Shimu asked suspiciously, and then heard Dollins answer. I am waiting for the arrival of heroes. As long as they are heroes who volunteer to fight against the Church of Dusk and the Order of Death, I will come out to greet them. At this point, Dollins added another sentence. You are a hero who came to the kingdom of Black Rose relatively early. Other heroes may still be on the way. Thanks to you, partner. Shimu glanced at the mare with a proud smile, and Dollins smiled when he saw it. Your coming so early is also a manifestation of your concern for the Black Rose country. Hee hee. Shimu smiled gently. Of course, he had to come earlier, otherwise the group of heroes would come over, and they would have to deal with the smart people in the Black Rose country, otherwise it would hinder the actions of the death cult in the future. After a while. The Cathedral of the Goddess of Death. Sir Akhtar, welcome to your arrival. The old man with wrinkles on his face smiled kindly, and held Shimu's hands. With your joining, the Black Rose country will definitely be safer. Bishop Karen, my arrival does not mean that the Black Rose country will be safe. Shimu shook his head, and said very sincerely. The old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I didn't expect that such a famous hero like you would know me, an old antique. It's really an honor. Shimu smiled and said, please don't be modest. Without your efforts, the Black Rose Kingdom would not be as prosperous as it is today, and there would not be so many followers of the Goddess of Death. This is all the will of the Goddess of Death. Bishop Karen smiled very happily, and took Shimu and Eden to visit the Cathedral of the Goddess of Death. As he walked, he introduced the situation of the Black Rose Kingdom. The people killed by the cult of death should have their souls in hell, but the people who experience the piercing punishment are still alive. Even if they are continuously burned by the fire of Surtur, they are still not completely dead. At this point, Bishop Karen's voice became angry. That group of cultists deprive people of the right to die. This is an unforgivable felony, and they must be punished. It is indeed unforgivable. Shimu showed an angry expression, but Bishop Karen sighed when he heard it. Depriving people of the right to die is totally inconsistent with the teachings of the cult of death. They are cultists who are happy to give people death. At this point, he showed a pleading look to Shimu. Sir Akhtar, can you please investigate the truth of this matter? At present, who is most likely to investigate the matter clearly? It must be Akhtar. This is not to say that he believes in Akhtar's ability. It is because Hecate stands behind Akhtar. Okay. Shimu nodded seriously, and his expression became serious, but Bishop Karen needs to give me some help. Of course there is no problem. Bishop Karen smiled kindly. I will give you the management of the Inquisition. They are the most elite believers in the Church of the Goddess of Death, and will definitely be able to provide effective help. In different churches, there are Inquisitions. They are usually composed of believers with good strength. Each of them has unique abilities, and is very powerful. Any existence that is hostile to God, and the Church will disintegrate under the sharp edge of the Inquisition. Do you think too much of me? Shimu seemed to find it difficult to understand that he was so valued, and subconsciously waved his hand to refuse. Sorry, I'm not very good at commanding. No, I'm never wrong when I judge people. Karen grabbed Shimu's hand, his eyes revealing love. Child, I believe you can do it. In fact, he also felt that Akhtar was not good at commanding. Judging from his past actions, he was a lone ranger. But even if Akhtar is a lone ranger, it's enough if the teacher behind him is capable. I can try. Shimu nodded reluctantly, not seeming to have much confidence in himself. Bishop Karen smiled amiably when he saw this. If there is anything you don't understand, ask the person you trust the most. His true intentions were exposed. For example, Miss Hecate. Eden, who was listening to the conversation between the two, felt a little helpless. Bishop Karen almost told Akhtar to ask his teacher for help. As for why Bishop Karen didn't ask for help himself, it was simply because Hecate was very busy. Not only did she have to deal with the internal affairs of the Magic Kingdom, she also had to spend a lot of time studying magic. And asking Hecate directly was very expensive, very expensive. However, if we change the idea and let Akhtar ask Hecate for help, the situation will be completely different. Not only can we not pay, but Hecate can also help us wholeheartedly. Unless Hecate wants her apprentice to get into trouble in the Black Rose country. Well, I will ask teacher Hecate for advice. Shimu touched the necklace on his wrist, his voice revealed firmness. I will contact teacher Hecate later. Hee. Don't be too anxious. Bishop Karen smiled kindly, and waved to the nun in the distance. Explain after the nun came to him. Sister Sharon, the clerk of the Inquisition, is the person who knows the Inquisition best besides me. He smiled kindly. Let Sharon take you to learn about the Inquisition. I, an old man, won't disturb you young people from chatting. Then Bishop Karen, you can go and do your work. Shimu kept smiling, looking at Bishop Karen, who was leaving, and decided to kill Bishop Karen tonight. After all, letting this old guy continue to live would not be conducive to his control of the Inquisition. Miss Sharon, I leave it to you next. He cast his eyes on Sister Sharon, who was standing beside him. She was wearing a sexy black rubber tights, with several silver chains decorated on the rubber clothes, and holding an exaggerated black sickle in one hand. Her temperament was cold and charming, making people want to lie on the ground and be stepped on by Sister Sharon's high heels. It would be even better if she added some disgusted expressions. Sir Akhtar, please follow me. Although she used honorifics, Sharon's voice sounded very cold. She turned around and led the way, without much communication with Shimu. This was not because she hated Shimu. On the contrary, she had enough respect for Shimu. She might not say a word to ordinary people. Others are hell. This is Sharon's creed. In order not to sink in hell, she can only reduce communication with others. Otherwise, she will only sink deeper and deeper in hell. Hall of Inquisition. In the dark conference room, Shimu sat on the main seat, crossed his 5 fingers, looked around at the people sitting around the round table, and asked, "Why? The environment is so dark." The atmosphere fell silent. This is the atmosphere of the Hall of Inquisition. Someone spoke uncertainly, and then the light suddenly lit up. Sharon walked over with a cold face. She stood behind Shimu and spoke to everyone present. You can't even see your face clearly. How will Mr. Akhtar remember you? You are not allowed to make the meeting room too dark in the future. Yes. Someone was dejected, but did not refute. After all, Sharon is not only a strong woman, but also a very serious person. If she can solve the problem, she will definitely not waste time talking to you. Mr. Akhtar, please let me introduce you to the members of the Inquisition. Sharon bent down and whispered to Shimu. Shimu looked over subconsciously, and happened to see the tall mountains wrapped in latex, reflecting the attractive luster under the light. Well, I want to pinch it. Chapter 79. Outside the city. In the mountains. The Inquisition has blocked all entrances and exits. The rats are hiding in the mountains. Shimu walked into the mountains and explained to Sharon, who was accompanying him, "Just let me deal with them." "Sorry, I don't quite understand why you do this." Sharon showed a puzzled expression. "Since the hiding place of the Twilight followers was discovered, why didn't you let the Inquisition take action, but chose to fight the Twilight followers alone, when there was obviously a more efficient way?" Shimu looked at the sun in the sky after hearing this. It was still 3 or 4 hours before nightfall, enough time for him to brush up some experience points, and then go to assassinate Bishop Karen. He retracted his gaze and looked at the cold nun next to him wearing a black latex suit and holding a sickle, and explained, "To ensure that they are all killed, and to vent the hatred in my heart, if it weren't for them." Before he finished speaking, his voice gradually became smaller. Sharon did not ask any more questions after hearing this. She knew the story about Akhtar. If it were not for the Twilight believers, Akhtar would probably be in the Iris Kingdom, spending his days leisurely with his beloved princess. So she could understand Akhtar's hatred for the Twilight believers, and also understand Akhtar's desire to kill all the Twilight believers. But the premise is that Akhtar guarantees his own safety. If you are in danger, or I judge that you are not suitable to continue fighting, Sharon's voice is cold, I will intervene in your revenge battle. I won't let you have this opportunity. Shimu smiled, then drew out the Hunting King great sword and entered a dark tunnel. Sharon had no choice but to catch up with Shimu, alert for possible enemies around. She originally thought that when she met a hero like Akhtar, she didn't need to worry about messy things, but it turned out that this famous hero was also a problematic guy. Blood splattered and stained the wall of the cave, and the body of the dwarf guarding the gate fell to the ground. Shimu stepped over the dwarf's body, and his body temperature began to soar at this moment, like burning charcoal. "Wait a moment," he said softly, and then stroked the Hunting King's great sword with his hand. With the black flames burning, he rushed into the battlefield like lightning and began a ruthless massacre. The swinging Hunting King's great sword was like a fire dragon passing through the dwarves, and the sword pointed like an evil dragon biting the dwarves. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the dwarves turned into torches. Sharon stood in the distance and observed this scene, ready to activate her ability at any time, move to Akhtar's side, and ensure Akhtar's personal safety. But unexpectedly, she never found a chance to attack, and could only watch Akhtar cooperate with the 12 knights he summoned to slaughter the followers of the Dusk. After a long time, the battle came to an end. "Tell me your plan, and I can spare your life." Shimu stepped on a struggling dwarf, with his blade against the dwarf's neck. In response, the dwarf suddenly stopped struggling, turned his neck and looked at the cold-eyed silver-armored knight. His body temperature also soared rapidly at this moment, and he sneered, "Akhtar, you are really pathetic." He sneered, and was about to mock the hero before self-destructing. But at this moment, the sickle suddenly stabbed down, and the sharp tip of the knife pierced his heart. Before he exploded, he was burned to ashes by the black flames. The sickle turned, and Sharon appeared beside Akhtar. She chose to kill the dwarf before he exploded to prevent Akhtar from having an accident. What a bunch of crazy people who are stubborn. Shaking his head, Shimu didn't care that Sharon had robbed him of a head. After all, this was inevitable. As long as he harvested most of the experience points, it would be fine. Sharon comforted him. Some dwarves who fled to the bottom of the mountain were captured by our members, and their memories were successfully extracted. It can be confirmed that they don't know what the death cult wants to do. She gave a conclusion. This group of Dusk believers is just used to create momentum, and does not have strong strength. What is the reason for them to do this? Shimu seemed a little puzzled, but in fact he knew the answer very clearly. In order to attract the attention of the goddess of death. There is a setting in this world that the living cannot reach the hell of the dead. This is the rule set by the omniscient god in the past. For this set rule, even the gods cannot go to hell, unless the goddess of death appears in person, and takes the living to the world of the dead. That's why the death cult came to the Black Rose country to make trouble, hoping to force the death goddess out by insulting the followers of the death goddess. After all, if you want to unlock the seal of the Witch of Death, you must confirm the boundary between life and death, so that you can find the seal of the Witch of Death. No matter what, we must expel the death cult. Sharon said her thoughts. She didn't know what the death cult wanted to do. However, as long as all members of the Order of Death are killed in advance, no matter what plan is made, it will fail. After all, plans need people to execute them. That's right. Shimu nodded, turned around and walked out of the cave, but was held down by Sharon's shoulder. I take you back. Sharon activated her ability, and moved in space under Shimu's inquiring gaze. As the scenery changed in the blink of an eye, Shimu appeared in front of a luxurious mansion, and Sharon next to him also withdrew his hand. Sir Akhtar, this is your residence. Sharon explained to Shimu calmly, your female companion is here now. Thank you, you should go back and rest too. Shimu smiled, but saw Sharon slightly stunned and explained to him. Sir Akhtar, I need to stay by your side. Shimu asked, why? To protect your personal safety. Sharon explained seriously. She has the ability to teleport and can take Akhtar out of danger when Akhtar is in danger. No need. Waving his hand, Shimu refused Sharon's close protection. I can protect my own safety. Sharon frowned, but seeing Akhtar's serious expression, she didn't force it, just asked. Why don't you want my protection? With you around, I can't concentrate on thinking. Shimu said expressionlessly, then turned and walked into the mansion. With Sharon around, it was not convenient for him to execute the plan, and Sharon was a tricky woman. The unpredictable ability to move at high speed, coupled with the damage of the death prayer, brought a fatal blow that could flash at any time. Sharon stood there, looking at Akhtar's back as he left, with a puzzled look on her face, as if she couldn't quite understand what Akhtar said. After thinking for a while, she instantly moved and disappeared from the spot. A moment later. Bishop's office. Ha ha ha. I can't concentrate on thinking. Bishop Karen laughed loudly, and the coffee card in his hand kept shaking. He almost laughed to tears. After all, Sharon, you are also a very attractive woman. Staying with His Excellency Akhtar will indeed make it difficult for people to concentrate on thinking. I don't think this is funny. Sharon frowned in dissatisfaction, looking at the overjoyed Bishop Karen coldly. The Order of Death may attack His Excellency Akhtar at any time. Don't worry about Akhtar's safety. Bishop Karen waved his hand. His expression became serious. Even if all of us are in trouble, with that adult accompanying Akhtar, Akhtar will not have any accidents. He took a sip of coffee and sighed. Akhtar is really easy to attract strong women. Sharon showed a puzzled expression, but Bishop Karen waved his hand and didn't want to explain in depth. He didn't want to leak the fact that the woman accompanying Akhtar was the omniscient saint. After all, the omniscient saint didn't seem to intend to reveal her identity. Understood. Sharon turned around and disappeared on the spot. Since Mr. Akhtar said that he didn't need protection, and Bishop Karen had no objection, then she wouldn't insist on protecting Akhtar. At the same time, in the mansion, the girl with long milky white hair was lying on the table, looking lazy. She yawned occasionally and complained, why didn't Akhtar take me to fight this time? Maybe it was to let you accompany me? Eden chuckled, poured a cup of hot tea, and placed it in front of the girl with long milky white hair. Hearing this, the girl with long milky white hair had a slightly puffy cheek, took the teacup in front of her and turned it lightly, muttering, it doesn't seem to be this reason. Eden smiled, then changed the subject and asked, Miss Sleipnir, you seem very reluctant to transform into a human form in front of Akhtar? I don't want that kind of thing. The girl with long milky white hair muttered, it's too dangerous for me to transform into a human form in front of Akhtar. Dangerous? Eden looked puzzled, but just when she was about to ask, footsteps came from the aisle not far away. The girl with long milky white hair was frightened and immediately turned into an 8-legged horse, and lay in front of the tea table. Shimu pushed the door open and walked in, looking at the 8-legged horse and Eden, then cast his eyes on the steaming teacup and smiled. Did Miss Eden expect me to come back? He sat down at the table, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Eden glanced at the mare, then smiled. I heard the footsteps of Lord Akhtar, so I made a cup of tea for you. Really? Shimu nodded slightly, drank the tea in the cup, and then invited Eden. It's rare to come to the Black Rose Kingdom. Do you want to go shopping together? Does Akhtar have any free time? Eden asked calmly. Now Akhtar should focus on dealing with the cult of death. In this regard, Shimu explained, maybe there will be unexpected gains on this trip. Unexpected gains? Eden nodded, then stood up and stroked her skirt. She agreed to go out with Akhtar. Shimu smiled when he saw this, then raised his hand and touched the head of the mare next to him, and said regretfully, if you can transform into a human form, it would be nice to go shopping with us. The mare rolled her eyes, and consciously returned to Akhtar's ring. She didn't want to transform into a human form in front of Akhtar. I remember that she had a kind of person before, because she fell in love with a human, and then because of the problem of lifespan. Wait, Akhtar, who has obtained the dragon magic, doesn't seem to worry about lifespan. When Akhtar kills Siegfried and eats Siegfried's heart, he can transform into a dragon. My thoughts were a little confused at this moment. On the street, Shimu and Eden walked together, attracting the attention of many passers-by, but no one came forward to disturb them. The omniscient god must be missing, right? Shimu took the initiative to bring up the topic and asked Eden. It's hard to imagine how bad the world would be without the omniscient god. Eden was silent for a moment and said, even if the omniscient god doesn't exist, there are still the goddess of life and the witch. Her voice was extremely calm. There are many people in this world who can make this world a better place. Miss Eden, are you really a believer in the omniscient god? Shimu asked uncertainly. In this world, even those who are not believers in the omniscient god will feel that the omniscient god must exist. After all, the omniscient god is the creator of this world. I am a believer of the omniscient god, so I guess. Eden smiled and lowered her eyes. Sir Akhtar, if one day you find that the omniscient god is the most evil existence in this world, I will pretend that I didn't hear it. Shimu waved his hand and interrupted Eden's subsequent words, seeming to be somewhat resistant to Eden's words. This is certainly not because he has any devout belief in the omniscient god. It is purely because Eden will change the subject and say that he is joking. Unless Eden's subsequent favorability can be brushed high enough, then Eden will take the initiative to reveal information about the omniscient god. Sir Akhtar, this is just a hypothesis. Eden smiled gently, and did not continue to talk in depth. After all, she also knew that what she said was very difficult to accept. Who could imagine that the omniscient god is the greatest evil? If your hypothesis is true, I will go to fight against the omniscient god. Shimu said as if it was a joke, which made Eden look surprised. He waved his hand and smiled. It's just a hypothesis. Ha! It's a really bold hypothesis. A hearty laugh came from behind, and then a strong arm was placed on Shimu's shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a man with a naked upper body and red lines on his face, smiling at him, discussing how to defeat the god of omniscience. Well, it's very much to my taste. He smiled brightly. I have long wanted to fight the god of omniscience. The god of war. Shimu narrowed his eyes and recognized who this familiar man was, the god of war who claimed to have the strongest power. In terms of pure power, the god of war is an unsolvable existence. Chapter 80. Who are you? Shimu's expression was terribly cold, showing hostility and vigilance towards the familiar god of war. In response, the god of war smiled, cast his eyes on Eden, who was wearing a gray cloak beside him, and said, Your girlfriend probably knows me. He is a difficult guy. Eden looked at Shimu's inquiring eyes and explained in a cold voice, Except for the Witch of Death, who may be hiding in the city, no one can defeat him. Even the Witch of Death has no chance of defeating me. The god of war grinned and didn't care about the Witch of Death. Shimu was silent after hearing this, and seemed to realize the identity of the man next to him, and asked, You are a god? You are worthy of being the hero she cast her eyes on. The god of war did not hide his identity, and showed a generous smile to Shimu. Why don't you guess which god I am? There are many gods in the sky, including well-known gods and unknown gods. It is not easy to guess the identity of a god blindly. However, there are not many male gods in the sky who dare to say that they are sure to win against the Witch of Death. After all, the Witch of Death is different from ordinary witches. Generally, witches will be attacked by the gods shortly after they are born. But the Witch of Death is only sealed and has been alive, and well until now, which already shows the strength of the Witch of Death. So the answer is already very obvious. Are you the god of the ocean? Shimu guessed seriously, which made the god of war twitch his mouth and showed an unhappy expression. He raised his hand and pointed at his face. Do I have any similarities with that sissy? Shimu tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, Both are men? This guy didn't plan to guess properly. If you guess right, I tell you an important piece of information. The god of war's voice was bewitching. For example, do you have the qualifications to become a demon? The geniuses in this world are very interested in whether they can break through the realm of man. Even if they don't want to surpass the realm of man, they will want to know whether they can do it. So any arrogant genius will find it difficult to resist the temptation of this information. Sure enough. Shimu was silent for a moment, then said, Maybe. You are the god of war? You are really interested in becoming a demon. The god of war answered very straightforwardly, You definitely have the potential to become a demon. Shimu frowned and asked, Why are you telling me this? Maybe it's boring. The god of war answered casually, Don't you want to fight with gods? Shimu didn't answer this question. However, Eden, who was standing nearby, raised his head, stared at the careless god of war, and asked, "You are tempting a hero to become a demon. Do you know what you are talking about?" But this kid wanted to be a demon. The god of war smiled viciously. "Don't you realize that he wants to fight?" he asserted. After this kid realized that I was a god, his first reaction was whether he could win, and what means he should use to win. Eden subconsciously glanced at Akhtar, and found that the handsome knight turned his head away, obviously feeling guilty. The man's first reaction was really whether he could defeat the gods. This kid is a person who is extremely eager to fight. The god of war seemed to sense Shimu's nature. Even if the target of the battle is a god, he will not feel fear. There are many brilliant demons in history who do not feel fear for the existence of gods, but regard them as a powerful tribe. And he does not think this perspective is wrong. "Why can you confirm that I can become a demon?" Shimu asked the question that many geniuses have been asking throughout their lives, why they have been stuck in the human realm. In response, the god of war showed a bad smile. "If you want to know the answer, then you have to defeat me." Shimu did not answer. Seeing this, Eden frowned slightly, looked directly at the god of war with a bad smile, and asked, "Are you coming to the Black Rose country for the cult of death? That group of little mice is not worth my effort." The god of war waved his hand, and explained casually, "But the master behind that group of little mice is worth my personal visit." Eden nodded slightly, with curiosity in his eyes. "You want to defeat the Witch of Death?" "There is no point in defeating the Witch of Death's clone." The god of war showed a lack of interest. "This time, I came here mainly to obtain information." At this point, he added another sentence. "Of course, there is also to join in the fun." "Fun?" Shimu seemed puzzled, and then he got the answer from the god of war. He opened his arms, and ignored the gazes of passers-by. "Heroes, cultists, gods, and witches are all gathered in this small country. What can you think of?" Shimu asked in cooperation. "What?" "Grand opening." The god of war laughed, and said the big event that was about to happen, the witch behind the cultists will declare war on the gods. No, on the whole world, and start fighting for the dominance of this world. It sounds really bad. Shimu frowned, but the god of war beside him didn't care at all, but patted his shoulder. "Boy, if you can become a demon, you can join this game of fighting for the dominance of the world." He put his hand on Shimu's shoulder, and whispered in his ear. "If you can become the winner, even if you become the partner of the goddess of life, you will have a chance." Shimu's expression changed, looking at the god of war, who was arm in arm with him, asking as if jokingly, "What if I accidentally kill you?" "Boy, I will win." The god of war withdrew his hand, ignored the horrified gazes of the people on the street, and disappeared from the spot. Shimu, who was standing still, seemed a little excited. He smiled at Eden beside him. "Becoming a demon sounds interesting." After saying this, he seemed to prove his innocence. "This is not to become the partner of the goddess of life. I just think that becoming a demon can help me pursue the ultimate in magic." Eden looked at Shimu expressionlessly. This man was obviously bewitched by the words of the god of war. What about becoming the partner of the goddess of life? That was just an excuse for the god of war to bewitch Akhtar into becoming a demon. But this excuse seemed very effective. In a sense, men are really easy to deceive. "Ahem, I want to confess to the goddess of life." Shimu coughed lightly and asked Eden, "Do you want to go with me?" "Yes." Eden nodded gently. She now hoped that Shimu would confess fiercely. As long as the goddess of life heard it, the god of war would feel the goddess's anger next. At night, Bishop Karen took a sip of coffee, and stood by the window looking at the brightly lit city. He grew up in the Black Rose Kingdom, since he was a child. In the past, this country was very poor. People were not interested in creating wealth, and maintained a state of just being alive. Anyway, coming to this world is to suffer. When they go to hell, they can enjoy happiness. Therefore, the believers of the Black Rose Kingdom have been in a state of continuous eating, and waiting for death, and have no motivation to make their lives better. However, he did not think this was the right thing to do. If a person does not even have the ability to actively obtain happiness, then even if he goes to hell after death, he will not be able to obtain happiness. You need to pick the milk flowing in the river by yourself, and you need to reach out and pick the fruit on the tree by yourself. It has never been described that it will be delivered to your mouth. If people in this world don't even make this kind of effort, they will not be happy even in hell. So he has been trying to let believers create their own happiness in this world. If they can be happy in this world, you will definitely get real happiness in hell. God, please bless the Black Rose Kingdom. Bishop Karen sighed worriedly, and then through the reflection of the window glass, he noticed a dark shadow behind him. The moment he was about to open his mouth to pray, the great sword wrapped with a strong power of death pierced his chest. Why could someone bypass the protection of the church's barrier? This is a powerful barrier that cannot be broken even under the siege of hundreds of dragons. Why can someone pass through it easily? But soon he understood why the barrier was broken. Behind the man holding the great sword, there was a woman with long blue wavy hair, wearing a white witch's pointed hat, with her hands and 5 fingers folded on her chest. The Witch of Death. The most difficult guy has been dealt with. A familiar and indifferent male voice came out, and the man in black drew out the great sword and calmly took 2 steps back. He said to the witch beside him, "Are you satisfied with this sacrifice?" Akhtar. "You are?" Akhtar. Bishop Karen immediately recognized the owner of the voice, and his expression was unbelievable. In response, Shimu calmly took off his hood, looked at Bishop Karen with cold eyes, and shook his head with some regret. As expected of a bishop, you have a very strong resistance to death. Whether you believe in the goddess of death or the witch of death, you can obtain a relatively basic ability, which is the protection of resisting death. Even if your heart is pierced, you will not die in a short time and maintain the corresponding combat ability. If you find a believer of the goddess of life during this period of time, you can completely heal the fatal injury. Why? It's you? Bishop Karen's eyes widened, and he staggered forward. The blood from the wound flowed, staining the marble floor red. You deceived me from the beginning. You are not a hero at all. You are an out-and-out cultist, and a liar, who deceives the world and steals the name. He stared at Shimu in front of him with bloodshot eyes, wanting to use prayer to kill this man, but found that it was a miracle that he could move his body. The moment the sword of death pierced his chest, the magic power in his body was continuously wiped out by the power of death, and it would be wiped out if it was slightly condensed. And his resistance to death was about to collapse. Shimu said nothing, and coldly added a sword, and the sword wrapped in the flame of death pierced through the abdomen of Bishop Karen, completely ending the life of this NPC. Is it wrong to believe in witches? He asked the body of Bishop Karen on the ground with a cold expression. From the perspective of mortals, there is no difference between gods and witches. They are all existences beyond the human realm and possess unattainable power. It's nothing more than that gods have an advantage in power. Is he the most difficult human being in your opinion? The Witch of Death observed the body burning on the ground by the flame of death. Not long ago, Akhtar summoned her with a squirrel as a sacrifice, and then asked her to lead the way into the church to assassinate the bishop of the church. From her perspective, this bishop named Karen was just an insignificant human, and she would not have the idea of killing Karen. However, since Akhtar summoned her and vowed that Bishop Karen was a troublesome person, she did not mind cooperating with Akhtar's actions. After all, she was just an layman, and she did not know much about the current world. Since the believers thought it would be better to do so, then she had no reason to refuse. He can coordinate the forces of all parties very well. Shimu said the troubles about Bishop Karen. If this NPC was not killed, it would gather the forces gathered from all parties and effectively strike the death cult. So it is very necessary to kill Bishop Karen. Really? The Witch of Death nodded gently, and then asked another question. Akhtar, why did you come to the Black Rose Kingdom? Didn't you say that I should get close to the all-knowing saint? Shimu looked at the Witch of Death nodding, and said with a smile, I brought the all-knowing saint here directly. The Witch of Death, eh? She just let Akhtar learn about the true power of the all-knowing God from the all-knowing saint, instead of asking Akhtar to bring the all-knowing saint here. But isn't Akhtar's workability a bit outrageous, being able to find the all-knowing saint in such a short time, and bringing her here directly? And he calmly sneaked into the church of the goddess of death, and became a high-level official. What's wrong, Lady Death Witch? Shimu seemed a little puzzled, looking at the silent Death Witch and asking, Is there something wrong with my actions? No. The Death Witch shook her head gently and calmly changed the subject. Akhtar, do you know what I want to do? Shimu answered immediately. To lure out the goddess of death? Why? The Death Witch asked calmly, and then she got a clear analysis, which made her almost wonder if Akhtar could read minds. To unlock the seal. Shimu answered calmly, You want to locate hell through the advent of the goddess of death, and only by observing the hell that symbolizes death, and the world that symbolizes the living at the same time can you confirm the gap between life and death. Akhtar, I have a task for you to execute. The Death Witch seemed to have made a decision, and her sapphire-like eyes reflected the appearance of the man in front of her. I need you to find a way to lure out the goddess of death. Shimu was stunned when he heard this, but then he regained his composure. Under the gaze of the Witch of Death, he thought for a moment and said, Even if we take away all the souls of the Black Rose Kingdom, the goddess of death in hell probably won't appear. He looked down at the body of Bishop Karen that had turned into ashes. But if we can harvest the souls of the whole world, the goddess of death will definitely jump out. Harvest the souls of the whole world? The Witch of Death frowned. She is now just a clone, not enough to harvest the souls of the whole world. And she doesn't want to harvest the lives of the whole world. To be more precise, it is to prevent the souls of the whole world from going to hell. Shimu expressed his thoughts. As long as hell cannot accept dead souls, hell cannot be considered hell, and the goddess of death will definitely come out to solve the problem. The Witch of Death fell into deep thought. And Shimu didn't urge her, letting the Witch of Death think. According to the normal plot inertia, the Witch of Death tried many methods, but found that she could not force the goddess of death out. She had to use a method that was almost like flipping the table to block the channel for the souls of this world to go to hell. The two contradictory concepts of life and death are superimposed in this world. The dead cannot return to hell, but can only become wandering zombies. And this is the later plot, which is to reasonably introduce the advanced map of hell and let players enter the advanced copy of hell. It is also to let players participate in the feeling of history, from the original vibrant world to a world full of corpses. It must be able to make players feel something. Chapter 81. The next day, the news of Bishop Karen's assassination spread like a hurricane throughout the Black Rose Kingdom, making the already unstable Black Rose Kingdom even more unstable. Heresy Inquisition. Lord Akhtar, this is the information collected so far. Sharon put a stack of information on Shimu's desk, and then stood behind Shimu naturally. Now that Bishop Karen has been killed, Shimu, as the manager of the Heresy Inquisition, naturally has the highest power. And the Heresy Inquisition really needs Akhtar's help. Shimu flipped through the information, frowned, and then put it back on the table, saying, "It's all worthless information. The means of assassination are unknown." Sharon shook her head. She had no idea what means the death cult used to assassinate Bishop Karen. With the protection of the barrier that resists the attack of 100 dragons, theoretically no one can break through silently. Even if she has the ability to teleport, it will definitely trigger the induction of the barrier, so that Bishop Karen should prepare in advance. It may be the Witch of Death who took action personally. Shimu guessed so, crossed his 5 fingers, and analyzed calmly. Bishop Karen has a considerable influence in the Black Rose Kingdom. Directly assassinating Bishop Karen is the easiest way to cause chaos in the Black Rose Kingdom. Lord Akhtar, you underestimate the power of the witch. Sharon's voice was extremely calm. If the witch has ill intentions towards the Black Rose Kingdom, we will perish in an instant, and there will be no chance to discuss who assassinated Bishop Karen. According to the classics she has read, the power of the Witch of Death is no different from that of a god, or even stronger than ordinary gods. Such an existence has malicious intentions towards the Black Rose Country. It does not need too much troublesome means to directly destroy the Black Rose Country. And they have no power to resist. Maybe the Witch of Death has other plans. Shimu analyzed so, and then made a decision, convey everything that is happening now to the Goddess of Death. We need the guidance of the Goddess of Death. He did not allow any doubt. The largest scale ceremony, let all believers join in, start praying to the Goddess of Death at the same time, and convey everything now to the Goddess of Death. Is this really necessary? Sharon was slightly stunned. If believers from all over the country join the ceremony, then the message must be conveyed to the Goddess of Death. If you want to give an example, it's like an ant shouting at a person, then humans probably won't pay attention, but if thousands of ants gather on the ground and put out corresponding words, then humans can't ignore it anyway. It is very necessary. There must be a bigger conspiracy behind this. Shimu looked very serious. The teacher can't predict the fate of the Black Rose Kingdom, which must mean that there is a higher power involved. Understood. Sharon nodded and lowered her head. I will report the information to the king and ask them to cooperate with the grand ceremony. After she finished speaking, her figure disappeared from the spot. Since even Hecate couldn't predict the fate of the Black Rose Kingdom, it means that the situation has reached a certain level of seriousness. So it is indeed necessary to pray for the guidance of the gods. Sharon, I hope you won't let me down. Shimu picked up the documents on the table and began to read them. He was checking if there were any heroes who had arrived at the Black Rose Kingdom, flipping through the pages until he saw Michael's name. His fingers paused, then slid across Michael's file. If he did nothing, Michael would be captured by the God of Blood in 2 months, and would be stuffed into puffs in the sky, tortured day and night. He thought for a while. Come here, he suddenly said, and a man in black came out of the shadows, and then he gave an order. Please come to see Michael. Yes. The man in black disappeared into the shadows, and he followed the order very loyally, since Akhtar was now the manager of the Inquisition. Then they would follow the order. Meanwhile, In the outside world, a puppet girl sat on the edge of the bell tower, her 5 fingers pulling imperceptible thin lines, controlling several knights in the city to kill each other on the street. No one has noticed until now how boring, she complained, but her smile became more and more evil, until a sickle wrapped in black flames passed by. The doll girl's neck was directly cut open, and her head fell to the ground. Sharon looked indifferent, stepped on the doll girl's head with her foot, and asked, "What is your purpose?" Hee, are you scared?" The doll girl's head laughed, and she didn't care about being stepped on. "It doesn't matter if I tell you, this country has been watched by the witch lady, and all your souls are sacrifices to the witch lady." She laughed very happily. "By the way, the ceremony will start in 3 days. If the witch of death is really watching this country, why wait 3 days? Sharon's voice became even colder. The puppet girl gave an answer to this. "Interesting." Crack. Sharon stepped on it, and crushed the puppet girl's head directly, then instantly moved and disappeared from the spot. She came to the victims controlled by the puppet girl and found that although the victims were seriously injured, they all survived. No. To be more precise, they could not die. At the same time. In the Inquisition. Michael. Right? Shimu interlaced his 5 fingers, and looked at the beautiful woman with golden hair opposite him, saying as if jokingly, "She is really as beautiful as the rumors. This is just the result of ability." Shaking his head, Michael's smile was unexpectedly free and easy, giving people a very friendly feeling. Shimu nodded and took out a page of paper. "This is a magic that can enhance ability. Just consider it as my reward to you." "Sir Akhtar, are you going to hire me to do something?" Michael took the paper, but did not read it. Shimu shook his head and said, "Your coming to the Black Rose Kingdom is already a help. This magic of I can show myself is the reward from us heroes." He kept smiling. "I invited you here this time just to make friends with you. I hope you don't mind too much." "I am very happy to do so." Michael laughed heartily, making people feel their heartbeats speed up. This is a manifestation of his unconscious charm ability. However, Shimu was immune to this, and asked about another thing instead. "I heard that you have a very powerful sister. Why haven't I seen her?" Michael's smile faded a little. "My sister is stopping a suitor, and it's not convenient for her to come. If you need anything, you can find me," Shimu said with a smile, and did not choose to ask further questions, but he did know who the pursuer next to Michael was. He was in charge of the God of Blood, and now stayed by Michael's side as a pursuer, and was hostile to all men who approached Michael. After a while, he killed Siegfried, and he could withdraw his hands to cooperate with Michael to kill the God of Blood, the experience package. And at this moment, "Lord Akhtar, your guess is right." Sharon's figure suddenly appeared, and was about to tell the information. But after seeing Michael, he kept silent. Michael's character is trustworthy. Shimu waved his hand. "It doesn't matter if you just say it directly. The Witch of Death may really be in the Black Rose Kingdom." Sharon's cold voice revealed solemnity. "According to the cultists, they will collectively sacrifice the Black Rose Kingdom in 3 days, and everyone's soul will be gathered in the hands of the Witch of Death. Since it is 3 days later, it is enough for us to leave the Black Rose Kingdom." Shimu answered immediately, but Sharon shook her head and explained, "Anyone who takes the initiative to leave the Black Rose Range will die. The Witch of Death has set up a barrier, and as long as you leave the Black Rose Kingdom, you will be forced to die." Shimu thought about it, and said coldly, "What if I kill everyone in advance?" "No one in the Black Rose Kingdom can die, even if their heart is pierced." Sharon said desperate information. "The barrier set up by the Witch of Death seems to be ridden with resistance to death. No one can kill each other, and let their soul go to hell in advance. Then we can only pray to the Goddess of Death." Shimu shook his head, seemingly helpless. Sharon was silent for a moment, and said, "I will go and urge the king." "Yeah." Shimu smiled and nodded, watching Sharon disappear on the spot, and then leaned back in his chair, seeming to feel tired. Michael, who was standing next to him, looked at Shimu's tired look, picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup, and pushed it in front of Shimu. "Sir Akhtar, the situation is not irreversible." He smiled brightly. "If you need it, I can help you dispel some fatigue." "No." Shimu refused without thinking. He knew that Michael's way to dispel fatigue was to give a caring hug. "Please let me rest for a while." "Okay." Michael stood up, intending to let Shimu be alone, but just as he stood up and walked out of the door, Shimu suddenly said something. "Can you please give the ability to manifest myself to the heroes? Even if it only improves their strength a little bit, it's a good thing." "Yes, leave it to me." Michael nodded seriously, then quickened his pace and left the room. Since the hero Akhtar asked him to do so, he would definitely live up to his trust. Shimu picked up the teacup on the table and looked at his reflection in the cup. He really wanted all the heroes to learn the ability to manifest myself. Otherwise, how could he gain more experience points? Of course, he couldn't attack the heroes directly with a knife now, otherwise his identity would be exposed immediately, and he couldn't beat the besieged heroes. However, if he wanted to kill the heroes reasonably, the method was too simple. He just had to let the Witch of Death add a rule. The loser in the death duel can keep his soul, and get the qualification to go to hell. Then the heroes can join the duel one by one for the qualification of soul reincarnation, and become his experience pack for upgrading. Of course, this way of harvesting experience points is too rough, and not convenient for maximizing benefits. It is also possible to arrange a wish qualification for the final winner. The content of the wish is that the Witch of Death will let the Black Rose Kingdom go. Heroes, don't let me down. Shimu drank the water in the cup, and continued to read the information. He was sorting out the information of the heroes in the Black Rose King City, so that he could arrange the battle according to his needs to maximize his experience points. After all, the heroes here are strong and weak. If the battle is arranged randomly, 2 suitable experience packs may die prematurely. At the same time, in the hall where heroes gathered. Ah, I know the magic that can show me. A fair-looking boy spoke, attracting the attention of all the heroes present. This magic was developed by the Witch of Creation. Magic developed by the Witch of Creation? Michael was slightly stunned, looking at the paper in his hand, and for a moment he began to hesitate whether to teach it to the heroes. In response, the fair-faced boy smiled. This magic is harmless, and the gods don't mind believers learning this magic. You can learn it boldly. How can you be sure that the gods won't mind? This is magic developed by the Witch of Creation? A tall and handsome man holding 2 guns, his voice revealed a strong suspicion. I have never heard that the gods allow learning the magic of witches. Because I am God. The fair-faced boy kept smiling, wishing to reveal his identity as a god and his unusually tall body immediately. But he was very patient now. Before he completely won Michael's heart, it was impossible for him to let Michael know that he was the god of blood. Otherwise, this relationship would not be pure. He wanted Michael to like him purely, without any identity factors. I also know this by chance. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Church of the God of Blood and pray to God and ask. The fair-faced boy smiled, but soon his smile froze. Next to him, a man wearing golden armor with his hands in his pockets sneered, There is no Church of the God of Blood in the Black Rose Kingdom, and there is no way to verify it. At least let us find a god with a church. Some people couldn't help but complain. There are many gods in this world. Depending on the local culture, the number of churches they have is also different, and the God of Blood is the type with very few churches. In the Black Rose Kingdom, where the mainstream belief is the goddess of death, there can't be a Church of the God of Blood. It's okay to go to the Church of the God of War. A bald man came out, with red lines on his face, naked upper body, and a generous and domineering smile. In the Black Rose Kingdom, there should be a Church of the God of War, right? He glanced at the fair-faced boy and grinned. Don't worry, I've also heard that I can show myself is a magic allowed by the gods. Chapter 82. Put down the teacup. Shimu leaned back in his chair and sighed tiredly. He seemed to feel very powerless about the current situation. And at this moment, Sharon's figure suddenly appeared and stood behind Shimu. She looked at the tired Akhtar, and her cold expression softened. Although they didn't spend much time together, she had a very deep understanding of Akhtar. In terms of ability, she could quickly make the right judgment and stabilize the Black Rose Kingdom in the shortest time. In terms of character, there was no way to criticize him. He came from afar for the safety of the Black Rose Kingdom, and now he helped the Black Rose Kingdom without complaint. So although she believed in the concept of others or hell, she would not regard Akhtar as hell. After all, no one would really hate a truly kind person. Lord Akhtar, the grand ceremony has been prepared. She bent down slightly, and her hair slid down her shoulders. Excuse me, is there anything else you need to prepare? Shimu did not answer immediately, looking at Sister Sharon, who was wearing a black latex suit and showing her mature figure. He seemed a little embarrassed and turned his head away. Professional matters should be left to professionals. I am only temporarily managing the Inquisition, and have no power to manage other matters. Understood. Sharon did not seem to notice Akhtar's embarrassment, but just stood up again and raised her hand to gently gather the hair by her ears. Although he is a well-known hero, he is surprisingly innocent. In fact, she quite likes His Excellency Akhtar, who clearly wants to see her, but is embarrassed to look away. But now is a critical period, and we can't tease Mr. Akhtar. By the way, take me back to the mansion. Shimu seemed to remember something and ordered Sister Sharon, I have another very important matter to deal with. Yes. Sharon didn't ask what it was, but just raised her hand and pressed it on Shimu's shoulder, and directly took him to transfer instantly. Back to the mansion. Compared with the unrest outside, the atmosphere in the mansion seemed extremely peaceful, whether it was the little mare lying in front of the tea table, or Eden sitting in front of the tea table. You really don't feel nervous at all. Shimu walked into the room, pulled out a chair and sat down, while Sharon stood behind him like a maid. Eden smiled and poured a cup of tea, then pushed it in front of Shimu, waiting for Shimu to say what he meant. Eden, are you a goddess? Shimu asked, and then immediately said, or the all-knowing saint? He had known Eden's identity for a long time, but he needed to take this opportunity to let Eden admit it, so that Eden could reveal more critical information later. After all, if Eden was unwilling to reveal even his own identity, it would be impossible for him to reveal more critical information. No immediate answer. Eden looked at Shimu's eager eyes, and knew that Akhtar had begun to become helpless, so he asked about his identity at this time. This was a desire for a stronger force to intervene, so that the Black Rose Kingdom could be saved. She lowered her eyes and whispered, Sorry, I'm not a goddess. Is that the all-knowing saint? Shimu seemed to confirm Eden's identity, raised his hand to cover his forehead. What a bad answer. He stood up and comforted Eden with his back to her. It's okay, the problem is not unsolvable yet. After saying that, he asked Sister Sharon to take him away from the spot. Eden was stunned by this, and then stood up and left the mansion. In fact, she was not helpless, although she herself had no ability to stop the Witch of Death from killing everyone. However, there were gods in the city who could fight against the Witch of Death. Silence. 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 The God of War sat on the bench, hugging two shy men who were only wearing a pair of underwear, exposing a large area of skin, and strong and muscular. The two men snuggled in the arms of the God of War, and cast curious eyes on Akhtar and Sister Sharon, who suddenly appeared. You really came to see me. The God of War let go of the two men in his arms, picked up a glass of wine on the table, and poured a glass for Shimu. Then he picked up a cigarette and lit it. In fact, you did a very good job, whether it was immediately arranging a grand ceremony to pray to the goddess of death, or taking out the magic at the bottom of the box to improve the strength of the heroes. But it's just good. Facing an existence that exceeds the limits of the human realm, any strategy is meaningless. So you will definitely come to me. Shimu was silent for a while, and said, Your guess is very correct. Now the only person who can save the Black Rose Kingdom is you. If you came to beg me yesterday, you would probably have to pay something. The God of War exhaled a puff of smoke, showing a painful expression, but I was taught a lesson by the Goddess of Life yesterday, and it will be very troublesome to attack you. Originally, the Goddess of Life could not know that he had bewitched Akhtar to become a demon. After all, he was 100% sure that Akhtar wanted to become a demon. Since Akhtar wanted to become a demon, it was impossible for him to convey his bewitching words to the Goddess of Life. However, the development was different from what he expected. Akhtar actually told the Goddess of Life about his bewitching words. This guy didn't follow the routine. So he didn't want to attack Akhtar now, otherwise Akhtar would report to the Goddess of Life. Can I understand that you are willing to take action? Akhtar nodded, ignoring the regret in the words of the God of War. He knew the setting of the God of War very well. The game officials referred to the ancient wars, where comrades were more likely to develop friendships beyond normal, and because of the close relationship between each other, they could often form higher combat effectiveness. Therefore, the game officials added the setting of being keen on men to the God of War, and were particularly interested in heroes who showed their own glory. Ha ha ha, boy, you don't know much about the power that exceeds the limit of human realm. The God of War picked up the bottle on the table, broke the bottle mouth with his bare hands, and then drank all the liquor. Even if I can defeat the Witch of Death, as long as she has the will, she can kill everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom in an instant. He put the bottle on the table. The Witch of Death is not a simple witch. She can survive under the siege of the gods, which already shows how difficult the Witch of Death is. Doesn't that mean we're all doomed? Shimu frowned, and the God of War smiled upon hearing that, took a deep breath of smoke, and then the smoke he exhaled flooded the entire room, and the whole room was filled with a choking smell of smoke. If the Witch of Death wanted to kill people, she would have killed all of you long ago. There is a reason for letting you live. Shimu showed a similar look. As expected, the Witch of Death wants to lure the Goddess of Death to appear. The God of War smiled, with the ability of the Witch of Death, as long as the moment the Goddess of Death is observed, the location of hell can be accurately located. He hugged the strong man beside him and touched his cheek. Observing hell and the present world at the same time, the Witch of Death's ability can confirm the gap between life and death, and thus get rid of the seal. In other words, the goddess of death cannot come? Sharon suddenly spoke, staring at the god of war with a cold gaze. In this regard, the god of war did not care about Sharon's offense, and explained very patiently, the Witch of Death is very tricky. If she is allowed to break free from the seal, the world will fall into a more terrible disaster. He briefly stated the attitude of the gods. In order to ensure that no more terrible disasters are born, the meeting between the goddess of death and the Witch of Death must be avoided. Understood. Shimu's expression became cold, and then he held Sharon's soft hand beside him, and then the two disappeared on the spot. The god of war smiled when he saw this, and then broke open a bottle of wine with his bare hands. Looking at the wine in the bottle, that disappointed and stubborn expression is really interesting. In fact, he never said that the gods had no way out, and the previous words were just deliberately inducing Akhtar to be disappointed. As expected, Akhtar's disappointed but not desperate eyes, worthy of being a hero watched by the goddess of life, did not give up struggling under such circumstances. Really very charming. Inquisition. Sharon pursed her lips, looked at Akhtar who was working silently, wanted to start talking, but couldn't say anything. This blow was too heavy. For a long time. Shimu put down the pen, leaned against the chair and said, God, when facing a witch, seems to weigh the pros and cons. Sharon did not answer. Then, there is only one choice. Shimu smiled and looked at Sharon beside him, as if joking, since God doesn't save, then I will save. Sharon was stunned, looking at Akhtar with a warm smile in front of her, feeling that her heart was held. It was an indescribable feeling. But she instinctively said what she was thinking at the moment. Lord Akhtar, I will do my best to help you. If I have to die, I will definitely die before you. Don't be so exaggerated. Waving his hand, Shimu lowered his head to continue to handle his work, and instructed Sharon by the way, go to the outside world to investigate intelligence, and notify everyone in the Heretic Inquisition to be prepared without the help of the gods. Yes. Sharon responded respectfully. Her voice was no longer cold and alienated, and she no longer deliberately kept a distance from Akhtar. If others are hell, then Akhtar may be heaven. Disappearing on the spot, Sharon carried out Akhtar's orders, and accurately informed all members of the Heretic Inquisition of the words of the god of war. Then the news spread to the outside world through the mouth of the Heretic Inquisition, and everyone knew the current situation. God has abandoned them. Lies? These are lies that the cultists have told us to shake our resolve. On the street, a fanatical believer cursed, not believing that he was abandoned by the goddess of death. The goddess of death will definitely save us. Yes, the goddess of death will definitely save us. Someone immediately responded loudly, raising his hands high, under the glory of the goddess of death. The Witch of Death is not worth mentioning. Goddess of death, please let the souls of your devout believers come to you. A nun of death folded her hands and prayed. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that her soul would be taken away by the Witch of Death, and that she would not be able to serve the goddess of death after death. There were many people who had similar ideas, and everyone was saying with certainty that the goddess of death would definitely come and save everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom. So, will the goddess of death really come? The puppet girl sat on the edge of the clock tower, looking at the fanatical followers of death below. She turned her head to look at Sharon, who appeared beside her. With the power of the goddess of death and the fanatical faith of the believers, as long as she descends on the Black Rose Kingdom, she can ensure that everyone's soul will not be taken away by the Witch of Death. But the price is that the Witch of Death is unsealed. Sharon said nothing, just chopped off the head of the headless girl with a sickle, and stepped on it with her long legs and high heels. Hee, you are anxious. A happy laugh came from the head of the puppet girl. You are just a group of abandoned poor bugs. No one can save you. Sharon's eyes were cold, and she stepped hard on the puppet girl's head, but she still heard the last mockery of the puppet girl. You will be even more desperate tomorrow. The next day, all the believers of the Black Rose Kingdom began to mobilize, and began to gather under the organization of the clergy, and launched an unprecedented prayer. In the center of the square, the statue of the goddess of death was erected, and the believers prayed around the statue. The gathered prayers seemed to be able to reach hell. At this moment, looking from the sky, you can find that densely packed death believers occupy every street, praying to the statue of the goddess of death in the direction of the square. The believers do not pray for peace and safety. The believers just pray for a correct death. The believers only hope that their souls can return to hell. However, This almost humble prayer has never received a response from the goddess of death. From sunrise to sunset, there is no response from the goddess of death. Did the goddess of death really abandon them? The more they prayed, the more desperate they were. Ha ha ha. As expected. On the clock tower, the puppet girl laughed loudly. You have all been abandoned by the goddess of death. Her laughter was so loud that it seemed to be amplified by magic, and almost everyone in the city could hear it. The only response was a sickle. But this time it was different. The puppet girl seemed to have anticipated it in advance, and clamped the scythe with 2 fingers. She turned her head, and saw Sister Sharon appear. Why don't we play a game? The stakes are all your souls. If you win, you can survive. At this point, the smile became evil. If you lose, all of you will die. Chapter 83. The evil laughter spread throughout the Black Rose Kingdom, as if it was a joke. Sharon also drew back the sickle she had chopped out, and looked coldly at the smiling puppet girl. She had no choice now, and had to see what this cultist wanted to do. Otherwise, everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom would die. Then to show that we are not so cruel and ruthless. The puppet girl took off her beret and bowed gracefully. All heroes in the Black Rose Kingdom will not be bound by the rules of death, and can leave alive, but only before the game starts. She laughed evilly. Of course, the price of choosing to leave the Black Rose Kingdom is that from now on you will no longer have the name of a hero, but a coward. Sharon frowned and said, What do you mean? Because the rules of the next game are that every hero must be forced to participate in a game of 1 against 1,000, and everyone killed by the hero can get the qualification to go to hell. The puppet girl smiled, and observed the heroes under the clock tower. Everyone who escapes from the Black Rose Kingdom is equivalent to giving up the salvation of 1,000 souls, so naturally they cannot bear the name of heroes. The atmosphere became quiet at this moment. Time seemed to be stagnant at this moment. Sharon, who was standing next to her, looked at the smiling doll girl and tightened her scythe in her hand. This guy is too bad, playing with everyone like this. At the same time, in front of the hotel where the heroes gathered, all the heroes present began to get agitated, exchanging glances with each other, and confirming each other's thoughts. Should we flee the Black Rose Kingdom? After all, the current situation in the Black Rose Kingdom is no longer something that heroes can solve. Gods must intervene. Sorry, I choose to quit. A handsome man in a suit raised his hand with an indifferent look. He pressed the rapier at his waist with one hand. It will not help the Black Rose Kingdom to stay, and I don't think what the cultist said is true. Then I will quit too. A dwarf walked out of the crowd, carrying a black hammer on his back, and obviously did not want to stay in the Black Rose Kingdom. Then most of the heroes stood up and chose to leave the Black Rose Kingdom, unwilling to have their souls taken away by the Witch of Death after death. That was more difficult to accept than death. People without the name of heroes cannot leave the Black Rose Kingdom alive. A gentle and hearty voice suddenly came out. Everyone present looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Michael walking out slowly, facing the eyes of all the heroes. The rules of the game are that only heroes can leave. When you choose to abandon 1,000 souls and leave, you have already lost the title of hero. He looked at the puppet girl on the clock tower and asked, If we, who are not heroes, leave the Black Rose Kingdom, we will die immediately, right? He. You got it right. You are Michael, so smart. The puppet girl clapped happily. Seeing that most heroes looked disheartened, she said the answer without hesitation. Only heroes can leave the Black Rose Kingdom alive, but only those who are willing to stay can be considered heroes. Her smile was full of playfulness. People who lose the title of hero cannot leave alive. And it's really bad. Michael smiled in distress, and then cast his eyes on his sister, who had long red hair, and a mask covering half of her face. If he was a beauty because he had the ability to seduce, then his sister was a natural beauty. Her tall figure and awe-inspiring and calm temperament were like a blade polished to the extreme, as if it could open up all obstacles. He thought about it. Mister, come with me. He whispered to his sister beside him, and then the two of them went to the border of the Black Rose Kingdom one after the other. After Mister cast a curious look at her brother, Michael smiled gently and pushed her back hard. Mister took a step forward unexpectedly, left the Black Rose Kingdom safely, and stood outside the Black Rose Kingdom. If I was kicked out of the Black Rose Kingdom, I wouldn't lose my title as a hero. Michael smiled distressfully, but this method can only be used once, and this loophole cannot be used continuously. He looked at Mister who wanted to come back in. Don't come in, or I will commit suicide immediately. Mister stopped immediately, and Michael smiled and turned his back to his sister and waved his hand. Since I can find a loophole once, I can find a loophole a second time. As soon as he finished speaking, His figure disappeared in the distance. In fact, when he heard the puppet girl say the rules, he immediately realized the loophole in the rules. But he couldn't clearly say the loophole in the rules. It is necessary to push people out without the person's subjective intention to leave the Black Rose Kingdom. This has already ruled out too many heroes. On the other side, the puppet girl on the clock tower waited for a few minutes, and found that most heroes had made their choices. Some of them realized the loopholes in the rules, and sent their good friends out. With this in mind, she continued to perform. Hee, it seems that you have all made your choices. The puppet girl laughed evilly, asking for a beating, and continued to attract hatred. Come and choose. Do you choose to choose the goddess of death to come and save everyone, or choose to be killed by the heroes? She spoke to the praying death believers. Raise your hands if you want to be killed by heroes. Death. This concept is very terrifying, but it is based on the fact that there is no hell. For the believers of the goddess of death, reality is hell. Hell is a happy world, where you don't have to endure hunger, and you can meet your family in hell. In addition, hell buries all the scenery and celebrities from the past history, which are unimaginable in the world. So the believers of the goddess of death are not afraid of death. Now a choice is placed in front of all the believers of the goddess of death, whether to choose to believe that the goddess of death will come to save everyone, or choose to die in the hands of heroes. Not long after, the believers of death gave the answer with practical actions, raising their hands one by one and choosing to be killed by the heroes. Compared with the soul being taken away by the witch of death, and waiting for the goddess of death, who may or may not come, being killed by the heroes now is the best choice. This does not violate the doctrine of suicide. You can also go to hell in advance. Ha! There are still many people who insist on faith. The puppet girl covered her face and laughed, then looked at the statue of the goddess of death in the square. Merciful goddess of death, are you going to betray the trust of your believers? She mocked. Or are you going to be a coward? The ruthless provocation showed no fear of the goddess of death. However, from her unconsciously averted eyes and slightly trembling voice, you can still feel that she is nervous. After all, she is now provoking the gods. Wait for a moment. Hee. Trash, the goddess of death is really a trash, a coward. Covering her mouth, the puppet girl continued to mock. After confirming that the goddess of death would not come out. Expand, puppet kingdom. The puppet girl clapped her hands lightly, and the sky was covered with a huge city, as if two cities overlapped in a line. One puppet after another fell from the sky, grabbing the death believers who raised their hands, and the heroes headed for the city overlapping in the sky. What is this? Shimu glanced at the death believers who surrounded him, and couldn't help frowning. At this moment, he was in a huge arena, and there were only a few cultists who believed in the witch of death in the audience. It's probably the ability of world form. A mercenary with a big knife came out, and he smiled generously. Dissatisfied with the existence of this world, and very eager for a certain form of existence of a specific world, thus giving birth to an autonomous country that is different from the real world. He shrugged. This guy must be obsessed with puppets to a certain extent, otherwise it would be impossible to have such abilities. Shimu said calmly, Really? In the game Mysterious Gate, the setting of the country itself is described as the king of the world in the heart. As long as you crave the corresponding world, you will be able to awaken the corresponding abilities. Sorry, hero. The mercenary took an attacking stance and apologized to the hero in the encirclement, but his steps did not stop at all. You should understand the rules of duel. You cannot be killed without resistance, otherwise it will be regarded as suicide, and then we will have no way to go to hell. It doesn't matter, I will kill all of you with my own hands. Shimu took out the Hunting King great sword, and as his palm brushed across the sword, a red-ash flame ignited. Sorry, I have no choice. A thin man holding a dagger suddenly rushed out and stabbed with all his strength. If you want to go to hell, you must fight with all your strength, otherwise you will be regarded as wanting to commit suicide, which violates both doctrine and the rules of duel. So she is doing something very despicable now. The other party is obviously helping her go to hell, but she wants to use all her strength to kill the other party. It doesn't matter. Shimu's voice was too calm, giving people a strange feeling of mercy. He chopped the attacking man in half with a knife at a faster speed. Then he looked at the death believers rushing in from all directions, listening to them apologizing to him, while mercilessly killing him. Sorry, hero. The mercenary holding the big knife jumped and chopped at Shimu's head. Then he was pierced through the body by a spear. Shimu swung the spear hard, throwing the mercenary corpse hanging on the spear away, and then launched a massacre. The death believer seemed to be crazy, rushing towards him without fear of death, apologizing while killing him mercilessly. There were more and more enemies in front of him, which made the space for maneuvering narrower, but it also meant that the efficiency of the massacre became higher. The spear could penetrate the Death Believers faster. The big sword could kill more enemies at one time. After killing a Death Believer, another Death Believer rushed up immediately, without any room to stop. As the footsteps moved, the sword in his hand turned, and the head of a Death Believer was directly cut off. Blood and fire seemed to engulf the entire duel field. For a long time, the battlefield became empty. The flames burned the corpses on the ground, and Shimu walked forward step by step. As he stepped, the corpses burned to charcoal under his feet would make crisp sounds. There were only 3 living people on the battlefield. "I'm sorry, Mr. Akhtar." A nun approached Shimu, holding an exaggerated sickle. The believers of the goddess of death usually use sickles as weapons, perhaps because the believers of death believe that sickles have the function of harvesting lives. So the unified combat weapon is the sickle. No need to apologize. Shimu looked very calm, and the hunting king's sword in his hand blocked the attacking sickle, and the spear in his hand pierced the nun's heart. The nun felt the passing of life, showed a relieved smile, and said, "If there is a chance to meet in hell, I will definitely apologize to you." Shimu didn't answer, brushed past the nun, and looked at the next experience pack coming towards him, which was a knight wearing armor. "It's great to die in the hands of a hero." The knight in armor laughed heartily, holding the spear in his hand tightly, and took a stabbing posture. Shimu looked at the knight standing still, and directly launched the combat skill of the piercing immortal spear, and launched the combat skill of the heart attack. The wind shot out from the piercing immortal spear, piercing the knight's heart like a drill. Originally, with the strength of this knight, he could still resist his sword for a few times, but he had to stand still and prepare to stab him. The combat skills contained in the piercing immortal spear were enough to take the knight's life in an instant. After all, the piercing immortal spear is a special attack on the heart. As long as you can aim at the enemy's heart, you can condense a wind beam that penetrates the heart. And it can also inhibit the regeneration of the enemy's heart. You are indeed a hero, with such powerful weapons. The only remaining believer of the goddess of death approached Shimu. He held 2 knives in his hands, and his expression was very calm. "We were willing to be killed. You don't have to feel guilty for killing 1,000 people." After saying this, the man holding 2 knives kicked the ground with his feet, as if he was a cannonball. His body flipped in the air, and the 2 knives turned like a meat grinder. Bang! Sparks collided between the swords, and before the man holding the 2 knives could stabilize his body, Shimu directly pierced the man's chest with a spear. The spear was pulled out, and blood flowed with it. "Akhtar, I wait for you in hell." The man holding 2 knives knelt on his knees, and smiled at the indifferent silver-armored knight not far away. Then he fell in a pool of blood. Shimu shook off the blood on the spear, and looked at the battlefield calmly. Everywhere he looked were corpses, and the red flames burned the corpses as firewood. The firelight reflected on his silver armor, as if he was in hell. Next, it was time to harvest. The heroes. Chapter 84. The goddess of death, still no reaction. Seeing the battle over, the doll girl began to feel helpless and fortunate. However, since the goddess of death did not come out, it meant that the mission had to continue. Hee, what a wonderful performance. She raised her hand to cover her lips, and taunted the statue of the goddess of death in the center of the square. The goddess of death is really a coward. She has no reaction after so many believers were killed. She is really trash. Shut up. Sharon seemed to be unable to bear it, and put the sickle in front of the doll girl's neck. In response, the doll girl's expression was instantly cold. She looked at the nun in black latex next to her and laughed. Even I would be angry. She restrained her cold expression and glanced at the overlapping doll kingdoms in the sky, and her eyes happened to fall on Akhtar. "If you don't want me to hurt the people you care about, just take back the sickle." Sharon subconsciously followed the doll girl's line of sight, and happened to see Akhtar. She was silent for a moment, and took back the sickle. "Oh, you seem to really care about the human?" The doll girl covered her mouth with both hands in surprise, and her voice became vicious. "Then I seem to know how to torture you." "Humph, he is just my boss." Sharon was silent for a moment, and then snorted disdainfully. "We have been together for less than a day. Do you think I care?" The doll girl laughed. Who knows? She didn't care whether Sharon cared about Akhtar. The key point was to reasonably increase the difficulty for Akhtar. After all, Akhtar is her boss. Everything that happened now was arranged by Akhtar, and she was just a subordinate who executed the plan. And under the clock tower, the prayers gradually faded. The psychological defenses of the death believers have gradually begun to waver. They were ridiculed by the cultists, but the goddess of death did not react at all. This is undoubtedly a huge blow. After all, they all know the threat of the Witch of Death, and they also know that once the gate of hell is opened, the Witch of Death will break free from the seal. So for the sake of justice, abandoning a small group of believers is a seemingly reasonable choice. But if they are the abandoned small group of believers, the thoughts in their hearts are completely different. Despair? Collapse? Crying? As if it is an infectious disease, it spreads among the death believers, and some people begin to regret why they did not join the duel and let their souls go to hell. Whoa! I don't want my soul to be captured by the witch. The young nun couldn't help crying, and her tears were like pearls that broke off the string. She was not afraid of death. There was a real hell in this world, and death was nothing more than going to another world. But if she was captured by the witch, there was no way to go to hell. And it was said that the witch was very keen on torturing souls, stuffing people's souls into candles that would never go out, and burning souls with flames forever. Are we not worthy of being saved? Some more determined believers in death began to doubt themselves, and tried to find the reason from themselves. At the same time, in the puppet kingdom, in the arena, Shimu came to the audience and sat down, skillfully took out bottles of magic potions, and started drinking them, preparing to restore magic power as soon as possible. What he will face next is not a one-on-one hero duel, but a 1-on-10 duel. After all, he doesn't want to waste too much experience points. So he arranged the script in advance. When the heroes duel, the puppet girl will be like a vicious villain, trying to target him everywhere, deliberately adjusting the number of his hero duels, and putting him in a seemingly extremely dangerous situation. Later, he just needs to chop all the way according to the script. And at this moment, really leisurely, a light laugh came. Shimu turned his head to look at the sound, only to see Michael coming over and sitting next to him very naturally. Shimu threw away the empty potion bottle, looked at Michael, and asked, "Now is a rare rest time. Don't you take the time to restore your magic power?" "Don't worry, my magic power is not too much loss." Michael smiled heartily, and said the state very frankly. After reaching a certain level of strength, the number of people does not have much meaning, killing 10,000 people, or 1,000 people. For him, there will be no obvious loss of magic power. It's really too strong. Shimu sighed, and then took out a bottle of magic potion and drank it. Now he has absolutely no chance of winning against Michael. Even if all the heroes of Black Rose cooperated, they would not have any chance of winning against Michael. After all, Michael's strength is not at the peak of human power. Although he has not become a demon, he is also above level 100. Of course, he is not worried about being an enemy of Michael now. After all, Michael has a senior lick dog, the so-called God of Blood. In order to protect Michael's safety, the God of Blood will take Michael away from the Black Rose Kingdom, and get rid of the threat of the Witch of Death. So he doesn't need to worry about being an enemy of Michael. And even if the God of Blood can suppress his dog-licking nature, he has a way to reasonably eliminate Michael, so that he doesn't have to face Michael head-on. Who made the rules of the hero duel? Compared to the witch, my strength is not worth mentioning. Michael shook his head, and smiled at Akhtar, who was filling the potion beside him. And you will be stronger than me sooner or later. Shimu was silent for a while, as if deliberately changing the subject, and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" In response, Michael smiled. "Since we are already friends, then of course we come to chat. The purpose of this trip is indeed to chat, not for any special reason. It is purely because he is more interested in Akhtar." Shimu nodded. "What do you want to talk about?" "Well, how about talking about life ideals?" Michael thought about it, and asked Akhtar tentatively. He was quite curious about what Akhtar's ideals were. After all, Akhtar was a well-known hero, and basically had everything people wanted. Shimu pretended to think about it, and replied, "Wanting to become a devil, is it considered a life ideal?" Michael, Before Akhtar answered, he had imagined several answers, and he could easily strike up a conversation with each answer and bring himself and Akhtar closer. However, Akhtar's answer was too honest. He would not say directly that he wanted to become a devil even if he thought so in his heart. But Akhtar told him without hiding anything. "Then what is your ideal?" Shimu asked. Although he had known Michael's ideal for a long time, it was still necessary to trigger a conversation. After all, behind the character of Michael, there is a very special plot line, which allows players to deeply understand the setting of the game Mysterious Gate. From the secrets of the birth of the gods, and how to break through the limits of the human realm in an unconventional way, you can find it in Michael's plot line. Of course, he didn't want to follow Michael's plot line completely, as long as he killed the god of blood. Facing the question, Michael thought seriously, and thinking of Akhtar's frankness, he also expressed his ideal. Is it too arrogant to want to become a god? Shimu was silent for a while, looked into Michael's eyes, and then smiled with relief. It's normal for you to have this idea. Michael showed a curious look. His idea was even more unrealistic than becoming a demon. Why did Akhtar think it was normal? In this regard, Shimu explained, if you want to realize your ideal, you need power and a legal identity, so it is natural to want to become a god. Michael, who was sitting next to him, was not a person who wanted to be immortal and high above the gods. It was purely because Michael wanted to realize the world in his mind, so he had to have the power and status of a god. Otherwise, Michael could not realize his vision. It was not for immortality. It was not for being worshipped. It was not for power. It was because Michael felt that he could create a better world and make everyone live better than now. This is why Michael wants to become a god. I feel like you've seen through me completely. Michael laughed happily, looking at Akhtar with a close look. This man completely understood him, making him want to have a deeper exchange with Akhtar. However, Michael, I have something important to talk to you about. Some gnashing voices came, and the god of blood suddenly appeared behind Shimu and Michael. He looked at Shimu jealously and whispered, Michael is a man, don't get so close to him. Michael, being a man doesn't prevent us from being friends. Waving his hand, Shimu didn't seem to hear the jealousy in the words of the god of blood. He deliberately put his hand on Michael's shoulder. Men don't need to keep their distance. After saying that, he deliberately pinched Michael's shoulder, and the soft touch was the same as that of a woman. The blood god was even more jealous. This human deserved to die. He had never pinched Michael's shoulder, but he remained calm. After all, the Death Witch's eyes were now on the Black Rose Kingdom. If he attracted the Death Witch's attention, he might really die here. So he adjusted his breathing. Michael, I have something urgent to tell you. Michael nodded, then stood up and smiled at Shimu. Akhtar, it's nice to chat with you. See you next time. Waving his hand, Shimu watched Michael and the blood god leave, and then cast his eyes on the duel field. And at this moment, let's start the second round of the game. On the clock tower, the puppet girl spoke with a smile. The rules of this game are heroes dueling. Each hero carries 1,000 souls behind him. As long as the hero dies in the duel, the 1,000 souls he carries will be taken away by the witch lady, and he will lose the qualification to go to hell. At this point, she touched her cheek. Of course, there are rewards. The last surviving hero can get a chance to meet the Witch Lady of Death. Maybe there is a chance to persuade the Witch Lady of Death to let everyone go. After the words fell, accompanied by the sound of snapping fingers, puppets fell from the sky again, randomly selecting some unlucky people and pulling them up to the sky, and falling into the arena of the corresponding hero. No more, no less, each arena has 1,000. No, there is an arena with 10,000 people, and a full 10,000 people filled the arena. By the way, I have some unfortunate news. The puppet girl glanced at Sharon beside her, deliberately lengthening her tone. In order to avenge someone, my head was chopped off. She looked at Sharon's angry eyes. So I decided to increase the number of people for Akhtar tenfold, which means, Akhtar, you have to challenge 10 heroes at once. If you fail, the souls of those 10,001 people will be taken away by the Witch of Death. Sharon pursed her lips, her eyes frighteningly cold. But now she dared not target the puppet girl. Although she was not afraid of death, she did not want to implicate Mr. Akhtar. So now, she could only endure it. Now any words could stimulate the puppet girl, maliciously targeting Mr. Akhtar, and thus causing Mr. Akhtar's soul to be taken away by the Witch of Death. If she had a chance to survive, she would definitely hunt down the puppet girl by any means until every clone of the puppet girl was killed. Arena. Come with me, to the core duel arena. The puppet girl's clone stood beside Akhtar, and spoke in the same bad tone as always. Duel under the watchful eyes of the Witch of Death. Shimu glanced at the crowd surrounding him, and left with the puppet girl in silence, heading to the arena where the Witch of Death was. Not long after, under the guidance of the puppet girl, Shimu walked in the dark corridor, and bottles of magic potions were thrown behind him. Until the light came into his eyes, his vision suddenly became clear. Opposite him was an empty-handed dwarf, looking at him helplessly, and their eyes met. The souls of 10,000 people versus the souls of 1,000 people. The dwarf scratched his head, approached Shimu step by step, and asked a question. Which do you think is more important? Usually I choose to beat up the person who asked the question. Shimu took out the Hunting King great sword and approached the dwarf step by step. The dwarf on the opposite side was the most difficult duelist among the 10 duelists he had to face, so he deliberately chose to let the other party appear first. Make sure he can deal with the other party at his peak state. People who ask this question are usually not easy to beat. The dwarf shook his head helplessly and opened his arms. Open up, my arsenal. Accompanied by a low hum, the scenery suddenly changed. The arena turned into a cave with flowing magma, and weapons of different styles were inserted into the ground. The dwarf had already put on armor, picked up a hammer beside him, and explained to Shimu who was approaching. I have touched every weapon here myself. They are all powerful weapons with combat skills. Any enemy can find a way to target them. As a dwarf, he is very obsessed with weapons and longs to own all the precious weapons in the world, so he has the ability to record all weapons. In the kingdom in his mind, all weapons he has touched can be reproduced, and he can freely use the slashes contained in the weapons. So no matter what enemy he faces, he can target them. Of course, this is not without flaws. The weapons in the kingdom in his mind are still inferior to the real weapons in terms of quality. However, with so many quantity corrections, it is not a big problem. Chapter 85. The Hammer That Shocks the Mountains. The dwarf tightly grasped the hammer in his hand, his arm muscles bulging and veins throbbing. He stared at the charging silver-armored knight, and threw the hammer in his hand with all his strength. The moment it flew out of his hand, lightning suddenly burst out. It was as if what he threw was not an iron hammer, but thunder thrown by the gods, shooting at the silver-armored knight at an extremely fast speed that was difficult to dodge. Boom! Lightning burst out and spread in all directions. The strong impact set off a lava wave of dozens of meters. And after doing all this, the dwarf did not declare victory, but instead grabbed a red knight's sword beside him, kicked the ground with both feet, and retreated rapidly. He looked alert and observed the surroundings. Before the battle began, he had heard the legend about Akhtar, and knew Akhtar's deeds very well. A man with amazing fighting skills can easily defeat his enemies even if there is a huge gap in magic power. From what he knew, the enemies that Akhtar faced were all obviously stronger than himself. However, the result of the battle gave people the illusion that Akhtar was stronger. So at the beginning of the battle, he had already made a decision not to fight Akhtar in close combat. Instead, he used his own advantage of being able to use different weapons and fighting skills to launch weapons from a distance. He absolutely could not fight in close combat and be taken away by Akhtar's combo. And as expected, not long after he left the place, Akhtar had already shot out from the lightning and landed at the place where he was not long ago. Why could he easily avoid the hammer that shook the mountains? The dwarf had such a thought in his mind, and the red knight's sword in his hand had already been thrown at Akhtar. The red flame seemed to turn into a laser, leaving a red afterimage on the retina, and at the same time he also observed the means by which Akhtar disappeared. When he threw the red knight's sword, Akhtar acted in advance as if he had foreseen it, turned into a ball of starlight, and disappeared on the spot, avoiding the attack of the red knight's sword in advance, and approached him at a high speed. That man mastered the trajectory of his own destiny. The dwarf recognized the magic used by Akhtar. After the astrologer grows to a certain level, he can artificially interfere with the trajectory of his star, rewrite his destiny, and thus change his position in this world. The astrological magic used by Akhtar is to accelerate the trajectory of his star, so that his position is displaced. It caused the same result as teleportation. However, unless it is a being like Hecate who has the ability to control the trajectory of all destiny, even the top astrologers can only teleport within a distance of 5 meters. And the teleportation time must be at least 5 seconds. Therefore, the battlefield must be expanded. Thinking of this, the dwarf grabbed a standing spear beside him, and activated the hidden combat skills on the spear. Red thunder lingered on the spear. Then he threw it at Akhtar. When he saw Akhtar split the spear with a sword, triggering the thunder on the spear, causing a violent explosion. Pah! The dwarf clapped his hands suddenly, his eyes widened and bloodshot, and more than half of the magic power in his body was consumed instantly. The cave continued to expand at this moment, and weapons began to materialize as the cave expanded. Now he had enough space to face Akhtar calmly. It should be like this. Poochie! The sharp sword pierced through his abdomen from behind. Before the dwarf could react, he felt that he was kicked hard, and his body rolled on the ground like a ball. Why did Akhtar suddenly come behind him? The distance between the two should be more than 10 meters, not to mention that Akhtar also took the spear head-on, and he should not have the spare energy to teleport. There should be no distraction in the battle. Shimu walked step by step towards the dwarf, who was covering his chest, and blood slid down the edge of the sword, dripping on the hot ground, evaporating into water vapor. You seem to have misjudged me. He came to the dwarf, who was holding his abdomen, and stabbed down with his sword. The blade brushed the dwarf's cheek. Why? Don't you cut off my head? The dwarf was stunned and found that he was not killed. He looked at Akhtar's indifferent expression. You are carrying 10,000 souls. Hee hee. You are also carrying 1,000 lives. Shimu's voice was unusually calm, and he took a step back. I give you one chance. Use the power of self-manifestation. It's meaningless to use the power of self-manifestation with my current injuries. The dwarf stood up, holding his abdomen, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In response, Shimu just said lightly, if you are killed without resistance, your soul will not be able to go to hell. My soul is about to be taken away by the witch. The dwarf twitched his lips, and began to accept his own ending. Shimu shook his head and comforted, I will try my best to help you go to hell. In fact, the Witch of Death has no interest in torturing souls. She just wants to confirm the uniqueness of the soul, and study why some people cannot become demons and witches. After the Witch of Death studies it a little and erases some key memories, she will throw the soul away directly, and let the soul go to hell. There is no such thing as people say that the Witch of Death will torture the soul severely. After all, the Witch of Death is not a sadist. The dwarf was silent for a while and said, I haven't learned to show myself. Despite his heroic name, he is not the genius that people imagine, purely because his ability is relatively strong. He is not the kind of genius who can easily learn magic. No, you can. Shimu was very sure that the dwarf had enough talent and ability, but he was not very confident in himself before. It's a pity to kill you now, he said sincerely, not wanting to kill the weak dwarf now. You can still become stronger. Then, let me try. The dwarf asked tentatively, and saw Akhtar step back a few steps, sticking the big sword into the ground, and crossing his arms to wait for him to learn to show me. Although he has no chance of winning now, he is indeed a little unwilling, if he hadn't misjudged the distance of Akhtar's instant movement. The outcome of the battle is still full of suspense. At the same time, in the outside world, in the audience, what on earth does this man think? A believer of death, who was watching the battle couldn't help but complain. This kind of plot of giving the enemy a chance, and letting the enemy become stronger is something that even a novice cultist would not do. This kind of plot of giving the enemy a chance, and then being killed by the enemy, has been staged countless times in epics and legends. Now he actually witnessed this scene with his own eyes. He had clearly won the victory, but he did not kill the enemy immediately to ensure that the enemy had no ability to kill him back. Maybe this is what heroes appreciate heroes. A female believer of death next to him spoke up, uncertainly, let the opponent fully demonstrate his strength and then die. This may be Akhtar's idea. Then I suddenly feel that I am normal as a cultist. The cultist twitched his mouth and suddenly felt that he was normal. At least he knew not to give the enemy a chance to kill him back. Instead of being like a hero with a hole in his head, thinking that the enemy did not exert his full strength, he had to give the enemy a chance to show all his strength. Winning is the hard truth. Okay, heroes don't need us to understand. A charming and arrogant female voice came, and the cultists present looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a young woman in a red long skirt, holding her cheek with one hand. Bloody Countess. The cultists present recognized the identity of the young woman in red dress, and shut their mouths obediently. After all, Bloody Countess also had some status in the death cult. She was considered an upper-class figure. Bloody Countess looked at the projection screen in the center of the duel field. She was one of the few people who knew the truth. She knew that Akhtar was a person favored by the Witch of Death, and was not someone that the cultists present could talk about casually. But even so, she couldn't understand why Akhtar gave the enemy a chance, and finally could only blame Akhtar for his enthusiasm for fighting. At the same time, in the duel arena, ahem. The dwarf put down his hand covering his abdomen, looked at the knight opposite with his arms crossed, and clapped his hands vigorously. I can manifest myself, he roared with difficulty. Under the pressure of life and death, he successfully launched the manifestation of myself. The power was surging. The dwarf's body was shining with metallic luster, and the 5 fingers of his hands turned into sword blades, and metal spikes appeared on his spine. Seeing this, Shimu was satisfied and drew out the great sword beside him, rushed towards the dwarf, who was not used to the change of his body, and the sword blade cut through the air. When the dwarf subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to block with the 5-fingered sword blade, Shimu's sword blade changed from the original split to a straight stab, and pierced the dwarf's throat without bias. Shimu drew out the great sword and looked at the dwarf's body falling to the ground. Although the manifestation of myself can improve strength, it is very easy for people to seize the opportunity to kill when the dwarf changes the structure of his body like this, and he is not completely familiar with it. The battle is over. As the dwarf died, the scenery changed and returned to the original arena. Shimu turned his head to look at the puppet girl who appeared beside him and said, "Let's start the next duel." Hee, don't be impatient. The puppet girl was silent for a moment, then showed her usual bad smile and pointed to another entrance of the duel arena. "You will face 6 enemies next." Shimu frowned, stared coldly at the puppet girl, and then withdrew his gaze as if by default. He seemed very helpless about the malice shown by the puppet girl. In response, the puppet girl smiled with satisfaction. "If you want to blame someone, blame your subordinates for chopping off my head," she smiled. "I am just targeting you with bad intentions." "It doesn't matter," Shimu answered casually. "Let's start the next battle quickly." "Humph, I hope you can still be stubborn later." The puppet girl was unhappy, and then turned to leave the duel field. Shimu looked at the entrance of another duel field and saw 6 heroes coming out, but the quality of this time was far inferior to the previous dwarves. People with the title of hero do not necessarily have to be strong. It mainly depends on what deeds they have done, whether there are bards singing, and whether they are popular with the people. Even if they are only 20 or 30 levels, they can have the title of hero. It is not necessary to have extremely strong strength to become a hero. Of course, people who become heroes usually have certain outstanding qualities, and their strength is generally not weak. Although the 6 heroes who appeared this time are not very strong, they are worth killing. Border of the Black Rose Kingdom. The god of blood held the unconscious Michael in his arms, and looked at the witch opposite him with a nervous look. That was the legendary Witch of Death. Although he had never fought with the Witch of Death, but he was sure that his strength was not as good as the Witch of Death. Although the opponent was just a clone, he was not sure whether he could win. "Huh? Are you watching the heroes fight to the death?" he answered in a tone as calm and relaxed as possible. But the Witch of Death did not answer. "The Black Rose Kingdom has been surrounded by the gods." The god of blood sneered. "Guess how many gods are hiding in the Black Rose Kingdom now?" The Witch of Death did not answer, but just stretched out a white finger. A very wonderful feeling. Although there was no hostility, the god of blood felt a strong sense of crisis and fled to the Black Rose Kingdom without hesitation while holding Michael. A blood shadow passed by. Before the god of blood was about to disappear from sight, it suddenly exploded into a ball of blood, but it condensed again in an instant. Then it disappeared at a faster speed. The Witch of Death put down her hand and glanced at the god of war, who appeared next to her. He was hugging 2 strong men. "It's just a clone, but it has this level of power." The god of war grinned and showed a happy smile. "I really want to fight with your original body once." The Witch of Death glanced at the god of war hugging 2 strong men, swallowed what she wanted to say, and her sapphire-like eyes showed disdain. Then she disappeared on the spot. "We are all witches, do we still care about gender?" The god of war was slightly stunned and noticed the disdain of the Witch of Death. "Witches are a group of heretics, but I didn't expect them to care about such trivial matters as gender. They are too conservative." Of course, he was too lazy to care about these insignificant things. He looked in the direction where the blood god fled. "Blood? I guess he's not dead?" He guessed so, and then hugged the 2 strong men and left. After receiving the blood god's call for help, he immediately rushed to rescue him, but the blood god was still hit by the witch. Of course, even if the blood god didn't die, he would fall into a period of weakness. The blade stabbed down. Blood gushed out. Shimu pulled out the Hunting King great sword, and the werewolf, under his feet, gushed a lot of blood, splashing on his armor and face. The 6 heroes present were all killed. Chapter 86. Dueler's Lounge. "There are only 2 of us." The woman leaned on the bench, looking up at the ceiling lamp, with a long sword on her shoulder. "With Akhtar's current weak state, you can probably win. Is it right for me to survive?" The answer was from a young man, who was sitting on a chair, with his bangs blocking his complicated eyes. "Akhtar carries 10,000 souls, and I only carry 1,000 souls. Focusing on this issue will only please the witch." The woman answered like this, but did not directly answer the boy's question. After all, she didn't know how to choose. And at this moment, the doll girl walked in with a smile, greeted the only 2 people left in the lounge, and said, "Have you decided who will kill Akhtar?" "I do it." The woman threw the cigarette in her mouth to the ground, stomped it out with her black high heels, and walked out of the lounge. But before she walked out of the door, she asked, "If you give up the title of hero, can you survive?" The puppet girl thought about it, and replied with a smile, "I don't know the answer to that question either." Maybe you can ask the Witch of Death. Really? The woman put the long sword on her shoulder and went to the duel. The puppet girl saw this and retracted her gaze, looking at the boy beside her. He lowered his head, and a gold coin was turning between his fingers. Amy, you can try to kill Akhtar later. Amy glanced at the girl, and then fell into deep thought. He was thinking about whether to fight Akhtar with all his strength. With the ability of luck, he can win dramatically even if he is not as strong as his opponent. Once, he just happened to pass by and happened to see a hero defeating a dragon. The body of the defeated dragon happened to fall in front of him, and he happened to see the scene of him standing in front of the dragon. Then he became a hero in people's mouths. And now he is still so lucky. There are 10 heroes who challenge Akhtar, and he is the last hero to challenge Akhtar. At this time, Akhtar is already in the weakest state. After a while, the door was pushed open again, and the doll girl's clone walked into the lounge, looking at Amy, who was still playing with gold coins, and showed a bad smile. As a hero who has killed a dragon, I really look forward to your fight. She pointed outside the door. It's your turn. Will our fight make the witch happy? Amy stood up and asked the doll girl. In response, the puppet girl kept smiling and did not answer this boring question. With the character of the Witch of Death, she certainly had no interest in observing the death fight of mortals. All this was to force the goddess of death to come. Seeing this, Amy seemed to have got the answer, and then left the lounge. He passed by the puppet girl and said, "People who associate with witches never have a good end." The puppet girl's smile faded. She had transformed herself into a puppet, a heretic life that the gods did not allow to exist. If she did not join the witches' camp, she would be punished by the church sooner or later. So, she had no choice from the beginning. Unless she is willing to submit to the end of her natural lifespan, but as long as she thinks that she will go to hell after death, and will be reincarnated as another person, she will have a fear that is more terrible than death. Walking through the dark corridor, Amy looked at the silver-armored knight, sitting cross-legged on the ground in the center of the duel field. He discarded several batches of magic potions beside him, and his expression seemed a little tired. Obviously not in the peak state. Don't use the energy of self-manifestation? Shimu stood up on his knees, and then pulled out the Hunting King's great sword that was stabbed into the ground beside him. In response, Amy gave an answer. I have already used it. He answered, drew the rapier at his waist, and walked towards Akhtar. After using the energy of self-manifestation, he has been able to see the luck of different people, which is a kind of insight into fate. This ability is close to Hecate. That's good. Shimu smiled with satisfaction. Some people use the magic of self-manifestation, which does not cause great changes to their bodies, but strengthens some of their organs, so that they can perceive information that ordinary people cannot perceive. Sorry, I'm going to kill you. Amy declared victory, and then shot out like lightning, and the rapier in her hand stabbed out. The sharp blade cut through the air cleanly. Clang. The crisp sound of the swords clashing echoed in the duel field, and the battle ended with a burst of brilliant sparks. Blood gushed out of Amy's chest, and her body fell to the ground. The flowing blood dyed the ground red, and she lost her breath of life. Why is this happening? Shimu shook the blood on the sword, turned around and looked at Amy, who was lying on the ground and lost her breath of life. The setting of this NPC is to have good luck and be able to win the battle in all kinds of incredible ways. However, when actually fighting with the players, there was no sign of good luck at all. Not only was his fighting skills very average, but his strength was not very strong either. Retracting his gaze, Shimu walked towards the audience seats, and under the gaze of the cultists, he jumped into the audience seats and found a seat to sit down. Sir Akhtar, congratulations on your survival. The bloody countess covered her lips with her slender hand and smiled lightly. Would you consider joining us? Shimu immediately replied, no. What an arrogant guy. The cultists nearby saw this scene and wanted to scold Akhtar and let him put himself in his place. However, seeing that the bloody countess was very interested in Akhtar, they chose to keep their mouths shut. After all, they didn't want to offend the bloody countess. That's a pity. The bloody countess sighed, as if disappointed, holding her chin with her slender hand, looking at the somewhat tired Akhtar, and said, there are 2 more fierce battles to come. She cast her eyes on the hero duel that had resumed, while Shimu beside her closed his eyes, as if he was not very concerned about the hero's duel. Now he is indeed weak. After all, his magic power has been depleted to a certain extent, so he needs to adjust his state as soon as possible. Until there was a cry of surprise from the audience. Shimu opened his eyes, and cast his eyes on the duel field, only to see a green-haired female elf holding a long sword, gracefully sheathing the sword. Angelina, a hero famous for her swordsmanship, is a disciple of the two elf queens and has a plot related to the elf empire. Is the strongest among the current heroes. Whether it is the accumulation of magic power or combat skills and mentality, it is difficult to find any obvious flaws. Angelina seemed to have a premonition, looked at Shimu's location, and then walked towards the audience. She ignored the malicious eyes of the cultists, and sat down next to Akhtar very naturally. Then she said to Shimu, "Sir Akhtar, I am looking forward to fighting with you." "Why?" Shimu seemed a little puzzled, and Angelina smiled and gave an answer. "Sir Akhtar's skills are very strong?" she said to herself. "It's not ability, but the use of weapons, the use of the body, and the grasp of timing are all very strong." "That doesn't make sense." Shimu answered like this. "This kind of purely physical skill application is very helpful in the early stage, but in the later stage, it is difficult to play a big effect with the per capita mechanism. Take the gods as an example. Even if you can kill the gods hundreds of times through skills, there is no way to kill the gods. You must have the corresponding ability to kill the gods. That's why I'm so interested in you." Angelina smiled expectantly. "Your skills will surely satisfy me." She likes to use her body to fully display the skills she has learned in the past, which makes her feel happy. It's a pity that people don't seem to care much about skills. Having powerful weapons for fighting skills, honing their unique abilities, or precious magic, these are what people pursue. Technology will not be the main means of improving strength. Please don't say things that are so easy to be misunderstood. Shimu waved his hand, and then set his eyes on the duel field. "And we may not necessarily duel. No, we will definitely be the ones to duel in the end." Angelina's voice was very sure, as if she had predicted the future. Shimu smiled and said, "I hope so." He did not think Angelina's assertion was nonsense, but rather a statement of fact. In the absence of Michael and Mist, he really dueled with Angelina in the end. After all, Angelina's strength is indeed very strong. When the player does not transform into a mechanical monster, the combat skills mastered by Angelina are indeed a considerable threat to the player. In front of the swordsmanship that seems to have infinite combos, it is enough to make non-experienced or handicapped players feel like dying. In the second round, in order to kill Angelina with technology, he was tortured by Angelina to the point of autism, but in the end, he still improved his strength and crushed Angelina, a technical monster. Of course, after playing for a few more rounds, I don't think Angelina's technology is unsolvable. At the same time, in the Black Rose Kingdom, the puppet girl's clone sat on the edge of the clock tower, staring at the statue of the goddess of death standing in the square. The hero's battle is almost over. She turned her head to look at the nun Sharon, who was wearing a black latex suit, and said as if mocking, "The goddess of death hasn't appeared yet, it turns out that she is scared." Sharon, She no longer wanted to pay attention to the puppet girl, and looked up at the puppet kingdom reflected in the sky. Her eyes fell on Akhtar. Now she is very worried about Akhtar's safety. "Since you want to see it so much." The puppet girl didn't care about Sharon's indifference at all, and said to herself, "Why don't we give you a live broadcast?" She raised her hands, and made a gesture for taking a photo. The puppet kingdom reflected in the sky was distorted, and the picture of the duel field was constantly enlarged. Now everyone can see the situation in the duel field clearly. In the duel field, the heroes fought for the souls they carried, and the gorgeous magic and fighting skills were fully displayed in front of everyone. And the puppet girl seemed to be kind, and gave a live explanation to everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the heroes. Everyone began to gradually realize that Akhtar and Angelina were the final winners. "Oh, Akhtar, it seems that he has never used the prayer of the goddess of death?" The puppet girl suddenly covered her mouth. "Isn't he a hero favored by the goddess of death?" She looked at Sister Sharon beside her. "Why doesn't this hero use the grace given by the goddess of death, which can obviously help him improve his combat ability?" Sharon did not answer, but she had a guess in her heart that Akhtar might have deliberately not used the prayer of the goddess of death. The reason for doing so is probably a silent protest. After knowing that the goddess of death might abandon the Black Rose Kingdom, Akhtar's faith in the goddess of death might collapse. No way, no way, no way, could it be that Akhtar's faith has collapsed, causing him to no longer be able to use the death prayer? The puppet girl's laughter was full of strong sarcasm. "You are so fragile." She wiped away her non-existent tears. "It's just that the goddess of death abandoned you. Can such a small thing cause the collapse of faith? What a fragile faith." Sharon stared at the mean puppet girl, her voice cold. "Shut up." "I won't shut up." The puppet girl became even more excited, and deliberately raised her voice. No one will give up their faith just because they are abandoned by the goddess of death, right? She spoke as if joking. Why don't you convert to the witch of death, so that everyone can survive, and not have their souls taken away? Shut up. We will never change our faith even if we die. People in the city stood up to oppose one after another, and their faith in the goddess of death was extremely firm. However, compared with the previous opposition, the opposition voices are much smaller now, and it is obvious that many people are beginning to waver. The puppet girl kept smiling and didn't care about the opposition. It has to be admitted that Lord Akhtar knows how to provoke gods better. Their original plan was to destroy the Black Rose Kingdom, and turn all the residents of the Black Rose Kingdom into monsters that are neither alive nor dead. After Lord Akhtar took over the plan, it became a face-to-face attack, threatening the followers of the goddess of death, and her constant bad-mouthing to raise blood pressure. If the goddess of death still cannot be stimulated to appear, then she will start to poach the followers of the goddess of death blatantly, so that the originally devout followers of the goddess of death will betray their faith. This set of tactics is probably unbearable for even a god. And at this moment, in the duel arena, the final hero duel is about to begin. In the duel arena. Sorry, Akhtar, if possible, I want to have a completely fair duel with you. Angelina spoke first. She was referring to Shimu, who had fought multiple rounds of battles, and his magic power, physical strength, and concentration were all greatly depleted. These are not things that can be recovered in a short period of time, even if it is magic power and physical strength that can be restored through potions. But the spirit will eventually be exhausted, resulting in less concentration than at the beginning. However, Shimu smiled. Don't worry, just end the fight quickly. Chapter 87. No need to announce the start. The moment their eyes met, Akhtar and Angelina launched their attacks at the same time, accompanied by the roar of the atmosphere being torn apart, and the great swords and long knives that cut through the air collided like lightning. Clang! The swords collided, and brilliant flames burst out. In that fleeting flame, Shimu saw Angelina's excited smile, and their eyes met, overlapping into a line. Immediately, a more intense fight broke out, and the sharp blades that were swung at the same time seemed to turn into a moon arc, and a fierce collision occurred. The overflowing impact seemed to turn into invisible slashes, which broke out from the intersection of the blades, and instantly cut the ground of the duel field into pieces. The sweeping wind blades spread in all directions, scaring the cultists in the audience to take a vigilant posture, but after the wind blades collided with the barrier set up in the duel field, they realized that they were too nervous. However, why would they be nervous? Even though the strength shown by Akhtar and Angelina was stronger than that of ordinary cultists. But they shouldn't be nervous. As expected, you are a man who can satisfy me. Angelina's smile became brighter and brighter. The long sword in her hand seemed to turn into the moon. With each turn of the blade, it was like a waning moon. The endless waning moons gathered together, and became a never-ending slash. However, facing such a swift and seemingly endless slash, Shimu actually took it all. Clang, clang, clang. Every time the blades collided, fire would splash out. Where the blades intersected, a sharp blade of wind would burst out, cutting the ground under the feet of the two people. The gravel was engulfed by the wind, and it was like a bullet shooting, hitting the barrier of the duel field continuously. Sharp. Swift. Regular. If you are not careful, your head will be moved, and if you are a little slow, your hand will be cut off. The cultists, who were watching, finally understood why they were so nervous. This battle that did not give them a chance to breathe, and they would die if they were a little careless. Even the spectators had an illusion that as long as they were a little careless, their heads would be cut off by the sharp blade. It's a pity that you don't seem to be able to satisfy me. Akhtar chuckled and took the continuous slashing. Use the power of my manifestation. In fact, no one would deny Angelina's swordsmanship. The continuous swordsmanship that did not give the enemy any chance to counterattack and firmly grasp the rhythm of the attack would be difficult for anyone to handle. Unless they kept a distance from the beginning, they would be dragged into Angelina's attack rhythm and killed by the continuous pursuit and slashing. Looking for a chance to get away? No, that's almost impossible. If you relax a little, you'd be beheaded. In this situation, there is no time to use magic, abilities, weapons, and combat skills. Any negligence will lead to death. No escape from the battle. No interruption. No relaxation. In the first round, he faced such a tricky situation. As long as he came into direct contact with Angelina, he would be included in Angelina's fighting rhythm, and then be hit to death. This is an elf with a long lifespan. He has devoted all his time to swordsmanship and obtained the ultimate technology. But This level of slashing can't kill me. Shimu grinned, and at the moment when Angelina used the long sword to thrust, he hit her with his chest, and at the moment when the long sword penetrated her armor and was about to pierce his heart, Angelina drew back her long sword, blocked Shimu's big sword, and quickly withdrew, keeping a distance. You are a believer of the goddess of life, right? She swung her long sword, and the blood stain splashed on the broken ground. Unless you can chop off my head directly. Shimu nodded, and explained unexpectedly calmly, otherwise, there is no way to kill me easily. Use the method of exchanging injuries to interrupt my attack rhythm? Angelina nodded knowingly. She already knew how Akhtar cracked her swordsmanship. As long as the injury was not fatal, she would choose to exchange injuries to interrupt her attack rhythm. And as long as there were enough trial and error, she could find an opportunity to kill her. This is the tricky part of the believers of the goddess of life. As long as they have enough favor, they will be very difficult to kill. If the level of favor reaches a certain level, the injured part will be healed before she cuts Akhtar open. Cut into pieces of meat, it will also heal in an instant. No. I just think it's too boring if I don't fight with all my strength. Shimu shook his head and stroked the Hunting King great sword. Red flames burned. Come, and let me be fascinated by you. After he finished speaking, his body was like burning charcoal, and scale-like marks appeared on his face. His breath changed subversively. He fell silent. Angelina's lips moved, as if she had recited some spell, and her body changed accordingly. Her figure became taller, her fingers became thinner, and her legs became straighter and longer. She gave people a sharper and more dangerous feeling. Raising the long sword, Angelina took an attacking stance, then turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The sharp blade cut through the air cleanly. Clang! Shimu used the sword to strike again, and Angelina saw this and turned her wrist, and the blade slashed again at another extremely exquisite angle. Faster speed. Stronger power. More fierce slash. But it felt something was wrong. Angelina continued to slash continuously, and still had the advantage in the eyes of others, but she felt uncoordinated. This man did not drag into her fighting rhythm. And as if to confirm her guess, Shimu launched a counterattack, no longer defending blindly. Instead, he chose to attack. Clang! As if to foresee it, he interrupted Angelina's next attack in advance, and the sword that followed forced her back. What happened? Angelina was slightly stunned, but the technique engraved into her body instinctively helped her block Akhtar's sword. To lose. After changing from the attacker to the defender, she immediately realized that she was read by this man. If she was a book, then this man was the reader, who had read her from beginning to end countless times, and fully understood her existence. It was no longer her who controlled the rhythm of the attack. How did this man read her to such an extent in a short contact, not only being able to predict her attack in advance, but also making an effective counterattack? Is this something that humans can do? Of course not. However, this was not the first time Shimu had fought with Angelina. He remembered the trajectory of each of Angelina's swords, and thought of ways to counterattack. This countless challenges, engraved into the instinctive understanding, has already digested Angelina, so it can predict Angelina's every move and make effective counterattacks. Is this a genius? Angelina felt a little frustrated. The swordsmanship she was proud of was digested and interpreted by the opponent after just a short confrontation. However, although she had realized the failure, she did not intend to accept it. Even if she struggled, she had to enjoy this battle as much as possible. After all, there will be no such opportunity in the future. Clang, clang, clang. I don't know how many times the sparks flew, and the two people who moved quickly on the battlefield left a trail of afterimages in people's retinas. The swords intersected. The wind was blowing. If it weren't for the protection of the barrier, the duel field would have been destroyed by the battle between the two people. The devastated duel field was covered with sword marks. The technology is quite interesting. The bloody countess chuckled. She has always used her own abilities, and never paid attention to the technology. After all, practicing skills is really too troublesome and too boring. However, this battle did change her understanding of skills. Of course, she still had no intention of learning skills, and using her body to swing the sword. After all, people should know themselves. Others use skills to fight as art, but she uses skills to fight, which is a clown. Suddenly, the battle came to an abrupt end. Tick-tock. Shimu put down the Hunting King great sword, and blood dripped from the sword to the ground, while Angelina opposite him had lost her breath of life. Her body was wrapped in red flames, and under the gaze of everyone, turned into ashes. The battle ended. It's over. Most of the cultists hadn't recovered yet, and didn't quite understand why the battle ended so suddenly. They clearly didn't see Akhtar pierce Angelina's vitals with his sword. So why did the battle end so suddenly? Let her go. No, it's impossible. Such an idea is simply an insult to Angelina and Akhtar. Oh my! I actually survived. The puppet girl smiled and came to Akhtar's side, glanced at Angelina, who turned to ashes, and then said, "Can you tell me how you won?" "You shouldn't be blind?" Shimu asked back. He just slashed Angelina with a sword at a very fast speed. Anyone with a little strength could see the sword he swung. In response, the puppet girl smiled, then glanced at the audience who were talking a lot, and then retracted her sight. "Since you survived, I will give you a chance to meet the Witch of Death." Shimu nodded calmly, and saw the puppet girl turn around and open her arms to shout to all the cultists present, "Kneel down and meet the Witch of Death." Swish! Without any hesitation, all the followers of Death present left their seats at this moment, and knelt on one knee on the ground. Then, the Witch of Death descended. There was no change in the color of the sky and the earth. She just appeared in front of Akhtar and the puppet girl. "Winner, you now have two choices." The Witch of Death crossed her hands in front of her chest, and her cold voice was emotionless. "I allow you to leave the Black Rose Kingdom alive, but the price is that everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom will die." "What about the second choice?" Shimu asked according to the script. He did not intend to kill everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom. For him, it was meaningless. Instead of wasting time on the Black Rose, it would be more cost-effective to go to the next map and brush the high-level experience packs. Moreover, he had no way to kill everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom. After all, the gods have cast their eyes on the Black Rose Kingdom, and even the goddess of life from the sky has descended. Now there is no chance to continue to brush experience points in the Black Rose Kingdom. Unless the Witch of Death takes action and kills everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom in an instant, but the experience points of those killed by the Witch of Death do not belong to themselves. So it is time to end the script of the Black Rose Kingdom. Abandon the goddess of death, and become my favor. The Witch of Death recited the lines in a cold voice, and the reward is that everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom can survive. Shimu fell silent. He could not give an answer immediately. He had to give people a feeling of being in a painful choice, otherwise the choice he made would not have enough weight. He needed to wait for the situation to ferment. At this time, in the Black Rose Kingdom, becoming a witch's follower means betraying your faith, isn't it? On the street, a nun had a tangled look on her face. She was hoping that Akhtar would betray his faith so that she could survive and keep her faith pure without being condemned by her conscience. "I don't want to die," someone whispered, very afraid that Akhtar would leave alone, and then all of them would die here. Everyone has their own little thoughts, but most people have one. Desire, that is, Akhtar would betray his faith for them and throw himself into the arms of the witch. "Oh, you are really ugly." The puppet girl on the clock tower laughed badly. "You don't want Akhtar to surrender to the witch's arms, so that you can survive?" She looked mocking. "Afterwards, just say that I am not afraid of death at all." It was Akhtar's own faith that was not firm, and surrendered to the Witch of Death. Then, for his own peace of mind, he fabricated Akhtar. He had colluded with the Witch of Death long ago, or was deceived by the Witch of Death. "Yeah, I can already imagine your ugly appearance afterwards." After the words fell, Akhtar in the dual field seemed to hear the mockery of the puppet girl and suddenly asked, "You will not kill me immediately after leaving the Black Rose Kingdom?" "No." The Witch of Death answered calmly, and Shimu seemed to have made a decision, turned his back to the Witch of Death, and walked out of the dual field step by step. Choose to leave the Black Rose Kingdom alone. This is a natural choice. Giving up one's own beliefs is a very difficult thing in itself. And he will be stigmatized afterwards. So choosing to leave the Black Rose Kingdom alone seems to be a more correct choice. The world is upside down. Shimu fell from the sky, turned his body, and landed on the streets of the Black Rose Kingdom. Under the gaze of the followers of the Goddess of Death, he walked out of the city step by step. That's right. The laughter of the puppet girl echoed in the Black Rose Kingdom. Humans are a group of the worst guys. In order to make themselves feel at ease, they will make up lies, slander heroes, and tamper with history. She whispered like a devil. Choose to leave the Black Rose Kingdom. At least you can still retain the favor of God. Chapter 88. On the street, Shimu walked out of the Black Rose Kingdom, and curses, pleading, crying, and praying kept echoing around him. He ignored them, and didn't care. The words of this group of NPCs were not worth his attention. Anyway, it was just an insignificant cutscene. Until Sir Akhtar, please wait. The fat man walked through the crowd and stopped in front of Shimu with a panicked look. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said anxiously, I don't want to die here, please think about it again. Shimu stopped and looked at the fat man in front of him, and said, you should pray to the goddess of death, instead of letting me think about it. The fat man scratched his cheek, but I am not a believer of the goddess of death. In the Black Rose Kingdom, not everyone believes in the goddess of death, there are also believers of other gods. He believed in the god of wealth and contract, and he could only respect the goddess of death, but he did not have a fanatical faith in her. So naturally, he did not have blind trust in the goddess of death. Really? Shimu nodded, and then brushed past the fat man without much conversation. At this time, the puppet girl on the clock tower looked at this scene and sneered. What a selfish idea. Do you just take it for granted that others will sacrifice? The fat man opened his mouth, but did not refute. It was not that he could not refute, but that he did not dare to offend the puppet girl, fearing that he would be killed in advance. So he could only shut up. And even if he didn't say it, someone else would stand up and pester Akhtar with a more shameless attitude, asking Akhtar to betray his beliefs. And it seemed like a response. Akhtar, aren't you a hero? A small stone hit Shimu's armor, and made a crisp collision sound. Shimu ignored it, and continued to move forward, but was blocked by a young woman in a dress. Are you really going to give up all of us? The young woman's questioning voice contained fear, but Shimu did not respond when he heard it. He pushed away the young woman's body blocking the way, and continued to walk forward. However, the young woman hugged Shimu's back when she saw this, and her soft body pressed against his, and she begged, please, as long as I can survive, I am willing to do anything. She bit her lower lip, pitiful. Even if you become the witch's favor, I am willing to serve you. Shut up. A cold voice came out, and Sharon's figure appeared. She grabbed the young woman's collar and pulled it, trying to pull the shameless young woman away. However, the young woman seemed to have expected it, and hugged Shimu's back more tightly. Except for the back cloth being torn, it was not pulled away at all. In response, Sharon showed a headache, and looked at the young woman's attitude of dying rather than letting go, and felt a little helpless. Her voice was cold to the young woman. No to everyone. Even if His Excellency Akhtar agrees to become a witch's favor, there is no way to save everyone. The Witch of Death wants to lure the Goddess of Death to appear, so it is impossible for us to let go. The hope given by the witch now will only give us greater despair later. The well-reasoned rebuttal made people feel that this was the truth. However, the young woman didn't care at all when she heard it, and instead hugged Akhtar's neck with both hands. She had already thought about what Sister Sharon said, so she had to stick to Akhtar tightly. As long as she became Akhtar's woman and waited for Akhtar to surrender to the Witch of Death, she would naturally survive. After all, she was Akhtar's family at that time. Sir Akhtar, I'm really willing to do anything. She kept begging and begged in Akhtar's ear. Sharon frowned and clenched the sickle in her hand, and the young woman seemed to be afraid and trembled, then hugged Akhtar even harder. Shimu sighed and said this. Miss, can you let me go? It's hard to walk like this. The young woman cooperated very well when she heard it, changing from hugging her neck to hugging her arms, so that Shimu's arms were sunk into her soft chest, and he couldn't pull them out. Shimu shook his head when he saw this, and did not refuse the young woman's offer, and continued to walk towards the outside of the Black Rose Kingdom. He naturally could not leave the Black Rose Kingdom, but there happened to be a church of the Goddess of Life on this road. Along the way, people's curses and pleas for him became louder and louder, until someone began to try to attack him and drag him to death. However, those who tried to attack were stopped by Sharon, and after using cold means to knock out several attackers, no one dared to use force. A moment later, outside the church, Eden and the mayor seemed to have expected it, and were waiting for Shimu's arrival. Have you decided? Eden asked Akhtar, who was walking over, and the mayor next to him also cast an inquiring look. In response, Shimu nodded and said, I've decided. He turned to look at the young woman holding his arm and whispered, Can I go in and pray by myself? The young woman hesitated and chose to let go of Akhtar's hand. She could feel that this man was very sad. She felt a little heartbroken just looking at him. Shimu smiled at this, then walked into the church and came to the statue of the Goddess of Life. He began to pray. No, it would be more accurate to say goodbye. After the gentle eyes fell on him, he began to tell his decision and said that this time he came here to say goodbye. Then, there were some reluctant words, and the gentle eyes cast on him became more gentle and helpless. It seemed that she was helpless and smiled at Shimu's choice. Shimu sighed, put down his clasped hands, and looked deeply at the statue of the Goddess of Life. The thin waist and plump figure made people miss it very much. He turned around and walked out of the church. The sun shines through the painted glass and falls on him, revealing a sacred and sad atmosphere. Say goodbye to God and walk with the devil. From then on, the Knight of Justice and the witch accompany each other and embark on a road that betrays the whole world. Step out of the church. Even if you become the witch's favor, Akhtar, you are still my child. A gentle and tolerant female voice came out and spread throughout the Black Rose Kingdom. This is the certification from the Goddess of Life. Even if you become the witch's favor, the favor from the Goddess of Life still exists, and Akhtar is still being favored by the Goddess of Life. Shimu paused as he was about to leave the church, then took a firm step. He seemed to have untied the knot in his heart. With the words of the Goddess of Life, even if he accepted the power of the Witch of Death under the gaze of everyone, he would not be classified as a cultist, and he would still be a hero in people's eyes. And he could feel that he was favored by the Goddess of Life more deeply. Outside the church. Congratulations, Akhtar. Eden looked at the silver-armored knight, who came out and smiled sincerely. The mare next to him was a little subtle, rubbing the ground with her hoof, feeling a little bit unbearable. Her meeting with Akhtar was indeed premeditated by Akhtar. For a man who dared to deceive even the gods and succeeded, it was easy for him to deceive her into a monster. However, Akhtar did not seem to notice the helplessness of the mare. He touched the mare's neck and smiled. Partner, take me to see the Witch of Death. After saying that, he sat on the mare's back and flew towards the kingdom of dolls in the sky. At this time, under the gaze of all the cultists in the Black Rose Kingdom, Akhtar came to the Witch of Death, knelt down with one hand on his chest, lowered his head, and pledged his loyalty to the Witch of Death, who had a cold and mysterious temperament. Lady Witch of Death, I am willing to be your knight. It's really boring. I thought you were going to abandon everyone. The doll girl came over with a smile and came to Akhtar's side. Since you are willing to be the knight of Lady Witch of Death, then kiss Lady Witch of Death's feet? The atmosphere became stagnant. Shimu looked up and saw the bare feet of the Witch of Death, who seemed to be in a difficult dilemma. Then he saw the Witch of Death hiding her feet in her long skirt. He looked up and saw the Witch of Death stretching out her slender palm and explaining to him. There has never been a foot-kissing ceremony to show loyalty. Yes. Shimu nodded and then stood up. He held the Witch of Death's palm seriously and kissed it gently. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy to have a more intimate physical contact with the Witch of Death. There are two opportunities for intimate contact in the game. One is to accept the highest level of death power, and the other is to achieve the marriage achievement. However, as long as you are willing to create opportunities, such as slightly tampering with the loyalty ceremony, from letting the Witch of Death tap her shoulder with a sword to directly kissing the back of the hand, it is also possible. From today on, you will be my Death Knight. The Death Witch calmly withdrew the kissed hand, then touched Shimu's forehead with her finger and wrote a spell, giving Shimu a deeper power of death. This favor will take your life, let you die in 30 days, and transform you into my Death Knight. It was not an empty statement. If Akhtar didn't find a way to extend his life, he would die in 30 days. This was the price of accepting excessive death power. However, since Akhtar had obtained the correct interpretation of the dragonborn magic, she didn't have to worry. As long as Akhtar found an opportunity to slay the dragon and seize the dragon's power, he could prolong his life. So she didn't need to worry about Akhtar's short life. Understood. Shimu nodded calmly, then stood up and came to the side of the Witch of Death, like a true serving knight. The puppet girl smacked her lips and said, "You adapt so quickly. Do you really have faith in the Goddess of Life and the Goddess of Death?" She naturally knew that Akhtar was the mastermind behind everything, and was deeply favored by the Witch of Death, but Akhtar was indeed a believer of the Goddess of Life. This also caused her to begin to understand why someone could be a believer of the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Life at the same time. Take her as an example. In the past, she also believed in God, but later, in order to embark on the path of pursuing the ultimate puppet, she abandoned her human body and could no longer accept the grace of God. However, Akhtar broke this common sense. Everyone knew that Akhtar was granted by the Goddess of Life to retain the grace of the Goddess of Life even if he became a witch's family. Why is it so? Many people have this idea, especially the cultists, who began to feel unbalanced about Shimu receiving the favor of the Witch of Death. We are all believers of death, so why can Akhtar get the power of death given by the Witch of Death himself as soon as he pledges allegiance? But they don't have this treatment. Damn pretty boy. Someone gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, very unhappy with Akhtar. I wish I could accept the favor of the Witch of Death. Maybe Akhtar has that qualification. The bloody countess chuckled and smiled at the cultist's dissatisfaction. And Akhtar only has 30 days to live. Maybe this is a disguised punishment from the Witch of Death. That makes sense. Someone nodded in agreement, feeling that what the bloody countess said made sense. It is indeed a very sad thing to let a hero live for only 30 days, even though Akhtar might not live long anyway. From the original few years, it turned into 30 days. Sad? So you have nothing to be jealous of. Waving her hand, the bloody countess comforted. She is also one of the few people who know the inside story. Others think that Akhtar is a lucky person, who was blessed by the Witch of Death when he first pledged allegiance. In fact, he has long followed the Witch of Death, and is highly valued by the Witch of Death. Although she also thinks that calling Akhtar a pretty boy may really be right. And at this moment, Shimu approached the Witch of Death and asked, "Lady Witch of Death, can we release the Black Rose Kingdom?" "Yes." The Witch of Death nodded calmly, and then changed the subject. "But you need to do something." Shimu asked, "What is it?" "Declare war on the gods." The Witch of Death spoke calmly, and said something that shocked people, but after thinking about the identity of the Witch of Death, it made people feel reasonable. In this world, the only one who can be clearly recorded as an enemy of the gods, and has not been killed is the Witch of Death. Although there are many amazing witches and demons in history, they all disappeared in the long river of history. There are strong and weak among them. But it is certain that the Witch of Death must be strong enough and have enough weight. After all, she survived. Okay. Shimu was silent for a moment, then looked up at the Black Rose Kingdom. He knew that the Black Rose Kingdom attracted the attention of many gods, including the goddess of life. As long as he made a formal announcement, this world would quickly collapse. Chapter 89. Black Rose Kingdom. People looked up at the sky, their eyes fell on Akhtar. They were waiting for Akhtar to stand up and declare war on the gods. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. People could see the dust in the sunlight, and besides the subtle breathing sound, there was only the nervous heartbeat. This world is going to be different. Everything familiar in the past will no longer exist, entering a completely unfamiliar social rule. It starts with Akhtar declaring war on the gods. Shimu took a step forward and said to everyone in the Black Rose Kingdom, "Inform all sentient beings, the next era is the era of gods and demons competing for world dominance." He did not declare war on the gods directly, but announced a fact to ordinary people. Without a doubt, this is the worst era. Everything in the past will be destroyed, the king will be pulled off the throne, the gods will be pulled off the altar, and the demons will be burned to ashes. Everyone will be involved, no one can escape, no one can be spared, until the gods or demons seize the dominance of this world. At this point, he showed a helpless bitter smile. Please try to survive before that. After the voice fell, it was not cursed or refuted. But it was dead silence. Sharon subconsciously observed people's reactions, and found that most people did not seem to react. Although their expressions contained some confusion and fear, they did not become hysterical, but instead had a kind of confusion that could not be truly felt. Although they knew that what Akhtar said was true. However, it seemed that there was no way to immediately understand the seriousness of the situation. The worst case they could imagine was that they could not go to hell after death. And at this moment, the kingdom of dolls hanging upside down above the Black Rose Kingdom began to shrink and shrink rapidly, just like a zipper, disappearing in the sky. Did the Witch of Death really leave? Someone couldn't believe it. He never expected that the Witch of Death would actually leave the Black Rose Kingdom. She kept her promise so well. Is she still a witch? Maybe the witch will come back suddenly. An old man with a white beard next to him trembled, worried that the Witch of Death would come back and kill all of them when they were full of hope. From hope to deeper despair. The Witch of Death will not come back. Sharon came over and comforted everyone present. She needs us to publicize the declaration of war on the gods. At this point, she was silent again. You'd better take Akhtar's words to heart. What's going to happen next will definitely be bad. After saying that, he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. In response, everyone looked at each other and felt that Sharon's words were a little difficult to understand. Is there anything more terrifying than death? A young man asked this question. He almost experienced his soul being taken away by a witch before. Now it is difficult for him to imagine something more terrifying. Maybe it's not for us. A man wearing glasses guessed, it's for those who have not experienced the horror of the witch. The young man nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Sometimes, living is very scary. Eden walked towards the crowd. She raised her hand and gently pulled the hood she was wearing, and whispered, "Please be prepared for a worse world." After that, she disappeared without explaining to people how bad the world would become. According to historical records, any demons and witches would be quickly suppressed, and the biggest disaster caused was the death of more than 1/3 of the lives. Although it sounds very scary, in the case of hell, people are not difficult to accept death. It's nothing more than parting with relatives and then going to hell. Hall of Inquisition. Shimu sat on a chair, flipping through the documents one by one, until he heard footsteps behind him. He put down the documents in his hand and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw Sister Sharon, wearing a black latex suit, walking over with her slender legs, and a hint of surprise appeared on her cold and pretty face. Lord Akhtar, why are you here? Shimu smiled and explained, at least I have to finish the finishing work, otherwise it would be a bit incompetent. At this point, he picked up a piece of intelligence on the table. Can you let Miss come over? I have news about her brother. Understood. Sharon glanced at the information in Akhtar's hand and disappeared immediately. She just knew where Miss was, so it was not a big deal to bring her here. Shimu smiled and lowered his head to continue working. Although he could run away directly, he still needed to stay in the Black Rose Kingdom for a while in order to start the subsequent quest line. This was not only for the purpose of meeting with Eden, but also for getting Miss to join his side, so that he would have a reason to kill the God of Blood. After all, killing the God of Blood for no reason would lead to a decline in his reputation, thus limiting his actions. So he had to have a reasonable reason. Not long after, Sharon appeared with Mist. Sir Akhtar, do you know where my brother is? Mist took a step forward, her tall figure blocking the light, so that the shadow just covered Shimu in front of the table, and her voice sounded urgent. She had no idea about the sudden disappearance of her brother. Her brother did not die in the hero duel, but disappeared as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. This naturally made her feel anxious. Don't worry, have a cup of tea first. Shimu kept smiling, looking at the tall woman in front of him with long red wavy hair and a half-face covering birdwing helmet. The image design of this NPC is based on the Valkyrie in Norse mythology, so naturally it is very ferocious. Compared with the gentle Michael, the strength of Misty, as a younger sister, is probably enough to press Michael to the ground with one hand. The strongest under the gods, although it seems exaggerated to say so, but they are the strongest group of people under the gods. Misty was silent for a while, looking at Shimu's gentle smile, and thought of her brother Michael. These two people are quite similar in some ways. She took a step back and kept calm. Please. Sharon brought 2 cups of tea at this time, put them on the table, and slowly came behind Akhtar. She silently showed her position with her actions. Please, don't panic about what I'm going to say next. Shimu took a sip from the teacup on the table, and his attitude was very calm and gentle. He knew that Mist would fall for this trick. The more calm he showed, the more obedient Mist would be. Even if Mist put the blade on his neck, he had to maintain this posture, so that Mist would cooperate with the action in the future. Mist nodded slightly. Now she just wanted to know where her brother was, and she didn't hate Akhtar. After all, he was a friend recognized by her brother, so he must not be a troublesome guy. Michael was rescued by the gods. Shimu put down the teacup, and added another sentence in Mist's somewhat relaxed look. It was the God of Blood who rescued Michael. After he finished speaking, he saw Mist's expression freeze. So miserable. Sharon turned her head away, unable to bear to look at Mist's expression. She never thought that every god was pure and flawless, but rather that they all had their own personalities. The God of Blood was more famous, not because of the power held by the God of Blood, but because of his desire for beautiful boys. According to legend, the God of Blood often descended to the mortal world to pursue various beautiful boys. The pursuit of the God of Blood had never failed, and even the Man of Steel could not avoid the pursuit of the God of Blood. The most famous legend was that the God of Blood transformed into a beautiful girl, accompanied the handsome man he liked on adventures, and cultivated feelings for each other. Now that Michael was rescued by the God of Blood, even if he used his toes to think, he knew what would happen next. Where is my brother? Missy lowered her eyes, and subconsciously grasped the long knife at her waist. Although her voice was as calm as possible, she had already revealed her murderous intent. She did not respect the gods very much. It was better to say that she had always wanted to try whether she could be an enemy of the gods. So after knowing that her brother was captured by the God of Blood, her first reaction was to kill the God of Blood. Instead of accepting the reality helplessly. The God of Blood was seriously injured by the Witch of Death, and should not be able to do anything in a short time. Shimu comforted her, and then shook his head. As for where the God of Blood is now, it is not something I can know. Really? Missy nodded, showing a disappointed look, but she did not force it. After all, She also guessed that the source of Akhtar's information was probably through the oral narration of the Witch of Death. As for the whereabouts of the God of Blood, it is estimated that she really does not know. Maybe I can ask the Goddess of Life, or the teacher. Shimu changed the subject and smiled gently at Misty. Maybe the situation is not as bad as you think. Misty, if the situation is not so bad, then Akhtar does not need to comfort her. Everyone knows the character of the God of Blood. Now she can only pray that the Witch of Death will be ruthless enough so that the God of Blood will not have the energy to attack her brother. Then I trouble you. She nodded gently, then stepped aside so as not to disturb Akhtar's work. Shimu smiled and continued to deal with the work at hand. Before playing the game of Mystery Gate, the gods in the game of Mystery Gate were supposed to be rational and lofty, and they were a group of beings whose divinity was greater than their humanity. After the actual contact, I found that it was quite similar to the myth of reality, with all kinds of absurd things, and they were not a group of people with lofty divinity. After a while, the work was done. Sharon, the Inquisition is handed over to you. Shimu pulled out a chair and smiled at Sharon. I hope we can meet in hell in the future. Sharon opened her mouth, as if she wanted to keep him, but she knew that Akhtar could not stay in the Black Rose Kingdom. She forced a smile and said, Lord Akhtar, I hope to meet you in hell. Shimu nodded, and then left with Mist, while Sharon looked at the backs of the two and raised her hand to gently touch her chest. She didn't know what she felt in her heart, but she knew that she was reluctant to let Akhtar leave, but she had no way. Others are hell. This concept is not wrong. Even if Akhtar is heaven and has no problems with his personality, it does not mean that Akhtar will not hurt others. After all, people always have to part. Outside the Inquisition. That girl, I hope you can stay. Misty suddenly said to Akhtar. In response, Shimu remained silent and did not answer, but looked forward, only to see a girl in a gray cloak walking towards them. Sir Akhtar, it's really great that you are okay. The girl in the gray cloak came in front of the two, took off her hood, revealing her delicate face. She smiled at Shimu. What are your plans next? I want to fulfill my promise. Shimu replied, go to the Sky City to kill Siegfried. Now he only has 30 days to live. If he uses the power of death to fight, it will accelerate his life loss. So he must kill Siegfried. Really? Eden nodded calmly, and then looked at the tall and dignified Mist beside him. This man really has a beauty by his side at all times. Eden, will you travel with me next time? Shimu suddenly asked, and saw Eden walk to his side and answer with practical actions. Really? It's not bad to have you accompany me through the last journey. He smiled gently, and then raised his hand to catch the snowflakes falling from the sky. Why is it snowing? It's a snowstorm. Eden answered, looking at the snowflakes falling into Shimu's palm. This is a snowstorm that replaced the plague. Shimu seemed puzzled and asked, what's the meaning of the snowstorm? What's the meaning of the plague? Eden asked back, and Shimu thought for a while and replied, the plague is to regulate the balance of life in this world. Eden shook his head, put on his hood again, concealing his expression, and then a cold voice came. Snowstorm and plague have the same meaning. Really? Shimu looked up at the countless snowflakes falling from the sky, felt the increasingly cold air, and exhaled a white mist. This world, just as he thought, began to accelerate into collapse, and the snowstorm was just the beginning. This snowstorm, which was supposed to unfold nearly a year later, was stimulated by the Witch of Death and arrived earlier. Chapter 90. Magic Kingdom. The Great Library. The heavy door slowly opened, and the cold wind wrapped in snow rushed in, greedily taking away every bit of temperature in the library. Shimu walked in wearing silver armor, followed by the tall Misty, and the two walked towards the center of the library one after the other. And the heavy door that opened, as if it had received an invisible command, automatically closed, shutting out the wind and snow for everyone. When I arrived at the center of the library, I saw Hecate sitting at the tea table, putting down the magic book she was reading, showing a gentle and helpless look. Apprentice, you really don't love yourself at all. Shimu smiled, and was not surprised by the blame in Hecate's words. After all, what he did was indeed a bit outrageous. In the case that his life was already coming to an end, he had to accept a deeper power of death, which shortened his lifespan to less than a month. Teacher, I will be fine. He explained, came to Hecate, pulled out a chair and sat down. Hecate picked up the book on the table, and tapped the apprentice's head gently. Akhtar covered his head with his hands, and showed a pitiful expression. I am not a woman who will be soft-hearted if I pretend to be pitiful. She showed an angry and funny expression, but still put down the book in her hand. Then she looked at Misty on the side and said, I can't predict everything. If you want to know where Michael was caught, you need some preparation. Shimu asked doubtfully, what preparation? It depends on the relationship between you and Misty. Hekida's words were very straightforward, explaining in the apprentice's questioning eyes. If she is your eternal lover and your future partner, then I can tell you where the god of blood is now. Her voice was cold. If she is just your friend, then she will have to pay a certain price, which depends on your relationship. Shimu did not answer, with his fingers crossed and his elbows resting on the table. He seemed to be thinking, and asked after a moment, Teacher, what price do you want Miss to pay? Didn't I say it depends on your relationship? Hekida shook her head. She would charge the corresponding fee according to the importance her apprentice attached to Mist. After all, there are many people in this world who want her to predict. If there are no restrictions, she will not be able to handle it. Shimu looked tangled when he heard this, then looked at the tall mister beside him and asked, Mister, what do you think our relationship is? Miss, She didn't know how to answer. Judging from Hekida's reaction, saying that they were partners directly would be the fastest answer. But she couldn't say that she was Akhtar's partner for this reason. After all, according to the stories sung by the wandering poets, Akhtar had his own lover, and she and Akhtar were not familiar with each other. For a long time. Yes. Depends on what Mr. Akhtar thinks. She gave the decision to Akhtar. In response, it's up to you, Mister. Shimu shook his head, looking very serious. Partners do need to be carefully considered. Hekida took a sip of the teacup on the table, and looked at the two people who were tangled with a smile. She is the witch of fate after all, and it is easy for her to tease the disobedient little apprentice. However, if it is a partner, Shimu showed a thoughtful expression, and cast his eyes on Hekida beside him. Although the teacher was wearing a magic robe, it could not hide her mature figure. The intellectual and mysterious temperament made people unconsciously fascinated. He said, as if jokingly, I would probably choose someone like the teacher. The atmosphere fell silent. Hekida's action of drinking tea was slightly stagnant. Looking at the apprentice, who turned his head away subconsciously, she put down the teacup and opened her red lips slightly, as if she was about to say something. However, Shimu saw this and spoke first. Teacher, I and Mist are probably friends now, and it is not ruled out that we will become lovers and partners in the future. Really? Hekida nodded, as if she was diverted by Akhtar's words. She pinched her chin and thought for a while. Then, Master, I will make an exception for you this time. When I rescue my brother, I will definitely repay you. Misty said with a serious look, although she felt that Hekida agreed to help her predict purely because she didn't want to discuss the matter of her partner. If you can do it. Hekida didn't seem to expect it, and handed over a map that had been prepared long ago. After Misty took it, she said, only the power that is the enemy of God can help you rescue your brother. Mist subconsciously looked at Akhtar on the side. She knew that Akhtar could get close to the Witch of Death, and had the favor of the Witch of Death. Shimu shook his head and said, the Witch of Death will not care about a nobody like me, and I am dying soon, so I guess I can't help you. No, you've helped me enough. Misty shook her head, looking guilty. Sorry, I don't know what to give you in return. For a dying man, she couldn't think of anything she could do to repay Akhtar. That doesn't make sense to me. Shimu stood up on his knees and patted Misty's shoulder. What you need to think about now is saving Michael. He pointed to the door. As for the favor, let Michael pay it back to me. Yeah. Misty nodded slightly, and turned to leave the library. She was grateful to Akhtar. If there was a chance in the future, she would definitely repay him. Even if she was asked to kill someone with a knife, she would not hesitate. And after she left, Apprentice, she is the most suitable person to be your partner. Hekida suddenly spoke, looking at the apprentice's puzzled expression. She has the power to be the enemy of God, and is extremely loyal to her partner. Doesn't the teacher also have the power to be the enemy of God? Shimu said subconsciously, and then seemed to realize that what he said was not quite right. He quickly changed his words and said, Teacher, I am not familiar with Misty. Hekida stood up, picked up the book on the table, knocked on the apprentice's head, and scolded, Apprentice, you are thinking about something treasonous. Shimu rubbed his forehead. He didn't feel any guilt at all for Hekida's reprimanding eyes, but felt happy. Of course, he also knew to stop. Teacher, I have accumulated some questions during this period. He pulled out a chair and sat down, and started the learning mode. As a teacher, Hekida also shifted her attention instantly after hearing this. She naturally knew that her apprentice was changing the subject. However, since the apprentice wanted to learn, she, as a teacher, would naturally try her best to satisfy him. After all, this is the teacher's responsibility. The next day. Early morning. The wind and snow blew. Hecate stood on the city wall, watching Akhtar riding an 8-legged horse and disappearing in the white snow, and then she looked at the blindfolded nun beside her. Don't you want to return to your apprentice? Lord Ash, he doesn't need my company now. The blindfolded nun lowered her head and answered softly, before the death of the all-knowing saint, he didn't need my company. Is this the revelation you got? Hecate asked, and saw the blindfolded nun nodded. She frowned, turned around and disappeared on the spot. When she helped the blindfolded nun put on her eyes, she had already discovered that her apprentice was not infected by Surtur's fire in an ordinary way. Instead, he was chosen by Ragnarok and became the initiator of Ragnarok. Like the fire giant Surtur, he was favored by Ragnarok. This was not a good thing. Even if her apprentice did not have the idea of burning the world subjectively, he would have the idea of burning the world under the guidance of fate. Afternoon. On an unknown hillside. Shimu rested against a stone, with a bonfire beside him, emitting waves of heat to resist the cold wave. The Witch of Death gave me a task. He turned his head and looked at Eden, who was kneeling on the ground wearing a gray cloak. She wants me to find the hidden witches and demons. Hidden witches and demons? Eden asked calmly, does the Witch of Death want to find companions? Compared to others, she knew that there were many demons and witches in this world who survived through various means. However, this method of bypassing the judgment of the omniscient God usually weakens the strength to a certain extent and no longer poses a threat to the gods. That's right. Shimu said nonsense seriously. The Witch of Death asked to find a demon in charge of memory. The memory demon, he is not a threat to the gods. Eden seemed to know the memory demon, and explained calmly, he can only wander in people's minds in the form of memory now. Then can he wander in my mind? Shimu asked suddenly, looking a little nervous. In response, Eden shook his head. Memory demons can only wander in the minds of people who recognize them. You don't have a deep understanding of memory demons, so they can't wander in your mind. Shimu smiled. Really? I wouldn't do such an impolite thing. A hearty male voice suddenly came, and Shimu and Eden looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a little girl of only 11 or 12 years old, staggering over. And behind the little girl was a vague figure, whose specific appearance could not be seen clearly, and could only be barely recognized as a man. Although I really want to face you face to face. The vague figure laughed heartily. But I have forgotten what I look like. Do demons also forget what they look like? Shimu asked, and the memory demon spread his hands. Unfortunately, I am just a backup of memory, not a memory demon. The real memory demon has long been dead. Then it seems that I have come here in vain. Shimu seemed a little disappointed, but also a little relieved, but the memory demon smiled when he heard it. He sat cross-legged and said, since the Witch of Death called you here, she must have acknowledged my strength. It would be irresponsible to leave like that. Shimu asked, can you be an enemy of God? No. The memory demon was very calm. Before Shimu showed a disgusted expression, he quickly added, but I can reproduce the memories of the past. His voice revealed mystery. If your previous life was very powerful, I can help you reproduce it, and let you grow up quickly. Can everyone do it? Shimu asked in confusion, and then the memory demon fell silent. He sighed and said, some people's souls are specially protected, and I have no way to spy on their memories of past lives. Although there are limitations, it is still useful. Shimu nodded. Using this ability, you can create strong people in batches. It can't be done. Waving his hand, the memory demon explained helplessly, there is a limit to awakening past life memories, and it can only help recall the memories of the past 2 lives. He explained, since you are an ordinary person in this life, then you were probably an ordinary person in your previous life and the previous life, and you may not have achieved anything more than you are now. It is a very low probability to hope that you were very powerful in your previous life. Even if you were lucky enough to be a noble or a wealthy businessman in your previous life, it does not mean that you can become a noble or a wealthy businessman in this life. Shimu covered his forehead and said, as if to comfort himself, if I'm lucky, I can awaken a very powerful past life. You probably can't. The memory demon poured cold water again. You are one of those people who have no memory of past lives. What do you mean I don't have memories of past lives? Shimu asked. According to doctrine, everyone has memories of past lives. All people's souls come from the original creation, and the number of souls is fixed. Once there are too many lives in this world, it means that the souls in hell begin to be scarce. In order to balance life and death, plagues will be sent down to rebalance life and death. However, from the official setting collection of the game, it is clearly written that the number of souls is not fixed. With the natural reproduction of human beings, there is a very low probability of the birth of natural souls. This kind of naturally born soul has the highest degree of plasticity, and is a prerequisite for promotion to demons and witches. If it is not a naturally born soul, but a soul that has experienced reincarnation, it will lose this plasticity, and lose the potential to become a demon or witch. Then I don't know. The memory demon laughed a little bit viciously. Maybe it's a newly created soul by the gods. He waved his hand. After all, people often die without souls, so it's understandable that the gods create new souls to replenish the number of souls. Maybe the soul doesn't need to be created by God. Shimu looked at Eden, who was silent on the side. But if the soul is born naturally, then where did the extra souls go? Eden said calmly, I can tell you after he leaves. Memory demon, Chapter 91. It's obvious that I'm being excluded. The memory demon sighed, then stretched his body, but I'm too lazy to pursue the so-called truth now. In the past, he was very persistent in the so-called truth. In order to know the biggest secret of this world, he tried to steal the memory of the omniscient God. And of course he failed, and was killed by the omniscient God. Only a memory made before his death survived in the memory of believers. Since you don't pursue the truth, let's talk about some serious topics. Shimu chuckled and changed the topic very naturally. Do you want to join us and seize the dominance of this world together? The memory demon twitched his mouth and asked, Can I refuse? In fact, he didn't want to join the war for the dominance of the world. After all, with his current strength, even if he joined the camp of the Witch of Death, he couldn't be on par with the Witch of Death. He could only become a higher level cadre. It's better to stay in the countryside and live a stable life. In this regard, Shimu did not answer and kept smiling, but the memory demon sighed tiredly when he saw this, as if he understood Shimu's attitude. Okay, I join you. Waving his hand, he chose to join the Death Witch camp, although he was very reluctant. But he had no choice. If he did not choose to stand on the Death Witch's side, the gods would not let him go. After all, the Death Witch sent someone to contact him. Even if he said that he had no relationship with the Death Witch, it was estimated that no god would believe it, and it was likely that he would be directly solved as a hidden danger. Welcome to join. Shimu nodded calmly, then stood up on his knees, and looked at the snow scene in the distance. Someone will contact you tonight. Wouldn't you like to go into the village for a cup of tea? The memory demon pointed to a village, not far away, with smoke rising from the chimneys. It was a village where the majority of people believed in him, and was also the headquarters of the memory church. Forget it, I still have a lot of tasks to complete. Shimu summoned a mare, then looked at the memory demon and said, We see each other soon. He rode on the mare, then pulled Eden on the horse, and disappeared at the end of the white land. And not long after he left. Ah! The dangerous guy is finally gone. The memory demon fell directly on the snow, completely different from the calm look not long ago. The little girl next to him showed a puzzled look. She didn't understand why the demon she believed in had an expression of surviving a disaster. The memory demon gave an explanation for this. The woman in the gray cloak knows me very well, but I can't see her memory. She is a powerful elder sister. The little girl showed an expectant expression. She had no interest in powerful elder brothers, but she was obviously very admiring of powerful and gentle elder sisters. She is a very powerful person. The memory demon waved his hand. The woman also protected the memory of the man. He sighed distressfully. If we had refused before, the woman would probably kill all of us. What a dangerous elder sister. The little girl opened her mouth in surprise. She thought the elder sister was a very gentle person, but she didn't expect that she was so dangerous and wanted to kill all of them if they didn't agree. The memory demon rubbed the little girl's head and said, You still have a lot to learn. You can't think that people are good people just because they look good. Yeah. The little girl nodded repeatedly, humbly accepting the teachings of the memory demon, although she still thought that the big sister in the cloak was a good person. Want to play with that big sister? Castle in the sky. Palace. Back garden. Shimu and Eden got off the horse, then looked at Siegfried, who was walking not far away, and the familiar and heroic laughter. Isn't this our hero back? Siegfried laughed heartily, came to Akhtar, and looked him up and down. He patted Shimu on the shoulder. Do you have the confidence to kill me now? It depends on when you turn into a dragon. Shimu smiled and explained, Otherwise I will go to fight other evil dragons. About 20 days later. Siegfried was unexpectedly calm, and did not hide when he would turn into a dragon. My physical condition is getting worse and worse. He stretched out his palm to Shimu, and saw scales appearing on his wrist. I always dream of a woman in my dreams recently. She said something to me, asking me to open the gate of hell. That's probably the Witch of Creation. Shimu looked at Siegfried's surprised expression and explained. The Witch of Creation has never died. Since you used the magic she left behind, probably. You have become her puppet, right? Siegfried seemed to have expected it, and covered half of his face with his hands in distress. The figure is not inferior to the goddess of life. It is indeed the Witch of Creation. Shimu, Objective evaluation. Do you believe in the goddess of life purely because of the concept? Siegfried smiled indifferently. He knew the man's thoughts very well, and did not shy away from it at all. Akhtar, you need to face your heart more directly. At least you need to be able to praise beauty openly. At this point, he pointed to Eden, who was silent. For example, your current female companion is undoubtedly a great beauty. It would be great if someone could dress her up specially. Eden raised her hand and pulled down her hood. She didn't care much about Siegfried's evaluation. Although Siegfried was a famous dragon-slaying hero, she had witnessed too many heroes and didn't care much about heroes. Then let me take her to dress up. A pleasant female voice came, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Asaki walking over in a gorgeous red dress. She covered her lower face with a folding fan, looked at Akhtar, who had returned, and said, I'm glad to see you safe and sound. Maybe it's luck. Shimu sighed, causing Yasaki to roll her eyes. She poked his chest armor with the closed fan. You won't be lucky every time. Yasaki warned. If you still want to live well, don't run to dangerous places. At this point, she shook her head. No. Sometimes, it seems that wherever you go, something will happen. It's just a coincidence. Shimu smiled and waved his hand, and Yasaki's expression was subtle, but she didn't intend to talk more about this topic. She stretched out her hand to Eden. Miss Eden, do you want me to take you around the Sky City? Thank you. Eden smiled politely, shook the hand that Yasaki handed over, and left with Yasaki. She knew that Asaki had taken her away on purpose to create a suitable space for Siegfried and Akhtar to talk. So she did not reject Asaki's invitation. Let's talk about something serious. Siegfried walked towards the pavilion not far away and said to Shimu, who was walking beside him, there are several dragons temporarily living in the Sky City, all of whom came to kill me. Shimu asked in confusion, to kill you? To make it easier to understand, let me tell you a story. Siegfried sat on a chair in the pavilion, broke the mouth of a wine bottle with his hand, and then poured 2 glasses of wine. If a monster turns into a human form, and suddenly mixes into human society, what do you think most people's reaction will be? Shimu answered immediately, it's dangerous. What if the monster's thoughts are very different from those of humans? Siegfried asked again, do you have the ability to kill monsters? I will try to kill that monster. Shimu answered, and Siegfried smiled and took a sip of the wine glass on the table. He continued to add, what if this monster still has the ability to make other monsters continue to turn into humans? Then he must be killed no matter what. Shimu answered without thinking, and then fell silent. He seemed to understand Siegfried's situation. And the magic mastered by this monster can also take away people's power. Siegfried poured himself another glass of wine. As long as this magic spreads, greedy monsters will continue to attack people. Are those dragons here to kill you? Shimu frowned, and his voice became solemn. Of course, he understood what Siegfried wanted to express. From the perspective of the dragon, the weak race suddenly became the same race, and could also seize power by killing their own kind. That naturally wanted to kill the guy who stole the dragon's power. And this is also the side effect of using the magic of Dragonborn, which will encounter the hostility and curse of the dragon until the person using the magic of Dragonborn dies. However, for veteran players, the magic of Dragonborn is simply a magical skill to attract monsters, which can directly make players naturally hostile to dragons, continuously attract dragon attacks, and continuously explode experience points. It is to kill all those who hold the magic of Dragonborn. Siegfried told the truth, they dare not do it now, because they are worried that after I die, there is no way to track down how many people know the magic of Dragonborn. Shimu drank a glass of wine silently. His frown showed that he was not in a good mood. It seemed that he felt very difficult to deal with the malice of the dragon clan. In response, Siegfried said another bad news, I would not have turned into a dragon so quickly. He explained in Shimu's puzzled eyes. But I killed another evil dragon some time ago. After taking the power of the evil dragon, I turned into a dragon earlier. Shimu asked in confusion, can the Dragonborn magic continue to take away the power of dragons? You can keep taking it away. Siegfried explained cheerfully, but the more power you take away from dragons, the less human you will become, and you will no longer be human. He sighed. Even if you have the correct interpretation of dragonborn magic, as long as the number of dragons killed accumulates to a certain level, you will still turn into a dragon. It's not a lie. In essence, the magic of the dragonborn is to seize the power of the dragon to strengthen oneself. If the dragonborn magic is used continuously, the result will be that one will turn into a dragon. Is there no way to avoid it? Shimu asked, and Siegfried shook his head and explained to him. The magic of dragonborn was prepared by the creation which for her return to the human world. Siegfried waved his hand. The correct interpretation of dragonborn magic can only ensure that you do not lose your human rationality. Shimu, don't care too much about the dragon's thoughts. Siegfried took a sip of wine and comforted Aktar. As long as you don't continue to kill dragons and expose the fact that you know dragonborn magic, you don't have to worry about being hunted down by the Dragon Empire. Shimu frowned. But they won't let Aslaki go, right? I will erase some of Aslaki's memories. Siegfried's voice suddenly became tired. They won't target Aslaki too much in the future. He had planned everything well, waiting for Aktar to grow up, and then secretly killing himself, and by the way, letting Aktar protect his daughter for a lifetime. However, the plan was unexpected after all. He originally killed the evil dragon with good intentions, but it actually caused the time for him to transform into a dragon to be greatly advanced. Moreover, the Dragon Empire noticed that he had seized the power of the dragon. It doesn't matter. I will kill all dragons that have ill intentions towards Aslaki. Shimu gave a guarantee. If the Dragon Empire still doesn't give up, I will go to the Dragon Empire in person and talk to the Dragon King in person. Ha ha ha. You are really arrogant. Siegfried laughed, and his heroic laughter seemed to shake the whole garden. He was not surprised by Aktar's arrogance. After all, geniuses are arrogant, especially geniuses of Aktar's level. It is too normal for him to think that he can threaten the Dragon Empire alone. Anyone who has Aktar's growth rate will probably be very arrogant, not taking anyone seriously, and believe that he has the potential to become a demon. When you have the power to reach the gods, you can threaten the Dragon Empire. Siegfried restrained his laughter. He picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Aktar, saying, excluding the blessing of ability, in terms of race. There will also be a huge difference in strength due to the difference in bloodline. This is why the dragon race is the strongest race. They have a strong bloodline blessing. I understand, the teacher told me. Shimu subconsciously raised his hand and touched the bracelet on his wrist. In the official setting of the game, the peak level of human beings is level 99, but in actual combat, there is a certain degree of difference in the values. In the first round, he was killed by the dragon because the dragon's health bar was too long and he didn't have enough mana. However, the higher the value, the higher the experience value. Of course, the boss character with a weird mechanism, that is, the boss character with almost cheating ability, will also have very high experience value. Chapter 92. Commercial Street. Luxurious clothing store. Outside the fitting room. It lacks a little feeling. As Suraki pinched her chin with her slender hand, looked at Eden, who came out of the fitting room, and then picked up the black dress held by the maid beside her. Try this one. She handed the black dress to Eden, and then gently pushed Eden back to the fitting room. Along with the sound of the door closing, there was a dreamy sound of undressing. Miss Eden, you are not a simple person, right? As Suraki leaned against the wall, hugged her chest with her arms, supporting her perky chest. She smiled and said, you don't care too much about your father's existence. Maybe. I just have a better mentality. Eden's calm voice came from the fitting room, and it was difficult to detect her mood. The years she has experienced are beyond people's imagination, longer than the years of most gods, and she has witnessed the historical changes of this world. So there are few things that change her mentality. The mentality is often related to the social status of the person involved. As Suraki chuckled and then shook her head, but Miss Eden doesn't want to talk about her past, so I won't force it. Although she was a little curious about Eden's identity, since Eden didn't want to reveal her identity, she wouldn't force it. After all, it's very rude to explore a person's secrets too much. And at this moment, why don't you talk about my past? A playful voice came, accompanied by dull footsteps. As Suraki looked over and saw a handsome man in a white velvet coat, with different colored gems on his 5 fingers, and short brown hair walking towards her. He put his hands in his pockets, and greeted her casually with a smile. What a coincidence, Princess Aslaki. Sorry to interrupt the conversation of a lady. Aslaki frowned unhappily, her red eyes revealing disdain. Emil, you are really a very boring man. For dragons, strength is everything. Emil used his fingers covered with gems to narcissistically lift his hair in front of his forehead, revealing a malicious smile. You will soon realize this, after your father dies. Threatening me? Asaki did not show any weakness. Staring coldly at the humanoid dragon in front of her, can I understand that you are declaring war on the Sky City? The guy in front of her was the 12th prince of the Dragon Empire, the person in charge of monitoring the Sky City. As long as her father Siegfried completely degenerates into a dragon, he will command the dragons lurking in the Sky City to shoot down the Sky City. So she didn't have a good face for a male at all. Ha ha ha. I like your unyielding look. Imar put down his hand that was touching his hair and asked curiously, your confidence now, isn't it Akhtar? He put his hands in his pockets and leaned forward slightly. That man may not live longer than your father. At least longer than you. Yasaki responded coldly, and Imar smiled at this, turned his back to Yasaki, and waved his hand full of gems. If you are willing to take off your clothes and kneel beside my bed to beg me, maybe I can let the Sky City go and let you continue to be the princess of the Sky City. After saying that, he left the clothing store directly. In fact, he didn't really care whether to destroy the Sky City. However, if he could see Asaki showing a sad and desperate look, kneeling naked in front of him, begging him to let go of the Sky City, then he might soften his heart a little. After playing with Asaki, he would shoot down the Sky City and appreciate Asaki's completely desperate and angry look. Just thinking about it makes me feel. Looking forward to it. And at this moment, the door of the dressing room was pushed open, and Eden came out. She glanced in the direction where Imar left, and her cold eyes showed thoughts. Don't mind the guy, he's just a guy with bad taste. Asaki explained, he likes to see people with light in their eyes, people who are in a state of collapse. What a bad dragon. Eden lowered her eyes, feeling disgusted with Imar's bad taste. She actually knew the bad taste of Imar, a dragon, who liked to descend as an evil dragon, oppressing people with a sense of justice until they were completely desperate, and appreciating the look of people in a state of collapse. The more disgusting the enemy's eyes were, the more excited Imar would be, and he would continue to abuse them more and more. He's just a guy who's not even as good as a goblin. Asaki lifted her hair by her ear, but her expression was not very good. As Imar said, the situation in the Sky City is very bad now. When her father degenerates into an evil dragon, the dragon staying in the Sky City will take action. And she currently has no good solution. Although she has a strong heart, her talents are ultimately limited. She cannot be as strong as her father Siegfried, nor does she have the amazing talent like Akhtar. Most of the time, he was very passive. At night, Shimu walked step by step in the dark corridor, and the orderly footsteps spread and merged into the dark prisons on both sides. A pair of malicious eyes fell on him, as if there were countless hidden monsters, ready to rush in and tear him apart at any time. Until he walked to the end of the corridor, the light came into his eyes, and he saw Zed with one hand on his waist, waving at him. Boss, the sacrifices you want are all here. She turned and pointed at the 100 death row prisoners behind her, and then showed a tangled expression. Boss, are you really going to sacrifice them to the Witch of Death? After the words fell, the atmosphere stagnated. The 100 death row prisoners present were stunned, and felt confused about what Zed said, and reacted after a moment. Wait, what do you mean by sacrificing us to the Witch of Death? A big man with spells written all over his face said in horror. Aren't they going to be executed? Why are they now saying that they should be sacrificed to the Witch of Death? This is obviously different from what they thought. Sacrificing witches is taboo. A gentle lady screamed, this is the behavior of cultists. Although she committed a capital crime, she would not sacrifice herself to the Witch of Death. That would be too terrifying. Shimu pretended not to hear this. As long as these NPCs heard about witches and demons, they would show fearful expressions and basically had no other reactions. However, those who can keep calm are basically NPCs worth paying attention to. They may have some side quests. In order to solve the crisis of Sky City, sacrifice is necessary. He looked at Zed, who had a healthy body and wheat-colored skin, and smiled gently. The sacrifice to summon the Witch of Death must be of sufficient weight. Boss, this is a road of no return. Zed frowned, his voice concerned. As long as the sacrifice is made, there is no way to go to hell. Although there is no way to go to hell, you can go to heaven. Shimu pointed to the necklace he was wearing. Have you forgotten that I am a person favored by the Goddess of Life? If the Goddess of Life finds out, she will be angry. Zed twitched his mouth, and felt helpless about Akhtar's operation. Those who are favored by God can go to heaven as long as they are willing and serve the gods they believe in. This treatment is better than being in hell. In order to save more people, this is also a last resort. Shimu said nonsense seriously, and they are all extremely evil people. Boss, everything you say makes sense. Waving his hand, Zed showed a tired expression and did not want to debate with Akhtar. Instead, he talked about another thing. Sister Letitia, I want to meet the boss. It's not the time to meet now. Shimu turned around, not letting Zed see his expression, and replied in an unusually calm voice. Even if I can survive, sooner or later. He didn't continue to say the follow-up words, but Zed could guess it. The boss infected by Surtur's fire will fall into madness sooner or later. Take them to the banquet hall. Shimu left the dungeon and disappeared in the dark corridor. Zed sighed, looking melancholy. In fact, she had received a letter from Letitia a long time ago, and knew that Letitia wanted to meet Akhtar. Forget it, I'm just a mercenary. Shaking her head, she turned around and looked at the 100 restrained death row prisoners. I'm sorry, I picked you out. She put her palms together and apologized, then chanted a spell. All the death row prisoners present lost their spirits in an instant, and the chains on their hands and feet emitted the light of spells, as if tadpoles were crawling on the bodies of the death row prisoners. Then, Zed took the unconscious death row prisoners to the designated banquet hall to prepare for a large-scale sacrifice. At the same time, the embassy of the Dragon Empire. Invite me to meet? Amar put down the invitation letter in his hand and showed a puzzled look. He didn't quite understand why Akhtar invited him to meet. The relationship between the two sides was very bad. After all, he wanted to shoot down the Sky City and let everyone who coveted the power of the dragon understand what a tragic price they had to pay for coveting the power of the dragon. What on earth is this man thinking? He looked at the butler in a suit beside him. What do you think he's thinking about? Negotiation. The butler answered, he wants you to give up the idea of shooting down the Sky City. Humph, that's impossible. Amar stood up and walked towards the embassy. If the Sky City is not shot down, how can we deter those guys who want to seize the power of the dragon? We must fight back with the most severe means. Hater Hotel. This is a hotel set up in imitation of the country of music, gathering performers from all over the world. People who come to the Hather Hotel usually don't come to meet their accommodation needs. Instead, they come to meet their hearing, taste, and touch needs. While pursuing elegance, they are also very vulgar. Elegant artistic pursuit and vulgar sexual satisfaction. All gathered in this hotel. The carriage stopped. Amar got off and looked at the hundreds of beautiful maids outside the hotel, who greeted him respectfully, and the reluctant Asraki. The corners of his mouth curled up. Hee. I didn't expect that Princess Asraki would come to greet me in person. It's just etiquette. Asraki replied coldly, then turned and walked towards the hotel. Seeing this, Amar smiled even more happily and followed Asraki into the hotel. He liked to see others hate him, but still had to succumb. However, since Asraki came to receive him in person, it can be said that Akhtar's invitation was for negotiation, not for peace. I've said it before, you submit to me sooner or later. He quickened his pace and came to Yaslaki, smiling calmly. For the sake of the Sky City, you better make up your mind earlier and crawl to my bed. Yaslaki was indifferent and took Amar to the banquet hall. She came to receive Amar not because of Akhtar's request, but she wanted to receive him herself. After a while, go in, Akhtar is waiting for you inside. Yaslaki raised her hand and pushed open a closed door, her cold expression revealed full of impatience. This is your private negotiation. Aren't heroes' negotiations fair and square? Amar chuckled and walked into the banquet hall. The first thing he saw was not the wine and delicacies, but the piled-up corpses of hundreds of people. The blue flames gradually burned them into ashes, and the legendary Witch of Death. Something is wrong. Amar reacted immediately and subconsciously wanted to leave, but found that the door behind him was suddenly closed. Bang, the dull sound of the door closing. The Witch of Death turned her head, and her eyes fell on Amar. The cold eyes seemed to have some kind of binding force, making Amar's body stiff in place, not daring to move. The sacrifice was discovered. Shimu came out, stood beside the Witch of Death, and said to Amar, "Did you hear us plotting to assassinate the gods?" Amar was stunned. Looking at Akhtar's cold eyes, he understood one thing: he was afraid that he was tricked. He gritted his teeth, and then knelt on one knee. "Lady Witch of Death, I didn't hear anything." "Liar!" Shimu's voice was cold. "You must have heard us plotting to assassinate the god of ice and snow." Amar was silent. He hadn't heard it originally, but now he has heard it, and it was Akhtar who told him. "My lord Witch of Death, it was Akhtar who invited me here, he was framing me." He tried to explain, but when he saw the cold eyes of the Witch of Death, he immediately understood one thing. There was no point in explaining. Since you have discovered our plan. Shimu smiled. Your Highness Amar, you now have two choices. He stretched out his hand. Your soul is stuffed into the wick and tortured forever, or you become a member of the cult of death and serve my Lord Witch of Death. Amar, is this guy really a hero? Why is he so despicable? He is clearly an upright and flawless hero in the words of the bard. Chapter 93. You can't expect a hero to save you. Asaki understood this when she was very young. Her father said that if she wanted to be like the princess in the story, her hero would appear when she was in danger. That was just the idea of a coward. No matter how difficult the situation is, don't give up saving yourself. So when she was very young, she had already abandoned her longing for heroes and chose to strengthen her knowledge and will. She worked hard to learn everything a princess should learn: magic, swordsmanship, politics, music, history. In the end, she became a qualified queen heir. Although her current situation is very bad, and she has no way to face the threat of the Dragon Empire, as long as she waits for her father to die, her country may be destroyed in a short time, but she has never given up the idea of saving herself. And the driving force behind all this is her father's education when she was a child. You can't expect a hero to save you. Why do you suddenly think of these things? Asaki leaned against the door, and a trace of doubt appeared in her red eyes. Then she remembered something. After returning from the Magic Kingdom, her father Siegfried asked her if she was interested in Akhtar, and whether she wanted to try to fall in love with him. It is undeniable that she has a good impression of Akhtar, and appreciates his extraordinary talents and character. However, she does not want to snatch her best friend's lover. Since Akhtar and Letitia have feelings for each other, she will not allow herself to intervene. Because her best friend's boyfriend is too outstanding, she can't help but attack her best friend's boyfriend. This kind of third-rate story would not happen to her. Even if she had a good impression, she would kill it. Keep a proper distance from Akhtar. And at this moment, the door opened. Aimer's eyes lost their luster, and he staggered out, with tears on his face. There was no sign of torture, but he gave people a feeling of having experienced inhumane torture, and being physically and mentally damaged. What did he experience? As Raki had this thought, Aimer suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at her, and said in a dry voice, "You are really a lucky woman." After he finished speaking, his body shook suddenly, and a hand fell on his shoulder. To be more precise, you are very unlucky. Shimu walked out and said to Aimer, "A dragon obsessed with despair will sooner or later be drowned by despair." You are right. Aimer forced a smile, and had no intention of resisting Akhtar. This was not only because the Witch of Death stood behind Akhtar, but also because Akhtar was the manipulator behind the cult of death. Akhtar was the real despair and the dark side. Remember not to let anyone see anything strange. Shimu pulled back his hand, looked at Yasaki, and smiled. The negotiation was relatively smooth. Thank you for your hard work. Yasaki raised her hand and gently gathered her hair by her ears, revealing a soft smile, and then glanced at Aimer, who was leaving. She could feel Aimer's fear and helplessness. All his beliefs and pride collapsed, and he wanted to hide in the quilt and tremble. Shimu explained, he was cursed, and he will die if he betrays. This is a lie. Whether Aimer betrays or not, he will die. When Aimer is no longer useful, he will be killed by him as an experience bag. After all, Aimer's experience value is not low. But even if Aimer is a traitor, it won't delay for too long. Yasaki frowned, and her expression still revealed worry. The Dragon Empire will not easily give up the idea of shooting down the Sky City. Aimer's influence cannot interfere with the decision-making of the Dragon Empire. After all, Aimer is only the 12th prince, and his rank in the Dragon Empire is not very high. The only existence that can really interfere with the decision-making of the Dragon Empire is the Dragon King who manages the Dragon Empire, and the several gods living in the Dragon Empire. That's right, there are gods living in the Dragon Empire, and one of them is the Dragon King's partner. If the saint is a follower of the path of the gods, it can be likened to an heir. Then the partner is an existence that walks on the same path with the gods. Share power, and enjoy the favor of God. Of course, this is just a metaphor. It does not mean that partner is equivalent to husband and wife relationship. It is just a kind of companion. And this is also the limit of the believer's path. To be with God. After becoming a partner of God, not only can you borrow the power of God, but you can also help God expand the limit of the road. Indirectly help God expand the limit of the road. Frowning, this is not like you. Shimu raised his hand and stroked Yasalaki's subconsciously frowned brows. Then he comforted under Yasalaki's gaze. Just let me handle it, don't worry too much. I'm not. Before she finished speaking, Yasaki fell silent again. She really had no way to fight against the Dragon Empire. In response, Shimu smiled gently, raised his hand to touch his chest and said, Princess, try to trust the knight a little. I didn't say I didn't trust you. Yasaki smiled helplessly. Looking at Akhtar's gentle smile, she turned her head away unconsciously. Jed, he is still waiting for us outside. She took the initiative to change the topic, not wanting to discuss the topic of the princess and the knight. Shimu nodded and looked at the banquet hall. I still have things to deal with you. Go back first. Yeah. Lowering her head slightly, Yasaki left obediently, but before leaving, she said to Akhtar, Be careful. Shimu smiled and nodded, watching Yasaki leave, then turned and entered the banquet hall. Outside the hotel, the Wang family's carriage left. Asaki looked at the scenery receding outside the window, her red eyes reflecting the scenery of the sky city. After a moment, she suddenly had an idea. Zed, do you think Akhtar and I are suitable? She turned her head and asked Zed in the carriage. The atmosphere fell silent. Zed was stunned, looking at Asaki's serious expression. She clearly remembered that Asaki said that she would not steal her best friend's boyfriend. She had said this in private. Since Akhtar and Letitia were a couple, she would not interfere. I don't know about that kind of thing. She scratched her cheek, her voice a little vague. I'm just a mercenary, I don't understand love. Just asking. Yasaki explained, after all, Akhtar has been infected with Surtur's fire, and can no longer be with Letitia. Before she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong, and then fell into a state of self-loathing. The carriage was moving, and the scenery outside the window was like a movie film, but Yasaki and Zed had no intention of appreciating the prosperous scenery. The quiet inside the car was a little weird. At the same time, in the banquet hall, Shimu walked out alone. He looked around and realized that he was under surveillance, so he walked towards a remote corner. As he walked further and further away, he came to a remote road and was blocked by a woman. No, a mother dragon. Akhtar, right. The mother dragon was tall and approached him step by step. Her long blue hair fluttered in the evening breeze. Her tall figure cast a long shadow under the street lamp, just covering Shimu's figure. She stood in front of Shimu and looked down. Do you know how to take away the magic of dragon power? Yes. Shimu answered immediately, making the mother dragon stunned. Shouldn't she deny it first, and then tell the truth under her coercion? Why did she admit it directly? Then what are you going to do? Shimu continued to ask, do you want to kill me, or force me to hand over the magic? Mother dragon, If she kills Akhtar now, she will provoke Siegfried to hunt her down. After all, Siegfried is not turned into a dragon, and still retains human reason, and has extremely strong fighting skills. It's very easy to kill her. You came to me without thinking? Shimu shook his head and smiled at the mother dragon. If I were you, I would find someone who can read minds to look through my memory and confirm how many people know about the magic of taking dragon power. He leaned close to the mother dragon's ear. There is no need to teach you the follow-up questions. Find all the people who can take dragon power, and then kill them one by one, or erase their memories. Mother dragon, Solving problems requires thinking. Shimu raised his hand and pointed at his head. Do you know how to solve the problem most safely? How to solve it? The mother dragon asked. Her eyes became dangerous, and then she got the answer. Of course, let the person cooperate voluntarily. Shimu explained. If I can voluntarily cooperate with you to read my memory, can't we find all the people who know how to take dragon power? It seems to be true. The mother dragon nodded. If Akhtar voluntarily let his memory be read, it would indeed be the safest way. Then how can you get me to cooperate voluntarily? Shimu explained step by step under the mother dragon's gaze. Promising to spare the Sky City is naturally the best choice. He smiled. After you kill Siegfried, with my voluntary cooperation, you can ensure that the magic of taking the dragon's power will not be leaked. Humph, why should I believe you? The mother dragon snorted coldly, but began to waver, obviously thinking that what Akhtar said made sense. Shimu gave an explanation for this. We have no choice, don't we? You are a smart guy. The mother dragon nodded. She was not a dragon that killed innocent people indiscriminately. As an ice dragon, her heart was unexpectedly soft. If she could kill fewer people, she would be willing to do so. Then it is clear what you have to do next. Shimu kept a gentle smile. In order to ensure that the magic of taking away the dragon's power is not leaked, you must kill Siegfried as quickly as possible to ensure that Siegfried does not spread this magic. The mother dragon frowned and said worriedly, "But if we attack Siegfried now, it is likely to cause casualties. Siegfried with reason is very dangerous, but Siegfried who has turned into an irrational dragon is the easiest to kill. The longer you delay, the more likely Siegfried will spread the magic of taking dragon power." Shimu shook his head. "Now is the most appropriate time for you to take action." He didn't wait for Siegfried to transform into a dragon and instigated some dragons to die, so that Siegfried could take more dragon power, thereby improving Siegfried's strength, which could explode more experience points, and also allow Siegfried to transform into an evil dragon in advance, so that he could kill Siegfried as soon as possible. "Isn't Siegfried your master?" The mother dragon was entangled in some irrelevant things. "Why do you want to kill him in advance?" "Do I have a choice?" Shimu asked back. "If you don't kill Siegfried in advance, you won't let go of the Sky City, right?" "That's right." The mother dragon was silent for a moment, and then asked, "How can I believe your promise?" "On the contrary, I expect you to keep your promise." Waving his hand, Shimu smiled bitterly. "If you regret it later, I can't do anything to you. As the daughter of the Duke, I won't lie to you, a human being." The mother dragon snorted coldly, and then asked curiously, "Since you have negotiated with Ymir, you should have told him these words, right?" Shimu remained silent. But the mother dragon nodded when she saw this, as if she guessed the result of the negotiation, and said, "The sadist rejected your plan, right? So what's your answer?" Shimu asked, watching the mother dragon fall into thought, and waited patiently. This mother dragon's status in the Dragon Empire is actually higher than Ymir's. After all, she is the only daughter of the Duke, and Ymir is only the 12th prince, or a prince without much real power. In addition, the identity of the Dragon King cannot be inherited, but is a symbol of the strongest dragon, which makes the prince's gold content lower. So this mother dragon has more say. "Okay." The mother dragon lifted her blue hair by her ear, and agreed readily. Seeing this, Shimu smiled and stretched out his hand to the mother dragon. "Then we will have a happy cooperation. I hate you guys who play tricks." The mother dragon said unhappily, but still shook hands with Akhtar. She felt that Akhtar had no reason to deceive her. Now what Akhtar said was indeed the best result for Sky City. "Then do it tomorrow." Shimu seemed a little impatient, but the mother dragon shook her head and explained to him, "It depends on the permission of that guy Ymir. I hope you can do it as soon as possible." Shimu sighed, then passed by the mother dragon and walked towards a lighted mansion in the distance. The mother dragon did not leave when seeing this, but curiously followed. "Human, what are you going to do?" "Visit the teacher." Chapter 94. So weak. The dragoness showed a surprised expression, looking at the bald man who was a little restrained at the door, and could not feel that there was anything special about this human. He was neither confident nor had strong magic power. In terms of results, he was just a mortal with nothing special. It was hard to imagine that he was Akhtar's teacher. "Teacher, long time no see." Shimu smiled and greeted Butch at the door. "How are you these days?" "Ah, very good." Butch was slightly stunned, and then hurriedly made way for Shimu to enter the house. "During this period, many people wanted to worship me as a teacher, and I can live a normal life." At this point, he smiled bitterly again. "Although I know they just want to brush up their resumes of being from the same school as the hero. So far, those who have come to him to worship only want an identity, so that they can say to the outside world that they are from the same school as the hero Akhtar. They are all a group of people who want to gild themselves. This is not a bad thing." Shimu smiled, and sat down on the sofa in the living room. The female dragon next to him was not unfamiliar, and sat next to him. Butch smiled helplessly, without much joy on his face. What he wanted was for people to recognize him for his magical attainments, not because he was lucky and happened to have taught a hero. However, he did not refuse the money that was delivered to his door. "By the way, about your funding of my research." He took out a sealed magic scroll and handed it to Akhtar solemnly, saying, "This is the initial version of the research, which can effectively improve the efficiency of the use of magic power, but for you now, it may not be very effective." Shimu took the magic scroll, opened it and looked at it, and said, "Teacher, can you develop a subsequent version?" "Yes." Butch's expression became excited. "As long as you give me enough time, I can come up with a more mature version." "Really?" Shimu nodded, and listened to Butch's theory, while the female dragon next to him yawned out of boredom. "This bald magician is really whimsical." "Sorry. I don't think I have made tea for you yet." Butch looked at the bored expression of the female dragon, and his expression suddenly became embarrassed. He stood up and planned to make 2 cups of tea. "No, teacher." Shimu waved his hand and looked at the sky outside the window. I'm about to leave. The excitement on Butch's face disappeared, and he nodded. After all, it's not early. Because he has no talent, he has been trying to bypass the path of talent. For a true genius, it is estimated that it will be very boring. However, since you like magic, teacher? Shimu stood up on his knees and smiled at Butch. Do you want to go back to the Magic Kingdom and continue your research? Can you? Butch was slightly stunned. He had to leave the Magic Kingdom because he could not produce enough results. To this, Shimu gave a positive answer. Do your research in the Magic Kingdom. No one will kill you maliciously. Kill me maliciously? Butch did not quite understand, but Shimu did not explain in depth. He said to him, Teacher, I am looking forward to the magic you researched. After that, he stood up and left the living room. In a sense, Butch is indeed a person without talent. The magic he has worked hard to research cannot help Butch become a powerful magician. After all, Butch is a research talent. It is difficult for him to have strong magic, but he can be a good researcher. On the street. Under the streetlight. Are you following me because you are afraid that I will run away? Shimu turned his head and looked at the dragoness beside him. Although I don't mind it very much, as the daughter of the Duke, you should not have the idea of spending the night with humans, right? The dragoness lifted her long blue hair and smiled charmingly. Have you heard enough stories about humans and dragons? You are not my type. Shimu answered immediately, making the dragoness's expression freeze instantly, as if she did not expect him to answer like this. If you want to threaten me to compromise with the Sky City. He smiled, then I might agree. Humph, boring man. The dragoness's face was frosty, and she pushed her toes hard, flew into the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Back to the palace. Haven't you rested yet? Shimu pushed the door open and walked in, looking at Eden sitting beside his bed. The omniscient saint was wearing a black dress that outlined her beautiful curves. Her cold temperament contained a hint of tenderness that made people approachable. From the beginning to the end, the omniscient saint was not a cold character, although she maintained an unapproachable alienated state when interacting with players. But that was just the habit of the omniscient saint. Don't you want to know where the extra souls have gone? Eden said softly. She still remembered what she had said to Akhtar. Shimu nodded and sat down next to Eden. All the extra souls have gone to hell. Eden's voice was calm. They are all passing away normally. If more and more souls are born naturally, Shimu asked in doubt, then in order to maintain the balance between life and death, there will be more and more lives in this world. There has never been a balance between life and death. Eden explained, hell can expand. As the number of souls increases, a new layer of hell will be added. Her voice was calm. Each layer of hell opened up means that more souls can be accommodated. Won't the waiting time for rebirth get longer and longer? Shimu continued to ask, and Eden also gave an answer. Each layer of hell will select people from similar times to stay. Their lifestyles and cultures are not too different. They can wait for rebirth in the corresponding hell until that layer of hell is empty. That's how the 7 layers of hell people talk about came about. Shimu pinched his chin and nodded in understanding. In response, Eden shook his head. There are more than 7 layers in hell. Even if the corresponding layers are empty, they will be preserved and repeat everything in the past in the form of the shadow of the past. This is a record of past history and civilization. Shimu thought for a while and asked, then can people who go to hell meet celebrities in past history? Without the permission of the goddess of death, you are not allowed to go to other layers of hell. Eden shook his head. The layers of hell divided by era are prohibited from running around randomly and interfering with each other. Only with the permission of the goddess of death can free travel be allowed. It sounds quite interesting. Shimu seemed to be looking forward to it. He was not very interested in the setting of hell. It was just a setting prepared by the game officials to reasonably expand the map and increase the historical weight of this world. In the official description of the game, each layer of hell represents the development direction of a civilization in the past. After the civilization is destroyed, it is saved in the corresponding layer of hell to record the past civilization. In actual performance, it is a map with different painting styles. Hell is not an interesting place. Eden stood up and warned Shimu, hell is just a place to record the shadow of the past. After she finished speaking, she left Shimu's room. From her point of view, hell is just a means for the goddess of death to store souls and record past civilizations. There is no future to speak of. The next day, early morning, the wind and snow became stronger and stronger, almost submerging the entire Sky City. Looking around, it was all covered with silver, and most people were wrapped tightly. But soon people felt hot. Roar! The red dragon roared angrily, spitting out hot dragon breath, covering the sky like a red curtain, and the high temperature spread, causing the temperature of the sky city to soar at this moment. The thick began to melt. What is going on? A young nobleman looked up at the sky, unable to understand why a giant dragon appeared in the sky. After all, Siegfried, the king of Sky City, is a dragon-slaying hero. According to normal thinking, the giant dragon should avoid Sky City. And as if to confirm his thoughts, the red dragon suddenly let out a miserable cry, and one of its wings was torn off. The hot blood gushed out and fell into the city, turning into a raging fire. Let's fight somewhere else. A hearty laugh echoed in Sky City, and Siegfried's figure appeared in people's eyes. He grabbed the remaining wing of the red dragon with one hand and swung it hard. The red dragon flew backwards, like a cannonball, toward the outside of the Sky City, and Siegfried's figure disappeared. The residents of the Sky City, who were originally worried, were relieved after seeing Siegfried easily repel the dragon. No matter who it was, they could see that Siegfried had an absolute advantage, and they didn't have to worry about the impact of the evil dragon. Outside the Sky City. You are too anxious. Siegfried punched hard, hitting the back of the red dragon, accompanied by the dragon scales exploding and blood and flesh splashing. The red dragon let out a wail, fell like a meteor, drew a red track in the sky, and hit a barren mountain. The diffused airflow mixed with the splashing blood ignited the entire barren mountain, and the color of the mountain changed from snow white to red. The swaying flames made the snow on the nearby hills begin to melt. Da-da-da. Siegfried walked out of the flames, and came to the seriously injured red dragon. His palm turned into a knife, and pierced through the red dragon's neck. The gushing blood drowned him, and his whole body was bathed in dragon blood, just like the first time he killed a dragon. It is very simple to seize the power of a dragon. First, you have to learn dragon magic, and then kill the evil dragon and bathe in dragon blood. The hand knife was drawn out. Siegfried took a step back, and the red dragon in front of him burned, turned into flames, and disappeared into the air. Deterioration. It's worse again. He raised his hand and looked at his palm, and found that his nails began to become sharp, and substantial scales had appeared on his wrist. It will turn into a dragon in about 2 or 3 days. If another dragon attacks at this time, he will completely degenerate into an evil dragon. However, Siegfried looked up and saw a green dragon in the distance, running away at a very fast speed, knowing that he still had some time to explain. With this in mind, he flew towards the Sky City. In fact, he was not afraid of death. Apart from being worried about his daughter, there was nothing worth remembering. Power, country, beauty. In his opinion, none of them had any appeal. After all, he had long been tired of experiencing them, which made his life a little empty. At the same time, the embassy of the Dragon Empire, Rommel, is dead. Eimer stood in front of the window, covering his forehead with his hand. Siegfried's strength is beyond expectations. His ability is too tricky. The tall woman with long blue hair said coldly, looking at Eimer, who turned around. In his current state, if he continues to fight with high intensity, he may not be able to resist turning into a dragon. You want to fight him? Eimer looked at the mother dragon and pulled the corner of his mouth. I make it clear in advance that I will not risk my life with Siegfried. He is a prince with a lot of good time, but he is unwilling to gamble his life with Siegfried, and Siegfried doesn't have much time. In response, the mother dragon crossed her arms and responded coldly, Rommel has been killed, so it is even more impossible for me to beat Siegfried. Although Siegfried took a short time to kill the red dragon, in fact, the strength of the red dragon is stronger than both of them. Since Rommel was killed so easily, it would be even more impossible for them to win. Now they are going to use their lives to stimulate Siegfried to transform into a dragon. That was too stupid. Then wait, 3 days is not a long time anyway. Eimer made a decision and gave up on stimulating Siegfried to turn into a dragon today. The mother dragon rolled her eyes at this, but did not object. She could not beat Siegfried, and other dragons were unwilling to die, so she could only wait. After all, 3 days was only enough time for a nap. Thinking of this, she turned and left the office. After she left, "Oh, as a prince, you have to be so humble." A pleasant girl's voice came out, and a doll fell from the ceiling. It was difficult to detect the movement of the silk thread, which moved the doll's body and made movements and expressions close to real people. "Don't you feel angry?" The doll girl came to Eimer with a smile, and her expression was very bad. In response, Eimer remained silent. Seeing this, the puppet girl shook her head in disappointment, and then changed the subject. "How are the soldiers that Akhtar asked you to hire preparing?" "I can still handle this little thing well." Amar nodded. He had already spent money to hire a large number of mercenaries, enough to hold Siegfried's funeral as grand as ever. That's good. The puppet girl nodded with satisfaction, and then the silk thread on her body began to pull, dragging her body into the ceiling and disappearing into the void. Let Siegfried die in the crowd. This is the best ending for the Dragon Slayer. Chapter 95. 2 days later. Early morning. Aktar, do you plan to leave offspring? Siegfried put down his wine glass and looked at Aktar across the table, stroking his chin. Well, that doesn't seem right. He changed his words. Do you want a partner? If it can solve the fire of Surtur. Shimu lowered his eyes and spoke in a very calm voice. If he didn't take the Esh route, he would take the route of the companionship of gods and men, and find a way to capture the goddess of life, so he would indeed need a partner. However, since he has already taken the Ash route and is ready to burn the whole world, he doesn't plan to focus his energy elsewhere. Moreover, the goddess of life is not very easy to capture, and he must create a suitable environment so that the goddess of life has to become his partner for this world. Otherwise, he will spend a lot of time brushing the goddess of life branch. Speaking of which, there is something I have wanted to ask for a long time. Yasaki looked at Aktar's depressed expression and took the initiative to change the topic. She asked Siegfried, who was drinking. Father, why did you choose Aktar to kill you? Because he can kill me sooner or later. Siegfried took a sip of wine and smiled generously. Only those who can kill me are qualified to protect you. He chose to let Aktar kill him mainly because Aktar had the qualifications, and Aktar was still very poor at the time. He had potential, but had not fulfilled it. Investing in advance can get the greatest return. After all, it would cost too much to directly find a ready-made strong man to protect his daughter, and it would not be enough to make him feel at ease. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. Aktar suddenly spoke to comfort him. When the gate of hell opens, there will be a chance to run out and see Yasaki. Yasaki showed a surprised look and asked, Really? Since the gate of hell can be opened. Shimu nodded. Then the souls imprisoned in hell will naturally have a chance to run out. There will be a chance to return to the human world. Siegfried touched his chin and began to feel excited. However, Shimu poured cold water on him and explained, The souls that sneak from hell to the human world are truly dead when they are killed. He shook his head. And the messengers of hell will not let the dead souls stay in the human world. After all, if too many dead souls run to the human world, the world will probably become very bad. Siegfried nodded. If he could run out of hell and found that his daughter was bullied badly, he would definitely be angry. He might do something very excessive. That's what the goddess of death needs to be concerned about. Shimu smiled, and Siegfried nodded in agreement. He waved his hand and talked about another thing. By the way, do you know Mist? Shimu nodded and said, We're friends, I guess. Your friend almost caused the destruction of a country. Siegfried looked at Shimu's surprised eyes, and looked at the snow outside the window. I heard that Mist was looking for someone, but this person was involved in the secrets of the Blood Church, which led to a conflict between Mist and the Blood Church. He laughed. Because of the conflict between the Blood Church and Mist, it almost led to the destruction of a country. Sky City is also on the brink of destruction. Shimu reminded him, but Siegfried didn't care much. He raised his glass and clinked it with Shimu's, saying, Is there any country that is not on the brink of destruction now? Yes. Shimu drank the strong wine in the glass. When he completely became the Lord of Ashes, no country would exist, compared to the destruction of the country. Siegfried stretched out his hand, untied the magic of the palm, and revealed a completely dragonized palm. Aktar, are you sure? To kill me? Although Aktar grew very fast, he still seemed very weak compared to his current strength. In response, Shimu inserted the great sword of death into the floor beside him. Is this enough to kill you? Siegfried touched his chin, looked at the great sword of death, and said in surprise, I didn't expect the Witch of Death to give you the great sword of death. He shook his head. It may not be able to kill me. Shimu took out the sword of light, and inserted it on the other side of his body, and asked, What if this is added? There is a chance. Siegfried nodded. If he lost his mind, the damage of the sword of light, and the great sword of death, would have a chance to kill him. After all, there is a huge difference between being rational and not rational in a person's actual combat ability. The reason why humans can hunt beasts stronger than themselves is because they have the wisdom to use weapons. What if my partner is added? Shimu touched the ring and summoned the mare. The tall body of the eight-legged horse stood behind Shimu. Without looking closely, you can see that the eight-legged horse is unusual. It is a top monster with a very high intelligence. I hope that when I transform into the Dragon Queen, I will be a brainless beast. Siegfried was relieved. The only thing he was worried about now was whether his strength would increase to an unacceptable level after he transformed into the Dragon Queen. Even if he was good at using weapons to hunt beasts, if the beasts were too powerful, he might not be able to win. After all, he was transformed into a dragon. Afternoon. The sky was gloomy. Siegfried left the Sky City alone and went to a snowy plain, waiting for himself to completely lose his mind. He could not stay in his country, otherwise, when he transformed into the Dragon Queen, he would destroy the Sky City indiscriminately. Even if he could be successfully killed, the Sky City might be shot down in the battle, which would cause countless casualties. So he had to leave. The cold wind blew across the endless snowfield. Siegfried sat on the hillside, looking at the mercenaries and several dragons in the distance. As the night fell, he could feel more and more. The call, and a vague woman appeared in his vision. That was the legendary creation witch. At the same time, on the other side, the breath is getting more and more dangerous. The mother dragon put one hand on her waist, her long blue hair fluttering in the wind. She looked at Akhtar on the side and asked, "Are you sure you want to participate in the crusade against Siegfried?" It's not that she doubted Akhtar's ability, but it was an obvious fact that although he was a famous hero, Akhtar's magic power was difficult to support high-intensity combat. After releasing several high-intensity magics from a distance, the magic power is estimated to be almost exhausted and unable to support the subsequent battle. In this regard, Shimu thought for a while and said seriously, "So I have something I want to ask you for help." "What is it?" The mother dragon took a step back, feeling that the human's eyes were malicious, and then her bad premonition came true. Shimu said, "Let me ride it." "You wish." The mother dragon rolled her eyes. Dragon riders are not allowed to have the opposite sex. If you want to find a female dragon to ride during the day and continue riding at night, that kind of thing has long been banned and is impossible now. Shimu showed a puzzled look. In the past, dragons often fell in love with their knights, causing their husbands or wives to find out that they were cuckolded. The mother dragon gave an explanation. So in the Dragon Empire, opposite-sex dragon riders are banned. Only males and males, or females and females can help become dragon riders. She smiled complacently. "So it's illegal for you to ride me. If we are of the same gender, we can't cheat?" Shimu asked, making the dragoness silent. Then she turned her head away. "The cheating rate has decreased, and the law is still effective." "Well, then I can only ask you, my partner." Shimu shook his head in disappointment, looked at the mare next to him, reached out and touched her neck, and smiled very gently. The dragoness next to him suddenly said, "Your partner seems to be female too?" "Yes." Shimu nodded. He valued the mare more than most beautiful female NPCs. After all, ordinary female NPCs only need to capture the strategy and take away the task props, and there is not much intersection. But the mare is not like that. She can be ridden all the time and accompany the player until the late game. If you don't take the Ashes route, the mare will also accompany the player after the game is cleared. She can turn into a human form? The mother dragon came close to the mare, looked at her carefully, and kindly warned, "The combination of humans and monsters is more serious than the marriage of humans and dragons." "Can the partner turn into a human form?" Shimu asked curiously, and saw the mare shaking her head wildly, completely refusing to admit that she could turn into a human form. "Really? That's a pity. No regrets at all?" The mare rubbed the ground with her hooves, and then glared at the mother dragon. "This guy is really annoying. Whether she can turn into a human form has nothing to do with this mother dragon. If she accidentally gets pregnant, can the mother dragon help her raise the child? The partner is probably a special monster." Shimu smiled, then turned on the horse, took out the great sword of death, and looked towards the horizon. The last ray of sunlight dimmed. As the day and night completed their alternation, darkness completely enveloped the world, and an unspeakable horror spread rapidly along the darkness, as if a dragon had opened its mouth to devour the world. No. It was a dragon. On the hillside in the distance, Siegfried's existence had changed. He was collapsing and changing, as if a monster was about to emerge from Siegfried's skin and completely descend into this world. The murderous intent. The tyrannical breath spread like nuclear radiation. Then, the traces of Siegfried completely disappeared. What appeared in front of people was a monster. It was not the evil dragon that people imagined. Its forelimbs were very strong, like human hands. Although it had dragon breath, dragon scales, and dragon eyes, it retained a body shape close to that of a human. Hey, hey, hey. Doesn't this feel right? The mother dragon subconsciously retreated, her pupils constricted, and she felt every hair on her body stand up. Can this be considered a dragon? She subconsciously wanted to leave, but then stopped immediately. A beast that had lost its mind was not enough to scare her. Can fight. Let's go! A calm male voice suddenly sounded, and then the mother dragon felt her long hair being grabbed by someone, and then the whole person flew backwards. As the scenery in her eyes retreated. Boom! Light suddenly flooded the world, and the spreading shock waves squeezed the air. From a distance, it looked like a bowl upside down on the ground. What happened? The mother dragon was stunned, but the pain from her scalp made her realize that someone was still pulling her hair. Don't pull, it hurts. She covered her head, and turned to look at Akhtar riding an 8-legged horse, and then she was really let go. And she changed from flying to falling. Ah! It's not immediately let go. The mother dragon screamed, and the whole person fell into the snow pile. After struggling to climb out, I found that the situation had changed dramatically. It was a dragon with red scales and a humanoid shape, standing on the ground flowing with magma. He grabbed the screaming human with one hand and stuffed it into his mouth full of fangs. As his mouth bit, blood splashed directly. Then he waved his hand, and the strong storm he set off to tear the attacking mercenaries into blood foam. Slaughter. More accurately, it was slaughter. Not for eating, but purely for slaughter, attacking all life indiscriminately. The mother dragon retreated subconsciously. The malice and violent breath against all life seemed to be aimed at dragons. And at this moment, the other dragons had already counterattacked, spitting out dragon breath around Siegfried. Dragon breath from the red dragon. Dragon breath from the thunder dragon. Dragon breath from the wind dragon. Dragon breath from the earth dragon. Under the collision of these composite dragon breaths, the terrifying light and heat spread, the thick snow was blown away, and then turned into water vapor. The hot air flow swept past like a tsunami. However, the mother dragon still saw the pair of tyrannical beast eyes at the center of the explosion. He was still alive, without any weakening. Hey, let's start the fight. A familiar male voice came, and she looked over subconsciously, only to see Akhtar holding 2 swords and rushing towards Siegfried. Don't waste time like a woman. I'm a woman! The mother dragon shouted angrily, looking at Siegfried who was killing people, and hesitated slightly. She still rushed over. In fact, she had received a good education. No matter what, she was a daughter of a duke, but her practical experience was not good. In the past, she either relied on strength to crush others, or had her family as a backing. This was the first time she faced an opponent that made her feel scared. After a while, the mother dragon rushed out and flew backwards at a faster speed. As if a steel nail was inserted into the mountain, half of her buttocks were exposed, and her 2 slender thighs wrapped in white silk were shaking anxiously. Chapter 96. Zed held the teacup in both hands, and looked at the face reflected in the reflection. She was worried about Akhtar's safety, and hoped that Akhtar could successfully kill Siegfried. As long as she saw Akhtar return safely, her heart would be completely relieved. But it was not the case for Yasraki. Yasraki, are you okay? She looked up and looked at Yasraki opposite her. This calm and confident princess seemed extremely fragile, which made people feel distressed. In response, Yasraki shook her head, forced a smile, and pushed the fruit plate in front of her to Zed. It's okay, I'm mentally prepared. Zed was silent for a while, picked up the fruit in the fruit plate, and ate it in small bites, without continuing to speak. She knew that Yasraki had a good impression of Akhtar, and she also knew that Yasraki admired her father Siegfried. And now these 2 men are fighting to the death. There is no draw. They must fight to the death, whether it is Siegfried or Akhtar. For Yasraki, it is an irreversible tragedy. This is too unlucky. The person she likes has to fight to the death with her father, and there is no reason to stop it. Now Yasraki can still remain calm, which is considered a very good mentality. Ordinary people would have collapsed and cried. And at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zed got up and opened the door. He looked at Eden outside the door in surprise. He didn't expect this mysterious lady to come to visit. Hush. Eden raised a finger to block his lips, and whispered in Zed's ear, Can I be alone with Yasraki for a while? Zed hesitated, but seeing Eden's gentle smile, she chose to believe it. She walked out of the room, and gently closed the door. But she didn't go far, waiting at the door. A moment later, suppressed sobbing came, accompanied by Eden's gentle comfort, and this gentle comfort, like the warm sun that melted the ice, made Yasraki's suppressed emotions burst out completely, and the sound of crying became louder and louder. After a long time, the crying subsided, and there was only a faint sobbing. What a strong affinity. Zed sighed softly. She knew Aslaki's character would not easily show her fragile emotions in front of others. Even if someone put a knife on her neck, Aslaki probably wouldn't show fragile and afraid emotions. And the blonde girl in the cloak was able to pry open Aslaki's defense in a few words and let the suppressed emotions vent. This affinity is a bit scary. I don't know if the boss won or not. Muttering, Zed's thoughts drifted away with the wind and snow. Arrived at the battlefield. Roar! Siegfried roared angrily, and waved his hand at the silver-armored knight, who was riding a horse. The storm he stirred up was enough to stir the body of an ordinary person into blood foam. However, the eight-legged horse under the silver-armored knight rushed to Siegfried like lightning, just avoiding the storm. The silver-armored knight took the opportunity to slash with a sword, and the death sword wrapped in black flame split the dragon's scales, and hot blood gushed out. But in an instant, it healed as before. This is a self-healing power close to the level of immortality. Even the ancient dragon does not have such an exaggerated self-healing power. Because this is not the power of the dragon. It is the power of Siegfried, the existence of strengthening. It can not only strengthen the power it possesses, but also strengthen its own self-healing power, and its own magic recovery speed. This extremely pure ability brings extraordinary power, and creates the reputation of a dragon-slaying hero. It is common sense that magic is needed to activate abilities. If magic is used recklessly, it will soon be exhausted. However, this theorem does not apply to Siegfried. He can use his ability to strengthen the recovery speed of magic, and keep his own magic sufficient in reverse. And use this sufficient magic to fight. Bang! Siegfried slapped his chest, and the bursting airflow spread from his chest, but he did not hit the little bug that cut him. Turning his head, he saw the silver-armored knight riding a horse, and disappearing among the mountains. Good opportunity. A green dragon suddenly rushed out, and bit Siegfried's head, with its sharp fangs piercing his flesh. Then the red light penetrated him, and the remaining force penetrated the sky, and the green dragon's body turned into ashes in the process. What kind of monster is this? The mother dragon stared at this scene in amazement. It was able to resist the bite of the dragon with its physical strength, and it could even spit out dragon breath to burn the enemy to ashes. This? How to fight? It has a recovery ability close to the level of immortality, and its physical strength is ridiculously high, and its magic power has always been maintained at its peak. And the attack power is also very high. Why else is he a hero? A familiar male voice came, and the mother dragon turned her head, and saw Akhtar riding a horse beside her. She twitched her mouth and said, "Didn't you run away? Just get rid of the boss's hatred, not run away." Shimu said to the mother dragon calmly, "Compared to the rational Siegfried now he is very easy to kill." The mother dragon's expression was subtle. Is this human blind? If the eight-legged horse hadn't run fast, Siegfried would have been beaten to death long ago. How can you tell that he is easy to kill? And as if to confirm her thoughts, Siegfried, who was besieged by dragons in the distance, opened his mouth and spit out a red pillar of light. The terrifying high temperature penetrated several mountains. Then Siegfried's dragon head twisted, and the red pillar of light swept across suddenly, directly cutting through the clouds in the sky. How about a strategic retreat first? The mother dragon looked at Akhtar seriously, and then she saw a look of disgust and contempt. She stamped her feet and said dissatisfiedly, "If you can't beat it, just run away. What's wrong? To fight a beast that has lost its mind, you still need to run away." Shimu shook his head regretfully. "Is this the courage of you dragons?" The mother dragon clenched her fists, feeling angry and chest pain, but she had no way to refute. A mere human dared to stay, and now she strategically moved. It really felt a bit embarrassing, and she would be ridiculed by this human for the rest of her life. But she glanced at Siegfried, who was killing a lot, and saw Siegfried stepping on a struggling black dragon and burning it to ashes with a breath of dragon breath. It was indeed a strategic shift. If Siegfried's enhancement ability is not restricted, it will be difficult to kill him, Shimu said calmly, pointing the great sword of death at the mother dragon. We must weaken Siegfried's magic limit. Rely on your sword? The mother dragon asked, and Shimu nodded and explained. The weapon given by the Witch of Death can forcibly cut off a person's health bar and mana bar. Even if it cannot be cut off, it can forcibly cut off the upper limit. The mother dragon said expressionlessly, "Speak human language, I don't understand. Just let me find opportunities to cut Siegfried more and constantly cast some negative curses on him." Shimu was concise. The mother dragon finally understood this time and said, "You want us to attract Siegfried's attention, and then you take the opportunity to attack?" "Yes." Shimu smiled and looked at the mother dragon. "As an ice dragon, you are the most hated by Siegfried. He looked at the hesitant mother dragon and taunted her skillfully. As the daughter of the Duke, you are not afraid to even fight a beast, right? You? The mother dragon snorted coldly, flicked her long blue hair, and then flew into the sky and rushed towards Siegfried. Afterwards, the mother dragon rushed back at a faster speed, chasing Siegfried behind her, and the red light column swept wildly, brushing against the mother dragon's body and shooting past, and the nearby hills were eliminated. Aktar, you bastard. Shimu smiled, rode the mare to chase after him, and took advantage of Siegfried chasing the mother dragon to perform a skillful backstab. The sword of death pierced Siegfried's back, and then began to escape on the mare before Siegfried could fight back. The red light column cut through the sky, narrowly brushing past the mare and Shimu. Roar, roar, roar! Siegfried roared angrily. Although he had lost his mind, he could still feel that he was entangled by an inexplicable force, causing his body to become weak, although the output power remained unchanged. However, the magic power in his body did not care to support him to use it recklessly. The instinct of the beast. Of course, it can also be understood as the remnant of combat instinct. No matter what, he was once a hero, and the remaining combat instinct is still strong. If he had not turned into a beast, he would not have been ambushed at all. His rich combat experience and calm ability to judge the situation are enough for him to easily reverse the current situation. But since he has turned into an irrational beast, the ending has long been doomed, and he will eventually be defeated by people who use tools and strategies. Past history has long proved all this. Almost died. The dragoness supported the hot stone wall with one hand, cold sweat dripping down her forehead. It was the first time for her to face life and death like this, and it was also the first time for her to understand why Siegfried had not been troubled by the dragon after slaying the dragon. Why can humans be so outrageous? Although she had long known that as long as the ability was strong enough, she could have the power to slay dragons, she had never experienced it. She took a deep breath. The dragoness wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and looked at the battlefield with her sapphire eyes. She saw several dragons following her example and began to harass Siegfried. As long as Siegfried had the intention to attack, they would immediately turn around and run. And the human in silver armor seized the opportunity. Cut and ran, not wanting to fight at all. Wait. Why do I seem to see a woman? Blinking her eyes, the mother dragon frowned and looked at the vague female figure beside Siegfried. That mature figure is very attractive. Although I can't see the specific appearance, judging from the buttocks and slender waist. It is undoubtedly a plump woman. Suddenly, the vague female figure turned her head and looked at her, and the two people's sights overlapped into a line. Death. Know how to describe this feeling. It's like a human cub encountering a brown bear in the wild. Suppressed by the absolutely tall power and momentum. Life and death depends on the other party. But soon the vague female figure withdrew her sight, and seemed not interested in the mother dragon. Survived. The mother dragon's knees softened, and she knelt on the ground. She felt that she was almost scared to death. What's wrong with that woman? The battle lasted for a long time. This chosen snowfield was turned into a fiery hell by the battle, and the flowing magma flowed down the hillside. Boom! The violent airflow spread with Siegfried as the center, and the head of the golden dragon under his feet was crushed. Then he lifted the body of the golden dragon and began to eat it bloodily. This was not to vent anger, but to replenish the lost physical strength and magic power after several backstabs. The upper limit of magic power and physical strength was cut by a large part. The beast could not understand why this happened, but instinct made the beast eat to replenish the lost physical strength and magic power. People need to eat when they are hungry. The same is true for beasts. This also means that the beast has fallen into weakness, otherwise it would not eat when it is in battle. It's almost over. Shimu appeared on a mare and looked at the beast eating. He was not attacked immediately this time. The beast chose to eat first. He bit the dragon's flesh and blood, and his red eyes were full of vigilance. The dead golden dragon's body was still twitching unconsciously because of the beast's bite, and the flowing blood soaked the ground. At this time, the dragons began to retreat at the instruction of Ymir, leaving the battlefield empty. Now there was only him and Siegfried. Partner, let me kill him myself. Shimu dismounted, holding the immortal spear in one hand and the immortal sword in the other. The mare hesitated when she saw this, but she still chose to take 2 steps back. She naturally knew about the agreement between Aktar and Siegfried. Aktar had to kill Siegfried himself. If it weren't for the lack of time, I would still like to enjoy the battle. After saying that, Shimu rushed over, and the whole person was like a bullet shot out of a gun, shooting at the location of Siegfried at an extremely amazing speed. The spear thrust out at this moment. The wind condensed at the tip of the spear, aiming at the heart of the dead metal dragon, triggering the combat skill of piercing the undead spear. As long as the heart is locked, it can trigger the piercing effect. With Siegfried's wild instinct, he must have been able to sense the danger and avoid it. But the pierced metal dragon is different. The condensed wind pierced through the heart of the metal dragon, and also pierced Siegfried's abdomen. At the same time, Shimu activated the star trail, teleported, and came in front of Siegfried. As his body turned, the death sword wrapped in black flames chopped down. Chapter 97. Roar! Siegfried roared, slapping his neck which was gushing blood, trying to kill the silver-armored knight who was harassing him. However, the silver-armored knight seemed to have foreseen it, and turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot, appearing on Siegfried's back. The great sword of death slashed down again, and the blade cut through the hard dragon scales, directly cutting off Siegfried's spine. As the spine was cut off, Siegfried lost his ability to move for a short time, but with Siegfried's recovery ability, he could recover completely in less than a second, which could basically be ignored. But this was enough. The undead spear launched a combat skill, and the condensed wind pierced through Siegfried's heart. The combat skill of the undead spear has a very important feature. As long as it pierces the enemy's heart, it can inhibit the enemy's heart from regenerating. And it was at this moment Siegfried suddenly turned around and spit out dragon breath at Shimu. The red pillar that was enough to evaporate the mountains could wipe out Shimu in an instant. At this time, Shimu could no longer teleport. The skill star trail was still in the cooldown period. Although this cooldown period was very short, it was enough to burn Shimu to ashes. Death. No, just use more powerful magic to fight back. No need to dodge. Counterattack will do. Shimu released the Sword of Light, and the golden pillar of light that spread out penetrated and directly submerged Siegfried. Whether it was the dragon breath that was enough to evaporate the hills, or the indestructible dragon body, they were all forcibly covered by the power of the Sword of Light. If someone looked from a high altitude, they could see the golden pillar of light piercing through the mountain and crashing into the next mountain with unabated force. Clang, the Sword of Light fell. Shimu fell to the ground exhausted. His magic power was drained again. Even if his strength had a leap, the Sword of Light would still drain his magic power, so as to maximize the output efficiency. Unless he could become a demon, the Sword of Light would be like a little goblin that would not stop until the user's magic power was drained. Only by becoming a demon could the goblin of the Sword of Light be subdued. The little mare came over, looked at Akhtar lying on the ground, rubbed the ground with her hoof, and fell into serious thinking. Should she transform into a human form to take care of Akhtar? After all, it was very inconvenient for her to be like this now. Akhtar, you actually defeated Siegfried? A pleasant female voice suddenly came, and a tall woman with long blue hair came over. She came to Akhtar and squatted down. Can you still move now? Just barely. Shimu answered calmly, trying to support his body. He drank a lot of magic potion beforehand, and the effect of the potion has not yet worn off, which is enough to support his temporary movement. However, he needs to wait until tomorrow to fully recover to his peak state. By the way, Siegfried is not dead yet. He picked up the Sword of Light on the ground and walked towards the mare with a swaying body. You can't fight Siegfried in your current state. The mother dragon rolled her eyes and kindly helped Akhtar. In this state, this man probably can't even beat an entry-level magician, and it's impossible for him to fight Siegfried. Shimu shook his head and said, It's agreed that we must kill him. Let me do it for you. A proud and bad male voice came out, and a handsome man with short blonde hair came out. He glanced at the Sword of Light in Akhtar's hand and said, As long as you give me the weapon, I will kill Siegfried, and that will be considered as fulfilling the agreement. Johnny, are you taking advantage of someone's misfortune? The mother dragon frowned unhappily. It was obvious that she wanted to snatch Akhtar's weapon, because he was weak. Although she was very tempted by Akhtar's weapon, the powerful power displayed was enough to make the dragon drool with envy. Shimu didn't mind it. He took out the great Sword of Death and the Sword of Light and stuck them in the ground. Take it away. The blond man fell silent and asked, There won't be any restrictions on these two swords, right? No. Shimu answered immediately. He didn't worry about his weapons being taken away by others. If he wanted them, he would dare to give them. The blond man observed the two swords. He saw with his own eyes the terrifying power of the Sword of Light and the defense-breaking effect of the great Sword of Death. If he had these two swords, his strength would be greatly improved immediately. You dare not take it even if it is given to you, you are a waste. Shimu said coldly, looking at the blond man's angry eyes, and then drew out the Sword of Light. Here, the legendary Great Sword of Death. He handed the Great Sword of Death to the blonde man, with a very calm expression. The mother dragon looked at this scene with a subtle expression. Seeing the blonde man wanting to take it but afraid, the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. As the daughter of the Duke, she still has a corresponding moral level. She would not snatch someone else's things, even if the thing is very precious. But some dragons often don't do dragon things. Huh, do you think I will believe you? The blonde man crossed his arms and took a step back, and Shimu shook his head and climbed onto the mare. He glanced at the blonde man and said, I don't have time to waste with you. After saying that, he rode the mare in the direction of Siegfried. But he left the Sword of Light where it was. The mother dragon glanced at the Sword of Light, remembering the terrifying power it had shown not long ago, but did not reach out to take it, and turned to chase in the direction Akhtar left. The blonde man, who stayed where he was, looked at the Sword of Light stuck in the ground, and decided to catch a human to try whether he could touch it. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, he found that puppets appeared around him and surrounded him. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him, revealing different emotions, some playful, some sarcastic, and some mocking. I'm also interested in the Sword of Light. A puppet girl put her hands behind her back, smiling cutely. Can you pull out the Sword of Light? And give it to me? She stretched out her hand with an expectant look, but the blonde man fell silent. He knew the puppet girl. She was a high-ranking figure in the death cult, who could easily crush him to death, and there was absolutely no hope of winning. If you refuse, I make you into a dragon puppet, the puppet girl added, and her smile instantly turned cold. The blonde man opened his mouth and looked at the Sword of Light inserted beside him. He reluctantly stretched out his hand and held the hilt of the sword. The flames ignited his body and turned him into firewood. Ah! A miserable wail sounded, and the blonde man subconsciously wanted to let go, but he found that he was tied up by imperceptible silk threads, and there was no way to let go. The flames were burning, and the blonde man turned into charcoal. The Sword of Light fell and inserted into the ground. The imperceptible silk thread wrapped around the Sword of Light, and gently pulled it, and fell on the sword box. The puppet girl closed it, and glanced at the unfortunate man who died miserably. Why did you want to rob Lord Akhtar? At the same time, in the tunnel pierced by the Sword of Light, Shimu looked at Siegfried in front of him. His body surface turned into charcoal, and blood flowed out of the wound and gathered into a stream. Siegfried, who lost his heart, no longer had the ability to fight, but he did not die completely. This did not mean that Siegfried had a strong vitality. But someone did not want Siegfried to die. The Witch of Creation. He turned his head to look at the vague female figure beside him, and said calmly, The Witch of Death will find a way to open the gate of hell, so you don't have to remotely control the puppet to open it yourself. The vague female figure nodded, looked at him carefully, and then disappeared on the spot. As the vague female figure disappeared, Siegfried's life breath began to gradually weaken. It's over. Shimu made up the last sword, and the gushing hot blood drowned him, and Siegfried died completely. It is very simple to seize the power of the dragon. As long as you learn the dragon magic, kill the corresponding dragon, and bathe in the blood of this dragon. Draw the sword. Ha ha, this state is great. Shimu raised his head and laughed wildly. There was no weakness. Every beat of his heart burst out with powerful vitality, and transformed into powerful magic. It's the power of a dragon indeed. He turned his head and looked at the dragoness who came in, grinning with a nasty smile. It's really a bit irresistible. The dragoness was silent for a moment, looking at the scene in front of her, only to see Akhtar tilting his head and looking at her with his erect dragon pupils, his handsome face stained with blood, with a creepy smile. This man took away Siegfried's dragon power. Hey, Akhtar, are we friends? She asked cautiously, but her steps were constantly retreating. Seeing this, Shimu turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot, teleported behind the dragoness, and hugged the dragoness waist with one hand. The great sword of death was placed on the dragoness neck. Can I borrow the dragon's power for a while? He whispered softly in the dragoness ear, very gently. But the mother dragon just wanted to cry after hearing this. This man was lying to her. He said that after Siegfried died, he would cooperate with her to erase all the magic about taking away the dragon's power. But he turned around and took away Siegfried's power. Can I refuse? No. Shimu answered immediately, and the mother dragon bit her lower lip after hearing this, feeling Shimu's hand holding her waist more and more tightly, and she had the illusion that death was approaching. She turned her head to look at Shimu's indifferent expression. If she resisted now, would she have a chance to escape? But thinking of the sharpness of the great sword of death, and Akhtar's transformation into a dragon, she felt that the chance was not very high. After a silence, she seemed to give up on herself and shouted, "Akhtar! You liar, I thought you were a good person and wanted to help you save the Sky City." Shimu said in a cold voice, "If I let you go, my taking the dragon power will be exposed. As long as you live for more than 30 days, it will be exposed." The mother dragon immediately defended. Now everyone knows that Akhtar will not live long. If Akhtar can live for more than 30 days, he must have taken the dragon power and improved his vitality. In fact, I will kill you, and then I will find a chance to live in seclusion. Shimu analyzed calmly, "I can still survive." The mother dragon began to despair and prepared to fight to the death. However, an unexpected scene happened. Shimu took back the great sword of death and then rode on the mare. He looked at the vigilant mother dragon and said, "The only person who knows dragon magic now is me. Even Yasaki doesn't understand it. Whatever means you have, come at me." He rode the mare away with dignity. "I am not afraid of death, nor will I hide. You should spread the word as loudly as possible that I have seized the power of dragons." Dragoness, eh? Now she suddenly couldn't understand Akhtar. If it were her, she would definitely kill him to silence him, even though sometimes she would be soft-hearted, but that was also limited. After all, kindness to humans is limited. But Akhtar was soft-hearted, just because of the short time they had been together and his insignificant kindness. This constituted the reason for letting her go. Did Akhtar not know that once she left here alive, she would definitely leak the news that Akhtar had the power of dragons? Or was this the way heroes think? Outside the cave, the mare stopped and looked back at the cave. She turned her head to look at Akhtar and snorted. Shimu smiled, touched the mare's neck, and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if we face the dragon's pursuit, you are my partner." He smiled gently. "I can escape safely." The mare showed a helpless look, but she felt relieved when she thought that there was a witch of fate behind Akhtar. She stepped on the air and rushed into the sky like lightning. Castle in the sky. The palace. Knock knock, the door sounded, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The door opened, revealing the figure of Zed. She looked at Akhtar outside the door with surprise, wanting to welcome Akhtar's safe return, but she pursed her lips before speaking. "Boss, it's really great to see you safe." She smiled gently, and then walked out the door. "The next private time will be left to you and Miss Yasraki." She waved her hand, then pushed Akhtar into the door, and closed it skillfully. Shimu looked back at the closed door, and saw Yasraki sitting by the bed drinking tea. At this time, she was no longer confident and bright. "I'm back." He came to sit next to Yasraki. Before he could comfort her, he saw Yasraki push the teacup in front of her with a white finger. "Are you surprised?" Yasraki smiled and explained to the surprised Akhtar, "I'm not a woman who can't face reality." She wiped away the tears in the corners of her eyes. "And I have cried secretly." Chapter 98. "Really?" Shimu was stunned for a moment, then smiled in relief. "That's great. Is it a good thing for me to cry?" Yasaki asked with a smile, looking at Akhtar's embarrassed expression and wanting to explain. She chuckled. "Don't worry that I will keep negative emotions in my heart. Death is not the end of life, nor is it a permanent separation. It's just a short separation, right?" Shimu added, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. "The existence of hell is really pretty good. In this game setting, except for those who are favored by God, they will go to hell after death, which means that they can see their relatives, lovers, or enemies in hell. Of course, since people cannot observe the existence of hell and have no way to communicate with their relatives after death, the NPCs in the game still have fear and suspicion about death. In fact, the existence of hell is not necessarily all good." Yasaki shook her head gently, looking at Akhtar's puzzled eyes. She opened her red lips and wanted to explain. Bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the door, accompanied by the anxious voice of Jed outside the door. "Boss, dragons have surrounded the Sky City." Shimu stood up immediately after hearing this. He looked at Asaki, who also stood up, and then left the room. They had expected the dragons to come and cause trouble. Above the Sky City, more than a dozen dragons were circling and flying, as if they could attack at any time, but unexpectedly, the residents of the Sky City were not very panicked by this scene. This is because the residents of the Sky City do not know that Siegfried is dead yet, and also because the Sky City army has shown its attitude. As long as the dragons make a move, the Sky City will immediately face a counterattack. The Sky City, which has accumulated a lot of wealth, not only has a variety of expensive alchemical equipment, but also has a higher quality army than ordinary kingdoms. and it also gathers a group of powerful people. At this time, the main gate of the palace finally came out. Eimer put his hands in his pockets and looked at Yaslaki and Akhtar, who came out with guards. Let's talk about the magic of taking away the power of dragons. Just capture them and read their memories. A bald woman came out. Her head was inserted with shocking steel nails, and her skin was full of spells, which made people feel sick. It's easy to ask us to let the Sky City go. That is to make us make sure that no one knows the magic that takes the power of the dragon. Oh my! Getting straight to the point is too inelegant. Email shook his head and stroked the brown hair on his forehead with his right hand full of gems. He seemed to dislike the bald woman's inelegance, but his expression seemed to agree with her, with a condescending arrogance. But you don't have a choice, do you? With your brain, you will naturally think that we have no choice. Asaki said calmly, looking at Email sarcastically, and said, Is this the Prince of the Dragon Empire? He seems to have an intellectual defect. The atmosphere fell silent. Email was stunned, turned his head to look at the bald woman next to him, raised his hand, and pointed at Asaki, and then at himself. Your Highness, she did call you a retard. The bald woman nodded seriously, and the atmosphere fell into complete silence. Eimer's face turned cold, staring at Yaslaki unhappily, and asked, It seems that you don't want to talk anymore. You didn't plan to talk properly from the beginning, did you? Yaslaki's voice was cold. Since you didn't plan to talk properly, why do you expect others to respect you? On the way here, she had heard that Akhtar had seized the dragon power, and let the witness go. This also means that the Dragon Empire will never let Akhtar go, unless she is willing to cut ties with Akhtar and cooperate with the Dragon Empire in a humble manner, which will make it possible for the Dragon Empire to spare the Sky City. However, she has never had the habit of abandoning her friends, and Eimer is a rotten dragon, and it is impossible for him to let the Sky City go. So she has no choice. Actually, there is some discussion. A tall woman with long blue hair came out. She glanced at Akhtar and said with a complicated expression, It is not His Highness Amar who is in charge of the affairs of the Sky City now, but I am the agent. You are the agent? Yaslaki glanced at the unhappy Amar, and immediately realized that what he said was true. The mother dragon smiled elegantly, raised her hand, and put it on her chest and said, Madarina, this is my name, and I am currently in charge of all matters related to the Sky City. After being let go by Akhtar, she fell into a dilemma. First of all, it was impossible for her to conceal the fact that Akhtar had seized the dragon power. However, the dragon power that Akhtar seized came from Siegfried, and he spared her life even though he knew that she would report it. So, perhaps for the sake of mental balance, or for the sake of reward, she reported the scandals that Eimer had done during this period and seized the power against Sky City. Now she wants to give Sky City a chance so that the country will not be destroyed by the dragon. Boring. Eimer snorted unhappily, looking at Yaslaki with a bad smile. That woman is so arrogant that it is impossible for anyone to peek into her memory casually. Peek into memory? Yaslaki frowned unhappily, and then heard the mother dragon give the answer. This is to ensure that no one knows the magic of taking away dragon power except you and Akhtar. Madarina smiled. As long as it can be confirmed that the magic of taking away dragon power has not been leaked, there is no need to shoot down the entire Sky City. She turned her head and looked at the bald woman with nails stuck in her head. Hani has the ability to read memories. Just let her read your memories, and make sure no outsiders know the magic that takes away the dragon's power. I can guarantee that the Dragon Empire will not be hostile to the Sky City. Asaki did not answer immediately. Of course, she leaked the Dragonborn's magic. Not only she and Akhtar knew about it, but even Hecate knew about the Dragonborn magic. Madarina did not urge her when she saw this. Memory will not lie. As long as Asaki can make a decision, she is willing to help the Sky City. Okay. Shimu gave the answer, Come and see my memory. No. The bald woman immediately refused, with disgust on her face. You are the one who has been stained with Surtur's fire and blessed by the Witch of Death. She took a step back. Reading the memory of someone like you, would be very dangerous. Not really. Shimu chuckled, raised his hand to lift his hair, and smiled very calmly. I don't have any memory to hide. Do you know some secret information about the Witch of Death? The bald woman asked, looking at Shimu's silence. She twitched her lips. As expected, you know some secret information that ordinary people don't know, right? I guess so. Shimu nodded, and the bald woman twitched her lips when she heard it, raised her hand, and pointed at her face. Do you think I can still live if I know this kind of secret information? From her point of view, Akhtar is a source of danger, and his mental state may be infected by Surtur's fire and become crazy. Reading the memory of a crazy person will cause her own mental state to be polluted. Even if Akhtar's mental state is very normal, if he accidentally reads the secret information about the Witch of Death, it may bring disaster. The ability to read memories is indeed very powerful, but this does not mean that she is unscrupulous. If she reads information that she should not know, she will be close to death. Then read Yaslaki's memory. Shimu patted Yaslaki's shoulders and whispered in her ear, "It doesn't matter, for the safety of the Sky City." "Yeah." Yaslaki hesitated, but still chose to believe Shimu's decision. She came to the bald woman with red eyes. The bald woman scratched her head and rubbed the steel nails on her head with her fingers. Is it too easy? You don't have any dangerous memories in your mind?" She slowly stretched out her hand and asked in a joking tone. Yaslaki remained silent. The bald woman's palm also touched Yaslaki's forehead, and her consciousness dived into Yaslaki's memory. However, she saw the library. In the center of the library, there was a mature woman with a mysterious and elegant temperament. She was concentrating on reading books at the table and ignored everything in the outside world. "Who is that woman?" The bald woman walked over subconsciously and observed the appearance of the mysterious woman. It was Hecate, who controlled the trajectory of all fate, the strongest astrologer in the world. But she was not very scared. Although Hecate was very strong, she had the Dragon Empire behind her, so she didn't need to be afraid of Hecate. "Disciple, you really believe in your master?" Hecate put down the book and her eyes fell on the bald woman. The atmosphere fell silent. The bald woman began to feel something was wrong and subconsciously wanted to get away, but she found that she could not move. She watched Hecate stretch out a finger to her and wrote a few words on her forehead. That was about her fate. Damn. I was tricked. At this time. Reality. The bald woman pulled back her hand and said under the gaze of everyone, "She doesn't know about the magic of taking away the dragon's power." She sighed. Siegfried had long anticipated that we would read the memory, so he didn't tell Yaslaki about the magic of taking away the dragon's power. "You are worthy of being a dragon-slaying hero." Amar laughed. It seems that he had long anticipated his own end. "Then do you want to read my memory next?" Shimu laughed and lifted his hair. "Or should we just start a fight?" "It's not appropriate to fight now." Madarina turned around, then tilted her head to look at Akhtar, and said, "After you leave the Sky City, we will start to hunt you down." After she finished speaking, she left with several dragons. If she fought with Akhtar now, all the dragons would have to face the counterattack of the Sky City, which would only lead to more casualties. And if she started a war now, she would be easily killed by Akhtar's sword, so she didn't want to fight with Akhtar. Let's wait for the dragons who are good at fighting to deal with it. Go back. Shimu retracted his gaze and looked at the surprised Yaslaki, without further explanation. The fact that Teacher Hecate is the Witch of Fate needs to be kept strictly confidential, otherwise everyone knows that his teacher is the Witch of Fate. That would hinder him from gaining experience points. Imagine that before he even drew his sword, the enemy would slide down to his knees and admit his mistake, or turn around and run away. This is very boring, and there is no fun in fighting at all. Seeing this, Yaslaki was confused. Could it be that she had some dangerous memory sealed, causing the bald woman who read the memory to not dare to say it out? Why does it sound so much like a story made up by a third-rate bard? Some strong man who was injured and lost his memory, awakened when he encountered danger, and scared the enemy severely. The next day. Early morning. "Akhtar, did you leave last night?" Yaslaki sighed softly and asked Zed in front of her. "Why didn't he say goodbye to me?" Zed, How could she know such a thing? Akhtar found her last night and asked her to give the envelope to Yaslaki tomorrow morning. "Don't you want to implicate us?" Yaslaki guessed Akhtar's thoughts. She turned her head and looked at the snow outside the window, as if she saw Akhtar leaving in the middle of the night. Zed showed a puzzled expression, but Yaslaki shook her head and raised her hand to gently gather the red hair beside her ears. She asked Zed, "What kind of woman can accompany Akhtar?" Zed was silent for a moment and said, "Sister Letitia will probably come to the Sky City the day after tomorrow." "Really?" Yaslaki was silent for a moment, showing a self-loathing expression. Why would she want to steal her best friend's girlfriend's boyfriend? Zed saw this and comforted her. Sister Letitia just knew that the boss had returned to the Sky City. At the same time, the Kingdom of Cat Iron. No. This is not a country, but a huge slum. Compared with the wealth of the Sky City, this country is famous for its poverty. Thieves, liars, prostitutes, murderers, cultists, all the bad people you can imagine, gathered in Cat Iron. There is no hope. There is no future. The passing rats shook their heads when they saw it. They felt that they would starve to death, or be caught and eaten by humans in the kingdom of Cat Iron. However, even in such a poor and chaotic country, a group of big men have gathered, including the saint from the Church of Blood, the bishop of the Church of Lies, and well-known mercenaries from all sides. And all this is to stop Mist. You seem to have encountered trouble? Akhtar dismounted, looked at Mist leaning against the stone wall not far away, and said, "Do you need help?" Chapter 99. Mr. looked up and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw a handsome knight in silver armor, greeting her in a familiar manner. She was silent for a moment and asked, "Why are you here? I heard that you were in trouble." Shimu sat on the ground, glanced at the extinguished fire on the ground, and then flicked his fingers, and a spark flew out and landed on the fire. The extinguished fire was rekindled. The swaying firelight was reflected on the silver armor, giving people a warm and reliable feeling. Mr. folded her arms, and was silent for a moment. Colluded with the cultists committed the crime of massacre, and there is a suspicion of blasphemy. Aren't you going to find your brother? Shimu asked doubtfully, and the little mare next to him also cast a doubtful look. In response, Mist gave an answer. After we parted, I went straight to find my brother, but when I passed by the kingdom of Catalong, I was suddenly stopped. Her voice was angry and cold. They said that I colluded with the cultists and carried out large-scale massacres in the kingdom of Catalong, sacrificing souls to the Witch of Death. Shimu frowned and pretended to think for a moment. He certainly knew that Mist did not carry out large-scale massacres, let alone collude with the followers of death to sacrifice souls. This was an obvious frame-up, a conspiracy designed to prevent Mist from rescuing her brother. Otherwise, if Mist really went to the place where the god of blood was, and really drew her sword to snatch back her brother, the gods would lose face. So Mist had to stop until the god of blood was completely healed and Michael became a puff. Only then could Mr. leave. It's an injustice. His tone was firm, and then under Mr.'s gaze, he made a suggestion. Don't worry about them, just leave the kingdom of Cardillon and rescue Michael first. They won't let me go. Mr. shook her head, her cold voice contained uncontrollable anger. The saint of the Church of Justice has used her power to cover the kingdom of Cardillon. As long as I can't prove my innocence, I can only move around in the kingdom of Cardillon until the saint of the Church of Justice makes a judgment. Do I have to prove my innocence? Shimu showed a thoughtful look. He knew the ability of the saint of justice. It was the ability to punish as long as a result of guilty was inferred, and different crimes receive different punishments. During this period, the criminals will be forced to restrict their activities and not give them a chance to escape. Unless Mr. kills the saint of justice, but if she attacks the judge, it will immediately trigger the judgment of guilty. And the justice saint is protected by someone. From the beginning, they didn't care whether I was innocent or not. Misty's voice was too calm. When she was trapped in the kingdom of Cat Iron, she knew that no matter how she defended herself, it would be useless. The people who wronged her knew better than she did how wrong she was. How do you know if you don't try? Shimu said, as he took out bread and milk from the ring, handed them to Misty, and said, "Anyway, fill your stomach first." "Thank you." Misty was slightly stunned. Looking at Akhtar's sincere and gentle smile, she thought of her brother. But it feels different from his brother. Shimu looked at Misty eating bread bite by bite, and felt that she was a little like a little hamster. With Misty's tall figure and awe-inspiring temperament, there was an unexpected contrast. And at this moment, a heat wave suddenly came, and the snow began to melt, as if a huge furnace was approaching. Shimu's smile was restrained, and he looked towards the source of the heat. He saw a boy with a height of less than 1.3 meters, with red flames burning on his body. The air began to distort and blur under the burning of the red flame. "Hello, the thief who steals the power of the dragon." The boy raised his hand to greet him, with a bright and calm smile. "Sorry to interrupt your tryst." Seeing this, Misty was about to stand up, intending to chop this ungrateful little dragon to death with a knife, even though she could see that this little dragon was not looking for trouble. But she has now tacitly accepted that Akhtar's trouble is her trouble. When she was framed as a cultist, he stood up and provided her with clues to find her brother. She remembered this favor in her heart. So when she saw someone looking for trouble with Akhtar, her first reaction was to draw her sword and repay Akhtar's favor. Compared with her brother's kindness and goodness, she was actually not a very gentle person. She only cared about her friends and family. And someone threatened her friends and family. Then she had to respond with a sword. "Fill your stomach first." Shimu raised his hand to press Misty down. He didn't want Misty to finish the experience package that was delivered to her. The boy smiled when he saw this, stretched out his palm burning with fire and shook it. Sparks flew everywhere. It's okay, you guys come together. I deal with him, and find a way to clear your name. Shimu stood up on his knees, put the mare into the ring, and then walked towards Cardillon. The boy smiled and followed without hesitation. He was not afraid of Akhtar. Even if he couldn't beat him, he was sure to get away. The two walked a distance, one in front and one behind. Until a moment later. Shimu's lips moved, and he chanted a spell, and took out the great sword of death. His shadow moved, and a slim woman emerged, wrapped in black cloth. His appearance was unclear, but his breath was full of death threats. Kill him, and then bring the great sword of death back to me. He handed the great sword of death to the summoned black-robed woman. Continued to walk towards the inner city of Cardillon. Hey! Let a summon deal with me. The boy became angry, his pupils turned into vertical pupils, and dragon scales appeared on his face. You've really been underestimated. Shimu ignored him. This little dragon made him lose the desire to fight, but he didn't plan to waste experience points, so using the summoned creature to kill the little dragon was naturally the best choice. 8th of the 10 kinds of shadow magic. Miss Black Knife. She was the most devout believer of the Witch of Death in the past, the sharp blade of the Witch of Death, and had received the deepest blessing from the Witch of Death. In theory, she could give the concept of death to the gods. And such a being was summoned, and used the great sword of death. To deal with a little dragon, the effect was crushing. Roar, roar! The angry dragon roared, and after a moment it turned into fear. A red dragon flew into the sky, and fled to the outside of the kingdom of Cardillon in panic. But in a flash, the head was cut off by a black crescent moon rising from the ground, followed by the hands, feet, wings, tail, chest, etc., which were cut off by the black crescent moons that shot out one after another, and were chopped into pieces in the sky. The dragon body fell, and the scattered hot blood mixed with the burning flames of death fell like a skyfire, setting the hills of the outer city on fire. The whole process was so fast that people couldn't come. Entering the inner city, Shimu stopped and saw Miss Black Knife appear behind him, as if she had teleported, and handed the great sword of death to him. After taking back the great sword of death, he lifted the summons of Miss Black Knife. Oh my! So powerful, you are worthy of being a hero who seizes the power of dragons. A pleasant voice of praise came, and Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a girl in shorts walking towards him, with 2 slender white legs, a white bandage tied around her flat chest, and a small dagger hanging around her waist. It was winter, but she didn't seem to feel cold at all. Hello, I'm a liar. The girl raised her hand, and readily admitted that she was a liar. Then she came to Shimu and sniffed, and then showed a puzzled expression. Don't move. She put her hands on Shimu's shoulders, tiptoed to Shimu, and sniffed carefully. Then she licked Shimu's face. Shimu touched his cheek, feeling the temperature and wetness of his cheek, and his expression became subtle. But the girl didn't care about Shimu's reaction. She pinched her chin carefully, looked Shimu up and down, and smiled. Akhtar, do you want to believe in the goddess of lies? No. Shimu refused coldly, pushed the girl in front of him away, and then walked into the inner city. The girl didn't mind at all. She jumped up and caught up with Shimu, and came to Shimu to promote. With your talent, you can definitely become the best believer of lies. I never lie. Shimu lied without changing his face, and the girl smiled even more brightly when she heard it, and hugged Shimu's arm to beg. Would you like to join the Church of Lies? You really have a bright future. Shimu, eh? The person who was entangled at this time was a believer of the goddess of lies, who was very keen on preaching and had an abnormal obsession with players. According to the official setting of the game, players are a group of natural liars, and the underlying logic of their actions is not consistent with what normal people think. Whether it is saving the country or becoming a shura, the starting point is not necessarily good intentions, nor is it malicious. No one knows what the players really think. This concealment and deception is the potential of the perfect believer in the goddess of lies. But I'm not interested in the goddess of lies. Shimu refused coldly, and the girl said pitifully, Why? The goddess of lies is very good to her believers. I like mature goddesses. Shimu answered very seriously, The goddess of lies is too peaceful. The girl was stunned. But Shimu pushed the girl away, and walked alone on the dilapidated street, leaving the girl alone in a daze. After a while, the girl lowered her head, and looked at the clear invisible toes, and fell into a long silence. She didn't expect that the hero Akhtar was so vulgar that he actually determined the charm of the goddess based on whether she was plump or not. On the other side, Shimu walked alone on the street, and all he saw were ragged, pale and thin civilians, and the street was full of garbage and excrement thrown away casually. But this is already good, if it hadn't been for the massacre that happened here some time ago, which led to a significant drop in population density. This place would be even dirtier. And during this period, the kingdom of Kardillan received assistance from the church, and basically everyone was able to eat and had an income. Came to a bakery. Under the gaze of the store owner, he took out 100 gold coins and put them on the counter. Shimu asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." The aunt quickly put away the 100 gold coins, wiped her apron with her hands, and smiled respectfully. During this period, many rich people came to Kardillan, and they provided food to the residents of Kardillan for free. In their eyes, they were just big fat sheep. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to attack the big fat sheep. These big fat sheep, who came to Kardillan, usually had strong strength. If you mess around, you will only suffer. "Who is the person who started the massacre?" Shimu asked, and the aunt was slightly stunned when she heard it, and said without thinking, "It was Mr. Did you see Mr. kill people with your own eyes?" Shimu asked again, and the aunt nodded without thinking, "Yes, I saw Mr. kill people with my own eyes." This is a lie. In fact, she didn't even know who Mr. was or what she looked like, but she knew one thing very clearly, no matter who asked. She had to answer that it was Mr. who killed people. It's meaningless to ask this. A pleasant laugh came, and Shimu looked towards the sound, only to see a girl with a bandage on her chest walking over. She put her hands on her waist and smiled. In order to ensure the safety of Kardillan, everyone in this country is funded by the Blood Church. Everyone can have enough food and a considerable income. And there is only one thing they have to do, and that is to identify Mist as the murderer of the massacre. At this point, she lifted the light red hair on her forehead. Of course, according to the Blood Church, it is for post-disaster assistance. For every family and individual harmed by Mist, a certain amount of financial assistance will be provided. Everyone in this country is a victim, and everyone has been harmed by Mist. Everyone will say, "Mist is the murderer." The atmosphere fell silent. Shimu glanced at the aunt who took the money, and asked again, "Who is the murderer of the massacre? Did you really see Mist killing people?" The aunt hesitated, looked at Shimu's indifferent eyes, and carefully analyzed the pros and cons. If she admitted that she had not seen Mist, not only would the Blood Church stop providing assistance, but someone would come to her door to cause trouble later. She might not be able to open her bakery. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Mist killed people." She gritted her teeth and insisted that Mist was the cause of the massacre. Shimu looked at the frightened old lady with sharp eyes, then turned and walked out of the bakery, losing interest in talking. The girl smiled and followed Shimu's steps, accompanying him to ask questions step by step, and the answers they got were all completely consistent. The murderer of the massacre was Misty. If people asked in depth about Misty's appearance and the weapon she used, they would start to hesitate. 10 minutes later. "Have you given up?" The girl looked at Akhtar, who was standing on the street, and fell into silence, and her smile was as bright as ever. The person who started the massacre was Misty. Everyone pointed out that it was Misty. Even if it was a lie, it would become a fact. Even if you think Misty is not the murderer, it is meaningless. Chapter 100. Akhtar, please don't ignore me. As if a girlfriend was acting like a spoiled child, the girl shook Shimu's arm with a pitiful expression. In response, Shimu gave a cold look. The girl hummed like a kitten, as if she was hurt by Akhtar's cold eyes. The pedestrians on both sides cast a surprised look, and then whispered, although they had deliberately lowered their voices. But it seemed that Akhtar was a little unromantic. Shimu sighed slightly, as if he felt helpless about what the girl did. He took the initiative to ask, "What's your name?" "Liliana." The girl took a step back, closed her eyes playfully, and said her name. Then she saw Akhtar pass her, and walked towards the end of the street. Wow, what a bad attitude. Liliana chased after him, puffing up her cheeks in grievance, as if she was about to cry. She was so pitiful that people wanted to hug her and love her. But this was just a disguise. People who were not familiar with her true face would be deceived by this cute appearance. However, Shimu knew Liliana's bad character. Whether it was acting like a spoiled child or pretending to be pitiful, it could not hide the bad intentions deep in her heart. Although it would not cause any substantial harm to the player, and it might occasionally benefit the player, it was actually to see the player's distressed expression. If you are interested in slowly pulling with Liliana, it will indeed be very fun, and it can give people a feeling close to love. Unfortunately, Liliana now only hinders him from gaining experience. Why do you want to get close to me? Shimu looked at the girl who caught up with him, and said calmly, it can't be to attract believers for the goddess of lies, right? The blood church invited us here. Liliana's fingers gently twirled the hair beside her ears. The big shots in the upper echelons have reached an agreement with the blood church, so I can only do it, right? You haven't answered why you approached me? Shimu asked calmly, but Liliana didn't answer immediately after hearing it. She took the opportunity to make another invitation. Join the Church of Lies, and I tell you. To confirm my purpose, right? Shimu kept a steady pace, guessing the purpose of Liliana's approach. Are you worried that I will interfere with the trial of Mist? That's right. Liliana nodded with a smile and circled around Akhtar. Now I am the only one who can let you truly understand everything about Cardillon. The price is for me to join the Church of Lies, right? Shimu sighed as if he was a little tired, and then said confidently, my belief in the goddess of life will never waver. Liliana's expression collapsed. Do you dislike the goddess of lies so much? What do you think? Is a lie? Shimu asked back, and before Liliana could answer, he answered on his own. Are lies deceiving people? He shook his head. That's too much of an underestimation of lies. If lies are placed on individuals, everyone can keep a proper distance and not be hurt by each other's sharp angles. And if it is placed at the national or world level, it is a huge imaginary community. The countries, ethnic groups, families, and other things in this world are all built on lies, but everyone agrees with this lie. The powerful say that I love everyone and want to create an equal country, but in fact it is for selfish desires. When a lover says he loves you, he may just be greedy for beauty and money. Lies exist everywhere in this world, and it is these lies that bind everyone together. Why does this man, when he blows, it feels like the goddess of lies is tall and majestic? Liliana was silent for a while, looking at Akhtar with a serious expression, suddenly showed a bright smile and grabbed Shimu's wrist. Akhtar, you are really a natural believer in lies. Shimu did not answer, and kept moving forward as usual. Liliana did not feel angry when she saw this, but took the initiative to introduce Shimu to the situation of Cardillon. The country of Cardillon is poor, with less than 30,000 people. It is more like a large slum than a country. The Blood Church chose to intercept Mist in Cardillon, because Cardillon was the easiest country to bribe and control. A moment later. This is the temporary residence of the Holy Maiden of Justice. Liliana pointed to the dilapidated wooden house not far away, and then she saw Akhtar take out the great sword of death. Wait, don't think too much. Liliana hurriedly grabbed Akhtar's arm. Assassinating the Holy Maiden of Justice is a great sin. Shimu did not answer, and walked into the wooden house with a cold look. Liliana tried her best, but did not slow him down, leaving only 2 drag marks on the ground. Could it be that this man wanted to kill the Saint of Justice? Although this is indeed a solution to the problem, as long as the Saint of Justice dies, the ability acting on Cardillon will naturally disappear, and Mist can naturally leave. Are you the Saint of Justice? Shimu looked at the woman in the house with cold eyes. She was a mature woman with long silver white hair and blue eyes, wearing a nun's uniform, looking at him in surprise. The two looked at each other for a moment. I'm not the Saint of Justice, you can call me Tina. The woman pursed her lips and smiled lightly, lying without changing her face in the subtle eyes of Liliana. Her Highness the Saint has gone out to investigate the case. Really? Shimu seemed to believe what the woman said, and his eyes softened. Seeing this, Tina smiled and stood up to make 2 cups of tea. After inviting Shimu and Liliana to sit down. Excuse me, what do you two want to see Her Highness the Saint? She kept a gentle smile, and seemed to be completely unconcerned about Shimu's intrusion not long ago. Mr. did not massacre in Cardillon. Shimu said briefly, and Tina nodded. She took a sip from the teacup on the table and said, in fact, I also think that the murderer is not Mr., but I. No, it's Her Highness the Saint, and there is no way to judge Mr. Innocent. Shimu frowned and said, why? The judgment cannot be based on the subjective feeling of the judge, but there must be evidence. Tina explained, now all the evidence shows that it was Mr. who killed people and intended to sacrifice everyone in Cardillon. Her delicate brows were furrowed. Her Highness the Saint has found a magician who can read memories, and indeed read the scene of Mr. killing people from the minds of some residents of Cardillon. There are also traces of battle left by Mr. at the massacre scene. That's obviously a disguise. Liliana said with a smile, just find someone to imitate Mist's appearance and carry out a massacre in front of everyone. Even if you investigate the memory afterwards, you won't find any loopholes. That's just your subjective guess. Isn't it? A chuckle came, and everyone present looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a middle-aged man walked in. He was wearing a bright red priest's uniform and a blindfold. Without an invitation, he sat down. Mist's murder was witnessed by everyone in the kingdom of Cardillon. If she let it go just because of speculation, then I can't do anything about it. Spreading his hands, the middle-aged priest smiled helplessly. The Saint of Justice is a big shot. As long as she thinks someone is innocent, she can let him go. As for the life and death of the residents of Cardillon, she doesn't need to care at all. Who made those untouchables insignificant, right? Tina fell silent. The judgment cannot be based on who she thinks is innocent, otherwise the seriousness of the law cannot be guaranteed. So even if she subjectively felt that Mist had not killed anyone, she could not let her go easily. She had to have evidence of Mist's innocence. My teacher is Hecate. She can predict whether Mist is innocent, Shimu said calmly. Then, it was immediately denied. The priest shook his head, looked at Akhtar's indifferent expression, and smiled. You and Mist are friends. You can ask your teacher to provide false evidence. He stood up on his knees and shrugged. Now everyone in Cardillon is pointing out that Mist is the murderer. Are they all lying? If this can make Misty innocent, then it is really a just trial, and she is really a righteous saint and a righteous hero. After saying this, the priest turned around and left the room. He had achieved the goal of this trip. Unless Akhtar completely disregarded his heroic reputation, and the righteous saint disregarded the fairness of the procedure. Otherwise, Misty would not be able to leave Cardillon. Yes, from the beginning, they did not want Misty to be sentenced, but just wanted Misty to stay in Cardillon. When the God of Blood recovers, they can cut off the financial assistance to Cardillon, and then the residents of Cardillon will naturally change their words. And Misty can naturally get away with it. However, Michael had already turned into the shape of the God of Blood at that time, and Misty would not have any chance to resist in front of the power of the God of Blood. I almost understand the situation. Shimu got up and left the wooden house. He was not interested in the so-called procedural justice, but just wanted to find a suitable reason to massacre the Church of Blood. Now this reason is almost formed. Liliana looked at Shimu's back as he left, raised her hand, and scratched her cheek, inexplicably feeling something was wrong. That resolute back seemed to have made some decision. Saint, what do you think Akhtar will do next? She turned her head, and looked at the Justice Saint opposite. I'm not an astrologer. Tina shook her head. She couldn't predict Akhtar's behavior. As he was a well-known hero, he shouldn't do anything extreme. The only way now was to find enough evidence as soon as possible. Now the behavior of the Blood Church is actually rich and willful, creating a judgment that is difficult to make in a short time, so that Mist is delayed in the kingdom of Cardillon. This behavior is very common. Not only the church will use it, the rich will target the poor, and the nobles will target the commoners. And she has no good way to deal with it. Being too obsessed with procedures and evidence is sometimes unjust, Liliana said with a smile, and then left the broken wooden house. To this, the Saint of Justice did not refute. Sometimes it is true that all these problems will be faced. The nobles, and the church, who are more proficient in the law, will use the loopholes of the law to embarrass people. And she has no good way. Unless she subjectively judges who is good and who is bad and ignores the laws. But this will cause the laws to lose their binding force. And the church and the nobles can be more unscrupulous. Outer City. Shimu stopped and found that the priest he had met not long ago stopped in front of him and greeted him familiarly. It's cold, isn't it? The priest came to a rock nearby, raised his hand, and slapped it gently. Blood gushed out of his palm, and the rock was cut in half. He jumped onto the cut surface of the rock and sat down. Akhtar, why do you want to help Mist? She is my friend. Shimu replied, took out the great sword of death, brushed his palm across the sword, and burned the black flame symbolizing death. The priest smiled at this. We can also be your friends, and can give you more. He stretched out his hand. You should understand that you can't help Mist. Shimu, This world is governed by God, and we are God's shepherds. The priest explained, as a matter of course, we have the right to define the rules. No matter how you look for evidence, there is actually no way to help Misty offend. He explained. The law was originally for us to serve, to manage God's lambs, not to resist shepherds and gods. So long-winded. Shimu responded coldly, turned into starlight, and disappeared on the spot, suddenly appeared behind the priest, and cut off the priest's head with a sword. Then he walked towards Misty. The priest's severed head turned several times in the sky and fell on the cold snow. His eyes still revealed a trace of confusion. Why would Akhtar, a hero, cut off his head without saying a word? This is different from what he thought. Before talking to Akhtar, he had already thought about Akhtar's reaction. The righteous hero was defeated by the reality in his words, or fell into self-doubt. However, the reality is that he was killed by a single blow. He should have defeated the hero of justice with words. "You are such a fool." Two big white legs appeared, and the priest's eyes moved upwards. He heard Liliana's ridicule before he completely lost consciousness. "Why do you think you can make a hero give up saving his friend with just a few words? Did you listen to too many stories from the bard?" After saying that, Liliana walked away. She felt funny about the priest, who was burned to ashes by the flames of death. People who can become heroes have experienced far more things than ordinary people can imagine. How can they easily shake their beliefs? The priest's thoughts are more naive than children. Chapter 101. Shimu stepped over the thick snow, exhaled a breath of white mist, and looked at Mist and Eden, who were sitting around the fire in front of him. The firelight reflected on their beautiful figures. The two seemed to be communicating about something, but because the howling wind and snow were too loud, he couldn't hear clearly. But it can be seen that they get along well. He walked over. "Eden, have you finished your business?" Shimu sat on the ground and asked Eden, who was kneeling. When they were in the Sky City, Eden temporarily parted ways with him, and went to do some private things, although Eden didn't say clearly what to do. But he could guess that it was nothing more than going to find the ice and snow goddess, hoping that the ice and snow goddess could stop the snowstorm. Otherwise, if the snowstorm continued, it would soon cause a large number of mortals to starve to death. "Well, it's done." Eden was silent for a while, responded softly, and lowered his emerald eyes. She parted ways with Akhtar, and went to find the ice and snow goddess, wanting to talk to her, hoping that she could stop the snowstorm. However, just as she had expected, the ice and snow goddess refused without hesitation, and righteously stated that she was cleansing the world, rather than doing anything evil. "If you need any help, just tell me." Shimu's smile was gentle, but his voice was very serious. "It's not a very troublesome thing." Eden shook her head gently. She wanted the ice and snow goddess to stop the snowstorm, but this was almost impossible, unless Akhtar could become a demon and have the strength to kill the ice and snow goddess. Shimu seemed to believe Eden's words, and turned his attention to Mist beside him, saying seriously, "I have almost figured out the situation." Mist showed a questioning look. Although she has a strength far beyond that of ordinary people, people think that the strong man who is invincible can be killed by her with just a light knife. However, this does not mean that she is good at conspiracy and trickery. In fact, in addition to listening to her brother's words, she mostly acts on the instinct of a warrior. So she has developed a habit, that is, to leave the brainwork to people she trusts. And she just needs to be a sharp knife. The Blood Church bribed the residents of Cardillon, and let them identify you as the murderer of the massacre. Shimu said concisely. "Then what we have to do is very simple." He answered while looking at Mist. "Kill all the blood believers in Catalong, and the residents of Catalong will lose their financial support. Then, we can talk to the residents of Catalong and the problem will be solved." "Understood." Misty nodded, stretched out her hand to hold the long knife beside her, and she would go to kill all the blood believers. In response, Shimu waved his hand. "You are a criminal now. It is not appropriate to clean up the blood believers yourself. Let me handle it." Misty opened her mouth. She was worried that Akhtar's strength was not enough to deal with the blood believers, but she felt it was impolite to say it out loud. She hesitated and said, "The blood believers are numerous and very cunning. That's why I have to deal with them." Shimu smiled gently, took out the bread and wine jug, and distributed them to Eden and Misty. "Please give me one." Shimu extended his familiar hand, accompanied by the familiar voice of the girl. He glanced at Liliana, who appeared beside him, and gave her a piece of bread and a wine pot. "Sir Akhtar, why are you not surprised at all?" Liliana held the bread and wine pot, her delicate face full of doubts. "Aren't you surprised by my sudden appearance? You should be glad that you have no hostility." Shimu said unhappily, "Otherwise your head would have been moved long ago. I don't want to go to hell too early." Liliana touched her neck and looked at the cold Misty. She had no doubt about Misty's strength. As long as this woman got ruthless, except for the righteous saint in the city, everyone would die under Misty's blade. This is not bragging, but an objective fact. Misty has the power beyond the limit of human domain. No one who faced Misty's blade in the past was spared. "Then don't approach quietly," Shimu said coldly. "You may not be so lucky next time." "Yes." Liliana straightened her posture and responded obediently, then smiled and said, "Since you care about me so much, I tell you a secret." She raised her hand and touched her cherry lips. "There are many blood believers among the people of Catalong, all of whom are the natives of Catalong. Even if you cut off the financial assistance, those blood believers will not choose to change their words. On the contrary, they will say that you are threatening the residents of Catalan to change their words. A famous hero, in order to help his friend get rid of the crime, actually threatened the innocent people. It's really hypocritical and selfish. Shimu fell silent. He seemed to feel helpless, and felt despair for the information revealed by Liliana. In response, Liliana smiled and said, even if you want to help your friends, there are limits, unless you are willing to kill everyone in Catalan. But you know the price of doing that. From now on, you will no longer be a hero, and people will regard you as a cultist. The goddess of life will also be disappointed in you. She took a bite of bread. If I were Mr. Akhtar, I would give up wisely, rather than staining tens of thousands of lives with my own hands and embarking on a road of no return. It's better to make a choice at the breakpoint. The cold wind blew, and the girl's casual and careless voice was colder than the wind and snow. For a person she had just met, she gave up her hero's name, stained with the blood of countless people, and lost the favor of the gods. Is it worth it? No need to answer. Everyone present came up with the answer. Shimu drank a sip of wine from the pot silently, and Eden beside him lowered his eyes silently to hide his emotions. The warmth from the fire seemed to have no way to dispel the cold. It's enough, Mr. Akhtar. Misty smiled and comforted Akhtar. You have done enough for me. There are many ways. Waving his hand, Shimu interrupted Misty's words, and then took the initiative to change the topic and started talking about all irrelevant things. The moon was on his eyebrows. The fire went out. Shimu stood up silently and looked at the three people who had fallen asleep. He saw Liliana sleeping next to Misty, and Eden kneeling on his knees beside him, leaning against a stone and sleeping lightly. He flicked his fingers casually, and the flying sparks reignited the fire. As if stimulated by this action, Eden beside him gently opened his eyes and looked at Shimu, who was about to leave. She touched her skirt and stood up, leaving with Shimu. The two of them came to a small hillside, one in front and one behind. The cold wind blew across their cheeks, dispelling the only sleepiness. Have you decided? Eden asked, and Shimu looked up at the stars in the sky and said, as a matter of course, it doesn't matter whether I am a hero or not. I just want to do what I think is right. The majority is right. Can the majority oppress an innocent good person, and the majority commit crimes with peace of mind? He raised his hand and pointed at Cardolan City. Everyone there is laughing without any burden at the cost of a girl who can't save her brother, at the cost of a good person who wants to save everyone. This country is really disgusting. Eden was silent for a moment, and asked, Akhtar, are you now affected by the fire of Surtur? Your Highness, what do you think I should do? Shimu asked back, staring at the pretty face of the all-knowing saint. Do you also think that everything the Blood Church and the residents of Catalan have done is right? Of course it's not right. Eden sighed softly, and took off her cloak. She looked at Shimu's cold and persistent expression, knowing that this man had made up his mind. Please come closer to me. Shimu took a step forward, not knowing whether it was intentional. His cheek was extremely close to Eden, and the tips of their noses almost touched, and he could feel Eden's sweet breath. But Eden didn't seem to care about this. She just reached out and stroked his face. As her palm slid, her white fingers approached his right eye. I can show you the eyes of all the blood believers, but you need to sacrifice one eyeball. She looked at the surprised Akhtar and explained softly, it's just a ritual. As long as you use the healing prayer afterwards, you can grow the eyeball back, but you will lose the special vision. Okay. Shimu nodded, and then saw Eden get serious and insert his fingers into his eye sockets. Blood flowed out of the eye sockets, slid down the cheeks, fell on the cold snow, and spread and dyed the ground red. Okay. Eden calmly withdrew his hand, and saw an eyeball appear in his white palm. Shimu covered his bleeding cheek with one hand, looked at the eye that belonged to him, and suppressed the urge to use the healing prayer. With the level of grace of the goddess of life he currently has, he can basically subconsciously restore the damaged body state, and even if the heart is pierced, it will be subconsciously healed. Now he had to deliberately suppress the healing of his body. I will put your eyes into the fountain of wisdom. Eden explained softly to Shimu. After that, you can distinguish all the blood believers. What is the fountain of wisdom? Shimu asked in a puzzled manner, but Eden shook her head and did not explain to him what the fountain of wisdom was. She turned and disappeared on the spot. With his only eye, Shimu could vaguely see Eden coming under a magnificent tree, and then completely disappeared. The cold wind blew, and the endless snow scene came into view. After a moment, the disappeared right eye felt cold. Although the eyeball had disappeared, there was an illusion of connection. Information poured into his brain from the disappeared right eye, causing his vision to change. As if he had peeled off a thin film and could see the world more clearly. At first, the world was one, until the omniscient God came and planted a sapling symbolizing life for the world of one color. The world of one color began to flow, and the contradiction of opposition and unity was born. And that sapling was the omniscient tree that permeated everything. The so-called ritual was nothing more than Eden putting his eyeball into the fountain of wisdom, thus connecting to the omniscient tree and giving him a special vision. It's really a good feeling. Shimu summoned a mare, then took out the lance of immortality, and the great sword of death, and rode the mare to hunt the blood believers. The horse's hooves stepped on the snow, leaving a string of footprints. At the same time, in the Blood Church branch in Catalan, Akhtar is very persistent in helping Miss to get away with her crime. The cold nun put a letter of intelligence on the table, and looked at the Blood Bishop in front of the table indifferently. My Lord Bishop, you should find a solution as soon as possible. The Blood Bishop did not answer immediately, but just touched his unshaven chin, as if thinking about a solution. However, the priest standing aside spoke first. Even if Akhtar's background is not simple, there is no way to solve the problem of the kingdom of Cadiron in a short time. If I were Akhtar, I would choose to kill him directly. The nun said coldly, if you want to help Miss get away with her crime, the most effective way is to completely defeat us, or make it impossible for us to continue to bribe the residents of Cadiron. She was actually very clear about the bad people in the Blood Church, but there was nothing she could do. Who made the god they believed in run under the eyes of the Witch of Death in order to play with men, resulting in the Witch of Death's sneak attack and serious injury. If it was just like this, it would be fine. The god of blood was already seriously injured, but he was still unwilling to give up Michael, which led to his sister coming to the door. This is very god-shaming. Now they can only try their best to help the god of blood solve the problem and delay Mist in the kingdom of Cadiron to prevent Mist from really running to the god of blood. Don't worry about this. I have hired a strong man who specializes in dealing with Akhtar. The Blood Bishop waved his hand. His voice was very calm. Akhtar can't threaten our safety. A strong man who specializes in fighting Akhtar? The nun showed a puzzled look. She had learned about Akhtar's deeds, and knew very well how difficult Akhtar was. In terms of attack, he has the blessing of the Witch of Death, which can be said to be the strongest spear, and can easily break anyone's defense. In terms of defense, he has the blessing of the Goddess of Life. Fatal injuries are not worth mentioning to Akhtar, and he can basically recover in an instant. It can be said to be the strongest shield. Moreover, Akhtar also has a very strong learning ability, and can make adjustments according to the opponent's fighting techniques, so as to defeat the enemy efficiently. Who can specifically restrain such a desperate man? Akhtar is a genius, not an unsolvable strongman. The Blood Bishop explained to the nun, as long as there is enough intelligence, he can be defeated easily. Chapter 102. Blood splattering. Shimu glanced at the fallen corpse with a cold look, and then continued to walk forward. The moonlight from the window fell on his blood-stained armor, shining with a terrifying luster. The corpses behind him were burning with black flames, giving people the illusion that he had walked out of hell. Stop! Don't go any further. A nun holding a dagger blocked Shimu's way forward. Her legs trembled, and warm liquid spread along her ankles, forming a small pool of water. Shimu seemed not to hear it, and walked straight to the nun, and then stabbed the nun who dared not move to death with a sword. He drew his sword calmly, and passed by the nun. Big brother, I am not a believer of the Blood Church. A weak and pitiful voice came, and Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a little red hat and a red cloak walking out of the corner, looking at him with an uneasy look. Can you let me leave? Shimu looked at the little Red Riding Hood in the red cloak beside him, and recognized her identity. The Lolita, known as Little Red Riding Hood by the players, has the ability to revive the dead. As long as the body remains intact, and the death time does not exceed 1 minute, it can be resurrected. However, since Little Red Riding Hood is here, the werewolf known as the Big Bad Wolf must be here too. Leave here quickly, he said in a cold voice, seemingly ignoring Little Red Riding Hood, but at the moment of passing by, a poisonous dagger slipped out of Little Red Riding Hood's sleeve and stabbed at Shimu's back. Clang! The great sword of death seemed to have foreseen it, and blocked the sneak attack dagger in advance. Seeing this, Little Red Riding Hood quickly retreated and threw out several daggers to interfere, so that Akhtar could not immediately pursue. Shimu casually split the attacking dagger, looked at Little Red Riding Hood, jumped a few steps, and stood next to a werewolf with the vicissitudes of life. Nice to meet you. The werewolf, with the vicissitudes of life, smiled, took out the knight's long sword from his back, and took an attacking posture. Is there no need to introduce myself? As soon as he finished speaking, the knight's long sword in his hand emitted golden lightning, and then stabbed it hard into the ground, detonating the bomb buried in advance. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly occurred in the corridor, and the werewolf took the opportunity to hold Little Red Riding Hood under his armpit and ran away. Fight. Of course it is impossible. With Akhtar's fighting talent, as long as he touches him a few times, he will be able to figure out the fighting routine and then be killed by Akhtar. So from the beginning, he didn't plan to fight head-on. Horn, that guy, has a very fast reaction speed. Little Red Riding Hood looked excited and waved the small dagger. It's as if he predicted my sneak attack. Maybe he really did. The werewolf complained as he ran away, then suddenly hit the window by the aisle, and jumped into the garden outside the window with glass shards flying. The moment his feet landed on the ground, he suddenly grabbed the back collar of Little Red Riding Hood and threw her into the pond in the distance. Hey, is your reaction speed too fast? The werewolf turned around, pointed the knight's sword in his hand at Akhtar, who came, and said, I want to prepare more. You are not a blood believer, Shimu said casually, and the werewolf nodded readily after hearing this, but his steps were retreating step by step. He spread his hands. The Blood Church hired me to deal with you. Really? Shimu responded coldly, observing the surroundings with his only remaining eye, and said, You set a trap here. Right? No traps, just you and I, one-on-one duel. The werewolf laughed heartily. As a hero, you shouldn't be afraid of dueling with me, right? He did not set traps in the garden, but just arranged a magic circle in the garden in advance to expand the range of his ability. I'm not interested in wasting time with you, Shimu responded coldly. He knew the intelligence of the werewolf very well. He was a mercenary who was very determined to defeat the genius. As long as the player's popularity reached a certain level, there was a chance to meet an NPC character. And this character has a special mechanism that can die with the player without the player knowing. The most devout follower of death, the sharp blade of death, with my blood, with my magic, show it here. Shimu chanted the spell, and the shadow behind him began to crawl, and a woman in black appeared. He handed the great sword of death to Miss Black Knife. Cut him to ashes, and then kill all the blood believers in this city. After the words fell, Shimu took out the spear that pierced the undead, and continued to move towards the depths of the Blood Church. Wait. Isn't this right? The werewolf fell into silence, looking at Akhtar's back as he left without hesitation, and then at the approaching Miss Black Knife. He had a strange feeling that the other party had known his ability for a long time, otherwise it would be hard to explain why Akhtar didn't fight him. His ability is to synchronize damage, which can inflict the damage he receives on the enemy in a certain range in equal proportion, thus achieving the effect of exchanging injuries for injuries and lives for lives. Under such a premise, no matter what abilities Akhtar has, no matter how amazing his talents are, it is meaningless. Even if Akhtar could see through his fighting routine in a second and easily find his flaws, it would only end in mutual destruction. But the premise of the ability of damage synchronization is a living person. If the enemy is a puppet, or a phantom of the past, then his ability cannot be activated. Akhtar, are you planning to escape? He retreated and shouted at Akhtar's back, You are still. Before he finished speaking, a black waning moon slashed at him, and he hurriedly dodged. Several black waning moons shot over again, and before the werewolf could stand firmly, he was completely chopped into pieces, and then burned into ashes by the black flames. Easily, Horn, who was known as a genius killer, died. Little Red Riding Hood climbed out of the lake and stared at this scene blankly, as if she had not yet accurately understood this fact. Unless Akhtar knew Horn's information in advance and used long-range means to snipe him, they would definitely win this battle. The normal development should be that Horn would find an opportunity to exchange his life with Akhtar's, and he would wait by his side and resurrect Horn before the time limit expired. But the actual development was that Akhtar summoned an unknown woman in black and chopped Horn to ashes. Why is this happening? Little Red Riding Hood murmured, then looked up at Miss Black Knife, who appeared beside her, only to see her raise the sword of death and chop it down. Consciousness stopped at this moment. After doing all this, Miss Black Knife turned around and disappeared, and began to slaughter the blood believers until all the blood believers in this city were killed. Like a ghost, silent and motionless, Miss Black Knife walked through the streets and alleys, beheading the blood believers she saw. On the busy streets, the head of a blood believer who was walking was suddenly cut off, and he fell to the ground with blood gushing out. People didn't even know who did it. Such strange scenes continued to happen, and soon spread throughout the kingdom of Cat Iron, making people realize that something was wrong. Someone, anyway, it looked like a person, was hunting blood believers. At the same time, in the blood believer branch, deep inside, a private prayer hall, bang, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a knight in silver armor walked in. He held a lance with the body of a priest hanging on it. The lance swung, and the body of the priest flew out and fell at the feet of the statue, looking at the statue of the blood god above with his eyes wide open, as if asking for help. The blood bishop looked at this scene and opened his mouth and asked, "Why? Are you able to get here?" He had clearly hired a very reliable strongman, a legendary mercenary with a 100% mission completion rate. "Why did it fail here?" "I fought my way in," Shimu answered carelessly, approaching the blood bishop step by step. "How dare you stay here and not run away?" "Humph." The blood bishop snorted coldly, threw his cloak, and then stretched out his hand to grab the void, and the blood gushing from his palm gathered into a sickle. "Why do you think I am a bishop?" In this world with gods, there is a specific assessment process for clergy. The better you apply the corresponding god's prayers, the higher the corresponding status you have. And those who can use the corresponding prayers to the gods will also represent. The stronger they are, and a conclusion can be drawn from this. The higher the status of the clergy, the stronger they are. "Akhtar, you can still stay out of it now." The blood bishop swung the blood sickle, and the blood condensed/brushed past Shimu. Shimu answered with action, and the spear pierced through and collided with the sickle of the blood bishop. Sparks flew. In the cramped prayer hall, the spear and sickle collided, and the spreading air waves smashed rows of benches. With their current strength, they can collapse the prayer hall in an instant as long as they intend, but the battle is not aimed at destroying external objects. Instead, the goal is to kill each other. The degree of destruction of external objects in the process cannot reflect the strength they have with each other. Don't think I'm worse than you heroes. The blood sickle tightly held in the hand of the blood bishop turned into a long whip. Then, he swung his hand hard, wrapping around Shimu's spear, and his other hand gushed blood, turning into a spear and piercing out. However, when he saw Akhtar grinning and fire gushing out of his teeth, the spear suddenly changed and turned into a shield. Boom! The hot dragon breath gushed out, instantly drowning the blood bishop, and even ignited the entire prayer hall. The pillar of blazing red light pierced through, and wiped out a corner of the blood church branch. Even some of the blood church members, who had not yet escaped, were burned to death. Da-da-da. The footsteps were getting closer. The blood bishop folded his arms with one hand, looked at the silver-armored knight walking across, and suddenly asked, "Who are you?" "Didn't Liliana tell you?" Shimu pretended to be puzzled. "I am a thief who steals the power of the dragon." Blood bishop, When Akhtar came to Catalan, he arranged for Liliana to monitor Akhtar and report all the information monitored. From the beginning to the end, he never heard from Liliana that Akhtar had stolen the power of dragons. How does that damn believer of lies work? "If you want to monitor me, you have to send someone you can trust," Shimu said coldly, and then threw the spear in his hand, condensing into a substantial wind, wrapped in the power of death, like a bullet shot out of a gun. Although the blood bishop was well prepared and used blood to condense into a barrier, he immediately changed his position, but he was still pierced through the right shoulder by the spear, and the whole person was dragged by the spear and flew backwards. Then, Shimu added a dragon breath. The hot dragon breath, like the sun being moved, hit the flying blood bishop head-on. "Bishop of the little god, don't be too confident." Shimu came to the still-living blood bishop, pulled out the spear that pierced the immortal, and then stabbed it into the heart again. According to the game setting, the more profound the path of the gods is, the more powerful the believers who follow the path of the gods will be. However, the blood god is not very enthusiastic about the exploration of the concept of blood, and is addicted to male beauty. This also indirectly leads to the general weakness of the blood believers. The next day. Early morning. "Judge me?" Mr. pulled out the long knife beside her, looked at the righteous nun in front of her, and said in a cold voice, "Then I can judge the righteous saint, right?" "Of course." The nun smiled and nodded, and did not mind Mr.'s bad attitude. Anyone who can become a saint is a person who is favored by God, and has the qualifications to convey God's will and practice God's will. And this often means that the saint has strong strength. Don't say that. What if the saint of justice declares you innocent? Liliana said with a smile, then turned to look at Eden and asked, "What do you think, Lord Eden?" "Maybe." Eden shook his head lightly without giving a clear answer, and Liliana smiled, and then changed the subject. "Then let's go, and see the trial of the Saint of Justice. Please follow me." The nun nodded slightly, and took the three people to the court. After a while, entering the inner city, Mist noticed something was wrong. The residents on the road looked at her with an unconcealable fear. As long as she looked at them, they would avoid them in fear, full of unnaturalness. What's going on? They are all people who framed you. Liliana smiled, as if adding fuel to the fire. You are going to be tried anyway, why not kill them all now, so that no one will accuse you of massacre? Mr. Isn't it? Liliana pinched her chin. Whether it is an accusation or a lie, it is based on someone. As long as you kill all the people who accused you, doesn't it mean that no one will accuse you? She clapped her hands happily. Mister, you are not guilty now. Pa! The sound of knocking on the head sounded, and Liliana's face was full of grievance. She looked at Eden, who was knocking on her head, and her innocent eyes seemed to question why he hit her head. In response, Eden just gave a reproachful look. Actually, I was just joking. Liliana changed her tone, and seemed very well behaved. Although she had not been with Eden for a long time, she might feel a kind of subtle suppression that could make her suppress her erratic nature. And the characters who can give her such suppression are usually ruthless characters, otherwise how can they give her subtle suppression? This doesn't sound like a joke. The nun patted her chest and complained to Liliana, please don't say such a terrible thing seriously. When they decided to frame a strong man, they should have thought of this possibility. Liliana said this, suddenly covering her mouth in surprise. It's not like they think Miss is a good person who won't hurt them even if she is dying, right? She turned her head and asked the residents on the street. Guess if the trial doesn't go well, will Miss be angry and kill you all? Silence. All the residents present did not dare to respond. Everyone avoided Liliana's gaze, and gradually some people could not bear it anymore and began to run away. At this time, they finally realized. No, it was the massacre last night that made them realize that Misty, who was considered to be a Virgin Mary, could also kill people. Misty, who was sung by the bards as selfless and noble as the Virgin Mary, could also show her fangs to ordinary people. The Court of Inquisition. You are here? The Saint of Justice put down her hands that were folded in prayer, looked at the 4 people who came in, and locked her eyes on Misty. Has the result of your trial come out? Mister put her hand on the hilt of the knife, ready to draw the knife at the fastest speed at any time and chop off the head of the Justice Saint. Not guilty. The Justice Saint said with a smile, looking at the blade that had reached her neck and the surprised Mister. Mister, do you want to attack the judge? Not now. Mister answered calmly. She originally wanted to chop off the head of the Justice Saint before she activated her ability. Why? Declare me not guilty? She asked, and the Justice Saint frowned and gave a distressed explanation. The people who accused you last night either died or changed their tone. She sighed distressfully. If Liliana and I hadn't promised that you would stay outside the city and never leave, I would have suspected that you killed them. I guess you were punished by God. A chuckle came, and Shimu walked in wearing blood-stained armor. Anyway, no one has accused you. He came to Mist and smiled gently. That's great. Sir A. Heater. Mist gently stretched out her hand, and her white fingers brushed Shimu's cheek and the blood stains. She felt her heart was being held tightly by an invisible hand, and she felt like she was about to suffocate, and strong emotions she had never experienced were surging. How much blood this man had stained for her. Not sure. She wanted to thank him, but found that thanking him was too pale and powerless, and could not respond to the strong emotion surging in her heart. In the end, she obeyed her instinct and chose to hug, hugging the blood-stained silver-armored knight into her arms, and rubbing Akhtar into her arms. She hugged his cheek, his waist, and his back, like a coquettish kitten, like a girl greedy for the warmth of her lover. Chapter 103. The trial is over. Not guilty. This news spread throughout Cardilan, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief until the situation was completely settled. If Mist was found guilty, they were also worried that Mist would turn the false accusation into fact, and then all of them might die. The money from the blood church is not easy to take. The homeless man on the side of the roadside, looking at the people passing by, and casually took a sip of cheap wine. Then he found a striking existence, like a black dot on white paper, with a strong sense of existence, making it impossible to ignore it. It was as if she was born to be the focus. Human. No, rather than being a human, it's better to say that she is like a puppet, but it's too realistic, making her look like a human. Exquisite facial features, long black hair like a waterfall, wearing a long dress, as if she was a princess going to a banquet. She was holding a sword box and looking around. Excuse me, how do I get to the tribunal? Ah, go that way. The tramp was slightly stunned, then raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the tribunal. His expression was unnatural, and he didn't dare to look at such a delicate girl, although he could feel there was no emotion in the other party's polite words. That was not the so-called noble arrogance, but pure indifference. Really? The doll girl withdrew her gaze, and walked towards the direction of the tribunal. Seeing this, the tramp scratched his head and let out a lost sigh. Then, he heard the girl's warning. Human, if you run away from Cardillon now, you may survive. This is your only chance. The tramp was silent for a moment, looking at the back of the girl leaving, and fell into a brief thought. Is it worth paying attention to this seemingly complicated young lady's casual reminder? No. Think about it from another angle. Is there any need to deceive him? The answer is no. After thinking it through, the tramp left the kingdom of Cardillon without hesitation, running away at the fastest speed, not daring to stay for a moment. At the same time, outside the court of trial, Shimu looked up at the sun in the sky. If he rode a mare to hunt the god of blood now, he would probably encounter a conscious and active god of blood, but if he delayed for a few days, the situation would be completely different. The god of blood, who was given the concept of death by the witch of death, would be constantly led to the real death by the concept of death. To explain it in easy-to-understand words, the god of blood was poisoned by the death poison, and although he did not die immediately, he would die of the poison sooner or later. Of course, not every god will be poisoned to death by the poison of death. With the strength of the god of war, he can rely on his own state to resist. Sir Akhtar, are you sure you want to be an enemy of God? A gentle female voice came. Shimu turned around and saw the Justice Saint and Miss walking out side by side, followed by Eden and Liliana. Enemy? Shimu pretended to think about it, then smiled and replied, I just want to rescue Michael so that he doesn't have to suffer. Insults. He looked at the Justice Saint. If this is wrong, then what is right? Ordinary people don't dare to have such thoughts as yours. The Justice Saint smiled lightly, looking at Shimu's serious look. Do you want to become a demon? It was a very natural question. The geniuses in this world have a strong interest in becoming beings beyond the realm of humans. And such people often have extremely high arrogance, thinking that they can be equal to God, and naturally have no fear of God. Although Akhtar's starting point was to save his friend, but daring to come up with this idea can also show that he is arrogant deep in his heart, thinking that he can reach the level of being equal to God sooner or later. That's why he can be so fearless. Yes, I want to be a demon. Shimu admitted without hesitation, which made the Justice Saint stun for a moment, and then laughed dumbly. It's normal for a genius like you to come up with such an idea. She folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen. I hope you can maintain your sense of justice after becoming a demon. Genius doesn't mean you can become a demon. Liliana murmured softly, causing everyone present to focus their attention on her. Stop looking at me like that. She brushed her hair and explained to everyone, there are so many geniuses in history, and not everyone can become a demon. It's meaningless to discuss this. Shimu glanced at the puppet girl holding a sword box not far away, and took the initiative to change the subject. Since the matter has been resolved, there is no need for us to stay in Cardillon. If possible, I still hope you can stay in Cardillon. The Saint of Justice sighed, and gave a reminder. You may face more than one god next. That's very lucky. Shimu smiled expectantly, leaving the Justice Saint speechless. Although the blood god has a bad reputation among the gods, he is still a god after all. The gods will not let the blood god really fall into danger, nor will they allow the blood god to be offended by mortals. It is a great test of wisdom to rescue Michael safely without angering the gods. Sir Akhtar, I hope everything goes well for you next. The Justice Saint smiled gently, and after saying goodbye to Akhtar and others, she returned to the court. She wanted to leave the kingdom of Cadiron as soon as possible, otherwise the clergy of the Blood Church would come to her and use her ability to contain Mist and Akhtar, which would be very distressing. After all, as long as she stood in the position of a judge, she could not act according to her mood. There was no such thing as the other party being a woman like her, or seeing the other party as pitiful, so that she could make a biased judgment. And at this moment, hi, long time no see. The puppet girl came back, handed over the sword box in her hand, and complained to Shimu, we can't use your sword, the Witch of Death asked us to return the sword to you. Thank you. Shimu took the sword box, and put it directly into the ring without opening it. Then he asked the puppet girl, will the Witch of Death deal with the god of blood? Maybe, not. The puppet girl smiled mysteriously, naughty and bad, it depends on whether the Witch of Death wants to go. Is that so? Shimu nodded calmly, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Liliana, who was standing beside him, had a subtle look on her face. Such things could be discussed openly in front of her, so they were not afraid that she would leak the news. No, wait, maybe they didn't care whether it would be leaked. Lord Knight of Death, I look forward to meeting you next time. Waving her hand, the puppet girl turned and left without talking too much to Akhtar. Let's go, we should go save people. Shimu retracted his sight, summoned the mare, and looked at Eden and Mist on the side. Want to join us? Mare, eh? She rubbed her hoof against the ground, and had the urge to kick someone. She thought that being ridden by 2 people was the limit. But now she found that she might be ridden by 4 people. Just take Mist with you. Eden shook her head, her voice calm. I have a way to catch up with you. After she finished speaking, she seemed to be a spirit, disappearing from everyone's sight, and went to an unknown place. It seems that I only need to take you. Shimu jumped on the horse, and then stretched out his hand to pull Mist on the horse. Too much, actually ignoring me. Liliana made a wrong sound, and Shimu showed a surprised expression when he heard it, and asked, Are you sure you want to go with us? No. Liliana answered immediately. She didn't want to go with Akhtar. Although saving a friend from the hands of the gods sounded very epic, she had a very clear position for herself. This kind of big event involving gods and witches is not suitable for ordinary people like her to get involved. But you don't even ask, which makes me feel frustrated. Shimu showed a speechless expression and invited Liliana, Would you like to join us? Next time if there is a chance. Liliana smiled cunningly and turned away contentedly. Shimu smiled helplessly, then rode away on his mare, heading towards the blood god's location. At night, the kingdom of Cadiron was in peace and prosperity. Due to the generous assistance of the Blood Church during this period, people had some spare money in their hands and could be a little extravagant. Drunkards could be seen everywhere on the streets, and almost every household had the lights on, and the aroma of food seemed to overwhelm the entire city. It's great to be rich. The drunk staggered down the street, holding a bottle of wine in one hand, and looked at the city of Catalan with his drunken eyes, as if he saw a truly wealthy and clean city, with cobblestones on the ground, bright shops on both sides, and neatly dressed nobles and rich people walking through the streets and alleys. What's so great about being rich? He suddenly said something without interrupting, then took a sip of wine and continued to walk towards home. But soon he stopped again. Where is this? Looking around, he found that he had come to a strange place, which was obviously not the slum of Catalan. Was it hallucinations from drinking, or was he dreaming? This is the kingdom of puppets. Someone answered in confusion. It was a gentle and elegant noble young man on the side of the road. The drunk was puzzled and asked, What do you mean? You will know after you die. The noble young man smiled and answered, and then passed by him. The drunk wanted to ask more questions, but found that hands suddenly appeared behind him, covering his mouth and grabbing his hands and feet. Unable to breathe, unable to move. At this moment, the drunk finally sobered up, and finally saw his environment clearly. The streets were full of puppets, hunting and killing the residents of Catalan City. The blood stained the ground red, and the bodies were randomly thrown on the cobblestone road. Something happened, incomprehensible. At this moment, if someone looked outside Catalan City, they would find that Catalan City was covered by an unknown city. Puppets walked through the streets and alleys, hunting the residents of Catalan, dragging their bodies to the altar in the city center. The meat mountain formed by the accumulation of thousands. Tens of thousands of corpses was ignited, and the blue flames illuminated the entire city. Since you said, we want to sacrifice you, then we will meet your requirements. The puppet girl smiled, and watched the self-disciplined puppets throw corpses into the altar. She didn't know there was a place called Catalan City, but thanks to their slander of Mist colluding with the cult of death, she attracted the attention of the cult of death. And unfortunately, she came to the city of Catalan just to return Akhtar's sword of light. So she planned to satisfy the residents of Catalan City. Since they said that the cult of death was going to sacrifice them, it would be too unromantic for them not to sacrifice Catalan City. The second day, the sky was clear. The kingdom of Catalan was empty, with no traces of fighting, as if it was collectively transferred, or swallowed by an unknown monster. There was no living person. The empty city was terribly silent, until an outsider went to the center of Catalan City and saw the traces left by the sacrifice. On the charred ground, ashes mixed with white snow, and the strong smell of death came to people's faces, making people feel creepy. Catalan, was it really sacrificed? The man took a step back, fell on the snow, and then hurriedly got up and fled to the outside of Catalan City. In fact, people in the outside world have long known that there was no cult sacrifice in Catalong City. This was just a frame mist. But now the cult sacrifice was really attracted, and the original false accusation became true. At the same time, on the other side, clang! The great sword of death swung down and chopped on a bright red transparent barrier. The slash was enough to cut off the mountain, but it could not split the barrier. The god of blood set up the barrier. Shimu frowned and looked at the environment inside the barrier. It was a land soaked in blood, the flowing river was replaced by blood, the rocks were red, and unknown monsters were rising and falling in the blood river. He looked at Eden on the side and asked, "Eden, do you have a way to get in?" Eden raised her hand and touched the barrier, analyzed the nature of the barrier, and then gave the answer. This barrier was not set up by the god of blood. She said to Shimu, "If you want to enter, you must get the permission of the owner of the barrier." "Who is the owner of the barrier?" Mist asked, and Eden didn't waste any words and said bluntly, "It is the god of fear who is in charge of fear." At this point, she added another sentence. "The god of fear and the god of blood have a good relationship. They are good at making people feel negative. The god of fear is not very troublesome." Shimu nodded calmly. He was not afraid of the god of fear. On the contrary, he felt relaxed. In fact, the gods who appeared to help the god of blood would change according to the degree of influence caused by the players, and the god of fear was a relatively easy type to deal with. In terms of ability, the god of fear possessed a relatively invincible ability. He had the ability to arouse fear in people's hearts and materialize this fear. The more timid or afraid of something, the more powerful the god of fear's ability would be. Chapter 104. In other words, if you want to save Michael, Shimu raised his hand to cover his forehead and said helplessly, "You must talk to the god of fear. The god of fear is not someone you can communicate with." Misty shook her head gently after hearing this, and was unwilling to let Akhtar face the god of fear alone. There are not many positive records about the god of fear. There are clear records in history that the moment the god of fear descended on the kingdom of Lily of the Valley, the entire kingdom of Lily of the Valley became the most terrifying place in the world, and the deep fear in people's hearts was materialized, and all kinds of strange stories. Vampires, zombies, evil spirits, murderers and other terrifying things wandered in groups on the streets. Thousands of weird rulers, the source of fear, and other terrifying titles are all used to refer to the god of fear. In this regard, how do you know if you don't try? Shimu smiled, looked at the cloaked girl beside him, and asked, "Eden, do you know where the god of fear is?" Eden didn't answer, but looked at the castle on the snowy mountain in the distance, where the god of fear was. "Then you wait for me here." Shimu got on his horse, and planned to go directly to the castle to meet the god of fear. "I want to go with you," Misty said in a very serious voice, and Shimu smiled and said, "It's safer for me to go alone." Mist frowned, and didn't believe what Akhtar said. Facing the god of fear, who is known as the source of fear, alone is not safe anyway. With her by Akhtar's side, even if he really encounters danger, she can help delay time and give Akhtar a chance to escape, instead of being caught and played with by the god of terror. Akhtar is favored by the goddess of life. Eden said gently, "The god of terror will not kill Akhtar casually." Mr. fell silent. Being favored by the goddess of life is basically equivalent to having a strong backer. At least when facing other gods, it can be much safer. And she has no favor from the gods. So if she goes, she will really be a drag and a troublemaker, and may even put Akhtar in danger. "I'll be back soon." Shimu waved his hand, and rode the mare to the end of the site. And at this moment, "Hee, am I beautiful?" A pleasant female voice suddenly came, and Misty looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a woman in a white dress and a mask limping over. Misty didn't respond. She pressed her palm on the hilt of the knife. Then the knife flashed, the head of the woman in white was cut off, and the body fell down. "Is it weird?" She shook the long knife and looked around. She found that the monsters that people feared were slowly walking towards her. There were fake monsters made up by the wandering poets, and there were also monsters corresponding to the prototypes of reality. There were many kinds. But there were only many. The knife light cut through the void, as if there were countless silk threads, trying to sew the sky and the earth together. The flash of the knife accurately cut all the approaching weird stories into pieces. At the same time, on the other side, after approaching the castle, the sky suddenly dimmed, the sun hanging in the sky was painted black, and the falling sunlight was mixed with blood and scarlet. The trees on both sides of the road seemed to come alive, turning into twisted humans, desperately reaching out to the sky for help. The strange giggles and whispers, as well as the malicious gazes from nowhere, all indicate the danger of this place. This is the god of terror. As long as he descends to a place where people are, he will distort reality into the most terrifying hell. However, Shimu did not react to this. He just felt that the dim color tone and the deliberately emphasized sense of terror were boring. If it were a novice player, he might still find the scene scary, but as long as he played it a few more times, he would not have too many thoughts and would focus all his attention on running the map. Get off the horse. Shimu came to the front of the gate, looked at the pale, suit-wearing strange man, and said, I want to see the god of terror. Aren't you afraid of me? The man grinned, revealing his blood-sucking fangs, and then saw the silver-armored knight holding the big sword on his neck. Don't talk nonsense. Shimu did not speak, but his eyes clearly conveyed this intention. As a knight, you should not fight and kill. The man held the sword of death between his fingers and pushed it open carefully. Then he pointed to the open door. I don't know where the god of fear is, but you can ask the head maid to take you to see the god. Shimu walked straight in, and saw a headless maid walking towards him. She was holding a bird cage with a head in one hand, and her steps were calm and elegant. The maid came to Shimu, lifted the bird cage with the head, and looked at Shimu in the eye. No fear in your eyes. The head of the woman in the bird cage spoke. Are you mentally ill? Shimu was surprised. Shouldn't you praise my courage? Being able to endure fear is called courage. The maid turned around and led Shimu forward, explaining, by the way, if a person has no fear, it cannot be called courage, but a personality defect, and needs to be treated. Maybe you are not enough to scare me. Shimu chuckled, making the maid who led the way look dissatisfied. Are you trying to say that I am not scary enough? To be more precise, I am beautiful. Shimu added that he was not afraid of the headless maid, and he thought she was a more attractive character. This is not to say that the headless maid has any unique personality charm. It is because the attribute of the headless maid can make people think of various ways to play, and the headless maid has a good figure and appearance. This makes the headless maid have a different charm. The headless maid stopped, raised the birdcage in her hand, let the head in the cage look directly at Shimu, and then said, You make me feel dangerous. Ordinary people should be either scared to death or tremble when they see her, but this man is not only not afraid, but also can tease her with a joking. No, it may be a serious tone. To be honest, maybe you really have a problem on the mental level. She added and continued to lead Akhtar. Not being able to feel fear is a mental illness that can easily lead people into the abyss of self-destruction. Shimu smiled and explained, Don't worry, I still have the emotion of fear. Really? The headless maid responded coldly. She didn't really care whether Akhtar had the emotion of fear. She was kind enough to remind Akhtar. Going up the stone steps and through the dark corridor, the headless maid led Akhtar to a door with a Shura pattern carved on it. My lord is inside. The headless maid's voice suddenly became gentle. Please keep everything you see next confidential, and don't feel too surprised. She pushed the door open with one hand. Please go in alone. Shimu walked into the dark room and found no trace of the god of fear. He was neither sitting at the tea table waiting for him nor standing on the balcony pretending to be profound. He looked around. He cast his eyes on the big bed and found that the raised bedding was shaking, as if someone was hiding. Excuse me, is the god of fear here? Shimu came to the bed and sat down, looking at the bedding that was no longer shaking and the head that quietly emerged. I am the god of fear. The boy who came out of the drill explained in a low voice, looking at Akhtar's distrustful eyes, and added, I set up the barrier. Impossible. How could the god of fear be? Courage. Before he finished speaking, Shimu quickly shut up again, as if he found that what he said was inappropriate. In response, the boy smiled and got out of the bedding completely. He leaned against the head of the bed and covered himself with the bedding. Actually, I'm very timid and afraid of weird and scary stories. Shimu showed a confused and unbelievable look. However, he knew very well in his heart that this boy was the god of fear, and he also knew that the god of fear was timid and afraid of weird and scary stories. Aren't you the source of fear, the creator of thousands of weird things? He pretended to be puzzled and asked, and the god of fear gave an answer after hearing it. The answers obtained from history are usually modified by people. What is the creator of thousands of weird things? The source of terror is purely because I was chased by the devil back then, and in order to protect myself, I had to create thousands of weird things to protect myself. His voice became smaller. But this matter is a bit embarrassing, so the historical records were slightly modified and changed to I created thousands of monsters in order to defeat the devil. Then why can you become the god of fear? Shimu covered his face, and the god of fear saw this and told him some information about the gods. I can become the god of fear because I can understand fear. If I can't feel fear at all, I can't even experience this emotion. He responded confidently. Then why can't I become the god of fear? Shimu pretended to be enlightened. Just like the god of war loves war, each god has his own direction, at least he has the sense to experience his own power. The god of fear can feel fear more keenly than ordinary people, is easily frightened, and feels the horror in the ghost stories much more deeply than ordinary people. This is also why the god of fear looks timid. You are here to ask me to remove the barrier, right? The god of fear took the initiative to change the subject and smiled apologetically at Shimu. I'm sorry, but I can't do this. Can Michael leave the barrier? Shimu did not force it, but settled for the next best thing. Michael is a good man, and should not be humiliated by the god of blood. In response, the god of weirdness still shook his head, and gave a very clear answer. The god of blood will not give up Michael. He sighed. If I remove the barrier now, the curse will overflow and cause large-scale deaths. Curse? Shimu didn't seem to understand. The god of weirdness gave an explanation. The god of blood is about to die. Just like the curse will be born after the death of the goddess of plague, the dying god of blood is constantly producing curses. He thought for a while, and added, the fear of death oppresses the body and mind of the god of blood, and this unwillingness turns into a curse. The plague goddess only released a curse that affected a city. Shimu pretended to think for a moment. The blood god should not have a strong impact. Although the plague goddess was the first god to die at the beginning, it did not mean that the plague goddess was weak. On the contrary, the plague goddess was a very powerful god. She raised the concept of plague to a certain extent and controlled the balance of life and death in this world. The scope of the plague goddess's death was only one city. The plague goddess died immediately. The god of fear explained, the blood god didn't die immediately, but was in a state of half-death and continued torture, so naturally a curse far beyond the plague goddess would be born. Why would the death of a god produce a curse? Shimu sighed in distress, and the god of fear shook his head and said, after the death of witches and demons, they will leave pollution that is difficult to clean up. This is no different from a curse. Shimu pondered for a moment and asked, if I have a way to prevent the curse from spreading, can we be allowed in? It's not impossible to consider it. The god of fear blinked, and looked at the hero in front of him, who was favored by both the god and the witch. What can you do to prevent the curse from spreading? Shimu answered immediately, set up a larger barrier to put it in, and then remove the barrier inside. That's a solution. The god of fear nodded, then shook his head again, but I still won't let you in. He looked at Akhtar's defeated expression. Human, do you know your situation? Shimu did not speak, waiting for the god of fear to answer. You become a witch's knight, which is a capital crime. The god of fear kept smiling, but his voice was cold. But since you have been recognized by the goddess of life, I am willing to believe that you were forced to be loyal to the witch. He revealed the real purpose. If you want to rescue Michael, you need to help the gods do something. Shimu said calmly, what is it? Find the reason why the god of omniscience disappeared. The god of fear scratched his head with fear on his face. You are very good at getting the favor of women. We need you to know from the witch of death whether the god of omniscience is alive. He promised Shimu. As long as we can confirm this information, I will open the barrier immediately, and the gods will not pursue your becoming a witch knight. Shimu thought about it, and said seriously, why do you have such a naive idea that you think I can get such key information from the witch of death? It's not what I think. The god of fear shook his head. He was only responsible for contacting Akhtar and conveying the intentions of the gods. Understood. Shimu stood up, as if ready to leave the castle, but just as he was about to leave, the god of fear suddenly asked, Akhtar, are you afraid of something? Why do you ask this? Shimu turned around and smiled at the god of fear. I'm probably afraid of the witch of death. Forget it. The god of fear gave up the idea of materializing Akhtar's fear. His ability was not invincible. If the object of fear was too powerful, his divine power would not be enough to fully materialize it. Moreover, the object of materialization was too specific, and it was a person existing in reality, which might attract the person himself. Thinking about the fate of the god of blood, he had no idea of meeting the witch of death. Is it fear or attraction? Shimu retracted his gaze, and walked out of the room. I'm not really sure. The god of fear, He didn't doubt Akhtar's words. Anyone who came into contact with the cold and ruthless existence of the witch of death would feel deep fear. So he didn't want to try to trigger the fear in Akhtar's heart. Chapter 105. Mr. and Akhtar are here to save you. The god of blood closed his eyes, and said weakly to Michael, who was chained beside him, with a chuckle, I'm dying. Even if they don't come to save you, you can leave the blood temple sooner or later. Can I ask God to heal you? Michael looked at the god of blood, who was sitting on the throne, like a withered corpse, with blood flowing. After returning to the blood temple, the god of blood, who was obsessed with male sex, did not immediately attack him, but fell into sleep. After waking up, he looked sick and had no energy to attack him, just like a human with a high fever, which makes it difficult to get an erection. Is there any cure for the poison of death in the body? The god of blood asked back, and then answered himself. After being given the concept of death, my lifespan was also forcibly reduced, even less than that of an ordinary person. Now his state is locked to a certain extent by the concept of death. Not only the length of his life, but also the recovery speed of his divine power are forcibly locked. As long as his lifespan reaches the end, then he will inevitably fall into death. This is the tricky part of the Witch of Death. It is not simply giving the concept of death, but also the state of the body will be forcibly weakened, infinitely approaching the state of death. Really? Michael lowered his eyes to hide his worry. He was not worried about the god of blood, but worried about Mist and Akhtar, who came to save him, and worried that the dying god of blood would fall into madness. It's not that there is no way to save him. The blood god changed his tone. If the Witch of Death is willing to take the initiative to revoke the concept of death she has given him. He raised his skinny hand. But we have to find a bargaining chip to make the Witch of Death compromise. Maybe you can try to pray to the Witch of Death, Michael said, as if jokingly, and the blood god smiled when he heard it, leaning weakly against the cold throne. There were only him and Michael in the empty temple. If he was in normal condition, he would have held the uncovered conference by now. Just praying is too naive. Find a bargaining chip that satisfies the Witch of Death, and both sides can reach cooperation with mutual benefit. His voice became weaker and weaker. Does the Witch of Death care about that? Hero? If we capture him, and use him as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Witch of Death, can he be considered a bargaining chip? Michael, what on earth is this guy thinking? Why does he think the Witch of Death cares about Akhtar, and even wants to capture Akhtar as a bargaining chip? In response, the god of blood gave an explanation. The Witch of Death gave Akhtar the great sword of death. This favor was only given to one person in the past. He seemed to be self-hypnotizing. And Akhtar is a genius. He may become a demon in the future and be able to accompany the Witch of Death, so he is worthy of the Witch of Death's attention. You are just afraid of death, Michael said calmly. Now you have begun to deceive yourself in order to survive. The god of blood was silent for a while, and tapped the ground with his fingers. Blood began to flow into the stone slabs above the hall, and figures emerged one by one. They are all powerful men of the Blood Church. Catch Akhtar alive. Yes. The Blood Pope lowered his head, and responded with a pious look, even though the god he believed in was already weak, and could fall into eternal sleep at any time. At the same time, outside the castle. Is it because the way I opened it was wrong? Shimu stood in front of the castle gate, looking at the seal under the mountain, revealing a trace of confusion and surprise, as if he didn't understand the current situation. What he saw was not the endless snow scene, but a vast jungle. Several giants, who seemed to be made of stones, were dragging a huge carriage, like a mountain, slowly moving towards an unknown place. Behind the thick dark clouds, there was a pair of looming scarlet eyes, giving a sense of dangerous oppression, as if someone was outside the world, peeping at this world. In order to ensure the safety of the god of blood, the Lord released all the monsters. The explanation of the headless maid came from behind. This is to ensure that no one can get close to the blood temple. What a deep friendship, Shimu said with a subtle expression, and the headless maid didn't care about the subtlety in his words. She raised the birdcage in her hand slightly, and let her head look at Akhtar. You should understand the character of the master. He looks very timid and cowardly, right? Shimu nodded. That's not a disguise. The master is indeed timid. The headless maid commented mercilessly, and then added another sentence. But this is also the danger of the master. The master has embodied his fear in this world. This fear is called the source of fear by people. It is both a constraint on the master, and a protection for the master, she explained. No one can blaspheme the Lord unless they can cross the source of fear. After saying that, the headless maid simply turned around and left. Shimu glanced at the eyes of the source of fear in the sky, and then summoned the mayor to leave. The replaced environment is actually the world in the mind of the god of fear and the reality overlapping, which caused the real world to change. If the player and the god of fear take the route of God and man accompanying each other, and defeat the god of omniscience, then this world will be covered by the world in the mind of the god of fear. Countless monsters will become the mainstream of this world, and the residents of the original world will become pets, or food kept by monsters. This is the ending of most gods and humans accompanying each other, allowing the order of the new god to cover the old world, and the player, and the god will rule the new world together. Not long after. Are you alright? Shimu got off the horse and looked at Mist and Eden not far away. They were sitting under a red leaf tree, and the fallen leaves seemed to be stained with blood. That was also a monster. However, in front of Mist and Eden, he did not dare to move at all, maintaining a well-behaved and obedient appearance, trying his best not to show any danger. We are fine. Eden shook his head gently, and Mist beside him stood up to greet him and came to Akhtar. She carefully observed Akhtar, and after confirming that he was safe, she showed a relaxed look, and then said, "The monsters that harassed us are all dead." Although the monsters that came to harass us looked scary, they could all be killed with a knife, but the feeling of chopping was different. From her point of view, this is nothing special. That's good. Shimu nodded, and then went straight to the point. The god of terror put forward a condition. As long as I can know from the mouth of the witch of death whether the god of omniscience is still alive, he will open the closed barrier for us. This is impossible. Mist subconsciously put her hand on the hilt of the knife. From her point of view, this is impossible to do. It is obvious that the god of terror is unwilling to untie the barrier. Eden, who was standing next to her, was very calm and asked, "Then what are you going to do?" "Let's give it a try." Shimu cast his eyes towards the dark woods not far away, and his eyes met with a woman in white hanging upside down on a branch. "I prepare the sacrifice to summon the witch of death." After the words fell, the woman in white hanging upside down on the branch showed a look of horror and fell to the ground. Then she began to flee without hesitation, like a human-shaped female spider, with her snow-white thighs swinging and her long black hair swaying like water grass, and she got into the bushes in an instant. That man was more dangerous than the powerful monster she encountered. A moment later, after the woman in white thought she had escaped successfully, a pair of silver leg armor appeared in front of her, blocking her way. She looked up and saw a knight in silver armor holding a burning black flame sword high up, slashing at her. Her vision was dim, and her consciousness ended. Shimu shook off the black flame of the great sword of death, and began to paint the magic circle with the blood of the woman in white. Under the gaze of the scarlet eyes in the sky, he began to summon the witch of death. The spell sounded, and the body of the woman in white burned. In the blue firelight, the legendary witch of death appeared, still wearing the familiar white witch hat, with wavy blue hair, and a cold and mysterious temperament that made it difficult to look away. Her fair and slender 5 fingers were folded on her chest. "Akhtar, why did you summon me?" "My lord witch, the god of fear asked me to ask you something." Shimu kept smiling. "Is the god of omniscience still alive?" "This is not something you should know." The witch of death replied coldly. She had already told Akhtar whether the god of omniscience was alive or not, when she asked Akhtar to approach the saint of omniscience and find a way to find out the true nature of the god of omniscience's ability. It was basically equivalent to declaring that the god of omniscience was not dead. Is it really information that cannot be disclosed? Shimu seemed to accept the fact that he was rejected easily. "Then why don't you talk to the god of fear in person?" He pointed to the castle in the distance. No, there was no castle in the direction he pointed to, only an ordinary hill. "The god of fear has moved. Why don't you let me talk?" A cunning and playful laugh came, as if time was cut out, and a masked girl suddenly appeared. Her long light red hair was tied into a ponytail and rested on her left shoulder. Her temperament gave people a cunning and innocent feeling. "Akhtar, you are too straightforward. You actually asked the witch of death directly." She took off the mask, revealing a bright and pretty face. She greeted Shimu familiarly. However, Shimu showed a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" "It's Liliana, the god of faith." The girl deliberately paused for a moment, and then moved closer to Akhtar. "I like your understanding of lies." She raised her lips and said in a seductive tone, "Do you want to become my believer? I can give you more power." "Faith cannot be forced." Shimu shook his head calmly. He was not interested in believing in the goddess of lies. Although the goddess of lies was very powerful, she was a woman with many thoughts. She could have more than a dozen thoughts in a minute. It was too tiring to get along with her, and he was really not interested in the goddess of lies. Although the goddess of lies was undoubtedly a beauty, the game officials also spent a lot of energy on the character setting of the goddess of lies. Faith is meaningless to God. The goddess of lies rolled her eyes, but did not force it. She cast her eyes on the witch of death and said, "Is the omniscient god still alive?" The witch of death cast a cold look. The goddess of lies in front of her was not a third-rate little god, not a character that could be killed with one finger. So she listened to the goddess of lies patiently. "Actually, I also want to kill the god of all-knowing." The lying woman kept smiling, with her hands behind her back. If the God of all-knowing is not dead, we can work together to kill the God of all-knowing. How about it? For witches, all gods are enemies. The Death Witch's voice was cold, but the Goddess of Lies smiled happily. She covered her lips and blinked. Lady Death Witch doesn't seem to be good at lying. You don't seem to resist the goddess. No, you have actually cooperated with the goddess a long time ago. Yes, there is already a goddess cooperating with me. The Death Witch responded calmly, with a cold voice without any ups and downs. However, this made the Goddess of Lies confused, and all sorts of messy thoughts came up. She originally thought that she was the first goddess to talk to the Witch of Death about cooperation, but the reality was completely opposite to what she expected. Since she was not the first goddess to talk to the Witch of Death about cooperation, there were several other goddesses who had talked to the Witch of Death about cooperation before. Tell me your purpose. The Witch of Death spoke up, interrupting the Goddess of Lies' fantasies. She was not interested in wasting time on the Goddess of Lies. I just want to cooperate to kill the God of all-knowing. The Goddess of Lies resumed her cunning smile and raised a finger. Within 10,000 years, Ragnarok will inevitably come, and everything will be burned to ashes. Her expression was serious. In order to survive, we can only strangle Ragnarok in the cradle in advance. What does this have to do with the God of all-knowing? The Witch of Death asked, and the Goddess of Lies smiled and told us shocking news. Ragnarok and the omniscient God are two sides of the same coin. As long as the omniscient God exists, Ragnarok will inevitably come. So in order to survive, the omniscient God must be killed. Her voice was very sincere, and there was no lie. But sincerity can also be deceptive. The Witch of Death did not believe what the Goddess of Lies said. She would use her own way to verify the truth of the information. The Goddess of Lies looked at the cold expression of the Witch of Death and knew that her performance had failed. This woman did not believe what she said, although everything she said was true. Okay, let's talk about something else. She turned her head and looked at Akhtar with a gentle smile. Human, I can help you enter the barrier. What's the price? Shimu asked, and the Goddess of Lies smiled lightly, took off her high heels, and moved her toes slightly. Her expression was arrogant. Lick my feet. Are you sure? Shimu asked back with a serious look. The Goddess of Lies was stunned for a moment. She looked at Akhtar's unhumiliated expression and silently put on her shoes again. This is just to test your determination to save your friend. She took the initiative to change the subject. The promise of the God of Fear is not credible. Even if you know from the Witch of Death whether the God of Omniscience is alive, he will not open the barrier to let you in. She opened her lips slightly, trying to deceive Akhtar. However, bang! The barrier in the distance was shattered, turning into countless crystal fragments, reflecting dazzling luster in the air. Very beautiful. Now you can go in. The Witch of Death put down her hand. Her cold voice was calm, and she said she would enter the barrier. Then she could shatter it with just a move of her fingers. Chapter 106. What a pity. The Goddess of Lies showed a disappointed expression. It's rare that someone wants to show their value. She put on the mask again. Human, you will be in danger next. After saying that, she turned into a breeze and disappeared on the spot. Should I feel honored to be cared for by the Goddess of Lies? Shimu smiled calmly, then cast his eyes on the Witch of Death and said, When I rescue Michael, I will definitely thank you solemnly, and please look forward to my gift. It's not easy to make a witch look forward to a gift. The Witch of Death smiled lightly, and looked at Eden and Mist, who were walking by. She turned into a dark blue flame and disappeared on the spot. But I will just raise some expectations. After saying that, the dark blue flame burned out, and the figure disappeared on the spot. In fact, I haven't thought about what gift to give. Shimu twitched his mouth and pretended to be distressed. He turned his head and looked at Eden, who was walking over, and asked, Is there any gift that the witch is looking forward to? The value of a gift is given by people. Eden answered calmly, and came to Akhtar. The Witch of Death has expectations of you. Expectations of me? Shimu fell into thought, and then shook his head again, looking towards the direction of the Blood Temple. Let's consider rescuing Michael first. He summoned the mare, pulled Mist onto the horse, and rushed towards the direction of the Blood Temple. But Eden did not leave, turned around and looked to the side, only to see the figure of the Goddess of Lies leaning out from behind the tree. Greeted her with a smile. Long time no see, Eden. The Goddess of Lies kept smiling, approached Eden, and sighed sincerely. You haven't changed at all. Lie, what is your purpose in contacting the witch? Eden asked calmly, and the Goddess of Lies blinked her eyes, and answered confidently, Of course it's to deceive. Really? Eden nodded lightly, and wanted to turn around and leave, but found that the goddess of lies had hugged her arm. Don't go, I still want to chat with Eden, the goddess of lies said, while dragging the reluctant Eden away. At the same time, the Blood Temple. Unexpectedly prosperous, high-rise buildings rose from the ground, and supporting facilities were complete except no one. The mayor looked disgusted as she stepped on the bloody street. The city was full of blood seeping from the edge of the window, blood overflowing from the manhole cover, and blood gushing from the cracked water pipe. The city seemed to be soaked in blood, every brick was stained with blood, the strong smell of blood was suffocating, and every step was wet and sticky. This was more annoying than a rainy day. And at this moment, the light. No, it was a blood line that suddenly shot out from a distance, directly cutting off the street where the mayor was, and even cutting off the nearby high-rise buildings. TSK, what a disgusting horse. On a high-rise building in the distance. The mature woman with long wavy red hair lowered her clasped hands, looked at the collapsed high-rise building in the distance, and said with an unhappy look, "We must restrain that horse, otherwise we will never be able to catch Akhtar." She turned her head, and said to the nun behind her, "Let them open the barrier." After she finished speaking, she suddenly pushed the ground with both feet, and her body shot out like a cannonball, chasing after Akhtar. Seeing this, the nun who stayed in place raised her hand, and touched her ear, notifying the blood believers guarding the city to deploy a barrier to block the city. The Blood Church had conducted a detailed investigation on Akhtar's intelligence and found that Akhtar had a mount with an extremely fast movement speed. As long as Akhtar rode the 8-legged horse, there would be no chance to capture Akhtar. So they designed a plan. A very despicable plan. It's really enviable. The woman with long red wavy hair landed and looked at Akhtar riding a horse not far away, saying, "Let's talk?" "What do you want to talk about?" Shimu stroked the sword of death with his palm, igniting the black flame symbolizing death. "This city has been blocked by the barrier." The red-haired woman smiled, "And Michael is now lying on the bed of God, probably." Before he finished speaking, the knife flashed by his side, and Mist appeared beside the red-haired woman at some point, with the blade on her neck. In response, the red-haired woman was not panicked at all. She raised her hand and grabbed the long knife on her neck, and blood flowed from her palm. "Only one person can leave. You choose." She kept smiling. "It's still not too late to rush now. Want to defeat them one by one?" Shimu seemed to guess the red-haired woman's thoughts, but he still got off the horse. "Mister, you and your partner go to rescue people first. It's not a good thing to act according to the enemy's intentions." Mister opened her red lips slightly, reluctant to separate from Akhtar. In response, Shimu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I will win." "Understood." Mister chose to believe, turned over and rode on the mare, looking at the barrier that opened in the sky. But the mare was tangled up, her hoof rubbing the ground. She found something very bad. She seemed to be facing the gods next. "What's wrong, partner?" Shimu turned around and looked at the mare who didn't leave, showing a gentle smile. "Don't worry, I will win." "I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about me." The mare rolled her eyes and stamped the ground with her hoof, and Shimu finally saw what the mare meant. He smiled. "The god of blood is very weak now, partner, you will definitely be able to get away." The mare thought about it, looked at Akhtar's gentle smile, and chose to believe it. She felt that Akhtar would not cheat her. If she lost her, who would be able to carry Akhtar around in the future? Thinking of this, she stepped on the ground with 8 feet, disappeared from the spot like lightning, and rushed towards the direction of the Blood Temple. The speed was so fast that Misty had no time to say goodbye. "Ah. As expected of a hero, you are still easy to understand." The red-haired woman laughed as if mocking. "For the sake of my companions, I chose to stay alone to delay." She raised her hands, and the skin on both sides began to surge. Bang! Blood splattered. Like a balloon exploding, the skin flew in all directions, revealing the muscles and blood vessels under the skin. This is not a simple self-mutilation, but for efficient bleeding. Fleming, the daughter of the Pope. The red-haired woman who lost the skin on both hands smiled at Shimu. "Next is our one-on-one battle." "No. Wait." Shimu was not in a hurry, took out a scroll, threw it to Fleming, and then inserted the sword of death into the ground. He crossed his arms and said, "With your talent, 10 minutes. Is enough? Can I manifest right?" Fleming opened the scroll and read it carefully. She had heard that Akhtar distributed a powerful magic to heroes in the Black Rose Kingdom, so that every hero who learned it would gain a huge increase in strength. "Why do you want me to learn this?" she asked Akhtar while reading the scroll. "I'm not a hero. Maybe it's to delay time." Shimu answered casually, waiting for Fleming to learn how to manifest. In the Blood Temple today, except for a few powerful blood believers, all have been evacuated, otherwise they will be infected by the curse of the Blood Temple sooner or later, and fall into uncontrollable madness. This results in the Blood Temple having very few NPC characters that can be used for brushing, and the quality is relatively high. 10 minutes later. I can show up. Fleming clapped his hands vigorously, and his body changed dramatically, from the sexy red-haired big wavy lady to a moving blood mass. However, a closer look revealed that she still retained her muscles and bones, but the blood covering her body was too thick, making people feel that she had turned into a pool of blood. So ugly. An accurate and objective evaluation, she basically did not look like a human being now, basically just a ball of blood. But it's so easy. After the voice fell, Fleming clapped his hands, and blood burst out between his palms and fingers, piercing towards Akhtar. Boom! Several high-rise buildings were pierced, but Akhtar, who was supposed to be hit, disappeared on the spot. But a fierce heat wave came from the side, and Fleming turned his head to see that Akhtar's body was emitting high temperature, like burning charcoal, and the airflow was accompanied by sparks. Try to satisfy me. Shimu smiled evilly, then kicked the ground suddenly, and with the blood splashing under his feet, the whole person seemed to be a bullet, shooting out at an astonishing speed. Can see clearly, whether it is dynamic vision or reflex nerves, Fleming can be sure that he can master the rhythm of the battle. However, in the next second after contact. What? The sword of death suddenly accelerated, so fast that Fleming did not react. The sword directly cut off her arm, and she was kicked hard in the abdomen, and the whole person flew out. Shimu grinned wildly when he saw this, with hot flames overflowing from his teeth. He did not hesitate to make up a dragon breath. The surging flames instantly flooded the entire street, ignited several nearby high-rise buildings, and then suddenly exploded. The wreckage of the high-rise spread in all directions, carrying ashes and fire, as if it were a falling meteorite, smashing into the nearby streets and houses. Flames and blood were all over the battlefield. The intelligence is wrong. A strongman carried the seriously injured Fleming and ran away, with cold sweat on his forehead. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the battle between Akhtar and Fleming to launch a sneak attack, but unexpectedly. The battle ended in an instant. The strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all. Ahem. I was careless, let me go. Fleming came to his senses, and wanted to break free from the strongman, and continue to fight with Akhtar. Since the other party is willing to fight fairly, and give her the ability to manifest myself, she must let Akhtar have fun. Miss, face the reality. The strongman couldn't help but complain, and ran away faster. You can't beat him at all. I was careless. I didn't expect his attack to suddenly accelerate. Fleming immediately retorted, and then his voice became quieter, saying something that was hard to hear. She also realized that she might not be able to win. She has been a genius since she was a child. She has never lost and thinks she is not much inferior to Akhtar. After all, she has experienced so much training. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry came from the front, and the strong man suddenly stopped, his legs rubbing against the ground, splashing blood on the ground. He looked ahead with fear, and saw Akhtar pinching the neck of a blood believer with one hand. The hot flames drowned the blood believer, and turned it into ashes in an instant. Put down your hands. The battle has just begun, are you going to run away? Shimu asked the strong man, and Fleming in front of him. His pupils had turned into vertical pupils, and his body surface was like a burning flame, emitting an astonishing high temperature. The power from the red dragon, combined with the enhancement of the nest of life, and the increase brought by the burning of life by the flame of ash, the superposition of the three states made his strength leap forward. This state will undoubtedly consume a lot of magic power, but with the support of the long magic bar of the Dragon Clan, it is not a problem to support an hour or two of fighting. Miss, run away quickly. The strongman put Fleming down and took a fighting stance, looking at Akhtar, who was walking step by step with a serious look, and cold sweat could not help falling on his forehead. They were obviously hunting Akhtar, but now they had the illusion that they were being hunted by Akhtar. I've said it all, I was careless. Fleming covered his lower abdomen, looked at the inhuman Akhtar opposite, and said, let's continue the one-on-one battle. Your friends don't seem to think so. Shimu sneered and looked around. He saw that the blood believers wearing red robes, and holding various weapons surrounded him. You are the hero Akhtar, don't blame us for being mean. Someone held the sickle tightly in his hand, and slowly approached Akhtar. This is expected. Shimu shook his head, and increased the power of the ash fire to burn vitality. The spreading hot air flow made people feel like they were in the desert. You are just consumables to consume my magic power. He ruthlessly pointed out the fact that this group of people were consumables arranged by the Blood Church to consume his magic power. The red flame swayed, and the increasingly powerful flame magic burned and twisted the air. Consumables are often burned out. Shimu sneered, and the blood believers who surrounded him also launched an attack at this moment. Moved to avoid the scythe that was chopped. Shimu raised his hand and grabbed the cheek of the attacking blood believer. The hot ash flame suddenly erupted, igniting the attacker's body, and then suddenly threw it towards another blood believer. Boom! The ignited attacker turned into a human bomb, and the erupting ash flame engulfed several nearby blood believers. The momentum of the siege weakened at this moment. However, after death, it's just going to heaven and serving the blood god forever. Someone among the besieging believers shouted, making the originally hesitant blood believers firm up their minds and launch a death charge towards Akhtar. Chapter 107. Monster. No, it's a demon. The priest ran away in panic, occasionally looking back, only to see a silver-armored knight laughing wildly, waving a big sword burning with black flames, and passing through the blood believers like lightning. Every time they passed by, a blood believer was ignited and turned into ashes with screams. If you are killed by such a guy, will your soul really not be taken away? The more you think about it, the more scared you become. He can't help but start running away, afraid of being killed by Akhtar. However, just as he retracted his sight and looked forward, a hand stretched out to his face. Through the gaps between his fingers, Akhtar's face appeared in his eyes. His heart fell into the abyss of despair. Where do you want to go? Shimu grinned, and in the priest's horrified eyes, his palm burst into ash flames, and was swallowed by the priest in an instant, turning into a wisp of ashes. Then he cast his sights on the blood believers, who were chasing him, and stretched out his palm to the sky. The red flames gathered into a ball, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if turning into a sun. He waved his hand. The condensed sun smashed down at the attacking blood believers, and the hot air waves spread, and the ground turned into magma before it came into contact. Boom! The compressed ash flames exploded, engulfing several nearby high-rise buildings, and the spreading flames poured in along the streets, burning the blood believers who came at once. Miss, that guy is a humanoid dragon. The big man twitched his mouth and put down his hands that were resisting the flames. His palms had been burned out by the flames, and this was because he was in the edge area, otherwise he would have been burned directly into ashes. His magic power can't sustain too long. Fleming, who was standing next to him, crossed his arms with one hand and exited the state of being able to manifest myself. She analyzed calmly. As long as he continues to use a few large-scale attacks, his magic power will be exhausted. We will die before his magic power is exhausted. The strong man was very desperate. He still wanted to defeat Akhtar at this time. Didn't he recognize the gap between them? Well, so we will evacuate temporarily. Fleming made a strategic shift without hesitation. She planned to adjust her mentality and wait until Akhtar's magic power dropped to a certain level before continuing the unfinished battle. And the strong man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Fleming would be unable to think straight and must fight Akhtar to death. At the same time, on the other side. Next, leave it to me. Miss clenched the long knife in her hand and said to the eight-legged horse beside her, "This is my battle." She stepped onto the stone steps of the blood temple alone, without taking the eight-legged horse with her. This is because the eight-legged horse is not her mount, and it is impossible for her to risk her life and become an enemy of the gods for her, and also because Akhtar needs the eight-legged horse more. Akhtar, who lost the eight-legged horse, is equivalent to losing both feet. His strength will be greatly reduced. Under the siege of the blood believers, his life is very likely to be in danger. So she plans to face the blood god alone. The little mare rubbed her hooves on the ground, looked back at the city isolated by the barrier, and showed a tangled expression. She wanted to go back to help Akhtar, but now she couldn't get in, and could only watch the battle outside the barrier. Wait, it seems that there is a way. Since it is a sealed barrier, it is likely that the maintainer of the barrier will be outside. If she can kill all the blood believers who set up the barrier that imprisoned Akhtar will disappear. At that time, she can take Akhtar away. Thinking of this, she began to run around the city, looking for the blood believers who set up the barrier. After a while, "Goo, kill me, I will never tell you even if I die." The nun's face flushed, trying to pry open the hand that was pinching her neck, staring at the girl with milky white hair in front of her with bloodshot eyes. In response, the girl with milky white hair frowned unhappily, pinched the nun's hand, and exerted force suddenly. accompanied by the sound of the neck breaking. The nun in front of her lost her breath. The fanatical believers are really stubborn. Wanting to find the barrier setter outside the city is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the only way to find out where it is from the blood believers. Why did things turn out like this? Muttering softly, the girl with long white hair took straight steps and disappeared from the spot as if she had teleported. However, this was not teleportation, but simply because the speed of movement was too fast, people mistakenly thought she had teleported. At the beginning, she just wanted to accompany Akhtar and witness Akhtar's life trajectory, but now she had to stand up and participate in the battle. If she could go back to the past now, she must tell her past self not to be deceived by Akhtar. That man just wanted her body. But it's too late to say anything now. At this moment, inside the barrier. Boom! The flames engulfed several tall buildings, and Shimu's figure jumped out of the flames, grabbing the cheek of a blood believer with one hand and throwing it out like a spear. The blazing flames cut through the sky and hit a villa accurately, and then exploded like a fire bomb, and the flames instantly engulfed the villa. You can't kill me like this. Shimu landed on a square, and the impact of the fall spread, blowing the blood on the stone road. The atmosphere was slightly stagnant. The blood believers in the square looked at each other, and felt fear for Akhtar's madness. Death, this is not terrible. However, the madness shown by Akhtar made them uncontrollable fear. Don't be afraid, he is just one person. Someone shouted, roaring and rushing towards Akhtar, with a rapier condensed by blood in his hand piercing into Akhtar's palm. Success. The blood believer showed a look of surprise. He did not expect that he could injure Akhtar. Could it be that Akhtar has fallen into weakness? The realization ends here. The blazing flames engulfed him and turned him into ashes in an instant, while the pierced palm of Akhtar healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the way, Akhtar is also blessed by the goddess of life, and can heal even if he is fatally injured. Ah, one against many, it is indeed very disadvantageous. Shimu frankly admitted that his situation was unfavorable. He put his hands together, and his lips moved. So let's find some help. The shadow began to move. A woman in a black robe emerged. The breath of death contained in her body was stronger than Shimu's, as if she was the embodiment of death. Then the 12 knights also emerged from the shadows, and finally the magic wolves. The atmosphere became oppressive. The blood believers began to become timid. Facing Akhtar was already desperate enough, and now they had to face a group of guys who looked difficult to provoke. Aren't you going to do it? Shimu asked with a smile, taking out a bottle of magic potion to restore magic power. Bang! The bloodline that came from a distance accurately smashed the potion bottle, and Shimu turned his head to look at the source of the attack. Fleming stood on a tall building and put down his clasped hands. I won't give you a chance to restore your magic power. She jumped down the building and rushed towards Akhtar. After Akhtar summoned the shadow of the old days, his magic power had dropped significantly, and it was impossible to maintain the original strength. Now is the best time to defeat Akhtar. Huh? Are you confident again? Shimu laughed happily, and walked towards Fleming. The plan of these guys was to capture him alive, after consuming a certain amount of his magic power. As long as his magic power was kept at a certain level, he would not appear. So he could only weaken his magic power, and attract the guys hiding in the dark. Then gain the most experience points in the shortest time. Meanwhile, on the other side, why do I feel that Akhtar is the bad guy? The goddess of lies looked subtle, and turned to Eden to ask. The man's fighting style is not like a knight at all. Maybe he was affected by the fire of Surtur. Eden's voice was a little uncertain, watching the battle between Akhtar and Fleming. People infected by the fire of Surtur will gradually fall into madness, and have a fanatical impulse to destroy everything. Is that so? Scratching her cheek, the goddess of lies thought of something and frowned. If Akhtar becomes a demon and falls into madness, won't he become another fire giant Surtur? Eden, That human has great talent, doesn't he? The goddess of lies analyzed with a smile. Based on his current growth rate, he might burn the tree of all-knowing in the future. She said it casually. You will die too, right? I don't have any reason to survive. Eden lowered her eyes, her voice unexpectedly calm. The goddess of lies restrained her smile when she heard this, carefully observed Eden's expression, and said seriously, Eden, do you want to die? No answer. Eden calmly observed the battle. She wanted to know whether Akhtar could maintain his sanity as a human under the erosion of Surtur. Isn't it good to be alive? The goddess of lies asked again, and after seeing that Eden didn't speak, she didn't continue to ask. The omniscient saint beside her is not a human. Although she was created based on a human template, her essence is a branch of the omniscient tree. The puppet created by the omniscient God from a branch of the omniscient tree will never die as long as the omniscient tree exists in the world. On the other hand, as long as the omniscient tree is cut off or burned by Surtur's fire, Eden will also die. From the perspective of others, Eden should hate everything related to Surtur's fire. But in fact, it is not the case. Draw the knife. The hot flames burst from his chest. Fleming fell backwards, and his vision began to dim. She looked at Akhtar's cold and slightly disappointed eyes, and tried to stretch out her hand, wanting to continue fighting. Why did he lose so thoroughly? It's a pity, you almost satisfied me, Shimu said calmly to Fleming, who had turned into a charred corpse. I hope we can see each other again in hell. A man like you is not easy to satisfy, Fleming said regretfully, and then turned into ashes. She wanted to capture Akhtar and offer him to the god of blood, and she also wanted to have a fair duel with Akhtar. Unfortunately, the reality was very cold. She, who was hailed as a genius, had only strong despair when facing Akhtar. The two sides did not constitute the conditions for a fair duel from the beginning, and there was only the strong crushing the weak. But she was not without results. After the fierce battle just now, Akhtar's magic power was greatly weakened. He should be able to be captured alive. Is your magic power running out? A strange male voice suddenly came. Shimu looked in the direction of the incident, and saw a handsome young man with short white hair walking over. He was holding a sharp rapier, his steps were extremely steady, and his temperament was calm and confident. He was stronger than Fleming. Don't you want to wait? Shimu moved his wrist, and smiled at the approaching white-haired man. My magic power has not reached its limit yet. My friend died in front of me, I can't be indifferent, right? The white-haired young man shook his head, and stabbed the ground with his rapier. He asserted so. You are just struggling to survive. Really? Shimu smiled happily, and shook the sword of light in his hand. Can you take the sword of light that has been released? He looked at the solemn expression of the white-haired man, and shook his head. It's not worth it to just release the sword of light, and kill you alone. I'm really underestimated. The white-haired man smiled, but his expression was relaxed. They were indeed worried about the power of the sword of light, and worried that too many high-level people would appear, and be taken away by the sword of light released by Akhtar at once. That's why they didn't take the siege, but chose to go up one by one to consume Akhtar's magic power. After all, you are very weak. Shimu smiled sarcastically, approaching the white-haired man step by step, and the blood flowing on the ground spread into ripples. The white-haired young man looked cold. He is not the second-generation power like Fleming, but a real strong man, who has become a high-level member of the Blood Church by his own strength. Blood. He raised his hand, and pulled at the void. The blood flowing on the ground gathered into a sickle, and was about to swing it in the direction of Akhtar. However, puff! The great sword of death pierced through his chest, and the blood-red sickle that condensed dispersed. The white-haired man fell in a pool of blood. Why is this happening? Akhtar is still in front of him, so it is impossible for him to be backstabbed. Have you forgotten my summon? Shimu walked in front of the white-haired man, and stabbed him with the sword of light. The red flames devoured the white-haired man, and he added a sentence before the white-haired man's consciousness completely disappeared. There may not be an assassin stronger than her. Shimu turned his head to look at Miss Black Knife on the side. When the white-haired man approached, he asked Miss Black Knife to ambush nearby in advance. When the white-haired man's attention was completely focused on him, he asked Miss Black Knife to perform a professional backstab. Chapter 108. The Blood Temple. Miss looked up at the blood god on the throne. He was not as burly and sacred as described by the poets, but rather looked like a dried corpse, with skin sticking to bones and blood flowing from sunken eye sockets. Blood god, you are dying, she asserted, her hand tightly grasping the long knife, ready to fight back at any time. However, the blood god did not respond to such disrespectful words, as if he was completely dead. And it was at this moment that Miss realized one thing: she had the opportunity to kill the gods. God, originally, had no concept of death, which meant that he could not be killed, but the blood god was forced to have the concept of death. Now she could kill the blood god, and as long as she killed the blood god, all the blood believers would lose the power of blood prayer, which meant that Akhtar could escape the seal of the barrier. And her brother would not be insulted by the god of blood, and she could save the two people she cared about most at once. Tada! The footsteps echoed in the temple, and Mist approached the god of blood step by step, without any hesitation. However, don't go any further, mortal. A majestic voice came, and under Mist's gaze, blood overflowed from the surface of the god of blood, flowing to the ground and gathering into a pool of blood. Then, a man emerged from the pool of blood. He was very handsome, holding a cane inlaid with gems, wearing clothes symbolizing the Pope, and his aura was very close to the God of Blood. The Blood Pope is actually the companion of God, which is really surprising. Mist's voice was too calm, and her steps did not slow down. She did not miss the opportunity to kill the God of Blood, even though the God's companion could share the God's authority and explore the limits of the road with the God. But it was sharing after all. As long as the God, who is the source of power, became weak, the God's companion would also weaken. It was impossible to maintain the same power as God, even if my power weakened. The Blood Pope shook his head lightly, his expression cold. It doesn't mean that I have become weaker. No answer. Mist drew her sword, the blade cut the air, and collided with the Blood Pope's scepter. Boom! The diffusion shock shook the Blood Temple, and the two beings who surpassed the limits of the human realm started a fierce fight. At the same time, in a meeting room with a closed door, the man with a cross scar on his face couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Can't we work together to catch Akhtar? He made a guess. With Akhtar's current magic power, it is estimated that there is no way to activate the Sword of Light. In response, a muscular woman raised her hand and stroked her short golden hair, and asked the man in pain, "Have you used the Sword of Light? Do you know how much magic power is required to activate it?" She yawned. Whether 2 people or 10 people are against Akhtar at the same time, the threat of the Sword of Light is the same. If you can deal with Akhtar alone, it is better to deal with it alone. The careless words told a very cold fact, which dispelled the man's idea of sieging Akhtar. The man scratched his head and sighed. In the past, I heard that the villains in the story could obviously beat the protagonist in a group fight, but they had to go one by one. To send. He smiled bitterly. Now I understand a little bit. After saying that, he stood up and left the conference room, pushed open the door without hesitation, and disappeared in the sunlight. The strong woman saw this, leaned back on the chair, looked at the ceiling chandelier, and the next person to fight Akhtar was herself. However, with Akhtar's current state, he should have no chance of winning, unless Akhtar can come up with some tricks. A few minutes later, the battle situation was reported, and the man who went to capture Akhtar died in the battle. Well, worthy of being a hero, he can do what others cannot. But there is also good news. Now Akhtar's magic power is really about to bottom out, and even the dragon breath cannot be released. It has indeed reached the limit. Tigran, the next step is up to you. On the main seat, the director of the Inquisition, with his 5 fingers crossed, spoke to the strong woman with a serious expression. It doesn't matter if you break your hands and feet, but you must capture him alive. It's too much trouble to capture him alive. Tigran stood up, waved her hand with her back to the crowd, and disappeared in the light and shadow of the gate. Bang! Tigran jumped down from the building, and her sturdy feet landed on the solid stone road, cracking spider web-like cracks. She raised the axe in her hand, pointed at Akhtar standing in a pool of blood, and said seriously, "You are very handsome. I want to do it with you once." Huh? Shimu tilted his head, as if he didn't hear clearly, and Tigran saw this, and shook the strange-shaped axe in his hand. "If you lose to me, I will humiliate you severely. I haven't tasted the taste of a hero yet." Shimu was not angry and said, "If you lose, I will just kill you." The woman he faced this time was called Tigran, a well-known NPC character. As long as the player made his face look good and had a corresponding reputation, Tigran would covet the player's body. If the player lost the battle, he would be physically and mentally insulted by Tigran. Of course, the game officials would not give the specific insult process, but only a paragraph of text, saying that you suffered a double insult of body and mind. By the way, an achievement of Tigran's praise was also given. The premise is that you can do it. Tigran laughed loudly, holding the giant axe in his hand tightly, and chopped it towards the direction of Shimu. Boom! A corner of the city was split open, and the diffusion impact hit the barrier heavily, raising a cloud of dust. And after doing all this, Tigran turned around and ran without hesitation. She knew that her fighting skills were far inferior to those of a genius like Akhtar. As long as she fought a few times, Akhtar would figure out her fighting style. So her battle strategy was very simple. She kept attacking from a distance and consumed Akhtar's magic power. However, gurgle. Shimu took out the magic potion bottle that restored magic power and started drinking it one bottle after another. The magic power that was almost exhausted was also restored. Tigran's escape steps paused, and he immediately turned and rushed towards Akhtar. "How much magic potion do you have left to restore magic power?" "Almost gone." Shimu grinned maliciously. Flames overflowed from his teeth, And then the red flames engulfed everything. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see that a mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in a corner of the city, and the blazing flame swept past, like a hurricane tearing through the wreckage of the building, and in an instant, it was dissolved into magma by the terrifying high temperature. This is too much. Tigran flew backwards, blocking the shock wave with a giant axe, twisting and observing the surroundings to prevent Akhtar from attacking. In Akhtar's current state, using such a strong large-scale attack is undoubtedly a waste of magic power. Unless Akhtar's attack is to pave the way, or to cover up some key information. Wait, are there two Akhtars? Tigran suddenly widened her eyes. In the blazing firelight, she saw two Akhtars. There was no difference in their breath or appearance, as if they were the same person. Is it a clone, or an alchemical tool? Before she had time to think about it, she saw Akhtar raise the sword of light and swing it at her. The light began to roar, drowning Tigran at an unavoidable speed, just like erasing words with an eraser. The trace of Tigran's existence completely disappeared. It's time to end. Shimu retracted his gaze and looked at the clone beside him. It was his reflection, with all the skills and props he should have. The ninth of the 10 shadow magics is the reflection in the mirror. This is a genius who existed in an unknown era. He has the ability to reflect everything about others. As long as he is within the range of his reflection, he can reflect a person's appearance, strength, and equipment. However, the actual feeling of the player is to summon an avatar, and this avatar is stronger than the original body. That's right, the avatar summoned by the player is better than the player in terms of ability, prayer, magic, and equipment. Of course, this is only limited to novice players. After playing a few more rounds, there will be no such thing as the avatar being stronger than the original body. The smoke and dust dissipated. Shimu sat cross-legged on the ground, with many empty bottles of magic power around him, and a sword of light stuck beside him. He was now visibly weak. But at this time, no one dared to try whether he was really weak. A moment later, Akhtar, surrender. A little girl holding a magic wand came over with a crying voice. She was just a candidate for the Inquisition, but now she had to face a ruthless man like Akhtar. It was obvious that she would die here. Shimu observed the little girl, struggled to stand up on his knees, smiled and said, "Come. Catch me." He stretched out his hand. The little girl was stunned when she saw this, and tentatively stretched out her hand and grabbed Akhtar's wrist. "Why do you want to be caught by me?" she asked curiously, and then got an unexpected answer. "It's easy to kill you." Shimu shook his head and smiled gently. "But you don't have any hostility towards me, do you?" he answered. "Forget about killing a child who was forced to go to the battlefield." The little girl pursed her lips. She suddenly felt relieved, but then she felt guilty. It was obvious that she had bad intentions, but Akhtar, as an enemy, understood her. "I will take you to the Blood Temple," she whispered, grabbed Akhtar's wrist, and walked towards the Blood Temple. Shimu did not resist the whole time, and let the little girl pull him away. This scene made the blood believers who were observing from a distance feel a little doubtful about life, as so many people had already sacrificed. Now tell them that as long as they send a little girl who is not hostile, they can take Akhtar away. What's the point of so many people dying? The barrier that blocked the city was lifted. The little girl led. No, to be more precise, she supported Akhtar, and walked along the winding stone steps towards the Blood Temple. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Blood Temple. The expected sacredness and solemnity did not exist. Except for the throne was intact. Everything was destroyed. What is this? The little girl opened her mouth and found that her head was held down. She looked up and saw Akhtar smiling. "Leave the Blood Temple. Your mission is completed." Shimu staggered and walked out of the throne. The little girl touched her forehead, hesitated in place, and obediently left the Blood Temple. In any case, her mission was completed. "See you again, Michael." Shimu kept smiling and said to Michael beside the throne, "Glad to see you are safe and sound." "My friend, I too." Michael smiled, but found that his sister had come to Akhtar without knowing when. Ah, the relationship is really good. He was slightly stunned, looking at Misty hugging Akhtar tightly, and immediately realized that his sister had different feelings for Akhtar. "Your only sister is going to be kidnapped." The blood pope chuckled. "Michael, don't you have any ideas? Akhtar is a man worth entrusting." Michael smiled and replied, "I have no reason to object." His words were very sincere. Is there anything more fortunate than being able to entrust your most cherished family to your trusted friends? That man is not trustworthy. The blood pope's voice was cold, and he sneered. "Do you know how many people Akhtar has killed?" "Yes, I know very well." Michael responded, and had a rough guess about what Akhtar did. He knew that Akhtar must have killed many people, but this was not a reason to hate Akhtar and think that Akhtar was not trustworthy. Humph. The Blood Pope snorted and turned his attention to the two young men and women hugging each other. Akhtar and Misty hugged for a long time before they reluctantly separated. Misty, was he arrested? Shimu cast his eyes on the throne of God and fell on the Blood God, who looked like a corpse. He knew that the Blood God was not dead yet and retained a certain degree of combat ability. Now he just focused his energy on fighting death. Misty was silent for a moment and explained, the Blood Pope is the partner of the Blood God, and they still retain strong power. Since they both have partners, why do you want to capture Michael? Shimu asked in confusion, looking at the Blood Pope. Don't you care if your partner cheats? Blood Pope, This human is a bit annoying, and now he wants to strangle Akhtar to death, but he remains calm as a strong man should. Partners are not equal to husband and wife, he explained, poking the ground with his cane. Akhtar, let's make a deal. Shimu frowned and asked, what do you want? Let the Witch of Death remove the death poison that my god has been infected with. The Blood Pope gave an answer. Do you have a way to contact the Witch of Death? Okay. Shimu was very straightforward. Give me a sacrifice, and I can summon the Witch of Death now. You seem to have misunderstood what I said. The Blood Pope shook his head. You need to find a way to persuade the Witch of Death to remove the poison of death that my master has been infected with. Shimu had no expression on his face and asked back, why do you think the Witch of Death will listen to me? You are valuable. The Blood Pope's voice was calm, as if he had already determined that Akhtar had a certain degree of value in the eyes of the Witch of Death. Shimu's expression was subtle. You don't believe this yourself, right? I believe it. The Blood Pope lied without changing his face. In fact, he didn't believe that Akhtar was qualified to make the Witch of Death change her mind, but who made the God of Blood think that Akhtar was valuable, and he had to order Akhtar to be captured alive to threaten the Witch of Death. In other words, I am very important, right? Shimu suddenly realized, and immediately held the sword of light on his neck. Let Mist and Michael go, or I die in front of you. The atmosphere froze. The Blood Pope's eyes widened. This man's first counterattack was to threaten him. Do you think you can threaten me like this? He sneered, and saw Akhtar pierce his heart without hesitation. I will die in about 10 seconds. You choose. Okay. The Blood Pope agreed without hesitation. Akhtar pulled out the sword of light that pierced his heart and used healing prayer to restore the pierced heart. After confirming that Akhtar's heart was healed, he changed his tone and said, but you can only let Mist go. Shimu narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking about whether to make another hole in his heart. The God of Blood will not let Michael leave. The Blood Pope said, we also need to constrain your bargaining chips. He said calmly. If you want, you can also choose to let Mist stay. No. Shimu refused subconsciously, and then felt that it was wrong to say so, and turned his head away embarrassedly. I mean, Mist, no, it's just... Anyway, it's very complicated. It doesn't matter, I understand. Michael smiled and nodded. He didn't have any aversion to Akhtar's choice to let his sister leave. It's better to say that he felt happy. Then do it. Shimu turned around and smiled at Mist. Mist, you? I want to stay. Mist shook her head. She wanted Michael to leave and stay to face everything with Akhtar. However, Akhtar put the sword on his neck. His voice revealed helplessness. Leave here, or I will leave this world. Mister was silent for a long time. Her stern and determined eyes dimmed, like a bright gem covered with dust. She had never been so powerless. Not only did she fail to rescue her brother, but she also put Akhtar in danger. This was a complete failure. Believe me. Shimu smiled gently and looked at Mister with dim eyes. I will be safe. Understood. Mister nodded gently. She did not believe Akhtar's comfort, but fell into deeper despair. However, she still responded to Akhtar with her actions, turned around and left the Blood Temple, and disappeared under the gaze of everyone. The back of the Valkyrie, who was as stern as a Valkyrie, looked extremely sad and desperate at this moment. Chapter 109. Are you satisfied now? The Blood Pope maintained a calm and gentle smile. He didn't care at all about being threatened to let Mist go. As long as Akhtar didn't cooperate, he could catch Mist again at any time. In response, Shimu didn't respond immediately, but just clenched the sword of light in his hand, as if he was weighing whether to take action. It's better not to do that. The Blood Pope seemed to sense what Akhtar was thinking, and turned his head to look at the Blood God, who looked like a mummy, and explained, the source of fear is watching my god. Even if you release the sword of light, it is impossible to hurt my god. Shimu narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully observing the blood god, and vaguely noticed that someone was standing next to the blood god, smiling at him. A creepy smile. If you want to kill the god of blood, in addition to using hard power to surpass the source of fear and the blood pope, you could only make the god of fear temporarily forget the fear and make the source of fear temporarily disappear, so that the player has the opportunity to kill the god of blood. However, this timing must be kept very well, and wait until the god of blood is completely weakened and becomes a lamb to be slaughtered. Only in this way can we create a miracle that has never happened in the past, and will never happen in the future, killing gods with human bodies. No choice. He lowered the sword of light he held tightly and smiled at the blood pope. People, no matter when, have the final choice. Of course you can choose to commit suicide. The blood pope maintained a calm and peaceful smile. But I will destroy everything you cherish. I don't even know what I cherish. Shimu smiled, not caring about the threat of the blood pope. In response, the blood pope kept his expression unchanged and smiled. I heard that your teacher Hecate loves you very much. He asked Akhtar. If Hecate's body is thrown in front of you, can you still maintain your current calm attitude? Shimu's eyes turned cold. However. And your little lover Letitia and Isnaki. The blood pope smiled. I can easily deal with them if I want. His voice was calm and indifferent. Of course you can use suicide to escape everything, but I will impose everything you escape on the people who love you. It is not a simple thing to shake the will of a hero. Judging from Akhtar's attitude of stabbing himself without hesitation, threatening Akhtar with death is ineffective. However, as long as a person loves something, he must be afraid, and as long as this fear is used well, he can influence and control a person. Shimu was silent for a moment, and looked at the blood pope. His eyes gradually changed from angry murderous intent to indifference. He shrugged and asked, what do you want to do? This is something you need to consider. The blood pope raised his chin proudly. You seem to be very good at getting women's favor. He didn't think Akhtar could change the will of the Witch of Death, but the god of blood insisted that Akhtar could do it. Then he could only find a way to execute it. You seem to have some misunderstanding about me. Shimu sighed, looked at Michael, and said, I still have male friends. Michael was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course you are my friend. The blood pope glanced at Michael's beautiful face, and shook his head. Maybe. You just think that your relationship is friendship. Shimu smiled indifferently, raised his hand to touch the black hair on his forehead, and his smile revealed sarcasm. I am not a pervert like the blood god. Ha! You really look like a cultist. The blood pope smiled with satisfaction. He felt the sarcasm and displeasure in Akhtar's words. And this is a good thing, indicating that Akhtar has accepted the cold reality in addition to resisting with words. There is nothing bad about cultists. Shimu put down the hand that brushed the hair on his forehead, and there was no more confusion in his eyes. He chuckled and said, I suddenly realized one thing. Not all gods need respect. Oh! The blood god smiled. Even if I kill him, it won't be a pity. Shimu declared, the world will become better because of it. After he finished speaking, he released the sword of light. The light began to surge, and at an unavoidable speed, it directly submerged the blood god on the throne. Afterwards, clang, the sword of light fell. Akhtar covered his mouth and spit out blood, and a green hand emerged from the void and pierced his chest with sharp nails. This was the hand of the source of fear. The blood god on the throne was safe and sound. His pupils moved slightly. Looking at the seriously injured and dying Akhtar below, he wanted to ask the source of fear to spare Akhtar's life. However, is it really impossible to kill him? Shimu stared at the blood god, as if he was swearing, and said, but next time, I will definitely find a way to kill you completely. After he finished speaking, he turned into a phantom and disappeared on the spot. The atmosphere froze. The blood pope was stunned. Akhtar in front of him was just a clone, and he didn't see it at all. Ha ha ha. As expected of Akhtar. Michael laughed happily. He was very satisfied that Akhtar was just a clone and successfully rescued his sister. Being able to deceive in front of the gods and successfully rescue his friends, this ability is really great. Great. On the high-rise building in the city, the goddess of lies hugged Eden's arm, her pretty face flushed with excitement, looking in the direction of the blood temple. Akhtar, it's really suitable to be my believer. Eden's delicate face showed helplessness. From the perspective of the goddess of lies, Akhtar showed an excellent deception, not only deceiving the blood pope, the source of fear, the god of blood, but also deceiving all the onlookers. Escaped from the almost desperate situation and rescued his little lover. This is simply the best performance. However, from her perspective, Akhtar had completely lost respect for the gods, and his thoughts had undergone a huge change. Akhtar no longer believes in other gods. She shook her head gently, and said Akhtar's transformation. In addition to the goddess of life, it is estimated that Akhtar now can no longer believe in other gods, and has a subversive understanding of the concept of gods as a group. From the greatness of the gods to the greatness of the individual. If Akhtar can grow to the same height as the goddess of life in the future, then his belief in the goddess of life will also change. Although the intensity of the emotion is not likely to change, it is probably no longer called faith. It is an emotion close to admiration. Do you believe in God because you are a god? The goddess of lies shook her head and asked a question. Can people only believe in God? She smiled and answered by herself. This faith can also come from a person's charm. Even if Akhtar does not believe in God, it does not prevent him from having faith in me. You make sense. Eden agreed with the words of the goddess of lies. The object of faith does not have to be God, but can also be an idea or a specific person. Then I will go to play with him. The goddess of lies hugged Eden's arms tightly, and disappeared on the roof. The knife flashed. Several monsters turned into pieces, and fell into the dark forest, and the smell of blood filled the air. Mist's tall body was bathed in the dark red moonlight. She fell into confusion and at a loss. She would not cry. As a warrior, she would not cry after her blade could cut the sky. She would not curse either. She had always felt that words were not as convenient as the blade in her hand. As long as she improved her strength to a certain level, she could make anyone talk to her calmly. Therefore, only killing could make her feel a moment of peace. Only by swinging the sword and focusing her body and mind on the sword could she divert her attention. In the dark, in the forest full of monsters, monsters were killed by the blade one by one. Wherever Mist walked, the corpses of monsters would be left. If this continues, sooner or later, Mist will turn into Shura, please herself with killing, and kill all lives indiscriminately. However, isn't it too chic to greet with a blade? Shimu raised his hands and looked at the long knife that reached his neck. Akhtar, why are you here? Mist's voice was full of hope, but also contained murderous intent. Reason told her that Akhtar was now imprisoned by the god of blood and could not come to her. But sensibility told herself that Akhtar in front of her was himself, not a disguise of another existence. Seeing this, Shimu smiled, raised his hand to grab Mist's long knife, pressed it towards his neck, and when he was about to cut the skin of his neck, he felt resistance. Your body has given the answer. He turned to look at the mare next to him, and my partner can prove my identity. Misty turned to look at the mare next to her, and after getting a positive response, she completely put aside her doubts. She opened her red lips slightly, and found that words were not enough to express her excited feelings, so she chose to hug Akhtar in her arms. The mare next to her witnessed this scene, and her hoof rubbed the ground. In fact, she was not very worried about Akhtar's safety. If Akhtar was really in danger of his life, the Witch of Fate would come and kill all the enemies directly. And at this moment, crack, the sound of branches breaking came, alerting Misty and Akhtar, who were hugging each other, and drew their swords and aimed at the place where it happened. Wow, such a cold look. The goddess of lies seemed to be afraid and hid behind Eden. She leaned over and smiled at the two of them. I obviously came here to help you. Help us? Shimu showed a look of disbelief, and the goddess of lies saw this, and her cheeks bulged slightly, and then she smiled again. Since you don't want help, then let's trade. What do you want? Shimu asked. He didn't actually need the help of the goddess of lies, but the subsequent versions needed the help of the goddess of lies in order to overlap life and death in this world. That would require the cooperation of the goddess of lies, and the witch of death to overlap the concepts of life and death in this world. After all, with the current power of the witch of death, it is not enough to let the concept of death cover the entire world. Someone must help spread the concept of death. And the goddess of lies is this amplifier, which can help the witch of death amplify the concept of death. Become my believer. The goddess of lies put forward conditions. In response, Shimu answered straightforwardly, I really have no interest in you, and I can't have faith in you at all. Can't you just lie to me? The goddess of lies shook her head, and put her chin on Eden's shoulders. Want to kill? Oh no. She reorganized her words. If you want to save Michael, you must make the source of fear disappear temporarily, otherwise you can't take Michael away. Then how do you make the source of fear disappear? Shimu asked the key question. The so-called source of fear is nothing more than the embodiment of the fear of the god of fear. As long as the god of fear loses the corresponding fear, the source of fear will disappear temporarily. Until the god of fear gives birth to a new fear. Let the deep fear cover the original fear. The goddess of lies gave the answer. As long as the god of fear is born, it seems like this more terrifying idea. The original source of fear will temporarily disappear. She smiled cunningly. It takes a certain amount of time for a new source of fear to be born, which is enough for you to take back Michael. Then how can we make the god of fear give birth to a new fear? Shimu asked, but the goddess of lies did not answer. She crossed her 5 fingers on her chest and blinked at Shimu. This familiar action. Summon the witch of death to come? Shimu nodded, then shook his head. If I can find the witch of death to help, why not rescue Michael directly? To be more precise, anything that can cause the death of God can make the god of terror feel fear. The witch of lies explained, the existence that the god of terror fears most is the god of omniscience, and the source of fear that is materialized is also related to the god of omniscience. She looked at Akhtar's stiff expression. Don't worry, the source of fear is not the same as the god of omniscience. It can only achieve the degree of omniscience in the heart. The source of terror can control all the weirdness, understand all the weirdness, and trigger the weirdness in people's hearts. But when it comes to specific people, it is useless. Shimu pretended to be relieved, thought carefully for a moment, and cast his eyes on Eden and said, Eden, you are well known among the gods, right? Eden nodded. She is a puppet created by the god of all-knowing, and has the authority to manage the tree of all-knowing, so she is naturally well known. And Shimu also expressed his thoughts. Can you please make up a lie, saying that I have been chosen by Ragnarok, and am the initiator of Ragnarok? Chapter 110. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The silver moonlight passed through the thick clouds and fell on a quiet mansion, overlapping with the dim light from the windows of the mansion. Shimu put the empty potion bottle on the table. After using the Sword of Light, his magic power was insufficient. And at this moment, Akhtar, are you feeling better? A gentle female voice suddenly came. Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a golden light mist across the table, condensing into the figure of Eden. She took off her hood, revealing her delicate face. Maybe we need to talk. Anyway, there's nothing else to do now. Shimu smiled gently, without the danger and madness shown during the day, but instead seemed very easygoing. Akhtar, you still have time to seal the fire assertor. Eden raised her hand, and gently gathered the golden hair by her ear, her emerald eyes revealing a serious look. Now I can help you completely seal the fire assertor. Seal is meaningless. Shimu shook his head and turned to look out the window. Even if you seal the magic temporarily, you will encounter situations where you must use magic, maybe to save people, or maybe to resist. Eden did not refute. The times are collapsing now, and no one can stay out of it. It is impossible to find a place to live in seclusion, not to mention that Akhtar is involved with the Witch of Death, so it is even more impossible for him to stay out of it. In fact, there is another way to delay the impact of Surtur's fire. She explained to Akhtar's inquiring eyes, the more powerful the life form, the more difficult it is for Surtur's fire to affect it. Shimu nodded and said, that is to become a demon, right? That's right. Eden nodded and admitted, I can tell you how to become a demon. Everyone's way of becoming a demon is different, right? Shimu shook his head. According to the official setting of the game, if you want to transcend the human realm, you need to complete a unique ritual. The specific conditions of the ritual vary from person to person, and the way to achieve it is also different according to the nature of your own abilities. Some people achieve the ritual by not revealing their fate in the starry sky, while others need to kill themselves with their own hands. In theory, the conditions for achieving the ritual can only be known by one's own exploration and research, and outsiders cannot know it. And even if you know the conditions for achieving the ritual, you may not be able to do it, because the conditions for achieving the ritual may be to kill yourself, or to create a moon of your own. However, the game officials will not set up rituals that cannot be achieved for players. In theory, the ritual can be successfully achieved. And even if the player finds it troublesome, the game officials have also thoughtfully arranged unconventional routes to complete Eden's mission branch. With the help of Eden, you can directly know the conditions for achieving your own ritual. Then, with the help of Eden, you can become a demon or a witch. I have a way to let you know the conditions of the ritual directly. Eden's voice was gentle, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. Shimu showed a puzzled look. Anyone who goes to the Tree of All-Knowing can get the knowledge they want to know. Eden explained, even the ritual of becoming a demon can be obtained under the Tree of All-Knowing. Any knowledge is fine? Shimu asked excitedly, if I want to obtain knowledge that makes everyone happy, is that okay? Yes. Eden replied calmly, but the way to achieve it is unacceptable to you. She lowered her eyes. You will learn the formula of a potion that makes people feel happy, and then the Tree of All-Knowing will give specific methods on how to make everyone use the potion of happiness. Follow the method of the tree of all-knowing. Everyone in this world will be happy, but the price after happiness is not within the scope of consideration of the tree of all-knowing. Shimu, Please don't have expectations for the tree of all-knowing. Eden looked at Akhtar's disappointed expression. The tree of all-knowing is not a wish-making machine. It can only formulate a feasible plan based on the existing knowledge. Then I add a limited condition that everyone must be happy until the end of their lifespan? Shimu asked again. In response, Eden gave a reply. Then, they are no longer human beings. They only have happy emotions, but cannot feel distress, sadness, and reluctance. Then, they are just a monotonous emotional creature, perhaps even worse than ants. Shimu thought for a while and asked, Eden, have you asked relevant questions to the Tree of All-Knowing? Yes. Eden answered calmly. As the manager of the Tree of All-Knowing, she naturally had many opportunities to contact the Tree of All-Knowing and understand the knowledge that ordinary people. No, the gods cannot understand. I understand. I will not ask unrealistic questions anymore. Shimu accepted the reality, or rather, he had expected Eden's answer. He smiled and said, I will only ask the all-knowing tree how to become a demon. Then I won't disturb your rest. Eden stood up with her skirt, and her body began to turn into golden light mist. But before she disappeared, can't you stay with my patient for a while? Shimu took out a pot of wine and placed it on the table. We haven't had a good chat yet, right? Eden was silent for a moment. Looking at Akhtar's expectant eyes, she sat down again. It's too much. You actually excluded me. A complaint suddenly came, and the two looked in the direction of the sound, only to see the goddess of lies appear at the window, with her cheeks slightly bulging. You live in my house. This is our rare private chat time. Shimu's expression revealed a little disgust, but the goddess of lies seemed to pretend not to see it, and very naturally climbed through the window and entered the room. Shimu shook his head, but still took out 3 wine glasses. The mansion he was in now was created by the goddess of lies. She twisted reality through lies, and created a mansion out of thin air in the forest. This is a nearly omnipotent power, making the goddess of lies a powerful god among all gods. The next day. Afternoon. Wait, don't kill me. The blood believer waved his hands in panic, kicked the ground with his feet, and his body pressed against the castle wall. However, Shimu still swung the sword of light indifferently, and after cutting the blood believer in half, he cast his eyes on the headless maid not far away. I really don't want to meet you, but you are here to hunt me down, right? I have no reason to kill you. The headless maid raised the birdcage in her hand and pointed it at Shimu's cheek. The head of the woman in the birdcage chuckled. It's hard to imagine that you are such a brave man. Not only can you cause serious losses to the Blood Church, but you can also escape unscathed under the gaze of the gods. Her red lips curled up. I am almost obsessed with you. You seem to hate the Blood Church? Shimu asked doubtfully, and the headless maid also admitted it readily. It's very disgusting. Not only is it stained with the unpleasant smell of blood, but the gods they believe in are also very inferior. As she spoke, she turned around and led the way. The purpose of your trip is to see the god of terror, right? Yes. Shimu nodded, followed the back of the headless maid, and headed towards the bedroom of the god of terror. On the way, the headless maid seemed to remember something, suddenly stopped, looked at Shimu carefully, and asked, Akhtar, are you still yourself now? Why do you ask that? Shimu showed doubts, as if he didn't understand what the headless maid said. In response, the headless maid chuckled. Someone visited the god of terror this morning. They talked about your existence, and said that you might be the initiator of Ragnarok. She lifted the birdcage and put it in front of Shimu. People infected by Surtur's fire will gradually fall into madness, and their original personality will completely disappear. But I don't think you have this symptom. Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth and asked, how else did they frame me? I didn't hear too much, but I just suspected the power and state you showed yesterday. The headless maid thought for a while. It's like a Shura who enjoys killing. Shouldn't I be happy to beat the enemy? Shimu explained helplessly. Should I still have a sad face? Indeed, you should laugh. The headless maid smiled happily. Killing blood believers, you should laugh as much as you want. She let go of her guard and continued to lead Shimu forward. She was really a little worried that Akhtar was the initiator chosen by the Ragnarok, but seeing Akhtar behave so normally, she let go of her guard. With the power displayed by Akhtar now, it is impossible to threaten the god of terror, unless Akhtar's body is a demon and is just hiding his strength now. But since they both have the power of demons, it is completely easy to deal with a weak god of blood. Why do you need to ask the god of terror for help? Along the long corridor, the headless maid brought Shimu to a big door and then pushed it open with one hand. Go in, the god of fear is waiting for you inside. Thank you, Shimu said with a smile. His attitude seemed extremely gentle, without any madness or danger. He walked into the room calmly, only to see the god of fear sitting at the head of the bed with his arms around his legs, looking at him with a little evasive eyes. Is the witch of death willing to help the god of blood remove the death poison? No. Shimu shook his head and sat down by the bed. He looked at the unnatural look of the god of fear. Are you feeling unwell? No. The god of fear's eyes were erratic. He didn't even have the concept of death, so how could he feel unwell? It was just that he met the goddess of lies and the all-knowing saint this morning and learned some scary information from them. The human in front of him was likely the one chosen by the Ragnarok, and he gave a series of arguments. Then, the all-knowing saint and the goddess of lies asked him to test Akhtar and confirm whether Akhtar was the one who caused the Ragnarok. Now he had to assume that Akhtar was the one who caused the Ragnarok without alerting Akhtar. Confirm Akhtar's true identity. Really? Shimu nodded lightly, and did not delve into the abnormality of the god of fear, but turned to talk about another matter. Can I ask you for a favor? You want me to withdraw my protection of the god of blood, right? The god of fear shook his head and asked coldly. Why do you want me to give up protecting my friends? Shimu was silent. But considering that you are willing to risk your life for your friends. The god of fear raised his chin slightly. I can give you a chance, provided that you can please me. Pleasure you? Shimu showed an extremely disgusted expression, as if he was looking at non-recyclable garbage. In response, the god of fear quickly waved his hand. I am not interested in men, I just want you to please me. What do you want me to do? Shimu asked, and then saw the god of fear snap his fingers casually, and a gorgeous mirror appeared not far away. That is a mirror that shows the possibilities of the future. The god of fear explained, and took out a pill and said, this is a magic potion made by the three goddesses of fate, which allows the user to foresee his own future. Want to see my future? Shimu frowned, and then smiled helplessly. Do you suspect that I am the initiator of Ragnarok? He took the pill. If I am really the initiator of Ragnarok, will you get rid of me in advance? God, make your own judgment. The god of terror did not answer directly. He actually did not think that Akhtar would be the initiator of Ragnarok. There were so many people in history who were infected with Surtur's fire, and there were also some talented people among them, but no one was chosen to be the initiator of Ragnarok. However, since both the all-knowing saint and the goddess of lies asked him to do it, he could not refuse. He just went through the process. Understood. Shimu answered decisively, swallowed the pill without any hesitation, and then he fell asleep with his forehead covered. And then, the god of terror saw the ending called fate, or the long river of time, at the other end of time. In the sky, the body of the all-knowing god was pierced by a spear and nailed to the void, and the one holding the spear tightly was a one-eyed man. His body was like burning charcoal, and he rode an 8-legged divine horse under his crotch. Although the image has changed greatly, the god of terror still recognized it at a glance. It was a human named Akhtar. No, this is not the point. The point is the picture shown in the mirror. Akhtar actually pierced the god of all-knowing with a spear. Could it be that Akhtar is really the initiator of Ragnarok, and may kill the god of all-knowing in the future? The picture in the mirror is still playing. Following the long river of fate, moving towards the more distant end of time, Akhtar, who killed the god of all-knowing, is getting more and more crazy, which makes people feel terrified when they see him. No one can stop him. You can live without God. Everything collapsed under Akhtar's spear and headed for inevitable destruction. The story ends. Only one person survived. In the world turned to ashes, Akhtar suddenly turned his head, staring at the god of terror outside the mirror with his beast eyes full of desire for destruction.